Chapter 1. In Douluo, Summer Tianling has persisted in educating Tang San for 6 years. On the Douluo continent, in the Tiando Empire, in the Fasnuo province, lies the Sacred Soul Village. As dawn broke, Summer Tianling concluded a night of cultivation, expelling a breath of impure air. He was originally a recent university graduate who had succumbed to a global virus 6 years prior. By a twist of fate, he became bound to a system known as the Destiny Modification System, which transported him to the Douluo continent, where he was taken in by Old Jack. The cultivation technique he had just begun to practice was part of the novice gift package bestowed by the system. This grand Tao of longevity scripture is truly remarkable. It allows for continuous cultivation without any bottlenecks, utterly surpassing the Xia Tian skill, a martial arts technique. According to the descriptions, I should now be at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. I wonder how that translates to soul power levels in Douluo. After finishing his practice, Summer Tianling mused as he leisurely made his way toward the peak of the back mountain, absent-mindedly touching a jade pendant hanging around his neck. This white jade pendant was exceptionally smooth, radiating a soft white light, inscribed with mysterious characters in relief. Anyone who touched the pendant could comprehend the meaning of these characters. Thus, Old Jack chose Xia as his surname for Summer, while the name Tianling coincidentally mirrored his previous life. Perhaps due to the refinement of his body by the Tao scripture, Summer Tianling possessed remarkable physical strength, easily able to flip over the village's old yellow ox. From the foot of the mountain to the summit, he ascended effortlessly, his heart steady and breath even. At this time each day, he would visit the back mountain to find Tang San, who had just finished practicing the purple extreme magic eye, to conduct their routine educational session. In his previous life, Summer Tianling had felt great disdain for Tang San's various actions while reading, and now that he found himself in the Douluo continent, it would be unbecoming of him to neglect the duty of correcting Tang San's distorted worldview. Having grown up in the Tang sect, Tang San had been exposed to nothing but murder, arson, and poison weapons. With Tang Hao not caring for him upon arriving in Douluo, it was hardly surprising that he had become influenced by the murder manual known as the Xiangjia treasure record. Quality education was imperative. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, he found a 6-year-old boy seated cross-legged atop a large rock. This was Tang San. Sensing Summer Tianling's arrival, Tang San slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a puff of white breath. "Good morning, Linga. Come on. Let's go to my house for breakfast." All right. On the way back, Summer Tianling seized the opportunity to impart his daily lessons to Tang San. He spoke of the importance of critical thinking, the courage to question, and how practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. He emphasized the need to avoid blind trust in others and to consider different perspectives, among other things. For 6 years, this had been the routine, and through such subtle influence, Tang San had transformed from initially dismissive to now accepting these teachings with ease. After all, these were timeless maxims honed over many years in his past life, and to call them truths would not be an exaggeration. In the original narrative, Tang San was merely a rough-hewn science enthusiast who had grown up in a wild manner. He was not devoid of intellect. With a little assistance from certain factors, he could naturally grasp the principles embedded in those words. By the way, Xiao San, a significant event will unfold in 3 days. While they were eating, Summer Tianling said mysteriously to Tang San, "What significant event?" Tang San had grown accustomed to this by now. For 6 years, it had been one of Summer Tianling's great pleasures to predict future events in the village, claiming to be a prophet. However, aside from weather forecasts, his predictions had rarely been accurate. As for why they were rarely accurate, it was simply because they were all fabrications of Summer Tianling. Although the Tao scripture taught divination, one could not master it without years of diligent study. His self-identification as a prophet was merely a prelude to his next plan. In 3 days, it will be the day of the soul awakening. Just then, Old Jack happened to walk in. Tang San was somewhat puzzled and asked, "What is the soul awakening?" Though he had a rudimentary understanding of martial souls, he was still completely bewildered by the concept of awakening. The drunken Tang Hao would not inform him of such matters. In our Douluo continent, everyone possesses a unique martial soul. As you know, and around the age of 6, we can undergo awakening, which is facilitated by other soul masters guiding it out from our bodies. Martial souls are categorized into weapon souls and beast souls. Weapon souls are those commonly seen in the village, such as hoes and sickles. Beast souls, like the yellow cow martial soul awakened by Uncle Ernie from the east of the village, grant immense strength when embodied. There are also plant souls, like the vine, that Uncle Taiju awakened from the west of the village, which increases crop yield. Their grapes grow particularly well. You're right, Tianling. It seems you've read that comprehensive history of the continent quite a bit, Old Jack interjected. As the village chief, Old Jack received a modest salary from the Tiando Empire and enjoyed a decent standard of living. He even had a couple of ordinary knowledge books at home. In a couple of days, the esteemed members from the Spirit Hall will come to our village for the soul awakening. Xiao San, after you go home, tell that drunken Tang Hao about it. He'll come to pick you up in the morning. Understanding Tang Hao's nature, Old Jack sighed. By the way, take these cakes home to eat. Got it. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. After helping to clear the dishes, Tang San expressed his gratitude, opened the door, and prepared to head home. Summer Tianling hurriedly caught up with him, walking alongside Tang San. Lingo, what's this about? Tang San asked, somewhat puzzled. Feigning mystery once more, Summer Tianling smiled and said to Tang San, Xiao San, I've seen the future again. What future? In 3 days, the one awakening our martial souls will be the battle soul master Su Yuntao from the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall, possessing a level 26 lone wolf martial soul, with 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring. Tang San. What on earth is this? Curious, Tang San couldn't help but inquire, Lingu, what is a soul ring? What do 1 white and 1 yellow mean? And who is this battle soul master? Summer Tianling waved his hand. Don't ask, you'll understand when the time comes. With that, he turned and returned home. Intrigued, Tang San reached home and handed the cakes to Tang Hao, trying to ask about it. Soul ring? Lone wolf? Who told you these? Tang Hao took a swig from his wine bottle, squinting. It was Tianling who told me. He said I'd know in 3 days. Tang San replied honestly. Summer, Tianling. Tang Hao set down the wine bottle, stroking his bearded chin, lost in thought. This child is a bit peculiar. Xiao San, do you wish to become a soul master? Tang Hao suddenly asked. Dad, of course I want to. Tang San quickly responded. Based on these simple clues and his understanding of martial souls over the years, he believed that the reason his Xiantian skill could not break through to the second layer was likely due to this martial soul, and perhaps the soul ring was involved as well. To progress, he certainly needed to become a soul master. Then, go for it when the time comes. Tang Hao waved his hand, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes, but it quickly faded, leaving him pensive as he turned to enter the inner room to sleep. All right, Dad. At that moment, Summer Tianling, seated cross-legged in his room, received a system notification. Ding! You have slightly altered the course of character's fate and gained a trace of destiny power. Awakened by the system, Summer Tianling felt a twinge of frustration. This cursed system is utterly unhelpful, merely providing rigid notifications. It doesn't specify how much destiny power I've accumulated. It only mentions that I can make wishes once I gather enough. Damn it, how long will that take? And what can I even wish for? This was not the first time he had vented his frustrations at the system. It had happened countless times over the past 6 years. However, to his surprise, the system actually responded this time. Please do not disparage this system. The system will notify you when your destiny power reaches the minimum threshold for making a wish. Summer Tianling was overjoyed and hurriedly inquired, System? No, system brother. You're my king. Could you clarify these matters so I have something to look forward to? Yet, despite his calls, the system remained silent, offering no further response. Chapter 2. Twin Martial Souls? No, it's a combination martial soul. 3 days swiftly passed. Each morning, Summer Tianling continued to summon Tang San to his house for breakfast, while Tang San returned home after meals to learn forging from Tang Hao, which aligned with the original narrative. Xiao San, come out. It's the day. Summer Tianling shouted from outside, his own heart racing with excitement. After 6 years of anticipation, he would finally discover what his martial soul was. Go on, don't delay lunch preparations. Tang Hao's impatient voice drifted from within the house. Under old Jack's guidance, they arrived at the central hall of the village, known as the Spirit Hall. Of course, this so-called Spirit Hall was merely a larger wooden house, designated for annual awakenings. This year, 9 children were set to awaken, and the other 7 were chatting and laughing, disregarding the 2 newcomers. The village children generally looked down upon Tang San, favoring wealth over poverty, a common attitude found everywhere. In his 2 lifetimes, Tang San, who was once deeply enamored with hidden weapons, despite having limited social experience, had nonetheless matured mentally. Consequently, he was reluctant to engage with these children and found solace in their indifference towards him. It could be said that apart from the precocious Xia Tian, he had no other friends in the village. Xia Tian, on the other hand, was purely disinterested in this group of young children, wholly devoted to her educational endeavors, aspiring to transform the self-centered Tang San from the original text into a competent and progressive youth. It appeared that her efforts were beginning to bear fruit. At that moment, a seated young man rose to his feet. He possessed striking features, with sharp eyes and a handsome visage, adorned with a fist-sized character for soul on his chest, and a flamboyant black cloak billowing behind him. Upon closer inspection, Xia Tian recognized him as Su Yuntao, the character from the original narrative. In his previous life, Su Yuntao was known as the Blind Douluo, a title bestowed upon him because those whom he misjudged ultimately ascended to divinity. "Greetings, esteemed Battle Soul Master. I must trouble you this time." Old Jack respectfully bowed to the young man. Su Yuntao merely nodded faintly, interrupting old Jack, who was about to speak further. "I have little time, let us commence. I have traversed 6 villages already, and I hope to discover a child here who can become a soul master. All right, children, stand in a line." Though Su Yuntao was not particularly reverent towards old Jack, he was exceedingly responsible regarding his duties, treating the unawakened children with great gentleness. With a warm smile, he introduced himself. "I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 Battle Soul Master, and I shall be your guide. I will awaken each of you in turn. Remember, do not be afraid, regardless of what occurs." He then arranged 6 black stones into a formation, signaling for one child to step into the center. "Do not fear, close your eyes and focus intently." As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, and amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he bellowed, "Lone Wolf, manifest!" Waves of azure light erupted from his forehead, causing Su Yuntao's form to swell, revealing wolf-like features and fur, transforming him into a veritable werewolf. 2 radiant rings emerged from beneath his feet, swirling around him, one white and the other yellow. Witnessing the spectacle, Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the wolf-embodied Su Yuntao. Level 26, Lone Wolf, 1 white and 1 yellow. It matched precisely with what Ling Gu had described. Could it be that Ling Gu truly possessed the gift of foresight? Su Yuntao calmed the frightened children and prepared to continue the ceremony, only to notice Xia Tian standing at the edge, gazing at him with delight, her eyes sparkling with a golden gleam, seemingly eager to approach. "Ah, you're not afraid of me?" "Master Su, of course not. I adore wolves," Xia Tian exclaimed excitedly, recalling that in her previous life, wolves were her favorite animals. "I hope my martial soul can also take the form of a magnificent wolf." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Best of luck to you. Little one, you will be next." Su Yuntao laughed heartily, charmed by the amusing child. Regarding her martial soul, Xia Tian genuinely wished to awaken a wolf-like soul beast, fulfilling a desire from her past life. She had even inquired with the system and made wishes, receiving a response after expending some fate energy. The essence of the martial soul lies in the amalgamation of the soul, bloodline, and subconscious. Around the age of 6, these 3 elements mature simultaneously, allowing for awakening. The host's body is shaped by, utilizing materials such as. Thus, it remains constrained by the host's subconscious. Therefore, the martial soul of the host cannot be determined by me due to. I'm also unable to forge a new martial soul for you. Your martial soul will be dictated by what you desire most deeply and yearn for in your subconscious. Sickle, no soul power. Oh, no soul power. Blue silver grass, no soul power. As Xia Tian awaited the revelation of her martial soul, it was already time for Tang San to step forward. With the infusion of soul power, a warm golden light began to emanate from Tang San. Extending his right hand, a sprig of blue-silver grass materialized upon it. Observing from behind, Xia Tian narrowed her eyes, catching sight of the Haotian hammer hidden within Tang San's left hand. Ah, let us measure your soul power, Su Yuntao, adhering to his duty, handed the crystal ball to Tang San. Level 10. Innate full soul power. My heavens! Originally expecting a mere formality, Su Yuntao was taken aback, though he soon recollected himself and remarked with a hint of regret, "What a pity, truly a pity, why must it be blue silver grass? Even an axe would suffice." Master Su, does innate full soul power imply that the highest level 1 can achieve is 10? Can go higher? Xia Tianling, recalling Qian Rengshu's angelic martial soul, asked with a touch of mischief. Su Yuntao responded sternly, "Of course not. Without soul rings, how could one surpass level 10? The highest innate soul power is indeed level 10. Very well, then please awaken me, let us see if I can become soul master." Xia Tianling, growing impatient, pulled Tang San, who also wished to inquire further. "Come forth, child, I hope you awaken a commendable martial soul." Su Yuntao sighed, gesturing for her to stand in the center, and began to channel soul power. Xia Tianling felt enveloped by a warm aura, as if something was coalescing within her soul, coming to life. A surge of righteous energy emanated from her, causing even Tang San to stagger, hastily retreating to a distance. What is this martial soul? To possess such might upon awakening. Su Yuntao marveled inwardly. At the moment the martial soul took shape, Xia Tianling instinctively extended her hands, palms angled inward and raised, two golden shadows levitating gracefully in the air. In her left hand was a seemingly ordinary hammer, reminiscent of a blacksmith's single-handed forging hammer. In her right hand was a similarly unremarkable single-handed axe, the kind commonly used by carpenters. Unlike typical tools, these two items glimmered with a faint golden hue, their unpretentious exterior harmoniously blending with an understated elegance. Adorning them were subtle, darkly hued patterns. No one knew their significance, but upon closer inspection, it seemed they embodied the profound truths of the universe, leaving one slightly dizzy with a mere glance. As they fully materialized, an inexplicable dark light radiated from them. This light was not chilling, rather, it enveloped those within the room in a gentle warmth, akin to standing in the embrace of one's parents. Gazing upon these objects, imbued with an aura of the divine, Su Yuntao was rendered speechless, utterly astounded. Dual spirit of martial souls. Could it be that this is the legendary dual martial soul? However, the hammer and the axe. Even if they are indeed a dual martial soul, their quality does not appear particularly high. Before Su Yuntao could regain his composure, Xia Tianling distinctly felt a surge of blood coursing through his veins, as if something deep within his soul was breaking free from its cocoon. With a resounding roar, a magnificent dragon's cry ascended to the heavens, the overwhelming presence of draconic might causing the livestock in the village and the surrounding wild creatures to collapse in terror, utterly paralyzed in fear. This is the aura of a top-tier beast martial soul. Above the wooden cottage, in a place unseen by the onlookers, a shadow of a five-clawed golden dragon emerged, only to vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Accompanying the apparition of the golden dragon were 9 thunderous roars that reverberated through the air. Everyone was awestruck by the dragon's cry, failing to notice that Xia Tianling's eyes had transformed into a faint golden hue, resembling serpent-like vertical pupils. As the illusion of the golden dragon dissipated, his eyes returned to their original state. Regaining his senses, Xia Tianling gazed thoughtfully at the hammer and axe in his hands, suddenly breaking into laughter. So this is the profound bond deep within my heart. It beckons me towards infrastructure and agriculture. He then spoke, Master Su. It appears this is not a dual martial soul after all. I can sense they are one, a cohesive unit. Not a dual martial soul. With Xia Tianling's reminder, Su Yuntao, still immersed in the draconic aura, came back to reality. The fact that a mere child, just awakening, could almost suppress his own lone wolf martial soul to the brink of obliteration was indeed terrifying. Let us test your soul power. Su Yuntao's voice was somewhat hoarse as he handed over a soul power crystal ball. Concerning the matter of martial souls, he decided to report it directly to headquarters. With his stature as a great soul master, making hasty judgments was unwise. By the way, child, what is the name of your martial soul? Xia Tian smiled slightly. My martial soul is called the Woodworker's Toolkit. Su Yuntao. Tang San. Old Jack. What a ridiculous name. What on earth is a woodworking two-piece set? He then began to chant a scripture, gradually channeling the spiritual energy he had cultivated into the crystal ball. Suddenly, the transparent crystal ball shone brightly. This, you are actually a congenital. Bang! Before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, the crystal ball exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 3, Congenital Soul Power Level 19. My goodness. Su Yuntao was utterly astonished and cursed. You truly have broken through the limits of the congenital level 10 soul power. This matter is of utmost importance. I must report it to the papal hall immediately. Without further ado, Su Yuntao hastily gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, scribbled something, and handed it to Xia Tian. Child, would you like to attend the Martial Soul Academy? It's free and admission is without examination. Martial Soul Academy. What is that? Xia Tian feigned ignorance. As the name suggests, the Martial Soul Academy is directly under the Martial Soul Hall, specifically dedicated to training soul masters. This is the invitation proof, with my signature for verification, Su Yunhao said. Somewhat excited. Who would have imagined that after running through 6 villages, he would encounter such an extraordinary talent here? If he could attract this child to the Martial Soul Hall, his future would undoubtedly be bright, and breaking through to Soul Sage would not be out of reach. Xia Tian felt somewhat bewildered. Initially, he intended to follow Tang San's path through the original storyline to secure a divine title. It seemed he had to reconsider his plans. How about this, child? Where are your elders? Su Yuntao, noticing his hesitation, asked with a flash of inspiration. I am Tianling's grandfather, old Jack quickly interjected. Regardless of whether you agree or not, could you please take Tianling with me to the Martial Soul Hall's branch? We will provide transportation and meals. Su Yuntao was at a loss for words in his eagerness to recruit Xia Tianling into the Martial Soul Hall, even using honorifics when addressing Old Jack. Very well, sir. Old Jack took the still-dazed Xia Tianling and hurriedly followed the impatient Su Yuntao into the Martial Soul Hall's carriage, leaving the other 8 children, including Tang San, in the wooden house, wide-eyed and at a loss, as Su Yuntao rushed the grandfather and grandson towards the Martial Soul Hall's branch. Little did they know that the awakening of the true dragon martial soul had already caused a stir across the continent. In the blacksmith shop of Holy Soul Village, the drunken Tang Hao rubbed his eyes in a daze, turned over, and fell back asleep. In the Stardow Forest, mixed region, at the Lake of Life, a massive gorilla squatted by the shore, cradling its head in its hands, while a creature with a python's tail surfaced in the lake. Its enormous bovine eyes filled with disbelief, not to mention the titan giant ape. All soul beasts in the forest trembled in fear under this dragon's might. In the core area of the Stardow Forest, the colossal golden-eyed black dragon king, Tian, opened his eyes in disbelief, gazing towards the direction of Holy Soul Village, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, underground in the core area, a gigantic silver dragon slowly opened its eyes, sensing its surroundings with confusion before gradually falling back into slumber. In the Martial Soul City, at the Papal Hall, a stunning woman holding a scepter, who had been sitting on her throne with her eyes closed in contemplation, suddenly opened her eyes. This aura. Elder Ghost, go check the situation in the Fanis province. Understood. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared and then faded away, 9 soul rings shimmering beneath its feet. In the Martial Soul City, at the Worship Hall, an elderly man sitting beneath a massive angel statue fixed his piercing gaze towards Holy Soul Village, as if his sharp eyes could pierce through space. After a moment of sensing with his hands clasped together, he shook his head and resumed his meditation. Meanwhile, Xia Tianling, completely unaware that he was under the scrutiny of top-tier powerhouses, was in the Noting City branch preparing to test his soul power level. To maintain secrecy, Su Yuntao had only informed the Hall Master, Matthew Newall. Child, place your hand on the crystal ball and release your soul power. Matthew Newall, an 82-year-old elder and a great soul master, instructed. All right, Grandpa Matthew. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianling released his soul power into the crystal ball, which began to emit a dazzling radiance. This is congenital soul power level 19. Matthew Newall's heart surged with waves of astonishment. causing even his beard to tremble. He had served the martial soul hall for 60 years, awakening countless children. Yet he had never heard of anyone achieving level 19 congenital soul power. Ding, you have altered the destinies of 2 characters, gaining some destiny power. Xia Tian received a system notification and couldn't help but complain. System, please refrain from notifying me about this in the future. I have no idea how much I have. Just let me make wishes when needed. Ding, settings updated successfully. Notifications will no longer be issued, but textual information will remain accessible for inquiry. Xia Tian was taken aback, not expecting that his casual remark would actually succeed. Xiu Tao, take good care of this child and his grandfather. I shall set off for the headquarters immediately. Just as Xia Tian was preparing to continue his banter with the system, Matthew Nua had already gathered his belongings and dashed out of the room, moving with a speed that belied his elderly status, quite different from his earlier demeanor. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. After enjoying a sumptuous Douluo meal, Xia Tian was resolute in his decision to attend the Martial Soul Academy. He was currently inquiring about the basic knowledge regarding martial souls in the Martial Soul Hall from Su Yuntao. After discussing his thoughts with Xia Tian, old Jack found no further need to stay and was arranged a carriage by the Martial Soul Hall, personally escorted back to Holy Soul Village by 2 guards. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared before the two. A token was tossed out, which Su Yuntao instinctively caught, glancing at it before immediately kneeling on one knee. Greetings, Duke Ghost Douluo. It turned out that Duke Ghost Douluo had arrived. Xia Tian understood, but still pretended to be somewhat flustered as he stood up from his seat, nervously wringing his sleeves. Your Grace. Hello. Rise. Who is this child? Duke Ghost Douluo inquired, pulling up a chair and sitting down. Directing his gaze at Su Yutao, Su Yutao hurriedly stood up and recounted the events that transpired during the awakening. Duke Ghost Douluo had been listening calmly until he heard about the recent test revealing a congenital soul power level of 19. In his excitement, he inadvertently crushed the armrest of the chair. He shot a sharp look at Xia Tian, who immediately felt a suffocating pressure, as if being scrutinized by a fearsome beast, his complexion turning pale as paper. Is this the oppressive force of a tidal Douluo? Just a glance, he pondered. Seeing this, Duke Ghost Douluo quickly restrained his aura, and a rare smile appeared on his somewhat aged countenance. Child, may I see your martial soul? Of course, Your Grace. Xia Tian obediently released his hammeraxe duo, which floated gracefully in the air. Such a sacred aura, even my martial soul feels somewhat suppressed. As Ghost Douluo pondered silently, he decided it was time to conclude his observations. Noticing that the assessment was complete, Su Yuntao promptly presented him with a scroll of parchment detailing all pertinent information, including that of Xia Tian and Old Jack. Remarkably, within just half a day, the Spirit Hall had thoroughly investigated Old Jack's lineage spanning 3 generations. An orphan, adopted by Old Jack, who had just awakened his spirit today. What a splendid gift from the heavens for our Spirit Hall. The more Ghost Douluo examined the details, the more his satisfaction grew. He inquired, Child, would you like to attend the Spirit Academy for your studies? Your Highness, I would. Xia Tian responded with unwavering determination, a decision he had long since made. Ha ha ha, good child. No need to address me as Your Highness. I am of similar age to your grandfather. If you don't mind, call me Ghost Grandpa. Ghost Douluo replied with hearty laughter. He believed that if this child did not meet an untimely demise and was nurtured by the Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly attain the rank of a Super Douluo at level 95 or above in the future. Establishing a good relationship now would only yield benefits later. Very well. As you wish, Ghost Grandpa, Xia Tian said, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, yet he steeled himself to comply. This arrangement was fortuitous. With Ghost Douluo and Jude Douluo backing him, his safety was assured. Ah, splendid. Su Yuntao stood by, astonished, realizing that this child had just addressed the title Douluo as Grandpa. Su Yuntao. He was suddenly called upon. Startled, Su Yuntao responded, Here. In recognition of your discovery of this talent, you shall be rewarded with 100,000 gold spirit coins. Take my token to Spirit City, where assistance awaits you to break through to the Soul Master realm, along with securing a suitable 1,000-year spirit ring. Yes, thank you for the generous reward, Your Highness. Su Yuntao exclaimed, nearly beside himself with excitement. After years of hard work awakening children in various villages, this was the moment he had longed for. Now, you may leave. I have other matters to discuss with Tianling. Understood. Su Yuntao respectfully exited. Chapter 4. Bibi Dong and the enigmatic Qian Dalu 100,000 gold spirit coins. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Tianling, who was listening nearby, was equally overwhelmed by the sum. This amount could sustain him and old Jack for several months. Ghost Grandpa, could I possibly borrow some gold spirit coins? Xia Tian feigned hesitation as he inquired. Oh, what do you need the gold spirit coins for? Ghost Douluo inquired with a smile. I wish to give them to my grandfather, so he need not toil so hard at his age. I promise to repay you once I earn some money. Oh, a filial heart indeed, one who understands gratitude. Ghost Douluo regarded Xia Tian, who appeared somewhat shy, with even greater approval. He then retrieved a large bag and a card from his storage soul tool. Siyutao, come back in. Upon hearing Ghost Douluo's call, Siyutao, who had been reveling next door with his goddess, hurriedly entered. This card contains 100,000 gold spirit coins, along with 5,000 gold spirit coins in cash. Use it to purchase a decent home in Notting City, and then bring old Jack over. The remaining funds should be entrusted to him for his use. Find a few guards from your branch. Old Jack is an ordinary man, and it wouldn't be safe for him to carry such a large sum. Yes, I shall do my utmost to fulfill this task. This sum is a personal gift to you. Little Tianling, are you satisfied? Ghost Douluo said, observing him with a warm gaze that resembled that of a proud grandfather. Such a generous gift from an elder. How could I refuse? Thank you, Ghost Grandpa. I will surely repay your kindness in the future. Although Xia Tian feigned anxiety, inwardly he was elated. He understood that Ghost Douluo merely sought to strengthen their bond, which also served as a means to repay old Jack's nurturing. This substantial sum of money is sufficient for old Jack to live as a wealthy gentleman in Notting City, ensuring a life of comfort for his later years. The Ghost Douluo felt a sense of relief, then composed his expression, raising his hand to release his soul power, isolating the atmosphere of the entire room. Summer Tianling understood that the main event was approaching. The Ghost Douluo was about to inquire about his true dragon martial soul. Heavenly Spirit, I have a question for you. Do you possess a dual martial soul of dragon lineage? Yes, Grandfather Ghost, I indeed possess another dragon martial soul. Summer Tianling had no intention of concealing this. Unless he refrained from using it, it would eventually be revealed. Bibi Dong and Qin Daolu, the two ultimate Douluos, were not fools easily deceived. To fully join the Spirit Hall, honesty was imperative. True dragon, manifest, he exclaimed, and the five-clawed golden dragon martial soul enveloped him. A faint dragon might swirling around his form. Summer Tianling's eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils. His body sprouted fine dragon scales and sharp claws, while a pair of small dragon horns, merely the length of his fingers, emerged upon his head. A phantom appeared behind him, bearing the visage of a dragon from myth, antlers like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a serpent, abdomen like a mirage, scales like fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like an ox, its entire form shimmering in golden brilliance. This oppressive force had even surpassed the realm of top-tier beast martial souls. The Ghost Douluo, sensing the feedback of the martial soul's suppression upon himself, pondered quietly. Unbeknownst to him, the five-clawed golden dragon represented the highest form of the true dragon. Naturally mastering the five elements, it wielded the power of divine punishment and thunder, particularly effective against malevolent spirits. With such an exceptional martial soul, given time, the title of the youngest titled Douluo might soon change hands from Tang Hao. All right, Heavenly Spirit, retract it, the Ghost Douluo instructed. For now, let us proceed to Spirit City to meet the Pope. Yes, Grandfather Ghost. Having thoroughly studied the original text, Summer Tianling was aware that the Ghost Douluo's prompt arrival at Notting City must have been at Bibi Dong's behest. As the only agile attack-type Super Douluo on the continent, the Ghost Douluo was remarkably swift, returning to Spirit City by evening, even while escorting Summer Tianling. Little Heavenly Spirit, when we meet the Pope, do not be afraid. Simply answer whatever questions you are asked. Understood, you need not worry. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pope's hall, the Ghost Douluo offered one last reminder before leading Summer Tianling inside. Your Majesty, I have returned to report. Enter. A cool voice echoed. Stepping into the Pope's chamber, they were greeted by an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in a purple and gold robe, wielding a scepter, seated regally upon a grand throne. This must be Bibi Dong, thought Xia Tianling, indeed as depicted in the original text, exuding an aura of a powerful woman. Greetings, Your Holiness, they spoke in unison. Elder Ghost, who is this child? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. Elder Ghost hurriedly presented a scroll of parchment to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, the contents here are what I witnessed firsthand, and are absolutely true. Bibi Dong glanced at the parchment. A look of surprise briefly crossed her stern face, but it quickly returned to its usual calm demeanor, though a subtle smile flickered across her lips. She dismissed those around her and spoke lightly. Release your two martial spirits for me to observe. Following her instruction, Xia Tianling first summoned his hammer and axe set. After observing Bibi Dong nodding slowly, he then transformed into the five-clawed golden dragon. Not bad, very impressive. Elder Ghost, you have brought a fine talent to the spirit hall. Bibi Dong set down her scepter and descended from the platform. This is all part of my duty. She waved her hand dismissively and approached Xia Tianling. Gazing into his eyes, she inquired, Xia Tianling, do you wish to take me as your master? Your Holiness, I am willing. It is my honor. If having Ghost Douluo as a grandfather was a pleasant surprise, then being able to take Bibi Dong as a mentor was a surprise beyond surprises. At this stage, who could rival the influence of the spirit hall? Even if she had yet to complete the 9 trials of the Rakshasa, she was at least at the level of a super Douluo. I pay my respects to my teacher. Xia Tianling willingly called her teacher, knowing that being Bibi Dong's disciple would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Wait. Just then, a voice, slightly aged, resonated from the entrance. Instantly, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed, and with a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, Grand Priest, what brings you to my papal palace? Grand Priest? Xia Tianling pondered inwardly, realizing that the visitor must be the angel Douluo, Douluo. However, what was his intention? My innate soul power hasn't even surpassed that of Qian Renshua. He shouldn't have come here for me. I am here, of course, for this child. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened immediately. Grand Priest, please conduct yourself with decorum. This child has just taken me as his master. Haha, no worries. I have no need for him to call me master. Just allow me to provide some daily guidance, and a half-master's salute will suffice. Bibi Dong? Xia Tianling. What is happening? Has this old man changed his disposition? Both Bibi Dong and Xia Tianling were bewildered. Only the practical relationship of master and disciple is necessary. The title is not required. What does Xiangjia see in me, offering me benefits unsolicited? As the Pope. Bibi Dong's facial expressions were well managed. She swiftly concealed her surprise and directed an angry glare. Don't even think about it. Xiangjia frowned. What? Bibi Dong? You won't even grant me this courtesy? How much is your face worth? Bibi Dong clenched her fists, ready to summon her martial spirit at any moment. Seeing this, Xia Tianling's mind raced, and he quickly understood the situation. Bibi Dong did not refuse Qiangjia offer for him to teach. It was a purely beneficial arrangement. She had no reason to decline. However, due to the past deeds of the ghost Douluo, Xiangjia, she could not give him this courtesy. Of course, she might also fear that Douluo would take the opportunity to poach her disciple. If I can provide Bibi Dong with an escape route from this predicament. With this thought, Xia Tianling stepped forward and hugged Bibi Dong's thigh. Ahem. He intended to embrace her waist, but being only 6 years old, and with Bibi Dong's long legs. Teacher, please don't be angry. I will agree to this old gentleman's request. Xia Tianling feigned an expression of concern for the harmony between teacher and colleague, even if I offer a half-master's salute. You will always be my teacher, one to you? With wide eyes, Xia Tianling looked innocently at Bibi Dong. They maintained eye contact in silence for a full minute. Bibi Dong attempted to discern something from Xia Tianling's eyes, but he felt no guilt. He was merely speaking the truth, so what was there to fear? Very well, I accept. But Douluo, remember, he will always be my disciple. You had better not harbor any ulterior motives. Rest assured, I will not engage in anything else. Douluo smiled slightly and turned to leave. As if he truly came to offer Xia Tianling a benefit. Old man, what exactly are you thinking? Bibi Dong glanced at Xia Tianling, who still clung to her thigh. Then at Xiangjia departing figure, lost in thought. Chapter 5. An aberrant system, an aberrant civilization. It is complete, as long as I obtain a soul ring. I can harness its power to condense the golden core. Xia Tianling concluded his training and gradually withdrew his energy. Just moments ago, he had completed the refinement of his final meridian, fulfilling the last preparatory requirement before condensing the golden core. For a full 3 months, Xia Tianling had spent his days in pure cultivation. Bibi Dong seemed preoccupied with some matters and had instructed Douluo and Ghost Douluo to temporarily guide Xia Tianling's training, aiming for him to reach level 20 swiftly to obtain his first soul ring. Unlike the simple cultivation of soul power in the Douluo continent, the Taoist scripture, tempered by countless predecessors, is the orthodox path of immortality, traversing the road to transcendence. The entire scripture encompasses numerous aspects, including foundation building, body refinement, spirit cultivation, corresponding techniques. meridians, and anatomical analysis, among many other fields of knowledge, not merely a simple cultivation method. Take, for instance, the transition from level 11 to level 21 in the Douluo continent. Soul masters only cultivate soul power, whereas cultivators like Xia Tian, who have practiced the Taoist scriptures, must refine their organs, flesh, bones, and meridians in preparation for the golden core. If he does not condense the golden core, Xia Tian could still break through by obtaining a soul ring, but it would affect some subsequent stages of cultivation. Conversely, if Xia Tian can easily condense the golden core, he could break through major limitations without needing a soul ring. The Taoist cultivation system can be said to mutually constrain and complement the rules of the Douluo continent. The golden core, in comparison to the Douluo continent, is akin to the soul core condensed by tidal Douluos in later generations. During these 3 months of cultivation in the spirit hall, Xia Tian has also gained a rudimentary understanding of the world depicted in the original text. Throughout these 3 months, Xia Tian received permission from Bibi Dong to freely browse the collections in the spirit hall's library. Thus, apart from his daily cultivation, he immersed himself in the library, absorbing a vast reservoir of knowledge. Reflecting on the myriad experiences he encountered within the library over the past 3 months, Xia Tian could only shake his head in resignation. The cultivation system of the Douluo continent was undeniably, exceedingly rudimentary. The scarcity of self-created soul skills, the simplistic methods of soul power cultivation, the lack of a coherent physical training regimen, and the almost non-existent practice of mental fortitude left much to be desired. In stark contrast to the harmonious trifecta of spirit refinement, physical training, and energy cultivation espoused in the Taoist texts, the current state of affairs appeared appalling. Xia Tian had legitimate grounds to question whether the soul masters of the Douluo continent had developed an abhorrent reliance on their martial souls and soul rings. It was distressing that a profession with a history spanning thousands of years had yet to establish a well-rounded method of cultivation, or even a passable means of passing down self-created soul skills. Had one not observed the profound significance of the soul power operation methods summarized by Yu Shaojiang in the original text? Even fire attribute soul masters, upon severing their ties with soul ring skills, struggled to conjure even the simplest fireball technique. Even the protagonist Tang San could only utilize fundamental abilities like entanglement and parasitism with the aid of soul skills. Viewed from the perspective of an ordinary modern individual who had never engaged in cultivation before, this reality was indeed alarming. Conjuring fireballs for fire types, summoning icicles for water types, entangling for wood types, creating earth spikes for earth types, and enhancing weapons with sharpness for metal types. Was this truly a daunting task? Is this an exceptionally challenging task? Shouldn't it be sufficient as simply of hands? Even after 30,000 years, during which humanity has entered the interstellar era, the level of cultivation remains stagnant. The acceleration of cultivation relies solely on the enhancement brought by the life core and the consumption of rare heavenly treasures. How utterly absurd. Moreover, the Soul Master system is excessively distorted, not to mention other worlds within the Douluo universe, such as the Ice and Fire Gourmet world, the Spirit Ascension world, or the Death God world. Even 30,000 years later, the Dragon Horse Dual Star Knights in the Elven planet, from which the character Yuna hails, allow cultivators to advance through their own efforts. Which extraordinary genius concocted such a grotesque system of martial souls and soul rings? If the Xiantian skill and Taoist scriptures enable ordinary individuals without innate soul power to cultivate, it proves that even without martial souls, ordinary people lacking innate soul power can harness extraordinary strength. It is merely a matter of the magnitude of that power. The profession of soul master resembles an elderly man, stagnant and rigid in thought, overly reliant on a power that is inherently dependent on martial souls, thereby constraining the cultivator's mindset. Not to mention alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and formations, professions that could support or amplify the cultivator's prowess. There isn't even a semblance of these in a cultivation civilization like Douluo continent, which has existed for tens of thousands of years. The only assistance available to soul masters comes from ordinary blacksmiths. After 20,000 years, the development of battle armors occurred. Yet could they not think beyond that? Rare metals can be utilized to forge armor and mechas. How about creating a personal weapon to enhance the offensive capabilities of auxiliary soul masters? They should contemplate their own cultivation system. While technology has advanced, it has veered entirely towards a technological civilization, leaving the original system undeveloped. Martial soul cultivation ex Douluo technology as formidable as the body sect is. With its patriarch wielding iron fists to conquer all heroes, a radiant path for unlocking human potential was found, yet after 20,000 years, it has been squandered. It has progressed, yet not fully. The vision is indeed too narrow. Had there been more development, it would not have been ridiculed by countless readers of the past as a fantasy floor tile. Low emotional intelligence, fantasy basement. High emotional intelligence, low martial ceiling. Moreover, who could have imagined that the only unique technological artifact of the Douluo universe, the soul guidance device, could be lost to time? Xia Tian is truly perplexed. This scenario is akin to a bygone era's appliances. One day, the entirety of technological knowledge vanished from the world, leaving behind a plethora of technological creations. Yet, the populace could only utilize these inventions without understanding their construction or repair. People knew that filling a car with fuel would set it in motion, and flipping a switch would illuminate a light. However, when asked why these things worked, they were at a loss. What circumstances could lead to such a profound technological gap? If such an occurrence were to transpire, it would essentially result in a complete reshuffling of civilization. The most absurd part is that no one has attempted to deconstruct or recreate these marvels. Today's soul masters resemble primitive beings who can merely flip switches, aware of how things function, yet oblivious to the underlying principles. Even if a millennium passes and soul-guiding devices re-emerge, they still rely on the knowledge of the Sun-Moon Empire, which is utterly ludicrous. What have the Tang sect and Shrek Academy been doing for 10,000 years? Could they not contribute to the advancement of their era? Are the inhabitants of Douluo continent truly less astute than their ancestors? How is it that the innovations of the past cannot be replicated in their hands? Xia Tian pondered this increasingly. Realizing that his plans for transforming the continent were indeed a formidable challenge, he resolved to continue educating Tang San. It was unacceptable for such talent to be squandered on nefarious pursuits. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he conceived an audacious idea. System. I wish to obtain the Xiangjia treasure record, a version more comprehensive than that of Tang San. Ding. The host's wish has been received. Fate's power is being retrieved. Ding. Wish granted. You have acquired the Xiangjia treasure record, and it is being transmitted to you. As knowledge flowed into his mind, a mischievous smile crept across Xia Tian's face. Xiangjia skill, Xian Jade hand, ghostly shadow, purple extreme demon eye, mechanisms of all kinds all at his fingertips. However, he only needed a cursory understanding of these, as possessing the Tao Sutra rendered them unnecessary for his enrichment. The tears of guanine and mechanism-type hidden weapons, however, warranted further exploration. The former could empower soul masters at the tidal Douluo level to slay gods, while the latter could dramatically accelerate technological progress. What are you thinking about, little Tianling? That brings you such joy? Douluo approached, seemingly just having left Ghost Douluo. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Tianling had wandered quite far in contemplation. Unlike the somewhat aged Ghost Douluo, Douluo radiated an aura of exquisite vitality, his appearance preserved in the prime of his youth, exuding a bewitching charm intertwined with an air of delicacy. Greetings, Grandfather Ju. I have just broken through to level 20 and was about to seek Grandfather Ghost to guide me in acquiring my soul ring. It was well known that Douluo and Ghost Douluo had been steadfast companions for decades, their bond profoundly deep. Naturally, Douluo encouraged Xia Tianling to refer to him as grandfather. Ah, our little Tianling truly progresses swiftly in his cultivation. Why consult that old ghost? Grandfather Ju will take you. Douluo beamed kindly at Xia Tianling. After 3 months of companionship for Douluo, who also had no descendants or partners, this was a refreshing experience. In the obedient Xia Tianling, he felt a semblance of familial joy. Very well, then I shall trouble you. Xia Tianling smiled graciously. Albeit internally he felt a mix of incredulity at Douluo's youthful visage juxtaposed with his benevolent demeanor. It is but a small matter. Family need not stand on ceremony. Douluo waved dismissively, scooping Xia Tianling up and soaring into the air. For a tidal Douluo, traveling with someone was a whimsical affair, taking to the skies with ease. By the way, Grandfather Ju, could we make a stop in Notting City? It has been several months since I last saw my grandfather, and I miss him. I also wish to inform him that I am doing well. Of course, that is no problem. Chapter 6, Tang San's Transformation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy, thanks to a generous sum provided by Ghost Douluo, Su Yutao secured a splendid home for old Jack in Notting City. Persuaded by Su Yutao, old Jack had also resigned from his position as the village chief of Holy Spirit Village and settled in Notting City. However, he had not forgotten that today marked the day of new student enrollments. The previous day, he arranged for the guards from the Spirit Hall to transport Tang San to his new residence for the night, even providing him with new garments and bedding for school. Standing at the entrance were none other than old Jack and Tang San. Although old Jack had become one of the wealthiest men in Notting City, having once endured hardship, he still dressed in simple, unadorned clothes. Little San, this is as far as I can take you. Once you enter the academy, study diligently and strive to become a powerful soul master, making a name for yourself. Old Jack affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair and handed him a small pouch. Ah, I wonder how Tianling is faring at the spirit hall. Little San, take this. You are in a growth phase, so treat yourself to something good to eat. No, no. Grandfather Jack, I cannot accept this. Tang San quickly declined. Rest assured, Grandfather Jack, Tianling is exceptionally capable and will surely make a name for himself. As they conversed, a guard approached with a disdainful expression. Who let this bumpkin in here, causing a ruckus over a few copper coins? Hurry up and leave. This is the Soul Master Academy. Do you think you can bear the responsibility for delaying the future Soul Master's enrollment? With that, he reached for the pouch in old Jack's hand. Let me show you some manners. Tang San, having anticipated the guard's rudeness, had already discreetly prepared a hidden weapon in his right hand. Unlike in the original narrative, influenced by Xia Tianling's teachings over the past 6 years, he did not wish for the guard's life. He merely intended to teach him a lesson, perhaps by pricking his hand. How brazen! At that moment, 2 guards who had been following old Jack sprang forth, releasing their martial spirits. One, a soul master with a monkey spirit, swiftly pinned the guard to the ground. The other, a soul master with a wolf spirit, brandished claws threateningly at the guard's face. Open your eyes and behold. This esteemed elder is not someone of your lowly status can lay a finger upon. The 2 guards glared menacingly at the pinned guard, who had initially been prepared to watch the scene unfold but was now trembling in fear. Clad in the spirit hall's uniform of white and yellow, for soul rings floated in the air. Two great soul masters. In the Douluo continent, even a mere one-ring soul master was revered by ordinary folk. Who could have imagined that such an unassuming elder accompanied 2 powerful soul masters from the spirit hall? Moreover, he was a master of the spirit hall. Soul master. Soul master. We were blind and underestimated you. I apologize. The guard who had been watching the spectacle immediately knelt, tears streaming down his face as he prostrated before old Jack. Esteemed elder, you possess great magnanimity. Please, spare us this once. It is high time someone taught you 2 arrogant fools a lesson. A calm voice interjected. The speaker was a middle-aged man of average build, slightly lean with short hair, none other than Master Xiangjia from the original tale. Sir, I apologize on behalf of the academy. The master bowed slightly to old Jack, pleading for leniency for the guards. Old Jack was an inherently kind-hearted individual, harboring no intention of taking their lives. He quickly urged, Ho San, Erlang, spare him. His companions have already knelt in apology. Ho San and Erlang, 2 formidable soul masters, grunted in response and released the guard they had restrained. At this moment, the guard was so terrified that he lost control of himself and fainted. Thank you, old sir, for your mercy. I am grateful for the master's intercession on my behalf. Hurry and take this shameful spectacle away. He need not return tomorrow. The guard bowed once more and hurriedly dragged his unconscious companion away without looking back. Old sir, I am grateful for your magnanimity. The master clasped his hands and inquired, This child is here for enrollment, I presume? Might I see the proof issued by the Wuhuan temple? Of course. Old Jack produced the document from his pocket and handed it to the master. Coming from a village head, he quickly discerned that this middle-aged man likely held a substantial position within the academy, especially since he was addressed as master by the guard. The master examined the document and shifted his gaze to Tang San, scrutinizing him intently. The proof is indeed authentic. I apologize once more for the earlier incident. This child shall be entrusted to me. No problem at all, master. I leave this child in your capable hands. Xiao San, follow this master inside. And be sure to apply yourself diligently. At an opportune moment, Erlang handed Tang San the luggage he had set aside, only for the master to seize it with a swift motion. Just as the master was leading Tang San away, old Jack rushed forward and forcefully pressed a small pouch into Tang San's clothing, before climbing into the cart driven by Ho San. Xiao San, this is a small token from your grandfather. It's not much, so please do not refuse. Old Jack's voice grew fainter as the cart moved away. Tang San felt the weight of the pouch in his embrace and reflected on the support he had received from Xia Tian and old Jack over the past 6 years, silently vowing to repay their kindness in the future. It was indeed a commendable transformation after 6 years of positive reinforcement. The once selfish Tang San from the original story had begun to grasp the importance of gratitude. Sir, what subject do you teach? Tang San inquired of the master as they made their way to the teaching office. Teacher? I am not a faculty member of the academy, the master replied, glancing down at Tang San with a nonchalant demeanor. Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy? I am merely a guest at the academy, enjoying the hospitality like anyone else. Call me master, as everyone does. I have even forgotten my own name. The document states your name is Tang San, correct? Remember, Tang San. The meanings of master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them, unless... He paused, his eyes alight with fervor. Unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. Do you wish to take me as your disciple? Tang San inquired. Do you wish to be my disciple? The master stopped in his tracks, facing Tang San. Tang San halted as well, his lips sealed, while his mind raced with contemplation. Xia Tian had once advised him to ponder deeply in difficult situations and to consider the perspectives of others. In most cases, goodwill does not arise without reason. Why would someone, with no prior connection, extend help upon first meeting? What is this person's true intention? We have only just met. And yet he is eager to accept me as a pupil? There must be some ulterior motive. Noticing Tang San's silence, the master was about to elaborate on his theory. I apologize, master. Please allow me a moment to reflect. Chapter 7. The awkward master. The master was momentarily taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Shunti, I have been extolling the magnificence of my theories, only to have Tang San prostrate himself before me? Where had things gone awry? To think that I was outright rejected by a mere 6-year-old, though the child had not spoken definitively. The embarrassment was palpable on the master's face. After contemplating the conclusions he had drawn and the potential transformations Tang San could bring, the master inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, and remarked, Child, do not be so hasty in your rejection. Allow me to demonstrate my abilities first. I cannot let such a promising talent slip away, especially considering you are the third twin martial soul in a century. Tang San pondered this statement and found some merit in it. Indeed, Lingu had awakened later than he had. Despite his inner criticisms, he felt a twinge of astonishment. Are you curious as to how I discerned your twin martial souls? As he spoke, he gestured with the certificate in his hand. It was due to this very document that, while others might overlook its flaws, should I fail to recognize them, I would hardly be worthy of the title master. I had conducted my own investigations. What followed was a cascade of theoretical analyses and data from the master. Thus, I am confident in asserting that you possess another martial soul, one that is exceptionally powerful. There are exceptions to every rule. But why can't I be a special case? Tang San retorted. Indeed, exceptions exist, yet your martial soul is blue-silver grass. Tang San listened intently, sensing the validity in the master's words, yet there was an oddity that nagged at him. Suddenly, he recalled something and respectfully inquired, May I ask, Master, what level of soul master are you? Upon hearing this question, the master's previously confident demeanor faltered, his lips twitching into an awkward smile. I am a level 29 Great Soul Master. My prominence in the study of martial soul theory has led my peers to affectionately refer to me as a master. Tang San fell silent. Over the past few years, the most reiterated lesson from Xia Tian had been that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The Xiangjia treasure record also reminded the disciples of the Tang sect that the myriad poisons and herbs had been meticulously documented through the sacrifices of countless ancestors. Although his understanding of martial souls was limited, he had learned during a conversation with old Jack's 2 guards the previous evening that the most formidable beings in this world were the titled Douluos above level 90. Only soul emperors and higher could be deemed true powerhouses. A level 29 Great Soul Master, frankly speaking, was inferior to many students at intermediate academies. Thus, as a member of the lower echelons of the Soul Master community, it was unlikely that he could conduct practical research. He could only hypothesize based on available literature without the means to validate his conjectures. Isn't this so-called theory merely a castle in the air? Lacking the foundation of practical application, it is destined to collapse sooner or later. Moreover, where do these so-called masters of data acquire their information? How could they possibly obtain such data given their capabilities? Are the materials obtained truly accurate? Conclusions drawn from erroneous data could be worlds apart from reality. It must be said that his conjecture is remarkably close to the truth. Contemplating this, Tang San contemplated refusing. The master, seemingly perceiving Tang San's hesitation, quickly interjected, Little San. How about this? I will accept you as my named disciple. You can attend my lectures for a while before deciding whether to stay or leave. Tang San felt somewhat swayed. After all, being a named disciple was merely a title. If he judged incorrectly, he could still choose to become his student. If he judged correctly, they could part ways sooner rather than later. The master, seizing the moment, continued, Little San, you have yet to acquire your first spirit ring, right? If so, I shall assist you in obtaining your first 2 spirit rings. What do you say? All right, I agree, Tang San replied, contemplating his inability to break through the Xia Tian skill. After a moment's deliberation, he ultimately consented. May I ask for your name? I am Xiaogang. I Tang San. Your name, disciple. Pay my respects to teacher you. Tang San raised his hand in a fist salute, bowing deeply. Though he had only temporarily agreed to be a named disciple, he did not neglect the customary courtesies. The master's lips twitched slightly, reflecting his inner thoughts that this young man truly lacked respect. Yet he reassured himself that, as a named disciple, in a few months, he would surely be captivated by his profound theoretical knowledge. Very well, let us go. I shall take you to the administrative office to register. Despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable, the master warmly took Tang San's hand and led him toward the office. Just as depicted in the original narrative, Tang San, upon leaving, overheard other teachers discussing the master behind his back. Unlike the ridicule in the original text, Tang San found himself somewhat in agreement with their words. He did indeed sense that his teacher was, in some ways, a touch unreliable. On the way to the dormitory, he felt the small cloth pouch given to him by old Jack at his chest and could not resist the urge to take a peek inside. The ever-composed Tang San nearly gasped in surprise. A full 100 gold soul coins. This indeed amounts to 100 gold spirit coins. Grandfather Jack actually bestowed them upon him so readily. Although he was aware that due to the influence of Xia Tian, the spirit hall had likely compensated old Jack handsomely. This sum represented an immense fortune for Tang San at present, sufficient to indulge in delightful sustenance throughout his 5 years at school. Tang San grasped the small cloth pouch tightly, pressing it against his chest. In comparison to his unreliable teacher, he felt profoundly grateful to Grandfather Jack and Lingo for their generosity. However, what Tang San remained oblivious to was that, for old Jack, 100 gold spirit coins were hardly a significant amount. Had the news concerning Xia Tianling not been suppressed by the spirit hall, it was likely that individuals eager to curry favor would be incessantly knocking at his door. On the morning of Tang San's second day of enrollment, the duo of Douluo and Xia Tianling arrived at Notting City, at old Jack's residence. The stark contrast in status and appearance between Douluo and old Jack was remarkable, yet they found common ground in their discussions about Xia Tianling's exceptional qualities. Upon hearing old Jack boast about his past reputation as a prophet in the village, which merely amounted to weather forecasting, Douluo could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Xia Tianling felt an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the earth. The title of prophet was merely a ruse employed to deceive Tang San, a rather dubious chapter in his history. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps the identity of a prophet could be leveraged. At certain moments, it might indeed prove advantageous. Young master, you were unaware that yesterday, the old master took your friend for enrollment. After Xia Tianling awkwardly departed, Ho-san approached to report the events of the day when old Jack accompanied Tang San to school. Upon hearing this, he smiled lightly, silently reviewing the system's record panel. And indeed, he noted a prompt indicating that the fate of the master had been altered. In this light, it seems that the master may have been rejected by Tang San when he sought to take him as his disciple. It remains uncertain whether Tang San will continue his journey to Shrek Academy and if the concept of world-line convergence holds any truth. Come, Tianling. Let us head towards the soul-hunting forest located northeast of Notting City. The soul beasts there are raised by our spirit hall, with none exceeding 10,000 years in age, making it perfectly suitable for a novice like you, who is embarking on the hunt for soul rings for the first time. The voice of the chrysanthemum Douluo resonated as he beckoned Xia Tianling to set off. Ah, I'm coming. The timing was impeccable as they approached the soul-hunting forest near Notting City, aligning perfectly with the script in Xia Tianling's mind. Tianling, diligently train alongside your grandpa Chu, and you must become a formidable soul master. Let our holy soul village truly live up to its name. Hearing these words made the chrysanthemum Douluo chuckle softly. Soul saint? Such a limited vision. Tianling is destined to become a genius, a super Douluo. In the evening, the two arrived at the small town preceding the soul-hunting forest. Throughout their day-long journey, the chrysanthemum Douluo imparted much knowledge regarding soul beasts and the intricacies of absorbing soul rings. Grandpa Chu, let us spend the night in the forest. Xia Tianling exclaimed excitedly, tugging at the chrysanthemum Douluo's arm, resembling a genuine 6-year-old child. In his previous life, he had never experienced a night in the forest, and he was eager not to miss an exciting spectacle. The chrysanthemum Douluo paused. Originally, he intended to stay overnight at the Spirit Hall's residence in town and enter the following day. However, upon hearing Xia Tianling's enthusiasm, he attributed it to the playful nature of children and readily agreed. Greetings, Please present your command token, said a soldier stationed at the entrance of the forest. In stark contrast to the guards at Notting Academy, who often acted with arrogance, these soldiers exhibited exceptional professionalism. The chrysanthemum Douluo retrieved a token from his soul guide. The soldier's eyes widened in astonishment, and he prepared to salute. Before he could utter a word, the chrysanthemum Douluo waved his hand to stop him, and, while holding Xia Tian, proceeded into the forest. Please take care, my lord, the soldier murmured. Who just entered? Why did he seem more respectful than the gentleman we encountered this morning with the 3 seal token? One colleague cautiously inquired as the duo walked away. That was His Excellency, the chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall. The soldier replied, eyes wide. What on earth is happening today? A gathering of significant figures in this humble soul-hunting forest. Returning to the morning, it was the day the master brought Tang San to acquire his first soul ring. Although Tang San had not completely accepted the master as a teacher, the master, in an effort to cultivate goodwill, gifted him the 24 Bridge Ming one night. Throughout their journey and upon entering the soul-hunting forest, the master displayed his extensive knowledge, eager to showcase his theoretical prowess. Initially, this was well received. But once inside the forest, it began to backfire. This is a 10-year-old blazing cat, belonging to the feline soul beast family. Look, ahead lies a solitary bamboo, which is also a type of soul beast, a plant-based soul beast. Its distinguishing features are: the method of discerning its age is. Tang San increasingly felt his suspicions validated. Master, as a level 29 great soul master with a wasted martial spirit, how do you study these soul beasts? 10 years is manageable, but what about 100? 1,000? 10,000? I have meticulously researched the experiences of many soul masters, and 423 years seems to be the maximum limit for the first soul ring. So from where do you derive your samples for comparative research? Has this theory been tested on others? Tang San silently questioned. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that some of the master's foundational theories were quite sound, particularly in recognizing the age of soul beasts, which greatly benefited his training. Doubts aside, listening judiciously posed no harm. What was that phrase Linga used to say? Ah yes, extract the essence and discard the dross. Subsequently, the events unfolded as in the original narrative. Tang San and the master camped in the forest, eventually encountering a pack of wolves and a mandala snake. After exhausting his trump cards and finally defeating the mandala snake, the master exclaimed joyfully, "Excellent, Xiao San. Your soul ring is within reach." Teacher Yu, what do you mean? You can't be referring to this snake, can you? Tang San asked in astonishment. The master nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is. The mandala snake's cultivation increases by 1 centimeter for each year it survives. This particular mandala snake is nearly 4 meters long, indicating an age close to 400 years, which aligns perfectly with the upper limit for a soul master absorbing their first soul ring. With your innate full soul power, absorbing its soul ring poses no issue. However, Teacher Yu, isn't this a beast-type soul beast? Wouldn't absorbing it cause a conflict? Tang San inquired, puzzled. At that moment, the master exuded confidence, according to one of the 10 core competitive advantages in the world of martial spirits. Thus, you will find that absorbing this soul ring is ideal. Although other soul masters scoff at my theories, believing no one will accept them. Xiao San, do you wish to give it a try? While I am absolutely confident in theory, no one has ever attempted it. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The master passionately presented his theories, while Tang San grew increasingly wary. What the hell? This old man is trying to sabotage me. You claim that practice reveals knowledge? You acknowledge that this is merely theoretical? You're using your own student as a test subject, aren't you? What a remarkable educator you are. Tang San observed the master, engrossed in his fervent speech, oblivious to the fact that he had already been poisoned by the mandala snake. He then recalled the earlier encounter with the wolves and sighed deeply. Without absorbing this soul ring, he had no means of self-defense in his current state. Should the master's poisoning worsen, he would undoubtedly fall unconscious, leaving him utterly defenseless in a forest teeming with soul beasts. Moreover, without the master as his living map, finding the correct path to escape would be a daunting challenge. Very well, I shall take a gamble. Teacher Yu, no more words. I trust your theory. With that, Tang San sat cross-legged, enduring the weakness coursing through him, and began to absorb the first soul ring of the blue-silver grass, while the master provided guidance, as in the original text. Before Tang San could complete the absorption of the soul ring, he succumbed to the poison and lost consciousness. A while later, huh? Xiao San? It truly is you. The voice belonged to the chrysanthemum Douluo and Xia Tian, who had arrived following the sounds of battle. The commotion had caught the attention of the chrysanthemum Douluo, while Xia Tian, well versed in the original story, had urged him to come. He was aware that this night, Tang San would engage in combat with a pack of wolves and subsequently acquire his first soul ring, arriving just in time under the guise of a serendipitous encounter. Xia Tian found Tang San had completed the absorption of the soul ring and had administered the antidote to the master. Brother Tianling. Seeing Xia Tian filled Tang San with genuine joy. The master lay in a deep coma, while Tang San had cured his poison. Whether he would survive remained uncertain, leaving Tang San at a loss. Tianling, is he the close friend you often speak of from the village, Tang San? Douluo spoke leisurely, casting a glance at the figure of Xiangjia lying on the ground, clearly recognizing him, and then exchanged a meaningful look with Tang San. Indeed, Grandfather Jiu. I have formed a bond with Xiao San. Tang San addressed his companion. By the way, Xiao San, what is this? With a hint of playful inquiry, he feigned ignorance. Embodying the spirit of the summer, Tang San recounted the events in their entirety, seeking guidance from the spirit of summer while subtly hinting at the identity of the elder behind him. Such trivial tricks cannot escape the keen insight of the title Douluo. However, the chrysanthemum Douluo remained silent, graciously suggesting that the two young friends stay here to reminisce. He felt that their presence was somewhat awkward, so he took Xiangjia aside to alleviate the poison. Chapter 9. In fact, I am also a disciple of the Tang sect. Once Chrysanthemum Douluo had distanced himself, Xia Tian refrained from revealing his identity and instead feigned surprise, pointing at Tang San's belt. Oh, Xiao San, this belt of yours is rather impressive. Adorned with 24 pieces of jade? Quite extravagant indeed. Tang San, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, well, this was a gift from Teacher Yu. I named it the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. At this moment, Xia Tian once again embodied the spirit of an esteemed actor, trembling as he pointed towards Tang San's waist. You, what is the name of this belt? 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night? Yes. What's wrong, Lingu? Tang San inquired with a hint of confusion. I find the name 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night quite enchanting, he added. Xia Tian inhaled deeply, placing both hands on Tang San's shoulders, fixating on his eyes. Xiao San. No matter what I say next, please do not shout. Oh, all right. Subsequently, Xia Tian recited in immaculate Mandarin, enunciating each word. 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Where do the beautiful ones teach the flute? Linga, you. Tang San was genuinely astonished, struggling to suppress a shout. The identity of a traveler was his most profound secret. The language of Douluo continent was vastly different from Mandarin, and after 6 years, hearing this familiar tongue again profoundly stirred his soul. Lingu, could it be that you also? Tang San asked, trembling. Xia Tian enveloped Tang San in an embrace, concealing his own nearly uncontrollable expression, and after several deep breaths, he released him. With a smile, he responded, indeed. I too hail from there. After uttering these words, he discreetly communicated with the system, expending a portion of his destiny power to invoke a mysterious function. Who would have thought? I believed myself to be all alone, yet you, Lingu, are also. No wonder you possess such wisdom and maturity as a child. Tang San murmured. So, when you claimed to be a prophet in your youth, you were actually divining? Well, you were not entirely mistaken. The Tao texts indeed contain knowledge of star observation and divination, though I only grasped the basics and could manage a weather forecast at best. Xiao San. I would like to pose 2 questions. First, during your time of crossing over, or rather, at the moment of your demise, what era were you in? What were the names of your government or court? When I died, it seemed to be Xiantong. I don't recall the exact year. But the emperor was named Li Wan, or perhaps it was Li Zhuang. Tang San pondered deeply before responding. In his past life, he had been so engrossed in hidden weapons that he had never stepped outside of the Tang sect, making his ignorance quite understandable. Xiantong? Li Zhuang? Isn't that the late Tang dynasty? Xia Tian thought, astonished that Tang San's world aligned closely with the timeline of his own. Fortunately, I studied tourism and have a passion for history, familiar with the regnal titles and temple names of various dynasties. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster for others. So, Xiao San, your court at that time was referred to as the Great Tang, correct? Although he had already formed a hypothesis in his mind, Xia Tian still inquired. Yes, indeed. Could it be that Lingu also perished during this period? Tang San asked, excitement evident in his voice. Certainly not, Xia Tian replied with a mischievous grin. I probably died several tens of thousands of years later. The Great Tang you refer to was but dust in the annals of history by my time. What? Tens of thousands of years? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could fully process the shocking revelation, Xia Tian dropped another bombshell. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao San, You must be a disciple of the Tang sect from Shu. What? How do you know this? Of course, Xia Tian smirked. In a certain sense, I could also be considered a disciple of the Tang sect. Tang San was left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. Shen Yu hand, purple extreme demon eye. 100 solutions of hidden weapons, ghostly shadow, Xia Tian skill, right? In fact, I had my suspicions while you were cultivating on the back mountain as a child. Who could be born with such knowledge? The purple extreme demon eye can only absorb the purple aura that rises with the sun's first light. If my guess is correct, you are indeed the Tang San who stole the inner sect secrets, created the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, and then jumped off a cliff to declare your resolve. Am I right? I never expected you to arrive here as well. Do you know me? Tang San hesitated, and it seems you haven't practiced those Tang sect techniques. Lingu? Of course, Xia Tian shrugged. In our era, those techniques have long since become a part of history. You two are merely a passage in a history book. To be precise, even the once revered Tang sect had become nothing more than a text in history. By my time, the Tang sect had merged with several other sects to form the Mount Shu Immortal sect. Approximately 1,000 years after your passing, a resurgence of spiritual energy occurred, leading to significant advancements in the cultivation system. However, the mechanisms and techniques of the Tang sect's hidden weapons have been preserved, with the wheels of history turning. The Xiantian skill, or what was once the cultivation method, has all been rendered obsolete. In the future, we practice far more potent immortal techniques, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, refining void into unity with the Tao, and ultimately, ascending to immortality. Ascend to immortality? Yes, precisely. To achieve the legendary status of an immortal. In my previous life, I perished during the tribulation, dying without a trace. Little did I know I would find myself in this place instead. As Xia Tianling spoke, he feigned a look of lamentation and regret, as if he truly were a powerful being who had failed his tribulation and been reborn. However, regrettably, I cannot impart this cultivation method to you. First, the Tao of eternal life I practice is entirely incompatible with your Xiantian skill. To cultivate it, you would need to abandon your previous cultivation system entirely, including the soul ring you just acquired. Secondly, the emergence of a new system inevitably brings an overwhelming body of knowledge. What may be common knowledge to me would be utterly incomprehensible to you, Xiao San. For instance, consider the simplest fact: the Earth is round. Can you expect someone who believes in a flat Earth to grasp this? How much astronomical knowledge would you need to impart to him? The Great Tao of Longevity Sutra is not a cryptic scripture in the traditional sense, filled with enigmatic phrases and elusive concepts, where the practice relies solely on personal enlightenment. Instead, it offers a comprehensive guide that meticulously details the intricacies of cultivation, outlining potential scenarios and providing complete solutions for any challenges that may arise. The scripture begins with the assertion, 100 days to lay the foundation, 3 years to refine the golden elixir, 5 years to cultivate the infant, and 10 years to transform the spirit. It promises a step-by-step guide to achieving immortality, emphasizing that having a dantian suffices for ascension. This can be deemed remarkably scientific. Naturally, the notion of being forced to study for 20 years is nothing but a ruse to deceive the naive. While extensive learning is indeed necessary for someone like Tang San, who possesses a solid educational background, the process would not be overly prolonged. 1 or 2 years would suffice. It is merely a matter of his reluctance to teach, hoping to deter Tang San from pursuing this path. Furthermore, Tang San possesses the profound Xiantian skill, which may render the Tao scripture beneath his consideration. Don't be disheartened, Tianling. I shall continue to practice my Xiantian skill regardless, Tang San declared after deliberation. Very well, should you ever change your mind, do not hesitate to seek me out, replied Xia Tianling. This exchange bolstered Tang San's trust in him significantly, leading him to share his recent experiences within the Spirit Hall. Chapter 10, His Theory? Nonsense. Following this, it was Tang San's turn to vent his frustrations. He lamented about the old man's dubious intentions, attempting to use him as a guinea pig, and paraded his untested theories that lacked practical validation. Xia Tianling stifled a laugh, inwardly commending the effectiveness of his education. Compassionately, he patted Tang San's shoulder and consoled him. Little San, I have observed you Xiaojiang as well. Although many of his theories lack credibility and many sound theories are not his own, he possesses a solid foundation of knowledge. We can glean what is useful from him. After all, having more connections opens more pathways. There is no need to create unnecessary animosity. As for his claims regarding the spirit's mimicry and the absorption of soul rings, let me pose a question, Little San. When your hammer spirit absorbs a soul ring, must it seek out a hammer spirit beast for that purpose? When the spirit master system first emerged thousands of years ago, did people naturally assume that soul rings from different types of soul beasts could not be absorbed? Is this not blatantly obvious that it requires no further research? Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, realizing he had overlooked such a simple truth. He did not dwell on how Xia Tian knew of his hammer spirit. After all, his abilities to predict were well known. More astonishing was his speculation about Tang San's dual spirit. My teacher, the only successful dual spirit master of our time, Pope Bibidong of the Spirit Hall, has explicitly informed me that the hereditary conditions for dual spirits require both to be of similar quality and exceptionally powerful. Only top-tier spirits may yield such a phenomenon. Thus, your blue-silver grass cannot be mere ordinary grass. It must be a superior variant, perhaps a blue-silver emperor or similar elite plant spirit. Your hammer likely belongs to a top-tier weapon spirit as well. Xia Tian elaborated, dissecting the master's theories thoroughly. He refrained from divulging Tang Hao's identity, believing it best left for Tang Hao to reveal himself in due course. Furthermore, did Tang San not have an inkling of how he acquired his innate full soul power? Did he truly consider his theories credible? Xia Tian raised his eyebrows at Tang San, continuing to mock the master. In truth, he was uncertain whether Tang San's innate full soul power was connected to the Xiantian skill, as this remained a contentious issue steeped in historical debate. In his previous life, analysts had argued vehemently without arriving at a conclusion. He merely sought to tease the master. Tang San fell silent, increasingly convinced of his teacher's unreliability and reflecting on how wise his initial decision had been. Had he truly become the master's direct disciple, his future would have been fraught with difficulty. If Tianling's assertions held true, his parents' identities were likely extraordinary as well. As for his innate full soul power, it was probably entirely due to the Xiantian skill. How ironic that teacher you claimed there were no worthless spirits, only worthless spirit masters. Laughter erupted from Xia Tian, unable to contain himself, as he found the statement utterly ludicrous. If there truly were no worthless spirits, then why had he never heard of a Hao being a titled Douluo? Why had he not encountered a titled Douluo of the common chicken? Among all those registered as titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, could any claim to possess an ordinary spirit? Even Xiangjia himself was merely a dreamer who would never surpass level 29. Did he truly have the right to voice such opinions? It was more accurate to say that there are no worthless spirit masters, only worthless spirits. He had intended to label Xiangjia a mere dreamer, forever stuck at level 29, but reconsidered, opting for a more tactful approach. Low emotional intelligence, a lifelong waste at level 29. High emotional intelligence, a theoretical dreamer with modest cultivation. Tang San's expression shifted to one of incredulity. To hear such a statement from a master stuck at level 29 was akin to slapping oneself in the face. This is truly a case of darkness beneath the lamp. By the way, my dear, this book is for you. Xia Tian inhaled a few breaths to stifle her laughter, retrieving a tome from the ring on her hand. The ring, a soul guide bestowed by Bibidong, possessed a capacity of over 100 cubic meters. Brother Tianling, what is this? This is the latest compilation of the Xiantian treasure record from our era, particularly the General Principles section, which has undergone significant revisions. The selfish double standards and the propensity to threaten entire families with violence are not representative of the true essence of the orthodox teachings. This also elucidates why the formidable members of the Tang sect from your era struggled to ascend to the pinnacle of power. This book was originally penned for Tang San's study, but it has now been presented under the auspices of the Tang sect disciples, making its effect more pronounced at this juncture. As an orthodox Taoist practice, Xiantian Gong emphasizes a principle of balance and tranquility. One should adhere to the comprehensive guidelines of the Xiantian Baolu from your era, as long as one's intentions remain pure and one does not succumb to obsession. It would be commendable, let alone discussing breakthroughs. Tang San swiftly took the book and leafed through it, discovering that its contents were almost entirely at odds with the original Xiantian Baolu. Reflecting on how the Tang sect elders in his past life were ensnared by their own limitations, often straying into obsession, he was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Unbeknownst to him, the Tang sect had already deviated from its rightful path. It was no wonder that no one could transcend the highest realm. He felt fortunate to have received a reminder from Tianling. Otherwise, his situation would have been dire. To meet Tianling in this unfamiliar world was indeed a stroke of fortune. Tang San thought sincerely. As for the speculations regarding Xiantian Gong, Xia Tianling was not merely attempting to frighten Tang San, but was presenting a genuine and reasonable hypothesis. In his previous life, he had often pondered why the Tang sect, which prided itself on cultivating the orthodox Xiantian Gong, was comprised of individuals who engaged in murder, arson, and the use of hidden weapons and poison. Such a contradiction was absurd. Recently, after acquiring the Xia Tian Baolu and conducting a thorough study, he had discovered that Xia Tian Gong indeed constituted a legitimate orthodox practice, one that followed the path of balance and tranquility. Thus, it becomes quite understandable why the elders of the Tang sect in Tang San's previous life struggled to reach their pinnacle. The Taoist practices primarily emphasize the refinement of one's mental state. Cultivation is fundamentally a process of heart training and an exploration of the natural world. Without a resolute Tao heart, achieving success in cultivation would indeed be a miraculous occurrence, not to mention that the Tang sect had completely strayed from its original path. The transformation of the Tang sect into what it is now, perhaps this is the inevitable consequence of neglecting quality education? Originally, a group of respectable Taoists gradually resorted to underhanded tactics and poison, methods that yield quick results but are fundamentally flawed. The implementation of quality education is absolutely imperative. First, let us set a modest goal to popularize 6 years of compulsory education across the continent within a decade. Summer Ling silently established this small objective in his heart. However, regarding why Tang San was able to reach the Divine King level and continue refining in the original work, do not inquire. The answer lies in the regulations and rules. What is that sound? Turning around, he saw Douluo dragging the utterly exhausted, yet bruised and battered master toward him. Douluo displayed no kindness, gripping the collar and bumping him along the way. Upon approaching, he casually tossed master onto the ground. There, I have revived your teacher. Tang San focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, the previously unconscious master truly opened his eyes, staring at him with fervor. Little San, you succeeded. I knew it. I knew my theory was sound. Tang San could only nod helplessly, affirming, yes, teacher, your theory has indeed succeeded. My blue silvergrass has now gained toxins and acquired a binding skill. Excellent, marvelous. Master struggled to utter a few words before fainting again. Thank you, senior, for saving teacher you. Tang San sighed, but still expressed his gratitude to Douluo. Although his teacher may be somewhat unreliable, he had nonetheless imparted some knowledge to him. Douluo raised an eyebrow. Teacher you? This title carries weight. It seems this lad is not merely a disciple of that useless Xiangjia. No matter. Since little Tian Ling calls me grandfather, and you are his friend, assisting a junior is but a small favor. However, I must caution you, your teacher possesses a rather dubious character. Despite Douluo's alluring appearance, he had a knack for sarcasm. Tang San gave an awkward smile, concurring without rebuttal. Seeing this, Douluo chuckled heartily. You Xiangjia, oh you Xiangjia, your life has truly been a failure. Even your disciple has turned against you. It is quite deserved. Well then, rest here for the night. Tomorrow I shall escort you out. The next day, Douluo took the now conscious master and Tang San out, before formally beginning to assist Summer Ling in searching for suitable soul beasts. Little Tian Ling, have you decided which spirit to attach your soul ring to? And what route you intend to pursue? As someone who had been with Bibi Dong for so long, he was aware that dual martial souls required the selection of a primary martial soul. Grandpa Ju, I plan to choose the two-piece set as my primary martial soul, focusing on a strong attack path. Having determined his development route 3 months prior, Summer Ling realized that the physical attributes provided by his second martial soul, the True Dragon, were nearly double that of a typical soul master of the same level. It would be a pity not to pursue strong attack. With the characteristics of his first martial soul, the two-piece set could initially attach several strength-enhancing skills, manifesting as a powerful attacker. In the mid-stage of cultivation, once he began training his second martial soul, he would not lack offensive capabilities. The later soul rings of the two-piece set could provide domain-type soul skills for control and various special effects, perfectly complementing each other. Oh, have you decided on the soul beast for your first 2 soul rings? Indeed, for my first soul ring, I plan to select a 900-year-old slime. Summer Ling replied without hesitation. A slime? What skills can such a weak soul beast offer? Douluo furrowed his brow. In his memory, slimes were extremely weak soul beasts with nearly no offensive capabilities. However, he did not doubt Summer Ling's ability to absorb the 900-year soul ring. Given his remarkable physical attributes and innate soul power of level 19, absorbing beyond his level would pose no issue. Moreover, the primary consideration was that slimes were not strong and lacked intelligence, so even slightly exceeding a few hundred years would not be problematic. Grandpa Ju, may I ask you, what is the main characteristic of a slime? It is mutual fusion? Precisely, fusion. Slimes can combine two different entities into one, becoming stronger. This is essentially their only skill. After acquiring this skill, I will likely be able to merge my two-piece martial soul into one, transforming it into a more formidable weapon. Furthermore, with the low intelligence of the slime, my second martial soul's physical attributes will undoubtedly allow me to withstand soul rings that exceed their limit by several years. 3 months of study were not in vain. The Spirit Hall Library recorded various bizarre soul beasts and methods of identification. And an organization with a legacy of thousands of years certainly possessed such foundational knowledge. Thus, regarding how Xiangjia acquired knowledge about soul rings and soul beasts, those who understand do so, while those who do not will have to guess. Merging into one, that is intriguing, Douluo realized. Understanding that even such a weak soul beast as the slime had its utility. Since you are clear on your path, let us proceed. With that, Douluo led Summer Ling through the soul hunting forest, occasionally capturing passing soul beasts to provide on-site lessons about soul beast knowledge. This recent live teaching session has greatly benefited Xia Tian. As the ancients wisely stated, knowledge acquired from books is ultimately superficial. True understanding comes from personal experience. The sensation of learning through first-hand encounters is entirely distinct from merely reading about it. As for the choice of a 900-year-old slime, it is simply because there are no slimes with a millennium of cultivation. Such a feeble soul beast reaches its limit at 900 years, particularly in a hunting ground devoid of top-tier soul beasts. In contrast, locating even a centenarian in the Stardow forest proves to be quite a challenge. Much like the ice silkworm, which is pathetically weak. Only a fortunate soul like Tianshou Gu has managed to achieve what even the deep-sea demon whale king and Emperor Tian could not, an extraordinary million-year soul beast. Through sheer luck in an icy abyss over thousands of years. For Xia Tian, the age of a soul ring is of lesser importance, as long as it aligns with his abilities, unless it is a 10,000-year or even million-year soul ring. Tianling, there lies one. With the perception of a tidal Douluo, it did not take long to find a slime rolling about beside a large stone. Xia Tianling hurried forward. The slime presented a pale, translucent appearance, with a diameter of approximately 90 centimeters. It had grown 1 centimeter per decade, a testament to its nearly 900 years of existence. Go, little Tianling, remarked Douluo, standing with arms crossed beside me. The slime, possessing minimal offensive capabilities, was akin to a larger sandbag, perfect for your training. Summer Tianling smiled slightly, invoking the true dragon. Possession. The emergence of the second martial soul, the 5-clawed golden dragon, proved far more suitable for the current circumstance than the 2-piece martial soul devoid of any soul rings, as it offered a substantial enhancement to her physical attributes. Upon assuming the true dragon form, Summer Tianling was enveloped in a layer of fine scales, with a pair of delicate dragon horns sprouting from her head, and her hands transformed into formidable dragon claws, coursing with a faint trace of thunderous energy. The intelligence of this particular soul beast, the slime, was exceedingly low, appearing rather foolish in its entirety. Had it been any other soul beast, it would have fled or prepared for battle under such circumstances, yet the white slime continued to roll clumsily around the stone. The survival of this creature in the forest can likely be attributed to its unpalatability, sustaining itself by absorbing free energy and the remnants of various corpses. It incites no desire for consumption among any soul beasts. Although it may be somewhat distasteful, it occasionally serves as a mobile experience package to be harvested. Xia Tianling strode forward confidently, concentrating her soul power in the claws of her right hand, and struck forcefully downwards at the slime. A faint crackle of thunder danced across the slime's somewhat translucent white body, giving it an ethereal glow from a distance. However, it proved to be of little consequence, as the 5 gaping wounds inflicted almost instantly healed the moment Xia Tianling withdrew her claws, leaving the creature's hue slightly more translucent than before. This phenomenon is attributable to the characteristics of slimes. To completely vanquish one, continuous attacks are necessary to gradually wear it down until all its energy is depleted, rendering it translucent. At this point, its gelatinous body becomes as rigid as rubber after freezing, allowing one to cleave it in two or shatter it entirely, thereby ensuring its total demise. Should one sever it while it still possesses ample energy, it would merely split into 2 entities like an earthworm, capable of reconstituting itself into a single form. It can be said that the abilities of the slime are rather futile, yet they are exceedingly irritating, inciting immense frustration. Unless one wields a powerful, large-scale skill capable of incinerating the slime instantaneously, the task becomes a tedious grind. However, Xia Tian lacks such prowess, compelling him to persist in this laborious endeavor. He relentlessly pursues the rotund slime, delivering a barrage of punches, an excruciatingly monotonous process. Moreover, the slime's structure is incredibly pliable when it is energized, resembling jelly. A well-aimed punch may feel as though one has struck nothing but air, with one's arm sinking into its gooey mass. This not only proves uncomfortable, but leaves a revolting sticky residue upon his skin. Yet, should he hold back too much, the energy depletion would be minuscule, and the sight of the undulating mass before him is infuriating. It appears as though this creature was conceived solely to evoke disgust. Xia Tian wears an expression of exasperation, but he endures for the sake of skill integration. After a grueling half-hour, he can no longer sustain the continuous exertion of his true dragon martial soul, while also channeling energy into this endeavor. His ability to persist for such a duration is a testament to the superior quality of the soul power he has refined through his teachings, far surpassing that of his peers. Now, Xia Tian summons a dual set of weapons, wielding an axe in one hand and a hammer in the other, relying solely on brute strength to strike and chop. Under this relentless assault, the slime has become increasingly transparent and its body is gradually hardening. At last, after a considerable effort, the slime shatters into translucent fragments, scattering in all directions. Xia Tian, momentarily stunned, realizes that after nearly an hour, this obstinate creature has finally perished. With such tenacious vitality and such repugnant abilities, one wonders which soul beast would be inclined to eliminate it. Perhaps only a plant-type soul beast could exhibit such patience. A deep yellow soul ring rises from the remnants of the slime's lower half. Elated, Xia Tian hastily summons his martial soul and settles into a meditative posture, placing the yellow soul ring upon the interlocking hammer and axe. At this moment, the timely reminder from Douluo resonates nearby, urging him to focus on his martial soul and remain steadfast in his resolve. Chapter 12. First Soul Skill. Fusion in the realm of soul master cultivation on Dugu continent. Aside from Tang San, who practices the Xiangjia skill, the concept of a dantian is virtually non-existent. Although they possess this entity, it has never been harnessed. In a sense, the martial soul serves as an alternative dantian for them. However, Xia Tian is different. The martial soul merely acts as a vessel for his power. While the true source of his cultivation resides within his lower dantian, he feels enveloped by a warm energy, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, as it gently courses through his meridians. Instinctively, he begins to circulate his energy, guiding this warmth through the great circulation. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated mental impact does not materialize. Perhaps the slime's inherent instincts and low intelligence render it devoid of any sense of resentment. It engages in scavenging, lacking intellect, ultimately serving as sustenance for plant-type soul beasts or as a soul ring for soul masters. A truly self-sacrificing existence. A fleeting thought crosses Xia Tian's mind, but he swiftly returns his focus to absorbing the soul ring. The axe and hammer continue to spiral around each other, gradually transforming into hues of red and yellow. They intertwine, separate, and merge again. Douluo, standing guard, watches in bewilderment. In all his years of cultivation, he has never witnessed such a transformation during soul ring absorption. Xia Tian, now at a critical juncture, extracts and compresses the power absorbed from the soul ring, converting it into soul power intrinsic to his being. This energy continues to circulate through his meridians. As the power within him accumulates to a pivotal point, the highly compressed gaseous soul power finally condenses within his dantian into a droplet of liquid. Soon, more droplets emerge, coalescing into a brilliant golden sphere. The essence of the soul ring flows into his dantian, leaving his meridians feeling empty, all power converging into this liquid gold orb. In the external world, the yellow soul ring produced by the slime dissipates. With the emergence of this liquid golden elixir, Xia Tian stands on the precipice of the true golden core realm, often referred to as the false core period. Should he absorb one more soul ring, the vast soul power accumulated would effortlessly allow him to refine and compress his strength, achieving the golden core with ease. This exemplifies the benefits of complementary rules. In the traditional realm of cultivation, achieving the golden core requires years of relentless refinement of one's bones, body, meridians, and flesh, allowing them to withstand greater forces. Following this, years of arduous training are necessary to accumulate strength and ultimately condense the golden core or false core. However, for our protagonist, the process is significantly simpler. Upon reaching level 20, with the aid of 2 powerful soul rings, he can directly condense both the false core and the golden core. Should other cultivators become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be envious. As for why golden core cultivators, capable of wielding divine powers in other worlds, find themselves as mere mid-level soul masters upon arriving in Douluo continent, do not inquire. It is simply a constraint of the rules. While he enjoys convenience, he has not undergone the bitter trials nor faced the heavenly tribulations. Possessing such strength is commendable, as one should value contentment. After thoroughly absorbing the energy, Xia Tian gradually ceased his practice, standing to stretch his body. He had grown taller and more robust. Every movement exuded a sense of power that was intoxicating. The unique soul energy of Douluo continent is indeed remarkable. Such an ability to promote physical development is nearly non-existent in other cultivation civilizations. Enhanced by a 900-year soul ring, alongside the true dragon martial spirit and the Taoist scriptures refining his body, Xia Tianling's physical strength could rival that of a 30-level battle soul sovereign, if not surpass it. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was thus a natural progression. Tianling, how do you fare? Asked Douluo. Xia Tianling sensed his martial spirit, unable to contain his joy, and clenched his fist in the air. It is done, just as I anticipated. Woodworker's 2-piece set, arise. The crossed hammer and axe appeared in midair, and Xia Tianling grasped them, a deep yellow soul ring pulsating beneath him. First soul skill, fusion. The deep yellow soul ring illuminated. The hammer in his left hand dissipating into light, while the axe in his right elongated significantly. A robust cylindrical head protruded at the rear of the originally pale golden axe, resembling half a hammer's head. The opposite side extended a thicker, sharper blade, akin to a battle axe from Earth. The sharpness of the axe and the weight of the hammer merged perfectly, even in this peculiar form. The dual-handed battle axe maintained balanced weight on both sides, capable of both cleaving and smashing without impeding its use. Xia Tianling lifted the axe, swinging it with vigor, nodding in satisfaction. Tianling, what effects does your first soul skill have? What is its consumption rate? My first soul skill is quite straightforward. It amplifies my strength and soul skill effects by 100%, but concurrently, my soul power consumption doubles during this dual form, and with further activities, it will escalate. Once I voluntarily deactivate the fusion, my soul power consumption will revert to normal. Xia Tianling pondered for a moment. The soul power consumption during fusion was nearly negligible. With double the soul power consumption for 100% strength amplification, this trade seems fair and advantageous. Originally, Xia Tianling could sustain his martial spirit for about an hour. However, with the use of fusion, even if he remained stationary, he would tire after merely half an hour. In combat while in fusion state, the duration would be even shorter, possibly lasting less than 10 minutes when combined with the release of other soul skills. That said, this was merely an initial acquisition, and the time required for fusion was relatively lengthy. However, soul skills can be optimized through continuous practice. In the future, if Xia Tianling could achieve instantaneous fusion or deactivation, he could utilize this as a short burst enhancement skill, even employing it strategically against foes. Upon hearing the description of this fusion skill, Douluo's eyes sparkled. Tianling, this skill is remarkable, highly practical. Many thousand-year soul beasts offer soul rings far inferior to yours. You truly possess a uniquely advantageous martial spirit. By the way, does this weapon formed from your fusion have a name? Xia Tianling glanced at the axe in his hand, contemplating his mastery of thunderous power. After a brief reflection, he declared, let us call it the Storm Battle Axe. Chapter 13, 1,000-Year Soul Skill. Thunder God aids me. Douluo found himself perplexed, pondering how this related to his storm, much like the oddity of his first martial spirit being named Woodworker's 2-piece set. Nonetheless, as long as Tianling was pleased, he thought. Despite its peculiarity, the name sounded quite formidable. A splendid name. Now, what are your plans for the second soul ring? Given your current physical capabilities, a 1,000-year soul ring should pose no issue. Xia Tianling carefully assessed his body and contemplated, stating, with my current physique, absorbing a soul ring of around 2,000 years should pose no problem. The subdragon variant of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, possessing both lightning and power attributes, should align well with me. His most potent abilities are rooted in lightning affinity and overwhelming strength. The Woodworker's 2-piece set lacks attributes, transforming into whatever is added. Naturally, the preferred choice would be the most familiar lightning. Moreover, having already acquired the Storm Battle Axe, It would be remiss not to incorporate a thunder god aspect to complement this axe. Simultaneously, though not at the same time, in the same soul-hunting forest. Let us go, brothers. That afternoon, a fortunate subdragon was captured by Douluo to serve as Xia Tianling's soul ring, precisely around 2,000 years old. This time, he did not dare to let Xia Tianling engage in a one-on-one battle alone. A lightning attribute subdragon with 2,000 years of cultivation was no match for Xia Tianling. Even if he were merely a first-ring soul master, not even a third-ring soul venerable could confidently claim victory. However, to his astonishment, upon manifesting his true dragon martial soul, Xia Tianling unleashed his bloodline aura to its fullest extent, compelling the hapless subdragon into submission, causing it to faint from sheer fright. A pungent odor emanated from the ground. The creature had even lost control of its bladder. The subdragon lamented, "Brother, could you grant me a swift end? It is one thing to be captured by a tidal Douluo, but the overwhelming pressure of your bloodline aura, alongside my internal injuries and the oppressive presence of the tidal Douluo, is beyond my capacity to withstand." The subsequent actions were straightforward. Two martial souls emerged and fused together. Xia Tianling wielded the storm battle axe, summoning all his strength to end the life of this rather unfortunate creature with just 3 decisive strikes, severing its sizable dragon head. Duke Geo scratched his head, aware that dragonkind is particularly sensitive to bloodline potency, yet he had not anticipated the 5-clawed golden dragon to be so formidable. It is worth noting that even the patriarch of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yuanjin, could only paralyze the subdragon without being excessively powerful. And this was largely due to his status as a tidal Douluo. With a sense of delight, Xia Tianling settled into a meditative position, adeptly drawing in the purple soul ring to begin the absorption process. With prior experience in absorption, coupled with the intimidation of the true dragon aura and the compatibility of attributes, the speed of his absorption was remarkably swift. The energy from the Millennium Soul Ring incessantly transformed Xia Tianling's physique while gradually compressing the false Dan within him. Under the immense pressure of soul power, the originally liquid golden Dan became increasingly solid, rotating and slowly rising from the lower dantian. At the moment the false Dan reached the heart's middle dantian, the soul power had been thoroughly refined, and the false Dan instantaneously solidified, becoming a genuine golden Dan. Golden Dan achieved. Thereafter, the abundant soul power from the Millennium Soul Ring continued to nurture and strengthen this now substantial golden Dan, which had grown to the size of a dragon's eye. The sky rumbled with thunder, yet it was merely sound, for Douluo continent, or rather Douluo star, did not experience tribulations. The heavenly way that birthed the Tao Sutra in this realm could not summon tribulations from other dimensions, resulting in the awkward phenomenon of thunderclapping without any accompanying storm. Xia Tianling, however, paid no heed to the trivialities, immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his increasing power. His martial soul, the Qi Si of the lower dantian, and the golden Dan of the middle dantian formed a stable circulatory path. Soul power flowed seamlessly among these 3 elements, gradually augmenting. By the time the soul ring of the subdragon was perfectly absorbed, his soul power had risen from the 21st level during the false Dan phase to the present 23rd level. This prompted the awakened Xia Tianling to exclaim in astonishment. Such an excellent means of assisting in cultivation as the soul ring had, regrettably, been reduced to an essential requirement for breaking through to higher realms by the individual who created the soul master profession, an utterly foolish decision. Was there truly no one who dared to devise alternative techniques to alter this predicament? Once he had achieved mastery in his own cultivation and the educational system was firmly established, he resolved to disseminate the great longevity scripture, benefiting all beings. In his heart, Xia Tianling silently set a modest goal for himself. However, unbeknownst to him, even if Tang San wished to teach, the denizens of Douluo continent were incapable of practicing it. The reason lay in the rigid requirements of the Tao scripture regarding the qualifications of cultivators. Only those with a complete set of 5 element roots could practice it, necessitating a balance among the elements. His body had been created by an unknown entity, endowing him with exceptional innate talents and perfectly replicating the physical characteristics of earthlings. Yet, the inhabitants of Douluo continent typically lacked such a complete elemental constitution, possessing at most 1 or 2 attributes, often manifesting as derivatives like wind, lightning, light, or darkness, an exceedingly awkward situation. How fares it, Tianling? Have you acquired the desired soul skill? Observing Xia Tianling in a moment of days following his breakthrough, Douluo approached to inquire. Ah, yes, I have obtained it. Xia Tianling, interrupted from his reverie, regained his focus and released his twin martial spirits. The hammer and axe now shimmered with a subtle aura of thunder, flickering vibrantly. My second soul skill allows me to unleash a thunderous force that envelopes my entire being in martial spirits, enhancing both strength and attack power. Maintaining this state consumes soul power continuously. When I strike an adversary or make physical contact, it inflicts paralysis and explosive force. Naturally, the paralysis varies from person to person. If I unleash my soul power to the fullest while in the storm battle axe state, each strike can paralyze an opponent of equal rank. But the duration of paralysis depends on their physical constitution and resistance to electricity. However, this also leads to a rapid depletion of my soul power. In this state, I can sustain it for perhaps 5 minutes. I refer to this state as Thunder God assists me. Though 5 minutes may seem brief, it is already a remarkable duration. Owing to the enhancement provided by the golden elixir and the soul power refined through the Tao scripture, which far exceeds that of other soul masters of the same rank. A comparable high-ranking soul master would likely struggle to endure even a minute. Moreover, should you be pursued for nearly 5 minutes by a formidable attack-type soul master whose every blow can paralyze you with a small explosion, you would undoubtedly learn why flowers bloom so vividly that day. If one possesses a weapon or plant martial spirit, it may be manageable, but with a beast martial spirit, one must simply hope for the best. Even if your resistance to electricity is high and you find an opportunity to counterattack the moment you make contact, you would also endure a retaliatory strike from the thunder attribute, an exasperating ordeal indeed. Another enhancement type skill? It sounded rather promising. If your opponent cannot exert effective control or maintain distance once you close in, even a soul master of the same rank would surely fall within 5 minutes in this electrified state. Douluo felt the power emanating from the storm battle axe and patted Xia Tianling's shoulder with enthusiasm. Haha, I am indeed gifted. Let us return. This soul ring acquisition mission has been a resounding success. Douluo observed Xia Tianling's excitement and refrained from further commentary. Children always revel in their newfound treasures. Chapter 14. Mental interference. The following day, in a quiet room within the spirit city. After finishing certain matters, Bibi Dong was instructing Xia Tianling in his cultivation. Having previously witnessed Xia Tianling's 2 skills in the age of his soul rings, along with Douluo as supplementary explanations, she was exceedingly impressed. The imposing aura emanating from Bibi Dong weighed upon Xia Tianling even more heavily than before, familiar with the original narrative. He surmised that her 3-month absence was likely spent completing a trial for the Rakshasa inheritance. However, the original text offers scant details regarding Bibi Dong early on, leaving timelines to be inferred through vague speculation. Dual martial spirits and ordinary martial spirits are fundamentally no different. They are both integral parts of our being. Thus, as long as the body can endure, it is entirely feasible for both to manifest simultaneously. Therefore, we simply need to. Bibi Dong was elucidating to Xia Tianling the greatest advantage and challenge of dual martial spirits, how to utilize both simultaneously. In summary, this elucidates the intricacies of jointly employing dual martial spirits. Do you comprehend? Bibi Dong inquired with a hint of detachment. I understand, Master, Xia Tianling promptly replied. This technique, though challenging, is not insurmountable, comprising merely 2 essential aspects. Firstly, one must possess an extraordinary proficiency and profound comprehension of the dual martial souls, enabling them to complement one another effectively. Secondly, a robust physical constitution is imperative, capable of enduring the simultaneous manifestation of both martial souls. Fortunately, the compatibility of this dual martial soul set is exceedingly high, and it possesses the remarkable trait of fusion. As for physical prowess, the enhancements provided by the true dragon martial soul and the modifications from the 2 soul rings, coupled with the foundational training during the body refining phase, are sufficient to render Xia Tianling's physique comparable to that of a soul sect master. With determination, she activated her soul power and endeavored to manifest both martial souls effortlessly. In this state, although her combat capabilities were significantly augmented, the maintenance of such power required an increased expenditure of soul energy. Should she engage in battle using the storm battle axe at this juncture, she would be left with no choice but to emulate the valiant yet fleeting prowess of the original Ultraman, enduring merely 3 minutes as a true warrior. Maintain your focus and unleash the power of lightning until your soul energy is entirely depleted, instructed Bibi Dong, her tone remaining notably detached. Nevertheless, she enveloped her disciple in a cocoon of spiritual energy. As time elapsed, Xia Tianling's soul energy dwindled, yet the Tao scripture flowed naturally. With her golden core emitting a soft humming, her soul energy rapidly replenishing. Did you not meditate using the soul power route I provided? Bibi Dong inquired, her brow furrowing. Before embarking on her tasks, she had indeed imparted the meditation techniques derived from the martial soul hall to Xia Tianling. far superior to the haphazard methods of a self-taught soul master. However, compared to the Tao scripture, it was akin to a mere novice confronting a master. Dreadfully crude in its execution. With Bibidong's keen perception, she recognized the brilliance of the Tao scripture's manipulation of the micro and macro cycles. Teacher. This method of cultivation emerged spontaneously in my mind, Xia Tian replied, her expression unwavering as she blinked. At times, I experience fleeting visions of inexplicable fragments, possibly from the future or events yet to unfold. Hence, I earned the moniker of the seer during my childhood in the village. Bibidong scrutinized Xia Tianling intently, lost in contemplation. She had discreetly investigated Xia Tianling's background, an unknown orphan, discovered and adopted by old Jack in the mountains, who had never ventured beyond the confines of the Holy Soul Village nor interacted with outsiders for 6 years. Furthermore, old Jack's lineage traced back 18 generations of humble agrarian ancestry, ensuring an impeccably clean background devoid of any complications. This unique soul power operation route is utterly unprecedented. Even the likes of Tang Hao could never hope to master it. Could it be that he possesses innate wisdom? Is there truly such a person in this world? Indeed. Bibidong has long been aware of Tang Hao's reclusive existence in the Holy Soul Village, following the awakening of the summer spirit. She also learned that Tang San is Tang Hao's son. With the vast influence of the spirit hall, locating an individual is hardly a challenge. The reason she refrained from taking action against the father and son duo was simply due to a lack of necessity. Her ability to betray Xiangjia was indeed facilitated by Tang Hao's fortune. Thus, perhaps such exceptionally gifted individuals truly exist. It seems rather unremarkable for him to possess such a unique martial spirit and peculiar talents. Very well, continue your training. This meditative approach is quite advanced. Bibidong sighed inwardly, resolving not to dwell on the matter further. Yes, teacher, replied Summer Spirit, who also felt a sense of relief, secretly breaking into a cold sweat. Considering Bibidong's character in the original narrative, he had genuinely feared that she might eliminate him as a potential threat or imprison him to prevent future complications. Thankfully, the system's other function, mental interference, proved effective. Mental interference, while sounding sophisticated, simply allows one to passively make others more inclined to believe one's words, reducing suspicion. Moreover, what one says must at least be reasonable and logical. If one were to use mental interference to claim something absurd, such as being Bibidong's spouse, it would surely result in swift and certain demise. This is a matter of mental interference rather than mental alteration. It does not possess that sort of formidable power. Naturally, in the absence of active engagement, the effects of mental interference are exceedingly minimal and can essentially be disregarded, should one wish to employ this capability. It similarly necessitates invoking fate through a wish. The greater the investment, the more pronounced the effect. Actively utilizing it will significantly enhance the credibility of one's words while simultaneously diminishing the interlocutor's skepticism. However, if the counterpart holds an unwavering conviction regarding a particular matter, disbelief may still prevail. This is akin to Tang San's behavioral patterns concerning the overarching principles of the Xia Tian treasure record, Xia Tianling. Leveraging the scant fate he derived from altering the villagers of the Holy Soul Village, tirelessly reformed Tang San for a full 6 years before witnessing initial results. Just moments ago, he made a wish to the system, allocating half of his remaining fate to activate mental interference. Employing only half is not due to Xia Tianling's frugality. Rather, he has further plans ahead, and depleting all his resources here would jeopardize the success of those subsequent endeavors. By altering the life trajectories of Su Yu Tao Tang San, the master, and Bibidong, he amassed a significant amount of fate, although the system does not provide explicit values. If one were to liken the accumulated fate to a large bottle of soda, the standard quantity required to initiate mental interference would be merely equivalent to a small can. That evening, after concluding his daytime training, it was time for Xia Tianling to engage freely. In contrast to his usual library visits, today he ventured into the archives. The archives, as the name suggests, house the extensive records of the Spirit Hall's history, akin to a repository. His purpose for visiting today was to examine the records of soul awakenings from the past 2 years. Thanks to the Spirit Hall's continuous dedication to public service, any soul master awakened by the Spirit Hall, provided they possess soul power, would be documented by the responsible personnel, with copies sent back to the Spirit City for preservation. Amidst the vast sea of records, Xia Tianling first perused the awakening records for this year from Nodding City and its surrounding villages. Wangsheng male? From the Nodding City in the Phanos province of the Tiando Empire, hailing from a humble background, possessed a beast martial soul, the Battle Tiger. With innate soul power at level 2, currently a work-study student at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Is this the foolish lad who fought with Tang San in the original text? I wonder if he has clashed with Tang San again. He disregarded the miscellaneous records below and continued to unroll another scroll. Tang San, male. From the Holy Soul Village in the Notting City of the Heavendo Empire's Fano Province, crossed out, scribbled, from a peasant family, possesses the plant martial soul blue silver grass. Innate full soul power, and is a work-study student at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Has Xiao San's file been altered? Xia Tian scratched his head and brought the parchment closer to a nearby soul guiding lamp for a closer examination. The first scratch revealed that his master was indeed a blacksmith from a single-parent family. The second scribbled area faintly displayed XXX Luo XXXXC. Could it have originally stated that he was the son of the Hao Tian Douluo Tang Hao? A cold sweat broke out on Xia Tian. Could the Spirit Hall have known about Xiao San's identity all along? Upon further reflection, it seemed plausible, and he shuddered at the thought. Fortunately, he had expended a significant amount of fate energy to initiate mental interference. Otherwise, Bibi Dong, who was well aware of his background, would certainly have questioned such a ridiculous explanation. It appears that I must reassess my ability to gather grassroots information on the Spirit Hall. It seems that Tang San's matters are meant to be kept secret, and some individuals have altered the original content. If not for his familiarity with the original plot, he would not have been able to deduce the original information from just these two words. Xia Tianling shook his head and continued to peruse the documents at hand. Now that his teacher is Bibi Dong, the stronger the Spirit Hall, the better. Is there no record of my own file? Perhaps the information has been sealed. As he completed reading a multitude of scrolls, Xia Tianling drew closer to the information he sought. Finally, a familiar name caught his eye. Ma Hongjun, male? From the Sato city of the Barak Kingdom, affiliated with the Shurchen village from a peasant family, possessing the beast martial soul of a variant herb chicken. With innate soul power at level 9. Found you, little fatty. Chapter 15, the early disintegration of the Shrek 7 monsters in the original text. There is no mention of Oscar and Ma Hongjun's origins. It is clearly stated that Oscar is 2 years older than the little fatty, which added considerable difficulty to the search. However, hard work pays off. After several hours of arduous effort, Oscar's record was also unearthed. Oscar, male? From the Sato city of the Barak Kingdom, affiliated with the Lingshire village, an orphan, possessing the food martial soul of a sausage, with innate full soul power. As I expected, Xia Tianling mused inwardly. The personnel responsible for the awakening in the villages around Sato City have been grossly negligent. They must have hastily overlooked the little fatty's martial soul, and Oscar's sausage martial soul and innate full soul power were never reported. However, logically speaking, even a food martial soul with just level 1 soul power should be regarded as a precious gem. What on earth was happening at that time that allowed such a prodigious talent to fall into obscurity? If I were to expose Oscar's matter, it would set off a chain reaction, and the Spirit Hall branch in Sato City would likely face dire consequences. Yet, they deserve it, as the branch master and vice master. They should have conducted a secondary review and final examination after the awakening personnel returned with the records. They likely took shortcuts, failing to review before sending them to the Spirit City. Xia Tianling thought to himself as he approached the door of the document room, carrying the scrolls containing the records of the two individuals. Uncle, may I temporarily borrow these 2 scrolls? Your Highness? Of course, you may. As long as you sign your name in this book. The previously drowsy guard soul master, upon realizing the visitor was a disciple of the Pope, quickly opened the door wide, eager to leave a good impression. Thank you, Uncle. It is quite convenient to be a disciple of Bibi Dong. This is truly splendid. By now, it was late at night, yet the brightly lit corridor remained quiet, with only the occasional patrolling soul master. Soon, Xia Tianling arrived at Bibi Dong's chamber door. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher, are you resting? Xia Tianling gently tapped 3 times on the door, certain that Bibi Dong was engaged in her regular cultivation. At the level of a tidal Douluo, although she still needed to eat, sleep was no longer necessary. Meditation had long replaced it. Creak. Come in. The 2 large doors opened automatically, and upon hearing the invitation, Xia Tianling stepped inside. At this hour, when you should be cultivating, what brings you to seek your teacher? Bibi Dong, initially annoyed at being interrupted, quelled her irritation upon seeing her disciple. Teacher, look at this. This is something I stumbled upon while reviewing records in the document room tonight. In pursuit of the success of his plan, Xia Tianling activated mental interference as he spoke. Bibi Dong took the scroll and opened it. Upon seeing the records of the 2 individuals, she was instantly filled with rage, nearly crushing the scrolls in her hands. Good. Good, good. What a capable group of subordinates. Bibi Dong ground her teeth. A variant herb chicken possesses innate level 9 soul power? Unprecedentedly. A food-type martial soul with innate full soul power has not been reported? What audacity! Someone, Bibi Dong bellowed, and 2 maidservants hurriedly entered. Notify Elder Gui. Bring my Pope's decree and set off immediately for Sato City and the Barak Kingdom. Execute the negligent individuals on the spot. No matter what. Bring these 2 talents back to my spirit hall, especially that soul master with the sausage martial soul. Tianling, since you discovered this matter, will you accompany Elder Gui? Of course, I shall assist my teacher. This response was precisely what Xia Tianling had hoped for. He was unsure how to ask to join the mission. How could he easily transform Oscar and Ma Hongjun into the foundation of his future if he did not go? The following morning, Ghost Douluo arrived with Xia Tianling at the 3rd main hall of the Spirit Hall in Sato City. Xia Tianling walked ahead, with Ghost Douluo following behind, both striding confidently toward the main entrance of the branch hall. This was a plan they had discussed during their journey. Xia Tianling sought a chance to display his prowess, while Ghost Douluo aimed to hone the abilities of the younger generation. Who are you two? Please restrain yourselves. The Spirit Hall does not tolerate impudence at its gates. A guard stepped forward to block their path. It was not that they were not allowed entry. Rather, Xia Tianling's demeanor was overly audacious, bordering on insolence. This was precisely the effect Xia Tianling desired. If the guards did not speak, how could he proceed with his carefully crafted script? However, he did not harass the guard, for the man had done him no wrong. Instead, he pulled out the Pope's decree that Bibi Dong had given him before his departure. He coldly declared, "Summon your branch master and vice master to come out and see me immediately." The Pope's decree. With the decree presented, it was as if the Pope himself had arrived. The guard, previously poised to speak, found his throat dry, hurriedly bowing and stammering, "My lords, please wait here a moment. Allow me to fetch them." Another astute guard, having seen the decree, bowed and swiftly retreated to summon the appropriate authorities with the nod of his superior. Very well. Xia Tianling emitted a nasal sound, stepping forward with an air of unshakable confidence. Not long after settling into the reception room, 2 middle-aged men rushed in, frantically bowing to Xia Tianling, who was enjoying a refreshing beverage. The branch master and vice master, caught off guard by the arrival of 2 high-ranking individuals bearing the Pope's decree, were filled with terror. Abandoning their previous bravado and racing downstairs without a moment's thought, disregarding any concerns about the authenticity of the decree. Who possesses the audacity to forge a papal decree? Surely, they must be impatient with life itself. This morning's forgery would surely summon a battalion of the Spirit Hall's elite guards by nightfall. Furthermore, the audacity of this individual to demand that they both depart is hardly a promising sign. This esteemed, "Sir, I am the 3rd-level master of the Sato City main hall," the subordinate inquired cautiously, unsure of the man's intentions. "No need for formalities. My master is none other than the current Pope, His Majesty Bibi Dong," Summerling declared, gently swaying a delicate silver goblet in his hand. It was not wine he was toying with, yet the air of superiority he exuded only deepened the anxiety of both the hall master and the vice master. "Your Highness, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Summerling's voice resonated as he demanded, "Who is responsible for this year's awakening efforts in Sisen Village and the 2 years prior in Lingshire Village? Bring them to me at once." He slammed the empty silver cup onto the table, although his tone remained unchanged. The palpable chill in his words sent shivers down the spines of the hall master and his deputy. It is I." The vice master stammered after a moment of silence. "Oh, so it is you?" Summerling rose, his expression stern as he delivered a swift kick to the bending vice master's face, sending him sprawling. Following this, he landed several more kicks, all while unleashing a torrent of curses. "A 9th-level innate soul power aberration, is it? A food system soul master with full innate soul power, and yet you failed to report this. You are quite capable, aren't you? Do you have any idea of the disaster you nearly inflicted upon the Spirit Hall? I accuse you of dereliction of duty." The vice master, too terrified to retaliate, did not even dare to shield himself with his soul power. Instead, he cradled his head, suffering bruises and losing 2 teeth in the process. As he lay in bed reading novels, he had never imagined such absurdity. An unprecedented food system soul master with full innate soul power, and of noble lineage. Yet this civilian prodigy had not been recruited by the Spirit Hall. By heavens, this is quite the cathartic release, he thought. Having indulged in his rage, he beckoned the ghost Douluo, who had been leisurely sipping tea and observing the scene. "Ghost Elder, I implore you to strip this wretch of his soul power and take him along to the 2 villages. Ghost. Ghost Elder? Could it be the Ghost Douluo? A title Douluo, no less. The Hall Master trembled, scarcely daring to breathe. Upon hearing about the food system soul master with full innate soul power, he realized he was in grave trouble. This was a monumental oversight. In his quest for convenience, he had neglected to review the awakening records submitted by the Vice Master. Missing out on such a talent, a serious dereliction of duty. It was not merely a matter for a lowly 3rd-level Hall Master. Even the Platinum Bishop Salus would kneel before such a blunder. That wretched Vice Master had truly brought calamity upon him. As for you, Hall Master, your position is hereby revoked. You are to spend 20 years awakening children of suitable age in the vicinity, with your salary docked for the same duration. Do you have any objections? The Hall Master dared not voice any dissent, hastily expressing gratitude for being spared his life. After such a colossal mistake, he considered himself fortunate to emerge alive. As for his salary, wealth was but a trifling matter. With life intact, what was there to fear? A former main hall master of the Spirit Hall still possessed some modest assets. The Vice Master, having turned pale at the approach of the Ghost Douluo, felt a wave of dread wash over him, soaking his robe. When the Ghost Douluo struck, shattering his meridians, he fainted from the pain. Summer Ling ordered his subordinates to confine the now incapacitated Vice Master in a small cage, tethered to the back of a carriage. Then, with a retinue of guards, they set off in grand procession. Chapter 16. The future god of food, unlike Tang San, who could immediately enroll as a work-study student at the Nuoding City Primary Academy upon awakening, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were not even eligible for such an opportunity. Xiangjia Village, having once produced a soul sage, was granted 1 work-study position each year. However, the villages surrounding Soto City were quite different. Collectively, they received but a single opportunity annually. Coincidentally, each of these villages had 1 or 2 children who possessed soul power each year. Yet, even if they only had a meager 1 or 2 levels of initial soul power, this rendered orphans Ma Hongjun and Oscar virtually ineligible for the opportunity. Wherever there are people, there exist hierarchies and circles of interest. Not every village chief is as benevolent as Old Jack. Moreover, locations that consistently produce soul masters are invariably more affluent than Xiangjia Village, leading to greater opportunities for exploiting their small privileges. This situation truly reflects the reality faced by the vast majority of ordinary soul masters. After awakening their martial spirits, many attend a junior soul master academy, while those less fortunate, like Oscar, may languish for 2 or 3 years. After 6 arduous years of diligent training, they may graduate with a mere ordinary soul ring, aided by the faculty of the academy. Upon entering society, they continue to struggle in their cultivation, relying on the meager support of the Spirit Hall, perhaps destined to remain as mere great soul masters, with a fortunate few possibly advancing to soul elders. Nevertheless, even the slightest opportunity is too precious to relinquish. After all, to the common folk, even a first-ring soul master is regarded as a figure of great nobility. In the original narrative, Ma Hongjun was discovered by Flinder at the age of 9, having spent his early years in obscurity. Similarly, Oscar's background before joining Shrek Academy is not elaborated upon, suggesting he too may have wasted several years in a village. Had he attended a junior soul master academy, it is likely that he would have been eagerly sought after by various factions upon enrollment. In the distance, the luxurious convoy of the Spirit Hall was spotted by the villagers of Lingshi, who promptly reported it to the village chief. The village chief was evidently a shrewd individual, having arrived early at the village entrance to greet the visitors. As soon as Xia Tian arrived, he noticed a rotund man sporting a sycophantic smile directed at him, prompting an immediate furrow of his brow. Before he could utter a word, the portly man preemptively spoke up. "Esteemed members of the Spirit Hall, I am the village chief of Lingshi Village. How may I serve you?" He refrained from questioning why a mere child was conversing and wisely chose not to inquire about the purpose of the Spirit Hall's visit to his humble village. He understood that significant figures had no obligation to explain their affairs to him. His role was simply to provide service and ensure the visiting dignitaries felt at ease. "You have a child named Oscar, approximately 8 years of age. Please fetch him, but kindly note, it is a request." Xia Tian, disinterested in idle chatter, cut straight to the point. The corpulent man appeared taken aback, hastily signaling to one of his sycophantic aides. "Did you hear what the esteemed one said? Hurry and bring the boy Oscar." He then turned back towards the carriage, smiling as he suggested, "Perhaps you would prefer to rest at my humble abode first?" "Unnecessary. I shall wait here. Xia Tianling firmly rejected the village chief's overtures, simultaneously lowering the curtain. Oscar, oh Oscar, in the original tale, was indeed the epitome of talent within his generation, a being sought after by deities post-title, even to the extent of bestowing a divine position upon his wife. In terms of innate ability, even the third-rate individuals were vastly inferior to him. Now, this precious gem was soon to be under my command. Xia Tianling felt a surge of excitement, whether it was for gaining a capable ally, mitigating a potential threat, or simply to acquire considerable destiny power. Or perhaps to rectify a past regret. This was indeed a moment of joy. Before long, Oscar was courteously summoned to the Spirit Hall's carriage by the chief's lackey. The bewildered Oscar, just a poor boy who made a living selling sausages in the city, wondered what merit he possessed to attract the attention of such illustrious figures. Xia Tianling alighted from the carriage and was met with Oscar's distinctive peach blossom eyes. At just 8 years old, Oscar had yet to exhibit the scruffiness described in the original text. Clad in simple fabric, he already bore a hint of handsomeness. Standing before Oscar, Xia Tianling first bowed respectfully before speaking. Oscar, allow me to extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Due to the negligence of our lower-level personnel, you have endured an unjust experience, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. The individuals responsible have been punished and deprived of their spirit power, and they are currently detained. As the last words left his lips, the entourage of guards behind the carriage bowed in unison. Please forgive us. On the way, Summer Spirit Ling had already conveyed matters to them. Of course, it wasn't for nothing that they shouted. Each person received 10 gold soul coins. To him, a sum exceeding 100 gold soul coins was merely a trifle, yet for these guards, most of whom were merely at the first tier, it represented nearly half a year's salary. It was no exaggeration to say that they could shout 100 apologies without hesitation, as laborers navigating their existence. Who could afford to turn their backs on gold soul coins? Oscar, merely an 8-year-old boy subsisting by selling sausages, found himself utterly bewildered as the numerous Spirit Hall guards bowed in apology before him. Moreover, the presence of this evidently significant child added to his confusion. Not only Oscar, but even the village chief and his sycophants were left speechless. This is indeed a deputy master of a third-tier main hall, a remarkable figure in the entire Balik kingdom. Yet now, he finds himself discarded like a dead dog in a cage. As a mere ordinary person, he is now even inferior to a sole master of the first rank. Oscar hurriedly waved his hands, stammering, "And no, it's fine. I'm just grateful that the dignitaries of the Spirit Hall can grant me my awakening. Now that I have my martial spirit, I won't have to go hungry anymore. And I can even enjoy meat. I'm doing well, truly well. Thank you, esteemed lords." Sigh. Summer Ling could not help but let out a sigh. After all, Oscar was still just a child. Seeing the boy so moved by a simple apology, it seemed unnecessary to resort to further measures. He could simply continue with the script he had prepared. Taking advantage of Oscar's ignorance regarding his direct entry into the Spirit Academy for substantial training, he seized the opportunity to enhance his favorability. "Thank you for your forgiveness. That being said, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Spirit Academy and become my companion. From now on, all your resources will be solely my responsibility." He, a disciple of Bibi Dong, could indeed lay claim to the resources of the Spirit Hall, so it was reasonable to utilize them in advance. Upon hearing this, Oscar's mind went blank, his eyes wide as he wobbled and pointed at himself. "Why, you mean, I can attend the Spirit Academy?" "Yes, you, Oscar. Also, please refrain from calling me you. Free of charge?" "Indeed, free. Will they provide meals?" "Of course." Summerling chuckled. "Not only meals, but accommodation, clothing, financial support, and assistance in acquiring suitable soul rings." After confirming that this child was indeed addressing him, and amidst the incredulous gaze of the village chief beside him, Oscar let out a cry and promptly knelt before Summerling, excitedly embracing his leg. "Brother, from now on, you are my big brother. You are so good to me." Summerling was taken aback and hurriedly pulled him up. Get up, we don't do this. Besides, I'm not your big brother. You're 2 years older than me. Whether or not, from now on, you are my boss. I will stick with you." Oscar, an orphan with nothing to his name, decided to follow Summerling without hesitation. In this light-hearted atmosphere, Summerling led him to an empty carriage behind, allowing the ghost Douluo to ride alone. Not everyone possesses the courage to share a carriage with a titled Douluo, after all. Chapter 17. No one understands how to gain prestige better than Xicheng village, also known as Majiakan. The majority of the villagers bear the surname Ma, and their martial spirits are mostly ordinary chickens. However, this year, a golden phoenix emerged from the chicken coop. A chubby boy named Ma Hongjun awakened a phoenix martial spirit. Although this martial spirit seemed somewhat flawed, the innate soul power of level 9 filled the villagers with joy. Unfortunately, Xiqing village is very poor. The honest and straightforward village chief, influenced by the martial spirit, lacked the social finesse of the plump chief from Lingshi village and could not afford to offer gifts. Naturally, the spot for the work-study student went to another child from a more understanding family in a different village. They would have to wait until next year. While working in the fields, the village chief was somewhat troubled. The tuition for a normal student is exorbitant, requiring dozens of gold soul coins per year, which even the entire village could not afford. After so many years, the village finally produced a child like Hongjun, who possesses high innate soul power, only to find that poverty barred him from education. Sigh, how could he, as an elder, explain this to the deceased child's parents? As the old chief was lost in thought, a grand procession of carriages approached the village. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the spirit hall. Seeing the luxurious convoy draw near, the old chief hurried to greet them, only for a child to leap down from one of the carriages. I am the village chief of Xiqing village. I am unaware of the intentions of the esteemed members of the spirit hall. The old chief saw the child jump down and knew at once that this child's status was certainly remarkable. Yet, he was unsure of how to address him. Village chief, we are here to find Ma Hongjun, who should have just awakened his martial spirit this year, a mutated phoenix. Compared to the pompous chubby boy, Summerling felt a surge of fondness for the weathered village chief, reminiscent of the simple and kind-hearted old Jack. I shall fetch Junior at once. Please. Oh, old chief, please join us in the carriage. We can travel together. Summerling pulled the old chief onto the carriage. The old chief was taken aback and repeatedly expressed his gratitude, directing the guard driving the carriage. Soon, they arrived at Ma Hongjun's home, or rather, the home of the old chief, who had looked after Hongjun, another orphan over the years. Rather than calling this village Majiakan, it would be more fitting to refer to it as Ma Family Fort, as the residents are all somewhat related. Compared to Oscar, another orphan, Hongjun's childhood was much better. Hearing a commotion outside, Ma Hongjun rushed out, momentarily stunned by the luxurious convoy. The villagers, who had returned from their labor, curiously peered out. Hongjun, come here. The old chief called out to the chubby boy after disembarking the carriage. At 6 years old, Ma Hongjun had recently awakened his martial spirit and lacked the lewd demeanor depicted in the original story. He was merely a spirited little boy, albeit somewhat foolishly brave. Nice to meet you, Hongjun. I am Summerling. I am older than you, so you may call me Lingo. Summerling smiled as he introduced himself, extending his hand. Ma Hongjun glanced at this seemingly similar-aged, yet significantly imposing Lingo, hurriedly wiped his hand on his clothes, and shook it a few times. Lingo, what do you need me for? The chubby boy asked, confused. I am here to invite you to join the Spirit Academy for your studies. All the resources you require for training will be provided by me. Your food, clothing, and even soul rings will all be taken care of by the Academy. Having learned from previous experiences, Summerling smoothly recited his recruitment pitch, adding at the end, and it's completely free. Upon hearing this, both the old chief and the young boy turned crimson with excitement. This was the Academy of the Spirit Hall. Typically, only the wealthy could afford to attend, let alone for free. They quickly agreed, declining the old chief's offer to treat them to a meal. Ma Hongjun gathered some personal items and set off with them on the return journey. Of course, they were headed back to Soto City, where he planned to stage an impressive act to pave the way for his future plans. On the journey back, the two brothers, destined to meet, hit it off right away. Summerling also revealed his identity as a disciple of the Pope. The carefree Ma Hongjun exclaimed in awe, while the more mature Oscar reaffirmed his determination to cling to this significant ally. Watching the lively banter between the two, Summerling's thoughts began to wander to curious places. Upon reflection, in the timeline of Douluo, it seemed that there were no notable background forces, and it appeared that all talented individuals from humble origins had lost both parents. The individual, the chubby one, Oscar, several girls from the Tianshui team, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and the fiery Qin Ming. It seems that Meng Yiran and Dugu Yan's parents are also absent. Not to mention my own teacher, Bibi Dong. Perhaps the large rabbit, Xiao Wu, can be included as well. Zhao Wujie and the great owl are also relatively young, and their parents seem to have never made an appearance. Even the formidable Tang Tian and his brother have lost their parents. It appears that even the primary characters, who do not hail from humble beginnings, are bereft of familial bliss. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai might as well be parentless. Ning Rongrong's mother passed away from illness at an early age, and one should not even mention the mother of the third party, Ayin, nor the monstrous father of Qian Renxue. Yuxiagang's mother has also never shown up. Goodness, when one contemplates it, not a single soul in this multitude enjoys the warmth of a harmonious family with both parents present. This realization is chilling. The orphanage moniker is indeed not unfounded. One has only heard of the protagonist's halo rebounding. Yet here we are, witnessing the side character's halo similarly recoiling. The following day, before the Spirit Hall branch in Sotowa City, a tall wooden platform was erected. Upon it sat a cage, within which the branch master, now awake yet vacant-eyed, was confined. Upon returning, Xia Tian had intended to interrogate him regarding his neglect in reporting these two prodigies, but upon waking, he sat there in a daze, his mouth crooked, eyes askew, drooling incessantly. Ghost Douluo, probing with his mental prowess, discovered that the man had been rendered senseless by fear. Indeed, he had been utterly frightened into a stupor. Consequently, the well-laid plans for interrogation had to be abandoned. However, this turn of events proved beneficial, for the subsequent plan to garner prestige would remain unimpeded. At this moment, Xia Tian was on the high platform, flanked by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, preparing to make a statement. Observing the grassroots personnel of the Spirit Hall dispersing and gathering a multitude of curious civilians, Xia Tian cleared his throat and produced a simple megaphone from his ring. Greetings to all residents of Sotowa City. I am an inspector dispatched by His Majesty, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I have come here today to thoroughly investigate a serious dereliction of duty. Today, in your presence, we shall enact justice. The two prodigies, who should have been exempt from examination to enter the Spirit Hall Academy, were nearly overlooked due to the negligence of the branch master of Sotowa City. Therefore, he shall face the penalty of having his soul power abolished. Furthermore, he will be expelled from the Spirit Hall and never employed again. A clamor erupted at this pronouncement. Who was the master of the Spirit Hall in Sotowa City? A high-ranking soul master, a figure of great import, a four-ringed soul sect leader. Now, due to his dereliction, he was to be stripped of all his cultivation. Silence. Silence. It is our duty to serve the public, no matter how remote the village. We at the Spirit Hall shall send people to assist the children in awakening their powers. Simultaneously, we provide funding for student placements in every village and subsidies for lower-ranked soul masters to ensure that no capable individual is overlooked. We shall not allow any errant soul master to escape unpunished. A soul master's errors are akin to those of commoners. Listening to Xia Tianling's impassioned speech and the cheers from the civilians of Sotowa City, Ghost Douluo, observing from the shadows, was taken aback. By heavens, this rhetoric for boosting prestige makes me feel as though I have squandered my years in vain. Perhaps this is what genius entails. I was but an ignorant child at 6. Look at them, the disparity is palpable. The crowd's cheers reached a crescendo as Xia Tian announced the dismissal of the branch master of Sotowa City, ordering him to dedicate 20 years to awakening the children of various villages. The notion that these lofty soul masters could face such severe penalties after committing errors was utterly unfathomable, reflecting on the usual tyrants who wielded their power with impunity. The sight of the deposed vice master, reduced to a state akin to a discarded dog, was immensely satisfying. Chapter 18. No one understands the art of gaining favor better than I, having concluded the journey of dismantling the Shrek 7 monsters. Xia Tian returned to the Pope's palace with his newly acquired companions. On the way, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were filled with excitement at the prospect of meeting the Pope. Or perhaps it was the anticipation of the soul rings they were about to receive. Upon returning to the Pope's palace, the two companions awaited outside. Bibi Dong, having grasped the situation, wasted no time in executing the branch master, reducing him to a heap of flesh and blood. The sight was enough to make Xia Tian, witnessing real murder for the first time, feel a wave of nausea, his complexion paling. Bibi Dong adjusted her wrinkled sleeves and spoke leisurely. Tianling, you handled this matter admirably, not only bringing back two prodigies for our Spirit Hall, but also enhancing our reputation for justice. However, your methods were too lenient. To achieve great things, one must act decisively and ruthlessly. Yes, master, I acknowledge my error and shall amend my ways henceforth, Xia Tianling replied, suppressing his urge to retch, albeit with some reluctance. For someone who had lived in the modern world for 20 years, The casualness with which life was taken was a significant challenge to his moral convictions. Bibi Dong refrained from further comment, recognizing that his youth rendered it natural for him to struggle with such a brutal approach to matters. Do you have anything else to add regarding this incident? The disciple believes we need to establish an organization directly under your purview. This organization will be responsible for the daily oversight of each branch to ensure they are fulfilling their duties and not engaging in negligence. These thoughts had crossed Xia Tianling's mind on the way back. The supervisory organization could simply emulate the practices of the Jinyui or the inspectorate, requiring no intellectual effort. Upon closer reflection, it is utterly astonishing that a vast institution like the Spirit Hall lacks any form of oversight. It is, quite frankly, a challenge to the moral fabric of humanity and indeed, somewhat unscientific. Well, perhaps not entirely fantastical. The fact that you have grasped this dimension is commendable. Everything you have mentioned has long been in preparation. The Spirit Judgment Hall has already been established in secrecy. Naturally, the teacher has considered every detail meticulously. Xia Tianling timely offered a compliment, for who does not relish a few kind words? Concurrently, the disciple believes we should enhance our efforts in unearthing talents among the common folk. During my recent visit to Soto City, I discovered numerous eligible children awakened with spirit abilities are unable to afford the academy. We could allocate additional funds to provide more work-study positions, directly informing them that their education is sponsored by our Spirit Hall. In this manner, we would not only be better positioned to uncover talent, but also foster a sense of gratitude among those soul masters benefiting from our support, making them more inclined towards our Spirit Hall upon achieving success in their studies. Indeed, not only those students who gain admission through our sponsorship, but also their families and even their neighbors will express their gratitude without our assistance. It is exceedingly challenging for common soul masters to pursue their cultivation. This discourse serves not merely to harvest talent for the Spirit Hall, rather, Xia Tianling aspires to utilize the Spirit Hall's influence to furnish more commoners with opportunities for advancement. There is a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. As for the allocation of additional funds, that is hardly a concern. The wealth of the Spirit Hall is so vast it is incalculable. Even if tens of thousands of slots were to be distributed annually, it would pose no issue, especially considering that not every year sees a multitude of children capable of becoming spirit masters. It can be asserted that this is a wholly mutually beneficial arrangement. The Spirit Hall reaps talent and prestige, while commoner spirit masters gain opportunities for ascension. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Having occupied a high position for so long, she had never contemplated the actual state of the grassroots spirit masters, nor did she have the inclination to provide them with additional slots. Having ascended to the position of Pope after the betrayal of Xiangjia and under the guidance of Douluo, Bibi Dong was not lacking in intellect. Possessing keen strategic insight, she instantly recognized the advantages this initiative would bestow upon the future development of the Spirit Hall, and she promptly praised Xia Tianling, instructing Douluo to implement this plan. Concurrently, she let go of the last vestiges of her wariness towards her disciple. In just 3 months, he had introduced an unprecedented innate full spirit power food-type spirit master and proposed a suggestion that would benefit the Spirit Hall for countless years. One might wonder, could such a person be a spy? If so, then more of such spies would be welcome. Is there anything else to add? At this moment, Bibi Dong was in high spirits, her demeanor devoid of the usual stern authority. Xia Tianling offered an embarrassed smile. Teacher, why not appoint Uncle Su Yuntao as the hall master in Soto City? He should have already surpassed level 30. And with both the hall master and vice hall master having stepped down, a diligent and capable leader is needed to restore order. Su Yuntao? The one who facilitated your awakening in Notting City? Bibi Dong paused, initially believing that Xia Tianling sought some form of reward. She was pleasantly surprised to see such gratitude directed towards a mere guide who had awakened him. To have a disciple of such caliber was immensely satisfying. Indeed. Approved. Thank you, teacher. She readily consented, having previously reviewed the records of the awakening individual when Xia Tianling first arrived. She was aware that Su Yuntao had been diligently awakening children from several remote villages over the years. He was a reliable and earnest individual, now a soul master. While his cultivation might be slightly lower for a branch hall master, it posed no significant problem. And do you not have any desires? To alleviate my teacher's burdens is my duty as a disciple. What need is there for further requests? Xia Tianling articulated this sentiment beautifully, inwardly reveling in his cleverness. This was akin to a pillow being offered to a sleeper. Having uttered these words, Bibi Dong's wariness towards him must have diminished considerably. Excellent. Truly excellent. Bibi Dong grew increasingly pleased with Xia Tian as his words struck a chord within her heart. After bestowing a few more compliments upon him, she signaled for Oscar and Ma Hongjun to enter, while also summoning an elderly gentleman. Although this elderly man may not possess striking features, he is, in fact, a formidable soul Douluo of the food system, boasting an impressive rank of 82. Furthermore, he stands as the sole representative of the food system among contemporary soul masters, his martial soul resembling a fruit akin to an apple. This is likely one of the 4 food system soul masters mentioned in the original work but not elaborated upon, surpassing Shoxn of the soul sage rank. Observing Sika bowing to this elderly mentor, Xia Tian silently pondered. The original text states that Shrek's teacher, Shoxn, ranks among the top 5 food system soul masters on the continent. Yet the other 4 remained elusive until the very end. Witnessing his companions paying homage to a soul Douluo mentor, the chubby boy erupted with palpable envy. In the future, the 2 of you shall train alongside Xia Tian. Sika, remain here. Elder J, please escort Sika to acquire his first soul ring. Elderly, accompany them. The required soul rings must be meticulously selected. The elderly referred to by BBD is indeed that esteemed soul Douluo of the food system. You may withdraw now. Yes. The group responded in unison. Chapter 19. Hang on. Several days later, Sika returned, having successfully obtained his first soul ring. As in the original narrative, Sika acquired the restorative sausage. To everyone's astonishment, since no one had imparted the knowledge of cultivating his martial soul, Sika, who had diligently practiced alone, leaped directly to level 19 upon receiving his soul ring. He had always believed that soul rings would manifest on their own, and his lack of advancement was merely due to insufficient effort. Amidst Sika's boastful displays, Xia Tian and his companions commenced their formal training at the Martial Soul Academy. The training regimen for their age was relatively straightforward, theoretical lessons in the morning and self-practice in the afternoon. When afternoon practice arrived, Xia Tian declined the instructor's guidance and took the chubby boy and Sika to monopolize a training room. Chubby, when you try to cultivate on your own, do you often feel an inexplicable fire rising in your lower abdomen, causing considerable distraction and hindering your practice? Indeed. Lingu, how did you know? Mhngjj queried, perplexed, as he had not shared this with Lingu. That's of no concern to you. Now, allow me to impart to you a set of soul power cultivation methods. Simply follow along. Discontinue the previous meditation techniques. Xia Tian produced a jade tablet and handed it to Mhngjj, gesturing for him to place it on his forehead. The chubby boy complied, instantly feeling a torrent of information flooding into his mind. Resolving Mhngjj's inner fire had long been a consideration for Xia Tian. Depending on the inner elixirs of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and the tin-headed blazing sun snake seemed uncertain in terms of time. However, if the chubby boy could master the inner fire in advance, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly surpass that of the original story with ease. When faced with indecision, one can always make a wish. The system proved remarkably effective, promptly offering 2 solutions. The first was to cultivate an authentic Buddhist or Taoist practice. The former would suppress desires, while the latter promotes tranquility and non-action. Both methodologies possess qualities that can contain Mhngjj's inner fire. Once he reaches a profound level of cultivation, such as Soul Sage, he would be entirely free of this inner fire. The second option was to practice a technique known as the Desire Fire Phoenix Art, originating from an unknown realm inhabited by a powerful being of Phoenix bloodline. The greatest benefit of this cultivation method lies in its ability to transform the internal sinister fire into one's own, refining it into the true fire of life. Upon mastering the Phoenix Desire technique, one can complete this refinement. Thereafter, the sinister fire becomes a characteristic of the true fire within the body, allowing for human manipulation. Naturally, it becomes a means for Ma Hongjun to confront adversaries rather than an obstruction to his cultivation. As Ma Hongjun's cultivation progresses to the Soul Saint stage, which corresponds to the 7th layer of the Phoenix technique, a metamorphosis occurs within him, leading him into a state of nirvana. Following this rebirth, the sinister fire within him will be completely eradicated with this death, and his true fire will undergo a purification process, evolving into the genuine fire of the Phoenix. In the context of Douluo continent, this equates to the ultimate fire. The sinister fire Phoenix martial spirit will also transform into the true fire Phoenix martial spirit, unrivaled across the realm. Observing Ma Hongjun reaping the rewards, Oscar could no longer contain himself, playfully wrapping his arms around Xia Tian. Boss, I was the first to follow you. You must not forget little Oscar. Since Xia Tian forbade him from calling him brother, he switched to calling him boss. As he spoke, he conjured a sausage, saying, "Boss, try this. My first soul skill. It's delicious. You'll love it." Xia Tian shot him a reproachful glare, but reciprocated by handing him a jade slip. Simultaneously, he took a bite of the sausage Oscar offered, which indeed tasted quite good. To be honest, what could be unacceptable about the incantation of Oscar's first soul skill? In a place as open-minded as Douluo continent, where both genders could share a bed. Could anyone truly find a soul incantation objectionable? Having witnessed Ma Hongjuan's earlier transformation, Oscar emulated him, pressing the jade slip against his forehead. Compared to the sinister fire within the rotund figure, Oscar's external augmentation was much easier to manage. The training method Xia Tian provided was for cultivating the martial body. Martial artists cultivate their vital energy, emphasizing the development of the meridians within their bodies. As a food-type support soul master, Oscar lacked means for self-defense and offense. The martial body represents a particularly formidable class of martial arts, fostering the body, circulating vital energy, and uncovering hidden reservoirs within. Once the body is developed to a certain extent, the energy becomes as solid as a mountain and the blood as fluid as mercury, harmonizing with the natural world with every breath. All meridians are unobstructed, and the spirit and flesh blend seamlessly, akin to gold or stone. However, the training of martial artists is far more arduous than that of the rotund fellow. Not only must they strengthen their bodies, circulate their vital energy, and master martial techniques, they must also engage in extensive medicinal baths using precious herbs. Hence the saying, wealth and martial prowess, poverty and scholarship. Were it not for the backing of the Martial Soul Hall, Oscar would have taken nearly a decade just to reach the entry level without the aid of medicinal baths. Cultivating martial prowess would allow Oscar's physical attributes to ascend rapidly, enabling him to endure more powerful soul rings. This would enhance both his self-defense and offensive capabilities, while simultaneously promoting his soul power, yielding multiple benefits. Xia Tian could already envision the upcoming Elite Soul Master Tournament, where Oscar, the seemingly supportive figure munching on sausages, would unleash his punches upon those formidable attack-type soul masters, leaving them in tears. A contest between the sausage vendor Oscar and the sinister-eyed white tiger Daimubai would surely be a spectacle to behold. Little Oscar, I have prepared a grand gift for you years down the line. Let us hope you won't be left despondent by then. Boom. Just as Xia Tian contemplated how to cherish and nurture Tang San in the future, Ma Hongjun erupted with a burst of energy. A faint phoenix silhouette composed of purplish-red flames appeared around him before extinguishing. Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, exclaiming in delight, "Ling Go, I've made it. I'm already at level 10. As he spoke, he danced with joy, eager to show Xia Tian the newly refined sliver of his true fire. Indeed. Go report to Teacher Li and have him guide you in acquiring your first soul ring. All right, I'll go," the little chubby boy shouted in excitement, scampering off to share the joyful news with their supervising teacher. Xia Tian shook his head with a smile. The little chubby boy, devoid of his previous lewd demeanor, was rather amusing and full of vitality. In the future, he must ensure to educate him properly, preventing him from going astray. As for Oscar, there was no need for concern. In the original story, following Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun for so long had not altered his character significantly. After receiving the training method for the martial body, Oscar gradually regained his composure, wearing a troubled expression. Unlike the Phoenix Desire technique, which yields immediate results, martial cultivation demands the persistent effort of gradual improvement. Moreover, at the age of 8, Oscar was somewhat older. Achieving success in cultivation would require even more dedication. However, despite his furrowed brow, Oscar showed no signs of wanting to give up. Having gained a general understanding of the soul master profession after a morning of learning, Oscar realized that enabling a food-type soul master to possess offensive capabilities was akin to a miraculous opportunity, one that could not be found even with a lantern in hand. Was it not merely a matter of putting in more hard work? As long as he didn't practice to the point of exhaustion, he would push himself to the limit. Gaining offensive capabilities, what was a little hardship in comparison? After all, no soul master desires to remain weak. Who would willingly accept a life of mediocrity? Chapter 20. The shrinking Qian Rinxue Ma Hongjun joyfully set out to acquire his first soul ring, while Xia Tian and Oscar continued their rigorous training. In order to facilitate Oscar's rapid advancement in martial cultivation, as well as to ensure both he and the little chubby boy maintained their daily exercise, Xia Tian specifically commissioned a set of training equipment from the artisans at the Martial Soul Hall. From basic barbells and pull-up bars to more complex rowing machines and squat racks, everything was included. After all, these designs could be directly requested from the system. And since they were not high-energy items, the system generously provided him with an abundance of them. The system has always been quite generous in this regard. Such ordinary equipment was inexpensive. For instance, a single strand of fade energy could be exchanged for an entire crate of common items. High-consumption items either possess extraordinary power, such as rare materials or cultivation methods, or involve high-tech elements capable of altering the trajectory of civilization, like soul-spirit manufacturing technology or precision particle colliders. Unlike typical exercise equipment, these tools were crafted from Iron Mother to ensure that even soul masters with robust physical abilities could benefit from their use. The martial soul hall may lack in certain areas, but it certainly excels in wealth. The weights used in the equipment were made from the invaluable black patterned stone. The obsidian stone possesses no other notable advantages, save for one characteristic: its weight. Obsidian of equal volume is substantially heavier, several times the weight of an equivalent volume of gold, making it exceptionally suitable for use as counterweights in various apparatus. Observing Oscar, drenched in sweat beneath the gym equipment, Summerling beamed with a paternal smile, exclaiming, "Now, this is what we call physical training. Sole reliance on weighted running? Such a notion is utterly pointless. Comprehensive training of the entire body is the true path to success." Beyond mere training equipment, he even aspired to emulate Vegeta's gravity chamber from Dragon Ball, envisioning a customizable gravity room. In such a space, one could not only enhance physical strength, but also foster the advancement of soul power. Akin to the divine light of Poseidon's island in the original narrative. Should such an apparatus come to fruition, he would be confident in assembling a team of Soul Kings prior to the elite Soul Master tournament across the continent. At that juncture, oh, how amusing the expression on Master S' face would be. "So, you think you're the only one capable of guiding students in physical training? You've yet to witness true prowess." After the jovial chubby boy returned with his first soul ring, he was promptly inducted into a regimen of morning theoretical studies, afternoon physical training, and evening soul power cultivation. Bibi Dong, who visited every few days to oversee Summerling's training, personally experienced the efficacy of these devices. Praising his ingenious ideas, she waved her hand, commanding the creation of 100 sets. Larger branches would each possess a set, while 20 sets would be distributed among the Martial Spirit Academy, all dedicated to this method of training. Thus, time passed steadily, and the cultivation and physical prowess of the trio were continually enhanced. On this day, Xiangjia unexpectedly approached the physically training Xia Tian, expressing his desire to introduce him to someone. To meet someone? Xia Tian felt somewhat bewildered. Could it be Xiangjia? However, wasn't she supposed to be undercover in the Heaven Do Empire at this time? Could she really return? Confused, Xia Tian followed Xiangjia into the inner sanctum of the worship hall, where beneath a majestic statue of a six-winged angel, a stunning young woman was seated on a mat, diligently cultivating. Sensing someone's approach, the young woman slowly opened her eyes and softly called out, "Grandfather." To his astonishment, it truly was Xiangjia. What kind of scheme does this old man Xiangjia have in mind? Does the Qian family, with its angelic divine heritage, truly need my allegiance? Xia Tian, this is the young prodigy I mentioned to you, whose martial soul quality is second only to yours. Xiangjia began to speak. "Tianling, this is my beloved granddaughter, Xiangjia. You two should get acquainted and treat each other." While suddenly, a figure burst in, Bibi Dong, who had come upon hearing the news. "Ah, I've told you I have no ulterior motives. Why must you be so anxious?" Xiangjia interrupted, shaking his head. "You two should converse for now. I will return shortly." With that, he forcibly pushed Bibi Dong out with an unknown force, conveniently shutting the door behind her. The young woman, Xiangjia, gazed at the door where Bibi Dong had just exited, opening her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Seizing the moment amidst this minor commotion, Xia Tian took the opportunity to observe Xiangjia. According to the original narrative, Xiangjia should be around 15 or 16 years old now, yet she appeared remarkably youthful. Even with the enhancement of soul power, she seemed barely 11 or 12. Never mind, I'll first leverage her appearance and youth to engage her in conversation. "Hello, Sister Xiangjia. I'm 6 years old this year. I just awakened my martial soul and am a new disciple of teacher Bibi Dong." "Hello. I am Xiangjia." Seemed to hesitate, I am the granddaughter of the Grand Priest Douluo, and I am 11 years old. 11? That doesn't add up. How could she be so much younger? She is barely the same age as Hulaina. However, this could work to my advantage. I can revise my initial plan to pursue Xiangjia. Initially, I intended to focus on my training upon entering the Spirit Hall and then approach the 3 Golden Generation members, Hulaina included. As for Xiangjia, I planned to let things flow naturally at first, later using emotional influence to ease her relationship with Bibi Dong. To this end, I had specifically amassed a substantial amount of fate energy for unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, it has come into play now. It appears I can save a considerable amount of time for other pursuits, and my plan to ease the relationship between Xiangjia and Bibi Dong can proceed ahead of schedule. Having clarified the trajectory of events, Xia Tian naturally struck up a conversation with Xiangjia. Steering clear of sensitive topics, they discussed life, interests, hobbies, and friendships, among other things. Given his past life as a tour guide, engaging in conversation was a skill that came effortlessly to him. As long as he wished, he could converse with anyone. Before long, laughter and chatter filled the air between him and Xiangjia. Yet, he pondered silently about the progress of Xiangjie's undercover plan and whether the true Prince Xiangjia had perished. However, now was not the opportune moment to inquire about such matters. After all, this was their first meeting, and broaching such delicate subjects could easily arouse suspicion. Patience is essential. Some things cannot be rushed. Following their pleasant exchange, the meeting came to a close with the entrance of Douluo. Xia Tian rose to bid farewell, expressing a desire to stay in touch. Xiangjia watched Xia Tian's departing figure with a look of longing. Due to her status, she had grown up in solitude. She had no friends, not even childhood companions. Her only company consisted of her grandfather, Douluo, and a few attendants in the worship hall. After deciding to undertake the undercover mission, she navigated the palace with trepidation, and the notion of friendship had become a distant luxury. Having met Xia Tian, albeit briefly, was a rare experience of interacting with someone her age, something Xiangjia had never encountered before. Furthermore, Xia Tian's emotional intelligence was commendable. He could easily befriend anyone, making it inevitable for her to feel drawn to him. "Grandfather, will I be able to see him again?" she wondered. "Of course," Douluo replied, affectionately patting her head. "Make a friend of him." "A friend?" Xiangjia lowered her head, lost in thought. Chapter 21. Intense reactions. Days passed one after another, the seasons changed, and before long, nearly a year had slipped by unnoticed. During these months, Xia Tian frequently wandered to the worship hall, ostensibly to seek Xiandaolia's guidance, yet in reality, he sought to chat with Xiangjia behind the scenes. Through a series of exchanges, the two individuals gradually became more familiar with one another. Xia Tian had already learned about the undercover situation from Xiangjia with the aid of her psychic interference. Coincidentally, last year, the prince of the Tiando Empire, Xiangjia, passed away due to illness, not at the hands of the Spirit Hall, but from natural causes. The Grand Priest, Douluo, contemplated the situation and cleverly devised a plan to have Xiangjia impersonate Xiangjia, thereby achieving the goal of usurping the nation. Xiangjia, driven by the desire to prove herself to her mother, resolutely committed to the mission of infiltrating the Tiando Empire. To ensure that no one discovered the truth about Xiangjie's substitution, she cleverly returned to the Spirit City under the guise of trainings, rarely revealing herself within the borders of the Tiando Empire. This explains why Xia Tian frequently found Xiangjia in the Grand Hall over the past year, and why. In the original narrative, Xiangjia could remain undercover for over a decade without being detected by the Xue family. However, the details of how Xiangjia managed her infiltration in earlier years remain unknown. Nonetheless, this is of little significance, is it not? Returning to the present situation. Every 6 days, the students at the Spirit Academy enjoyed a day of rest, and during this time, Xia Tian would take the opportunity to visit the Grand Hall for conversations with Xiangjia. After 6 months of interaction, following numerous hints and tests, Xia Tian had discerned Xiangjie's disposition. At this moment, she was merely a little girl yearning for maternal love and validation, possessing some abilities, yet still far from the formidable, melancholic beauty depicted in the original timeline. It must be said that this simplified Xia Tian's forthcoming reconciliation plan with her mother significantly. In the original timeline, Bibi Dong harbored a trace of maternal affection for Xiangjia, albeit restrained by pride and certain universally understood issues. However, Xiangjie's resentment towards Bibi Dong, which had persisted for over a decade, was not easily assuaged. This was the reason Xia Tianling had amassed a considerable amount of fate energy initially, intending to alter this situation in one fell swoop. Now, she found that she could achieve her goal with only a small expenditure of fate energy. As usual, Xia Tianling engaged Qian Rinxue in mundane conversation, gradually steering the dialogue towards familial affection, speaking in circles. Beneath the surface, the core message remained: a child with a mother is akin to a treasure. And I genuinely envy your connection to your blood relatives. Noticing that Qian Rinxue had entered a state of emotional empathy, Xia Tianling discreetly activated her psychic interference. Sister Shui, I truly believe that Teacher Bibi Dong still loves you. Perhaps she has some unspoken burdens. Xia Tianling sighed softly. In my training sessions, I often see her staring blankly in the direction of the grand hall, likely reminiscing about you. What mother could fail to love her child? Consider her complex gaze whenever she meets you. It undoubtedly contains affection for you. And reflect on the arguments she has with your grandfather upon their encounters. There must be some underlying issues. Furthermore, Grand Priest has always indulged her. There must be a reason behind it. Xia Tianling spoke persuasively, her words resembling both the whispers of a devil and the soft hymns of an angel. Under the influence of her psychic interference, Qian Rinxue hazily acquiesced. It seems there might indeed be some issues. Sister Shui, your name is Qian Rinxue. Your grandfather's name is Qian Douluo, and my teacher's teacher, the previous pope, is named Qian Xiangjia. Before Xia Tianling could finish her sentence, Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that the previous pope, Qian Xiangjia, is actually my father? But he isn't. This defies the natural order. The truth had become increasingly evident. The previous pope must have committed some transgression against your mother, resulting in her harboring hatred towards your grandfather, and even towards you. Xia Tianling gestured helplessly. However, she must still possess some love for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't. I need to confront grandfather for clarification. Qian Rinxue abruptly stood, disregarding Xia Tianling's attempts to hinder her as she rushed to find Qian Douluo. At this moment, 12-year-old Qian Rinxue had just recently broken through to the soul sect level. Fortified by a complete set of angel soul bones, Xia Tianling found herself unable to restrain her. Left bewildered on the ground, she thought, little Shui has reacted quite intensely. This development has exceeded my expectations. Ah, little Shui, do not cause a scene. Your grandfather will divulge the events of the past to you. A voice, aged and authoritative, resonated in the air. It was the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo. The sudden appearance of Qian Douluo calmed the agitated Qian Rinxue, who then turned her attention to Xia Tianling, her eyes filled with complexity. At such a young age, your thoughts are remarkably astute. You have unraveled the truth from mere threads of evidence, truly a genius. Hearing Qian Douluo's praise, Xia Tianling felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lowered her head slightly. She couldn't very well admit, actually, I have read the original narrative. These revelations were merely a recitation of learned knowledge. Indeed, little Tianling, you have surmised the truth, have you not? Yet, out of respect for your teacher and myself, you chose not to reveal the reality to little Shui, preferring to guide her gradually, Qian Douluo remarked calmly. Were it not for your status as an ally, I would have considered ending your life right here. Fortunately, you belong to the Spirit Hall. Xia Tianling nodded gently in response. Indeed, Qian Douluo, as the limit Douluo and Grand Priest, was far from a simpleton, effortlessly discerning her intentions. However, she pondered, how could he be so certain of her allegiance? It was rather peculiar. Regardless, Qian Douluo's goodwill towards me is ultimately a positive development. I shall proceed with caution. With this thought, she silently rose, bowed to Qian Douluo, and exited the grand hall, leaving the ensuing moments to the emotionally stirred Qian Rinxue. Have I inadvertently caused some trouble for Qian Douluo? Discussing such matters with Qian Rinxue must be rather awkward for him. Yet, what does it matter to me? After all, this predicament stems from your son, the rogue Qian Xiangjia. I wonder how a family, devoted to serving the radiant angel deity, could produce such a morally bankrupt individual. This illustrates the drawbacks of possessing power devoid of a righteous heart. Xia Tianling once again reflects on the paramount importance of quality education and the deformities inherent in the soul master cultivation system. The repercussions of neglecting the cultivation of the heart in favor of sheer might can manifest in individuals like Qian Xiangjia, whose malevolence is akin to 1,000 cuts. Chapter 22. Bibi Dong, the glutton. Upon exiting the Hall of Offerings, Xia Tianling contemplated before making his way towards Bibi Dong's chambers, located at the rear of the Pope's hall. Even the Pope is not divine, unable to function ceaselessly throughout the year, like any ordinary soul master, unless extraordinary circumstances arise. After completing her morning duties, the afternoon is designated as Bibi Dong's personal respite. Interestingly, regardless of their strength, even the mightiest soul masters on Douluo continent, including the unparalleled 99th level Douluo, require sustenance. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Tian subtly showcased his culinary skills, inadvertently catching Bibi Dong's attention. With genuine filial piety, he prepared a meal that she naturally accepted. The exquisite flavors instantly captivated her palate, prompting Xia Tianling to propose preparing meals for her twice a week. As for how Xia Tianling acquired his culinary prowess, a simple wish sufficed. The destiny system is truly miraculous. With a single wish, he attained the skills of a master chef, encompassing all 8 major cuisines and even foreign dishes. His culinary abilities surpassed those of renowned chefs like Dog Egg and Wang Kuan-yu. Who could possibly resist the delicacies of our great celestial empire? Not even the super Douluo and the beautiful Pope. Through these repeated meals and shared dining experiences, Xia Tianling gradually bridged the gap between himself and Bibi Dong, alleviating the barriers that had formed between them. Due to the past transgressions of Xiangjia, women like Bibi Dong often find themselves haunted by regret and rumination. She reflects on her misplaced trust in him, deeming herself foolish for her previous credulity. Additionally, the familiarity of the perpetrator makes her reluctant to seek familial support, deepening her mistrust in relationships and those close to her. Having to internalize this secret amplifies her distress, rendering her increasingly skeptical of the world and others. However, a more harrowing reality than that faced by women with families is Bibi Dong's solitude. Her closest confidant was her former mentor, Xiangjia, the very source of her misfortune. Furthermore, the man she once cherished, Xiangjia, abandoned her, inflicting a second wound. It is unfathomable to conceive the depths of despair Bibi Dong must have experienced at that time. Once yearning for light, she was instead scorched by it. Consequently, this despair gradually transformed into resentment, a loathing for everything in existence. Hatred has become her sole sustenance for survival, hatred for Xiangjia, for Qianrenxue, for Douluo, for Xiaojiang, for the Spirit Hall, and even for the entirety of Douluo continent. Thus, she naturally resorts to the heinous, world-destroying actions depicted in the original narrative. Having lost faith in everyone, she yearns to obliterate the Qian family, annihilate the Spirit Hall, and drag the world into oblivion alongside her. In her pursuit of power to compensate for her lost sense of security, she ultimately becomes the inheritor of the Rakshasa goddess legacy. In an effort to counteract her extreme antisocial tendencies, Xia Tianling finds himself with few effective means, relying instead on the gradual persistence of companionship and solace, alongside psychological intervention, to gently guide Bibi Dong back from the brink of annihilation. Faced with her impenetrable psychological defenses, he once again makes a wish, acquiring master-level psychological abilities to better assist her in navigating this turmoil. Having empathized deeply with Bibi Dong's plight while reading the original work in his past life, Xia Tianling harbored a profound aversion to the misfortunes that befell her. Now endowed with the ability to effect change, he is determined to remedy the tragedies of her past, not for any other reason but to alleviate his own lingering regrets. It is not her fault, nor should she bear such suffering. Xia Tianling meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast, never calling upon the servants. He personally served each dish to the table. "Teacher, it's time to eat," he softly beckoned. "Coming, coming." A graceful figure swiftly appeared beside the dining table, adeptly grasping the chopsticks. As a competent foodie, she had mastered the use of this utensil. "Today, we have spicy dragon tendons and garlic-flavored vegetables. Of course, I know this is your favorite." After nearly a year of companionship, Xia Tianling's efforts had proven quite effective. At least in his presence, Bibi Dong had begun to occasionally remove the mask she wore. While she had not entirely stepped out of her shell, she had certainly approached a more normal demeanor. She could converse, smile, and even express delight over a beloved dish, occasionally shy when she had indulged a bit too much. This was indeed a significant improvement. Observing Bibi Dong, transformed into a devoted foodie, Xia Tianling couldn't help but chuckle softly. Who could have imagined that the icy, imposing Pope of the Spirit Hall could exhibit such a demeanor and pride? "Ah, Tianling, your culinary skills are truly improving. Any girl who marries you will be fortunate," Bibi Dong teased, sitting comfortably as she finished her meal. "Why not consider your senior sister?" The senior sister Bibi Dong referred to was, of course, the little fox, Hulaina, who was 5 years older than Xia Tianling and currently not training within the Spirit City. Swallowing a mouthful, Xia Tianling rolled his eyes. "Teacher, please do not meddle in matters of the heart. I have yet to even meet my senior sister. Moreover, I am only 6 years old. Isn't it too early for such discussions?" Bibi Dong propped her chin on her hand, laughing at her helpless young disciple. A little over half a year ago, she had taken him as a disciple out of mere fondness, intending to gain an advantage for the future and to vex the old sage, Douluo. Little did she expect that over time, she would genuinely come to cherish this disciple. It was not a romantic affection, but a pure bond between teacher and student. His diligence in cultivation, sharp intellect, and ability to endear himself to her, coupled with his culinary talents, made him an exceptional disciple, one that was hard to find. In comparison, her eldest disciple, Hulaina, seemed almost dim-witted. This was not to say she was lacking, but rather that she was excessively obedient, devoid of personal opinions. You hear how that sounds? Being obedient has its drawbacks. A moment of silence for the little fox. Remarkably, a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Bibi Dong savored a sip of the fine wine before her. The surprises you bring are truly grand. At such a young age, you are on the verge of breaking through to the sole sovereign level. Even at your current age, I was far inferior to you. The she Bibi Dong referred to was none other than Xiangjia. She was well aware of the close bond between Xia Tian and Xiangjia. Hence she did not shy away from acknowledging their mother-daughter relationship. During this period, Xia Tian devoted nearly all his time to cultivation, and he has now reached the 27th level. With the dual enhancements of the Golden Core and the Tao Sutra, along with the continuous supply of resources from Bibi Dong, his cultivation has skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Had he not dedicated half of his time to physical training and gaining practical combat experience, he would likely have already ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Speaking of combat experience, Xia Tian has long since found himself unmatched among his peers. With his current soul power and physical prowess comparable to a soul sect, even a moderately skilled soul master would find themselves outmatched by him. Although he can only maintain peak performance for 3 minutes, his formidable strength is overwhelming. 3 minutes is sufficient to conclude most battles. Chapter 23. Could you grant me a favor and share a meal? This is certainly a testament to your excellent teaching. Xia Tian offered a compliment that elicited a chuckle from Bibi Dong. You little rascal, you certainly know how to flatter. Bibi Dong sat upright, rummaging through her storage soul guide. Speak up. What would you like? A soul bone? A soul guide? Precious metals? Xia Tian scratched his head, feeling a surge of determination. I was just pondering how to broach this subject, and here is the opportunity. Teacher, I must ask you to promise not to get angry. Angry? Why would I be angry? I promise. Go ahead. It was evident that Bibi Dong had yet to realize that such requests often precede an outburst of anger. I would like for you to join Sister Shui for a meal. The day after tomorrow is her birthday. Xia Tian took a deep breath and uttered these words, bracing himself for the impending storm. Crack. The exquisite crystal cup shattered under her grip, the ruby-red liquid spilling down the pristine tablecloth. The previously cheerful expression of Bibi Dong darkened instantaneously as she hissed, No. Teacher, you just promised me you wouldn't get angry. Xia Tian hurriedly interjected, activating his mental interference. Why do you dislike Sister Shui so much? He was merely acting, as he was not supposed to know this matter, or at least Bibi Dong believed he was unaware. I said no, and no means no. Choose something else. Bibi Dong's face turned as cold as ice, the crystal cup now reduced to dust, scattering across the table. At that moment, she struggled to suppress her urge to explode, her voice imbued with an unyielding authority. Sister Shui has been striving for your approval since she was 6. Infiltrating the royal family of the Tiando Empire. After the prince's demise, she even impersonated him, walking on thin ice, as if treading upon the edge of a blade. If discovered, the consequences would be catastrophic. She has always believed that your disfavor stems from her insufficient effort, from not being enough. Silence. Bibi Dong could no longer contain the fury boiling within her and slammed her palm onto the table, shattering it to pieces. Xia Tian, seemingly oblivious to the destruction, poured forth an even greater surge of fate energy, his mental interference at full capacity. To be honest, I truly envy Sister Shui. I envy her for having a mother, a grandfather. Even if you do not hold her in high regard, she still possesses that. As for me, I have nothing. Though Grandpa Jack treats me like his own grandson, how does that compare to true, blood-related parents? His words were a mixture of truth and pretense. In his past life as an orphan, he indeed lacked familial companionship. However, he still had friends and mentors. In this lifetime, having an elder like old Jack as a grandfather, he has long since come to terms with the absence of parental affection. However, supported by his Oscar-worthy acting skills, acquired through a wish made to the system, his 2 tears, cascading down his cheeks, moved Bibi Dong slightly, softening her emotions just a fraction. It is a testament that even the mightiest of women possess a sensitive heart. She, I am not. Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words. Her feelings for Qian Rinxue were exceedingly complex. On one hand, she was her biological daughter. On the other, the sight of this daughter inevitably reminded her of the beast that was Qian Xuanqi. To claim that she lacked empathy would be disingenuous, for Bibi Dong, like her, had also lost her parents at a tender age. How could she not comprehend what Xia Tianling was articulating? I understand you must have your own burdens and unspoken secrets. If there were no circumstances to contend with, which mother would fail to love her child? Seizing the moment, Xia Tianling intensified the infusion of fate as power. Being aware of the plot, he recognized Bibi Dong's inner turmoil. She harbored resentment towards Qian Xuanqi and the Qian father-son duo, while simultaneously grappling with the complicated feelings surrounding Qian Rinxue, the fruit of that union. Yet her pride prevented her from bowing her head. At the very least, you could demonstrate through your actions that you are her mother and that you acknowledge her. Bibi Dong's stance had softened somewhat. The guidance she had provided over the past year, coupled with the influence on her psyche, had indeed borne fruit, with Bibi Dong's attitude shifting. The matter was well on its way to resolution. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Having surmounted this highest hurdle, the subsequent matters would be considerably easier. Teacher, you truly need not do anything or say anything. All I ask is for you to make an appearance, so the three of us can share a meal together. What do you think? Xia Tianling delivered the final blow. I assure you, this meal will consist solely of you, me, and Sister Shui. I will handle all arrangements, and no one else will be aware of this gathering. Is it not true that you harbor pride in your heart and find it difficult to maintain your dignity in front of others? That is of no consequence. I will orchestrate a private gathering. There will be no one else, not even Douluo, and you need not say or do anything. I do not even expect you to accept Qian Rinxue as your daughter this time. It is merely a simple celebration of life together. Bibi Dong fell into silence, staring vacantly at the wreckage she had just shattered. Xia Tianling felt an immense force pressing in from all sides, propelling him out of the restaurant. As the heavy doors slammed shut behind him, after hesitating for a moment outside the closed doors, he pondered whether to push them open once more and urge Bibi Dong again. This opportunity is particularly rare. Who knows when one might encounter such a chance again in the future? On the evening of the day after tomorrow, I will indulge in but a single meal and refrain from any other activities. Should there be others present, do not hold it against me if I become unrecognizable. Very well, esteemed teacher. Xia Tianling, overjoyed, had initially thought this matter was doomed, yet unexpectedly, a twist of fate has occurred. Such a proud woman, akin to a cat. With a significant matter resolved, Xia Tianling felt a considerable sense of ease in her heart and strolled leisurely. Upon returning to her residence, Ma Hongjun had already arrived home, leaving only Oscar engaged in meditation. The academy had just entered its holiday period, and the little plump fellow could hardly wait to boast about his cultivation achievements to the villagers. What was that saying? A fortune not returned home is like walking in splendid attire at night. Given his nature, it was only natural for the little plump one to return and show off. In contrast to the languid Oscar of the original tale, the current Oscar diligently practices, exerting himself each day to strengthen his physique. He has now attained the 21st rank, acquiring a soul ring nearly a millennium old. The soul skill remains our familiar detoxifying sausage, yet due to the formidable age of the soul rings, the detoxifying sausage has transformed into a detoxifying giant sausage, yielding results far superior to those in the original narrative. The original Oscar was rather lackadaisical, as no matter how hard he trained, he remained merely a support character. Now, however, through diligent cultivation, he genuinely grows stronger. Following the Elite Soul Master competition across the continent in the original timeline, Oscar tirelessly practiced to win Ning Fengji's approval in marrying Ning Rongrong, his cultivation soaring rapidly. With the assistance of the martial arts golden body, his progress has accelerated even further. It is noteworthy that among the Shrek's 7 monsters, Oscar possessed the greatest innate talent. Even the protagonist Tang San fell short, requiring personal quests for divine inheritances. Yet Oscar, remarkable as he is, simply followed his instincts to locate the divine position upon breaking through to title Douluo, even bestowing upon his wife a divine position. What, pray tell, is the definition of a genius? Currently, Oscar boasts a physique of well-defined muscles, his simple attire concealing explosive power. He is on the verge of achieving the first stage of the martial arts golden body, the unblemished body, enabling him to triumph against equally ranked beast martial soul battle masters through sheer physical strength. With the augmentation of his formidable physique, even the martial arts and techniques inherent to the martial arts golden body can unleash tremendous power. Ahem, though the inherent martial skills are not to be underestimated either. Techniques such as the Vajra Tiger Fist, Mighty Vajra Leg, Rulai Divine Palm, and Flying Willow technique, among others, well known from my previous life, are all encompassed within the martial arts Golden Body's repertoire. These martial techniques, merely employed for foundational physical training in a flourishing civilization of martial arts, would, when placed in the world of Douluo, I beg your pardon, that would be akin to a dimensional strike. Have you not observed that even upon reaching the Divine King level with the Xia Tian skill, one can still continue to cultivate? The martial arts Golden Body is indeed an existence that surpasses even the Xia Tian skill. Chapter 24, Birthday 3 days later, in the private kitchen of Xia Tianling. Xia Tianling hummed a cheerful tune while preparing the evening's repast. Tonight, he planned to bake a birthday cake, a delicacy familiar to many from his past life. Salt a few dishes, and then prepare a bowl of longevity noodles. In the Douluo continent, the celebration of birthdays is not customary. So when the young girl Qian Rinxue learned of his intentions, she was naturally filled with delight. However, Xia Tianling chose not to inform her that Bibi Dong would also be coming that evening. He could only hope that the surprise would not turn into a fright. Crafting cream by hand, creating chocolate manually, and preparing. Without the assistance of modern tools, cooking truly becomes a labor-intensive endeavor. He spread chocolate cream over the cake, adorned it with icing, decorated it with fruits, and inscribed happy birthday in Douluo language using jam, all presented on a tray crafted from cold energy stone. It was nothing short of perfection. Gazing at the fruits of his labor from the afternoon, Xia Tianling nodded in satisfaction. Surely, girls have a penchant for sweet treats. He mused. He hoped this cake would bring delight to both her and her mother. While culinary skills may be present, the actual task of bringing a meal to fruition is, in truth, a formidable challenge. This is precisely why the Spirit Hall possesses vast resources, enabling the procurement of commodities such as cocoa beans. As for other materials that are unavailable, I wish fervently for them. As the clock approached 7, Xia Tianling completed her preparations and was ready to commence cooking. Wow, brother Tianling, is this the dessert you created? What is it called? A chocolate cream cake. A voice filled with surprise suddenly emerged. It was none other than the eagerly anticipating Qian Rinxue. Xia Tianling had already piqued her curiosity when she mentioned crafting a new style of dessert. Having been an undercover agent in the Tiando royal family for years, she had tasted a myriad of desserts. However, it is regrettable that the Douluo continent does not possess chocolate, nor does it have cream. On this continent, where production capabilities are severely limited, the taste of sweetness remains synonymous with luxury. The raw sugar extracted through rudimentary methods offers a scant sweetness, rendering any desserts made from it rather insipid. In this realm, the primary source of sugar for the nobility is still wild honey. Much like in the medieval times of the Blue Planet, the cakes made from modern industrially extracted high-sweetness white sugar and sucrose are akin to a dimensional strike on the Douluo continent. Do not touch. You may eat later. Xia Tianling swatted away Qian Rengshu's hand, which was attempting to pilfer a taste, and turned to enter the kitchen. Qian Rengshu, however, stuck out her tongue at him, her back turned. Creak. The sound of the door hinge turning caused both of them to glance back, as Bibi Dong, clad in her customary attire, pushed the door open. Instead of her regal purple-gold papal robe, she wore a simple, everyday-long dress. Teacher. Qian Rengshu had not anticipated Bibi Dong's arrival. She opened her mouth but hesitated, unsure of how to address her. Now aware of the truth, her feelings towards Bibi Dong were profoundly complex, and she understood the reason behind Bibi Dong's request not to call her mother. You have come. Yes. Teacher, please sit down with Sister Shued. The dishes will be ready shortly. Xia Tianling shook her head, pondering how to describe the awkwardness of the mother-daughter duo. The two women sat across from each other, exchanging silent glances. The food is ready. The awkwardness was swiftly shattered by the sound of dishes being served as Xia Tianling emerged with a large tray. Arranging the dishes, she gazed into the puzzled eyes of the mother and daughter before producing 12 candles from her storage ring, equally spaced atop the cake. An arc of electricity sparked between her thumb and middle finger, igniting each candle in turn. Simultaneously, the soul-guiding lights in the restaurant dimmed, plunging the room into darkness. With only the 12 flickering flames remaining, clearing her throat, Xia Tianling announced that today marked Sister Shue's 12th birthday, also celebrating her recent breakthrough in the Spirit Master ranking. Spirit Master. Bibi Dong murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the 12 clusters of flame flickering in the darkness. A 12-year-old Spirit Master. Even I, in my youth, was far from such prowess. Next, she instructed Sister Shui to face the cake and silently make a birthday wish before blowing out the candles in one breath. Qian Rinxue complied. hands clasped in prayer before the cake, and then forcefully extinguished the flames in a single breath. Excellent. The room was once again shrouded in darkness, and applause echoed in the pitch-black space. However, the clapping came from two distinct sources, one notably faint, akin to the sound of fingertips tapping against palms. The duplicitous nature of the woman. Xia Tianling attentively observed Bibi Dong's actions and expressions. Qianren Shui, still lost in her wish, was naturally oblivious to Xia Tianling's enthusiastic applause, yet he had taken note of it. As the soul-guiding lights were activated, the room was illuminated once more. Happy birthday, Sister Shui. Now, indulge in a bowl of longevity noodles, and remember to finish them in one go. Xia Tianling presented a bowl of noodles, adding, Teacher, let us partake as well, to share in the joyous spirit. Bibi Dong's previously melancholic demeanor froze at that moment. Sharing a bowl was not something she could refuse, as Xia Tianling deftly extracted a single noodle and placed the bowl before her. Bibi Dong found herself in a tumultuous internal struggle, staring at the noodle with immense conflict, as if it were a vial of deadly poison rather than mere sustenance. Qianren Shui, who had been eagerly watching, felt her spirits sink upon witnessing Bibi Dong's reaction, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she lowered her head. The repeated hopes she had harbored had only led to incessant disappointment. What was she truly expecting? After all, Xiangjia had done such things to her. With a click, a pair of chopsticks lifted a noodle only to be returned to its designated holder. The single noodle in the bowl had vanished. Qianren Shui, hearing the commotion, looked up with wide eyes, incredulity washing over her as she beheld the woman elegantly wiping her mouth with a napkin. It's a bit bland. Perhaps add some chili, she remarked. Ha ha ha, teacher, longevity noodles are meant to be light. We shall prepare spicy noodles and oil-splashed noodles for you another day. Xia Tianling chuckled, finishing her own portion of noodles. With Bibi Dong consuming the longevity noodles, the day's events seemed to culminate in shared joy. Qianren Shui lifted her bowl, vigorously twirling the noodles with her fork, two streams of tears hidden behind the large bowl, mingling with the broth. The meal unfolded in a warm yet peculiar atmosphere, gradually reaching its conclusion. Having experienced the earlier noodle course, Bibi Dong naturally did not decline the cake that followed. The chocolate cream cake crafted by Xia Tianling received unanimous praise from the mother-daughter duo. Sweets, truly divine. After the trio had satisfied their appetites, just as Bibi Dong was about to depart, Qianren Shui softly uttered, Thank you, mother. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong's hand, which had been resting on the door, froze in place. She slowly turned around, approached Qianren Shui, and gently embraced her. Happy birthday, little Shui. With that, she gracefully exited through the door, leaving Qianren Shui in a state of astonishment. Wow, that's incredible, exclaimed Xia Tianling, who was tidying up the dishes, giving a thumbs up. This was not part of his plan. It was entirely the actor's improvisation. Chapter 25, The Perils of Cross-Boundary Cultivation 5 years later. In the southern reaches of the Barak Kingdom, bordering the Douluo Empire, the frontier between these two great empires serves as a perfect refuge for unsavory activities. The ambiguous no-man's land between the two empires has become fertile ground for the proliferation of crime. A man and a woman were swiftly advancing through the night. The man stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a strong back and a slender waist, exuding an air of remarkable stature. Why have you personally come to lead me this time, godmother? The man inquired, perplexed, as he believed his own strength was sufficient to easily accomplish the mission. Isn't it because you never eliminate your targets during your missions? The woman cast a sidelong glance at her companion. This time, I will personally oversee you. You must take action and eradicate all these evil soul masters. Moreover, this is your graduation examination. Have you ever seen an examination without an examiner? The two individuals are indeed Bibi Dong and Xia Tianling, who have come to hunt down the evil spirit masters. After 5 years, Xia Tianling has finally reached the time of his graduation. Fortunately, during these 5 years, he has successfully advanced from the Pope's direct disciple to the Pope's godson, bringing their relationship even closer. Their purpose for this visit is twofold. Firstly, to complete the graduation test left to him by Bibi Dong, which also forces him to take the life of another. Secondly, to journey to the true location of the Wuhuan Academy, where he will cultivate alongside the 3 members of the Golden Generation in preparation for the Soul Master Elite competition that will take place in a few years. For the past 6 years, Xia Tianling's daily life has been both monotonous and fulfilling. He has diligently cultivated his soul power, strengthened his physique, and fostered relationships by cooking for Qianren Shui and Bibi Dong. Such rigorous training has elevated Xia Tianling to the realm of a soul respect at level 39. mere steps away from becoming a soul master, with physical prowess comparable to that of a beast martial soul king. Given his current combat strength, facing a soul king would pose no challenge. However, the pace of his cultivation, which should have progressed swiftly according to the Tao Sutra, has been unexpectedly slow. As both he and the system have overlooked a critical issue, the absence of a tribulation on Douluo continent. This is not the kind of tribulation created by the divine realm to prevent soul beasts from advancing, but rather the unique tribulation of the cultivation system that serves to test and provide opportunities for advancement. Without the infusion of tribulation, the unity of body, spirit, and cultivation cannot be achieved. Thus, the incompleteness of his cultivation prevents the birth of a nascent soul, naturally slowing his progress. To remedy this minor flaw, the fate system has generously opened a transcendent cross-dimensional passage for Xia Tian, intended to summon the tribulation. The tribulation will strike during his advancement to Soul Master, delivering the Golden Core Tribulation, Nascent Soul Tribulation, and Transformation Tribulation all at once. Should he successfully endure it, the fusion of the three will significantly enhance his battle prowess and accelerate his cultivation speed. If he fails, he will perish, and his existence will cease. To ensure a higher chance of overcoming the tribulation, Xia Tian has once again compressed his cultivation, solidifying and consolidating it, which has further slowed the pace of his soul power advancement. Soon, the two arrived at their destination for this operation, a seemingly harmonious village that secretly harbors a den of evil spirit masters. Xia Tianling's objective is to eradicate this group of over a dozen evil spirit masters entirely. In previous years, he had undertaken similar missions. Yet all his targets were merely incapacitated and discarded into the city of slaughter to fend for themselves. More than 20 years of modern life have made it difficult for him to directly take the lives of these individuals, even if they are guilty of heinous crimes. This incited considerable ire in Bibi Dong. Her adopted son had many admirable qualities, yet his overly gentle demeanor in executing tasks was a flaw. In the realm of soul masters, one must not shy away from taking lives. Although the Douluo continent outwardly exuded an academic atmosphere, it was, in truth, rife with bloodshed. Very well. This time I shall certainly take decisive action. Xia Tianling sighed in resignation, recognizing that Bibi Dong's intentions were ultimately for his own good. Previously, you relied on the protection of guards and the presence of Elder Zhugue. What will you do when you are alone in the future? If you do not eliminate potential threats once and for all, there will always be a chance for disaster, Bibi Dong admonished. After reconciling with Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, despite still harboring disdain for Qian Douluo, exhibited none of the previous coldness and hostility when addressing the two of them. Instead, she now radiated a semblance of care. And even her formerly nihilistic outlook had softened considerably. Even the little fox at the Wuhuan Academy, far away, sensed the change in her teacher's demeanor. Enough of this idle chatter, let us commence our actions. With a grand gesture, Bibi Dong unleashed her domain, severing the small village's ties to the outside world, ensuring that no one could escape. This was merely a simple isolation. There was no actual suppression within the domain. For someone of Bibi Dong's caliber, who had pioneered the path of dual soul cultivation, such finesse was effortless. The so-called small village was merely a cluster of a few humble dwellings, easily enveloped by the domain. Xia Tianling shrugged and summoned his twin soul weapons, a hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right, with yellow, purple, and black soul rings swirling at his feet. Indeed, his third soul ring was of 10,000-year vintage, and he effortlessly harnessed the power of the ancient soul beast, bolstered by his exceptional physical prowess. Given his stable temperament, he would not recklessly charge in. Although the data indicated that the strongest among this group was merely a level 41 soul master, flanked by 2 level 30 soul venerates and the rest as second-ring soul masters, it was prudent to exercise caution. One could never be sure of the hidden cards they might hold. Xia Tianling stealthily approached, utilizing his dark cloak and the breathing techniques from his scriptures to silently find the position of the lookout behind the village. Sensing the aura, he discerned that this individual was merely a second-ring soul master. Rather than unleashing his soul skills, Xia Tianling moved silently, shielded by the structures and foliage, and approached from behind. He retracted his hammer and struck with a powerful blow. The wind generated by the descending axe and the rustle of his clothing alerted the lookout, but he was unable to react in time. The look of terror on his face was cleaved in two by the sharp axe blade, which, enhanced by the 3 soul rings, effortlessly bisected his body. Blood mingled with white brain matter and undigested food splattered onto Xia Tianling. Though he had witnessed dismembered limbs on numerous occasions, this gruesome scene still elicited a hint of nausea in his throat, primarily due to its sheer repulsiveness. Steeling himself with the formidable self-control of a cultivator, Xia Tian grasped the axe and continued towards the village. Despite the swift and decisive manner in which he had dispatched the lookout, the noise had alerted the evil soul masters within the dwelling. A subordinate peered out from the door, and upon seeing a blood-soaked man wielding a massive axe approaching, with the severed body of his companion behind him, he immediately shouted, "Brothers, grab your weapons. We are under attack." Realizing that his ambush had failed, Xia Tian promptly shrank the axe to a size suitable for one-handed wielding while simultaneously conjuring a dark hammer in his left hand, which he hurled with great force. Although the alarmed soul master managed to summon his soul, the sheer power behind Xia Tianling's strike caused his chest to cave in, rendering him mortally wounded. As the remaining evil soul masters surged forth, their weapons illuminated the dark night with flashes of white, yellow, and purple light. The leader, wielding a mutated scythe and adorned with 4 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple, approached with a sinister grin. "So you're the brat who killed 2 of my brothers," he began, but his words faltered abruptly, as if he had been throttled by an unseen hand. What did he see? The leader of the evil soul masters stared in disbelief at the man who was slowly advancing towards him, adorned with yellow, purple, and black. What manner of beast is this? Can the soul rings truly be arranged in such a fashion? I am but a mere 1,000-year soul master with my 4 rings. Yet he possesses a 10,000-year ring for his 3rd. Brothers, let us charge forth together. What does a 10,000-year ring signify? It is merely a soul venerable. The leader of the malevolent soul masters gritted his teeth and rallied his subordinates to advance. With a soul sect, 2 soul venerables, and 10 grand soul masters on our side, what does a 10,000-year soul ring matter? It is but a single soul venerable. Together we shall confront him, and he shall meet his demise all the same. The malevolent spirit master, oblivious to the significance of a black 10,000-year soul ring, epitomizes the greatest embarrassment of a rogue soul master, a lack of foundational knowledge. The black 10,000-year soul ring signifies that the individual's physical prowess has ascended to the level of a soul king, capable of bearing such formidable power. Summerling, silent and composed, witnessed the approaching malevolent spirit masters and unleashed his first soul skill. Storm Battle Axe, arise. Grasping the transformed long-handled battle axe with both hands, the 1,000-year second ring beneath his feet illuminated. Thunder God form, grant me your aid. Crackling and sizzling, blue lightning surged across his body and the battle axe, producing a piercing hum. Thunder serves as the arch-nemesis of malevolence. Even a formidable entity like the ghost Douluo would succumb to the suppression of the martial soul, let alone these mere 2 or 3-ring soul masters. Under the weight of the thunder, their strength could barely manifest half of its potential. As the malevolent spirit master drew within a mere 5 meters, Summerling calmly retreated on one leg, raising the storm battle axe diagonally upward. As the black soul ring beneath him glowed, 10,000-year 3rd ring, Thunder Crescent Slash. This soul skill is derived from a formidable plant-type soul beast, the Sky Thunder Vine. Unsurprisingly, it bestows a tremendously powerful offensive skill attribute, an explosive surge, upon the 2-piece set. When triggered with a hammer, it creates a violent thunderous explosion upon contact with the target. When activated with an axe, it unleashes a strike composed of pure lightning. In the hands of the Storm Battle Axe, both effects are magnified significantly. Summerling was reminded of an animated series from her childhood, feeling that her skill bore a striking resemblance to a character's technique, and thus appropriated its name for her own use. The leader of the evil soul masters now felt a tinge of regret as he faced the crescent-shaped slash and the Storm Battle Axe, realizing that his initial assault had been rather rash. However, there was no turning back. He had reached this point with no antidote for his regret. He could only summon his most powerful Millennium Soul skill, raising his massive scythe to confront the Soul Master before him. Yet, upon their first clash, he discovered the opponent's strength to be utterly astounding. His proud strike proved ineffective, as the malevolent aura accumulated from the countless souls he had slain dissipated like butter meeting a hot iron, melting away at an alarming rate. His own weapon, the evil scythe, shattered into fragments upon collision, disintegrating completely. The harsh reality was that, under the triad of suppression from martial souls, soul skills, and attributes, a singular Thunder Crescent Slash obliterated 7 or 8 evil soul masters, including their leader and 2 soul masters. Only 2 or 3 feeble souls on the periphery survived, but they were swiftly dispatched by Summerling, who wielded her axe and hammer without mercy. The leader of the evil soul masters lamented, "You lack martial ethics. Is it necessary to unleash such a devastating attack right from the start?" For these malevolent beings, there was little to be said. Summer Ling had intended to unleash a massacre, and she would not hold back. Averse to complications and wary of potential changes, coupled with her inherently cautious nature, she deemed the use of her strongest skill to be the wisest course of action, confirming her superiority over her adversaries. She unleashed the might of thunder to sweep away her foes, knowing that this time, there was no need to spare lives. Thus, she employed her most potent techniques. As she regained her composure, Summer Ling retracted her martial soul, staring blankly at the charred corpses strewn about. It seemed, after crossing that threshold, acceptance was not as difficult as she had imagined. From a distance, Bibi Dong observed the conclusion of the battle, retracting her domain and approaching to pat her disciple's shoulder. "Well done, young one. There are still a few faint life signs inside. They must be ordinary people they captured. Let us take a look." With that, she led the way towards the room that still held occupants. Summer Ling, roused by her touch, hurriedly followed. Inside, the space was chaotic. A mixture of mud and blood congealing into hardened purple clumps. Leaning against the wall were several desiccated corpses, alongside a gaunt man, skin stretched tightly over bones. He likely escaped during his training session with the evil soul masters, only to be killed by Summer Ling. Bibi Dong stepped forward, probing with her soul power, only to shake her head. There is no saving him. He is completely depleted and won't see the dawn. After receiving a gentle infusion of her soul power, the emaciated man exhibited a flicker of life, struggling to produce a few gasping sounds. "Please, end my suffering. Grant him a swift release. His existence is a torment," Bibi Dong remarked, turning to leave. The man's bony face twitched slightly, and he closed his eyes. He was aware of the chaos outside. The magnitude of the disturbance made it impossible to remain oblivious. Witnessing the annihilation of the evil soul masters who had tormented him and his fellow villagers, he felt a sense of vengeance fulfilled. Summer Ling approached, her heart heavy with compassion. With a soft sigh, she extended her hand, piercing his brain with the power of thunder. "Rest in peace." Stepping outside, she withdrew a jar of oil from her storage ring and tossed it into the room. The raging flames consumed the small dwelling. The flickering fire not only eradicating a source of evil, but also purifying the anguished souls of the innocents who had met untimely ends. Entering a nearby room, Summer Ling found several beds, one of which held a gaunt woman, her face drawn, holding a small piece of bread to her lips while murmuring softly. The other beds were occupied by several naked women, all lifeless, their wounds suggesting a grim fate of suicide. The presence of these women, juxtaposed with the bloody chains scattered about and the stench of decay, spoke volumes of the horrors they had endured. Chapter 27. In darkness, yearning for light. They had taken their own lives upon the arrival of their two benefactors. Typically, these brutes would bind us with iron chains, releasing us only when they pleased, forcing us to eat daily, leaving us without the will to end our own suffering. "And you? How did you?" Bibi Dong recalled her own harrowing experiences, feeling immense sympathy for the woman before her. The emaciated woman shook her head, coughed a couple of times, and continued with a trembling voice. "I was among the first to be captured, nearly half a year ago. The women taken with me have long since perished, and even those captured later have succumbed to despair. Yet, I refuse to die. I cannot abandon my child waiting at home, nor my family expecting my return. If I perish, what will become of them? The father of my child has been slain, and my little one cannot be left without a mother. I have clung to life, hoping for someone to rescue us, to slay these beasts. I have always believed there is more light in this world than darkness. Thankfully, I waited long enough for my benefactors to arrive." At this point, the woman could no longer contain her sorrow, breaking down into tears. The power of maternal love is profound. An unyielding instinct for survival had enabled this mother to endure. Though frail in body, she exhibited remarkable strength as a mother. Enveloped in a consuming darkness, her heart had never ceased to yearn for the warmth and redemption of light. Bibi Dong gently patted the back of the sorrowful woman, using her spiritual energy to lull her into a peaceful slumber. The experiences they shared resonated deeply, yet this woman's suffering eclipsed Bibi Dong's own. As a supremely gifted twin martial soul wielder, blessed by divine favor and capable of avenging herself, Bibi Dong recognized the disparity. But this ordinary woman possessed a strength that far surpassed her own. Is light truly more abundant than darkness? Summer Ling stepped forward, embracing Bibi Dong and whispering softly in her ear, "Auntie, You still have me, and Sister Shui, and Senior Sister Hulaina. Promise me you won't give up on yourself. All right. Bibi Dong felt the powerful heartbeat of the person before her, and her expression grew somewhat dazed. 6 years ago, he was merely a child, barely reaching her waist. Now, he had almost become a man of similar height. Indeed, he spoke the truth. That beast was dead, yet she still had Xiao Shui, Laina, and Tianling. This world still held so much beauty. Had her unwavering obsession for over a decade truly been justified? Perhaps. It was time to let it go and see. The 6th trial of the Rakshasa, to comprehend the true essence of evil, and thus, she passed. The reward was a 20% increase in her affinity with the Rakshasa, now totaling 100%. The 7th trial of the Rakshasa. A cold voice echoed in Bibi Dong's mind. It dawned on her that she had been walking the wrong path all along. The Rakshasa should be the deity that governs and judges evil, not one that embodies it. Much like the god of Shura, one must use evil to counter evil. The 6th trial, which had troubled her for 6 long years, was revealed to be this. Ding. The trajectory of Bibi Dong's life underwent a significant transformation under the host's influence, perfectly inheriting and surpassing the original Rakshasa divinity, acquiring immense power of fate. Due to the enormity of this change, a reminder was issued. Had Bibi Dong truly come to this understanding? Holding Bibi Dong in his arms, Tianling was astonished, realizing that a fortuitous mistake had alleviated Bibi Dong's inner turmoil. According to the system, it seemed the original Bibi Dong had lacked the strength to perfectly inherit her divine position. Yes, host. In the original timeline, Bibi Dong had misinterpreted the concept of the Rakshasa, resulting in an imperfect fusion with her divine status. Originally, the divine position, as a dimensional singularity, had undergone some alterations due to the immense accumulation of faith over thousands of years. This affected Bibi Dong's mindset, coupled with her inherent malice, ultimately rendering her a puppet of the Rakshas's powers. Thus, now that Bibi Dong had inherited her divine position, would she not experience the drastic character shift depicted in the original narrative? Indeed, Bibi Dong had accurately grasped the meaning of the Rakshasa, even surpassing the understanding of the previous generation's Rakshasa. Ah, that is reassuring. My efforts were not in vain, Tianling thought, exhaling a sigh of relief. After 6 years of toil, he had finally resolved the ticking time bomb that was Bibi Dong. After a long moment, Bibi Dong pushed her disciple away, her aura surging. Having relinquished her obsessions, her thoughts became clear, and her soul power ascended by 1 level. Unlike before, the unsettling malice that once surrounded her had dissipated. Thank you, Tianling. Had it not been for you, I would likely have walked down a very dark path, Bibi Dong expressed, looking at the youth before her. Grateful that she had taken him as her disciple. You simply needed to let go. One must always look forward, Tianling replied with a smile. Now that you've moved on, perhaps we should also cancel Xiao Shui's undercover plan? Bibi Dong shot him a disapproving glance and retorted. Have you dulled your wits in your training? Wasn't that canceled years ago? Tianling quickly checked the system records, discovering a notification about the alteration of Qian Rinqiue's fate trajectory from 4 years prior. At that time, he had been preoccupied with the failure of his nascent soul formation and the absence of tribulations, and Qian Rinqiue had seemingly mentioned it, but he had, well, forgotten. He could only scratch his head awkwardly and feign ignorance with a silly grin. Upon reflection, it was curious that he had never doubted Qian Rinqiue's presence whenever he visited the worship hall over the years. After the cancellation of the undercover plan 4 years ago, they had orchestrated a false death for Xiao Shui to facilitate her escape. Not long after, news arrived from the Tiando Empire about the unexpected demise of Prince Shuiqinghe, establishing the royal family's sole legitimate heir, the 4th Prince Shuibong, as the new crown prince. Interestingly, after Shuibong ascended to the position of crown prince, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, evolving from a frivolous wastrel into a diligent and studious royal. It appeared he was genuinely afraid of Xiao Shui, and it was impressive how he managed to maintain that facade for so many years. Shuibong returned to his true nature after becoming crown prince? With him and Prince Shuixing out of the way, it seems the others might genuinely become students at the Royal Academy of Fighting. This could prove to be quite entertaining. I wonder if Yu Xiaojiang and Flander will ever cross paths with Lu Erlong again. With matters settled, there was no longer a need to linger. The master and disciple departed from this den of filth, but before leaving, Tianling set the small huts ablaze, ensuring that the battlefield was cleansed and preventing any potential outbreaks of disease from the decaying bodies. One must remember that the Black Death in medieval Europe and the plagues of ancient China were terrifying realities. The purpose of this endeavor is to utterly incinerate the blood and corpses of these malevolent soul masters. Who knows if any of these dark practitioners possess the ability to manipulate corpses like necromancers do. The remains of a powerful soul master would indeed serve as valuable materials. Chapter 28. Do you comprehend the difficulty of emulating Xiaohuahua? Enough of that. You have passed this assessment. I shall grant you a few days' respite. But do not forget to report to your senior sister punctually. Here is your Holy Sun token. I have taken the liberty of canceling the ceremony for you, knowing your aversion to such formalities. With that, Bibi Dong left with her entourage, having uttered those words and bestowed upon him the token. Cancellation is fine. I abhor complications. A holiday? That suits me perfectly. Xia Tianling's eyes sparkled with a mischievous idea. Why not head in the opposite direction to the Star Luo Empire and catch the little kitten? After all, the Shrek 7 had already been diminished by 2. One more would not be excessive. I have long harbored disdain for that dandy Daimubai. A heroic rescue to whisk the little kitten back to the Martial Soul Academy would be splendid. The original timeline's narrative progression is quite absurd. How did Zhu Zhuqing, a frigid goddess, become infatuated shortly after arriving at Shrek? Moreover, how could Dai Mubai, who had fallen into depravity, transform into a model citizen upon merely encountering Zhu Zhuqing? Such a metamorphosis cannot occur so swiftly, especially considering they had never crossed paths in their childhood. Is it genuine redemption or merely lust? Who can say? That scoundrel still wishes to perform a martial soul fusion technique with the little kitten? The Yinming white tiger is a troublesome endeavor, and I dare say it is best left unattempted, with a heart full of mischief. The steadfast Xia Tianling resolutely embarked on the path leading to the capital of the Star Luo Empire. As for tidying up his belongings at home, that was out of the question. Since acquiring the spatial ring, Xia Tianling's penchant for collecting had reached new heights. From grand items like stoves and beds to essentials such as rice and oil, if only his storage soul guide had been larger and more numerous, he would have wished to fit his entire home inside. He had even shamelessly sought out Xiandaolu to procure a storage belt of over 100 cubic units. However, as is often the case, ideals are grand while reality is stark. Even in modern society, where highways abound, intentionally blocking someone is a challenge, let alone in the medieval setting of Douluo. Fixed routes? Non-existent. Foot traffic? Extremely sparse. The individual he sought to intercept was being pursued, with no clear origin. Frustrated, Xia Tianling resorted to invoking the power of fate to request the system to reveal Zhu Zhuqing's location. Fortunately, the alterations he had made to Bibidong's trajectory had granted him considerable power of fate. System, I wish to obtain the precise location of Zhu Zhuqing, preferably one that can be tracked. Ding. The host's wish has been received. Searching the power of fate. Ding. Wish granted. Creating Zhu Zhuqing radar. Ding. Creation successful. The radar will automatically project the map and target location into your mind, persisting until you encounter the target. The sensation of having an advantage is truly exhilarating. Xia Tianling felt the map in his mind, akin to a nefarious navigation system from his past life, capable of zooming in and out. A small black cat icon, hundreds of kilometers away, was moving towards the Baloch Kingdom. This must be Zhu Zhuqing. Behind the little black cat icon were several skulls, possibly the death warriors from Zhujian. Regardless, it mattered little. If things went awry, he could simply reveal his identity and rally support. Surely the local Martial Soul Hall would extend him some courtesy. As the holy son of the Martial Soul Hall, safeguarding someone was hardly a daunting task. Due to his exemplary completion of various missions over the past 6 years, Xia Tianling had been nominated by the Elder Council of the Martial Soul Hall to become the Holy Son, a title that would be formally established upon the conclusion of this mission. This is not a mere unilateral identification akin to Hulianas. His identity as the Saint's Son has been personally validated by Qingdao Lu, designated as the next pope of the Spirit Hall. After renting a carriage, Xia Tianling promptly set off towards the intended destination. A few days later, in the evening, within a certain grove in the Star Luo Empire, a graceful figure was darting at an astonishing speed, seemingly being pursued by something. A girl adorned with cat ears stands in a state of soul manifestation, her youthful visage starkly contrasting with the voluptuous form encased in leather. Yet, this allure is marred by the anxiety and trepidation reflected in her eyes. Reminiscent of a startled kitten, the moment has finally arrived. Concealed behind a tree, Xia Tianling retrieves a telescope observing the girl sprinting in the distance. Clicking his tongue in contemplation. He has expended invested a significant amount of fate energy to generate this map, all for this very instant. Furthermore, he not only wished for the map, but also made a specific wish along the way, discovering a critical moment when Zhu Zhuqing would face peril. Truth be told, among the Shrek 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing evokes the most sympathy. She is the only one who has consistently strived to cultivate her abilities. In contrast to the supernaturally gifted Tang San and Xiao Wu, the exceptionally talented Oscar and Fatty, and the well-connected Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing appears to possess nothing. Even her innate talent could be deemed the weakest among them. Even Dai Mubai, that scoundrel, enjoys several years of age advantage over her. Despite enduring familial pressure, Zhu Zhuqing remains resolute in her efforts to improve, striving to alter the dire circumstances she faces, even when pitted against opponents with overwhelming strength. And what of Dai Mubai, who theoretically should be her ally? He has succumbed to despair, abandoning all hope and fleeing to the Heaven Do Empire. In Soto City, he revels in his identity as a soul master, indulging in a life of extravagance and debauchery, surrounded by admirers. To put it mildly, one might call this escapism. To speak plainly, it is the epitome of cowardice. Not only has he forsaken his own responsibilities, but he has also abandoned his betrothed, leaving her to navigate the tumult of her family alone while he escapes. This individual is truly despicable. Yet, the resilient and diligent Zhu Zhuqing commands admiration. Even in the direst of circumstances, she clings to hope, achieving a dual breakthrough in both her physical form and spirit. This embodies the essence of cultivation. Meanwhile, Xia Tian, perched amidst the trees, felt his thoughts drifting further away, yearning to rush to Shrek Academy and confront Dai Mubai. He inhaled deeply, reminding himself to remain calm. The pressing matter at hand was to prepare for a timely rescue. Initially, he had thought little of Xiao Huahua's endeavors, but now, having attempted it himself, he realized the true difficulty involved. As Zhu Zhuqing fought for her life, she remained unaware that someone in the distance was poised to come to her rescue. Her eyes, however, were filled with a profound sense of unyielding defiance. Her soul power was nearly depleted. Was she about to be captured or perish here? She lamented her inability to escape her sister's machinations. Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of despair wash over her. Realizing that her years of effort were ultimately futile against the combined might of her adversaries, thoughts of her ruthless sister and soon-to-be brother-in-law flooded her mind. Alongside the image of her fiancé whom she had never met, it was truly infuriating. If only she had someone to ally with against her pursuers, she wouldn't have been forced to flee under the cover of night from the Douluo imperial capital. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away. With her soul power exhausted, Zhu Zhuqing collapsed to the ground, biting her lip and clawing at the earth beneath her. "Miss Second, please come back with us. You cannot escape." Several masked men encircled her, the leader's feet adorned with 4 flickering soul rings, revealing him to be a soul ancestor. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, instead striving to harness the last remnants of energy within her, attempting to gather it for one final stand. Until the moment of her demise, she would never surrender. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing showed no signs of capitulation, the leader of the soul ancestor scoffed, preparing to launch an attack. "Miss Second, if you remain so obstinate, do not blame us for being unmerciful. Brothers, prepare." Was it truly just for a multitude of men to bully a single girl? Chapter 29. I am a man of reason just as the assassins prepared to charge. A voice rang out from behind Zhu Zhuqing. A youth clad in black emerged from the woods. It was Xia Tian, who had been waiting patiently. After observing the situation for some time and confirming that the leader was merely a soul ancestor, he felt no further trepidation and stepped forth confidently. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been ready to fight to the death, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of another. However, her keen eyesight in the darkness quickly registered the youth's youthful face, and her heart sank. He was far too young, likely no older than herself, and at best had just attained the rank of a soul respect. Facing a soul ancestor and several soul respect opponents, was he not courting death? Run. Do not concern yourself with me. The leader is a soul ancestor, and there are several soul respect warriors. Zhu Zhuqing called out urgently, wishing to dissuade the would-be rescuer from putting himself in danger. "Thank you, stranger, but I cannot drag you into this," she thought silently. Xia Tian, upon hearing her words, paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. What a kind-hearted girl. "Hey kid, who are you?" "You heard me. I am a soul ancestor. I advise you to refrain from meddling, the leader inquired, not rushing into action. Oh, who am I? That's an intriguing question. As Xia Tian spoke, he produced a token from his ring. Are you familiar with this? The golden token bears a sacred six-winged angel on one side, and inscribed on the reverse is the character for soul. It is the Holy Sun token bestowed upon me by Bibi Dong. The leader furrowed his brow, bewildered by the unfamiliar object. What is that? I've never seen it before. Never seen it. Xia Tianling felt a wave of frustration. Perhaps the Holy Sun token was indeed too prestigious for the average person. After a moment of contemplation, he began pulling out a large stack of tokens from his ring, presenting them one by one. Look at this pile. Do you recognize any of them? The tokens varied in appearance. One entirely black with two different spiders etched on either side belonged to Bibi Dong. Another, entirely golden, depicted a sacred angel on one side and the character for 1,000 on the other, was Qian Doliu's token. There was a bronze token with a crocodile on the front and the character for gold on the back, belonging to the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo. Xia Tianling displayed an array of tokens from the Spirit Hall as titled Douluo, exuding confidence in his identity. He casually recounted, this one is from Old Ghost. This one is from the third elder, and this one is from my teacher. The leader could only watch in astonishment as Xia Tianling unveiled token after token, his expression shifting from disbelief to sheer terror, with cold sweat soaking his back. Oh right, there's also this one. This is an official token from the Spirit Hall, adorned with 6 intricate designs, a chrysanthemum, a specter, a star crown, a hammer, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and a sword. This is the highest-ranking elder token of the Spirit Hall. Who on earth is this individual? Could it be that he is the direct offspring of the Pope from the Spirit Hall? In truth, his conjecture was perilously close to reality. The leader felt a pang of bitterness within. My lord, we were merely following orders. I implore you not to hold it against us. Oh, you recognize this insignia? Very well, I am a person of reason. Xia Tianling waved his hand dismissively, turning to the somewhat dazed Zhu Qing, and waved his hand before her eyes. Little cat, ahem, young lady, how shall we deal with these individuals? Still under the influence of her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively reached out to swat at the paw that was waving before her. Realizing the folly of her actions, her face flushed crimson, and the manifestation of her martial spirit dissipated. Well, let them go, but there is one who has persistently wished to kill me. He. Very well, then let us deal with that individual. Before Zhu Zhuqing could elaborate, Xia Tianling interjected decisively, determining the fate of the man in question. Zhu Zhuqing understood that these individuals were merely carrying out orders, seeking only to return her to her family. Otherwise, how could she, a powerful soul master, have possibly escaped the pursuit of so many formidable foes? My lord, I cannot bring myself to harm my companions. Upon returning to my family, I would have no explanation to offer. Upon hearing the words of this young man, who bore the semblance of the Pope's son, the leader hastily retreated with several subordinates, leaving behind but a single soul respect. Xia Tianling cast a glance at him, letting out a cold snort. You think you can play tricks with me? If I were lacking in strength, would I have no choice but to let you go? No matter. I am a person of reason. Speak to me properly, and we can engage in discourse. If you wish to play these games with me, we might just end up discussing physics. The soul respect left behind, sensing the precariousness of the situation, activated his martial spirit, preparing for combat. Yellow, purple. 3 colors of soul rings appeared. Do you think that a few petty tricks will ensure your survival? Xia Tianling wasted no time, summoning his woodworking apparatus, his aura fully unleashed. Yellow, purple, black. To think that his savior was a soul respect. Zhu Zhuqing gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Judging by the explosive aura, he was perilously close to attaining the 40th level of soul mastery. How could this be? How young is he? The terrifying configuration of soul rings astonished all present, leaving the leader incredulously rubbing his eyes. What had he witnessed? A millennium second ring? A 10,000-year third ring? Indeed, a 10,000-year soul ring had manifested upon a soul master. He began to regret not having decisively eliminated that accomplice. After all, they were merely affiliated with the young lady and posed no real connection to him. However, should he provoke this young man, the repercussions from the forces behind him? The soul master under Zhu Zhuyan gazed upon this prodigious youth, whose influence was boundless, and with a resolute determination, charged forth, unleashing his most potent millennium soul skill. At level 37, he was not without the means to contend. The The technique was none other than the Yinming slash, which was Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill in the original narrative. This soul master possesses the martial spirit of the nether spirit cat. However, he is of illegitimate birth, not of the direct lineage. The long-standing tradition of the nether family has led them to develop an optimal combination suited to their abilities, resulting in similar skills among the clan members. Xia Tian did not activate the storm battle axe form. Instead, he sheathed the axe and enlarged the hammer in his right hand, gripping it with both hands. The second and third soul rings illuminated, enveloping his entire being in a dazzling layer of lightning. The blue arcs of electricity shimmered brilliantly against the backdrop of the evening's darkness. Let him perish. The massive hammer swung through the air with a howling wind. With his calves as support, he utilized his waist and arms. He resembled a top released with vigor, rebounding forcefully. If Tang San were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the initiating stance of the chaotic wind hammer method. Essentially, the chaotic wind is merely a technique for channeling power, described in detail in the original text, making it relatively easy to grasp. The challenge lies in connecting it to the 81 strikes. The initial move is quite simple. Thus, Xia Tian was able to master it with practice. The hammerhead, as large as a cooking pot, collided with the nether slash unleashed by the soul master. Empowered by a tremendous force exceeding 1,000 pounds, the hammer, coupled with the explosion generated by the third soul technique, shattered the soul master's arms, causing his bones to splinter. The hammer's momentum did not wane as it struck his chest, triggering a second explosion. The spiritually elevated soul master was sent soaring backward at an accelerated pace, crashing through several large trees. Observing his caved-in chest and exposed bones, it was evident that death was imminent for him. He heavily set down the hammer, leaning on it with both hands, and glanced at the leading soul master. Is this all? The leader internally chuckled bitterly, while outwardly he hastily showered praises. Your Excellency, your might is unparalleled. A figure clad in black swiftly approached the injured soul master, performing some actions before hastily returning. My lord, he has perished. Here is his property. The black-clad figure presented a small cloth pouch. Well done. Your path has widened, Xia Tian remarked, tossing the pouch to a bewildered little cat. What is your name? Reporting to my lord, I am Zhu Si. Xia Tian retracted his martial spirit and nodded. I shall remember that. Well then, I have spared this girl. You may return if there's nothing else. Take the unfortunate soul with you as well. The group of cloaked figures retreated in haste, as if granted a reprieve, carrying away the lifeless body of their comrade. Observing the panicked flight of these shadowy figures, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she were in a different realm. The family's death warriors, who had relentlessly pursued her, had simply retreated. Who was this young man who had come to her rescue? Could it be that he was indeed the son of the Pope? The little cat, having narrowly escaped death, found herself engulfed in confusion. Chapter 30. The little cat must eat fish. Thank you for saving me, Zhu Zhuqing managed to say, regaining her composure as she stood and expressed her gratitude to her savior. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and inquired, why did you choose to save me? After all, they were mere strangers. Regardless of his background, he was bound to offend some unknown power. Well, how should I put it? I found you rather pleasing to the eye, Xia Tian replied, somewhat awkwardly shifting the subject, eager to gloss over the matter. Let me introduce myself. I am Xia Tian, a member of the Spirit Hall, and I'm on my way to study near Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing, not probing further, responded earnestly, I am Zhu Zhuqing, and I too plan to study in Soto City. He intended to travel to Soto City as well? Was this not fortuitous? A flicker of inexplicable emotion passed through her, elusive and unnameable. Oh, what a coincidence, Zhu Zhuqing mused. Zhu Zhuqing, pursued by enemies. Xia Tian, feigning ignorance, asked, are you from the Zhu family of the Yuming clan in the Starluo imperial capital? Indeed, they wish to capture me and bring me back, Zhu Zhuqing said. Her spirit dampened as she lowered her gaze. Xia Tian placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, I've heard about the family rules of your clan and the Baihu Dai family. They can indeed be quite ruthless. But fear not, as long as I am here. They will not dare to act recklessly. How about joining me at the Spirit Academy for your studies? Thank you, but I already have a school in mind. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated before politely declining Xia Tianling's invitation. After all, until she had completely given up on Dai Mubai, the little cat would not relent. Moreover, having just met him, it was only natural for her to refuse. Just then, a loud growl erupted from her stomach, causing Zhu Zhuqing's face to flush crimson. Well, let us discuss this later, Xia Tian chuckled, beckoning her deeper into the woods. You must be hungry after running for so long. Before I came here, I was setting up a camp to prepare a fire for cooking. Come share a meal with me. Having been pursued for several days and unable to return to the crowded city, Zhu Zhuqing had been forced to venture into the depths of the forest. Her provisions were nearly depleted, and after finishing her last morsel at noon, she was now out of food. Since he had already saved her, she decided to swallow her pride and accept another meal. After all, he too was heading to Soto City, and she could repay him in the future. Reassuring herself, she followed her rescuer with her head bowed. Thank you, she murmured. Why thank me? It's no trouble at all. Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively. Not long after, they arrived at the campsite he had mentioned earlier. He had indeed spoken the truth. Prior to her arrival, he had been preparing to cook. The rabbit roasting on the grill and the unlit charcoal spoke volumes, while a large tent stood behind them. Sit tight, it will be ready shortly. Xia Tian gestured towards a small stool in front of the tent, then snapped his fingers, conjuring a small fireball to ignite the charcoal, summoning a gentle whirlwind to intensify the flames. Meanwhile, a pot suspended above the fire was also lit, simmering rice inside. People from Douluo rarely consumed rice. They typically feasted on a type of flatbread. The little cat was once again astonished, her hunger momentarily forgotten amidst the unfolding scene. Is this a self-created soul skill? It is her first encounter with someone capable of employing a self-created soul skill in such a manner. Your hammer possesses both wind and fire attributes? Certainly not. It is merely a trivial technique. As Xia Tian skillfully turned the meat on the grill, he responded, stating that it was quite simple, devoid of any difficulty. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Zhu Zhuqing observed his adept manipulation of a small whirlwind to fan the charcoal and clenched her teeth. Thank you for your kindness. Although he claimed it was simple, the self-created soul skill clearly demonstrated a profound mastery of soul force manipulation. Furthermore, he had saved her. What could she possibly offer in return? Despite her fervent desire to grow stronger, she could not be insatiable. Seeing the little cat's expression of conflict, Xia Tian felt a sense of helplessness. This was truly not an intricate technique, merely a small fireball and a gentle whirlwind. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Within the Soul Master cultivation system, even a small fireball or a blade of wind typically requires soul rings for their release. Any form of self-created soul skill is exceedingly precious, worthy of reverence from any faction, regardless of its seeming insignificance. Yet for him, this was of little value. Very well. If you choose not to learn, so be it. Xia Tian shrugged, dismissing the matter, as this triviality was insufficient for both of them. Allow me to demonstrate further. As he spoke, he clattered out a small stove from his storage belt. The stove was equipped with pots, pans, and an array of culinary tools. Come. Assist me in rotating this rabbit. I have already sprinkled the seasonings. Just ensure it doesn't burn. Zhu Zhuqing numbly took the handle of the grill and turned it. If she were capable of exclaiming in surprise, one could imagine she would have done so at that moment. What manner of person is this? Utilizing a precious soul guide as a cooking stove? As the second young lady of the Xingluozhu family, she possesses merely a storage soul guide of a few cubic meters. Xia Tian cheerfully produced 2 fish, preparing to cook a coral fish and a braised fish to accompany roasted meat. For a little kitten, fish is indeed the rightful fare. The stove was specially crafted for him by the blacksmiths of the Spirit Hall, utilizing various rare metals that excelled in both thermal insulation and conduction. Seamlessly integrated for easy portability and equipped with an automatic bellows for enhanced functionality. On this journey, he had deliberately disassembled this remarkable device from his modest kitchen to take along. The blacksmiths of the Spirit Hall lamented, "We find ourselves in quite a predicament. We are meant to forge weapons." With practiced ease, he heated the oil, coated the fish, and fried them until perfectly shaped, skillfully preparing the sauce. Before long, 2 fragrant fish emerged from the pot, accompanied by the enticing aroma of rice that had been steaming for quite some time. Under the astonished gaze of Zhu Zhuqing, Xia Tian produced yet another table, a candlestick, several candles, and 2 chairs. He artfully arranged the roasted rabbit and fish on plates and set the table with cutlery. Zhu Zhuqing, bewildered, thought to herself, "Who am I? Where am I? Am I truly in the wilderness?" "All right, let us dine," said Xia Tian, handing a generous bowl of rice to the wide-eyed Zhu Zhuqing, followed by a glass of fruit juice. He then retrieved a barrel of juice from his spirit guide device, adding several small ice shards for a refreshing touch. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, momentarily casting aside her decorum and astonishment. She took a sip from the cup and, unable to resist, transformed into a voracious eater, as the delectable spread before her was simply irresistible. After days of subsisting on dry rations, her hunger surged, and she could no longer contain herself. The food was exquisite. The famished little cat found herself moved to tears, feeling that this meal was countless times more delicious than anything she had ever savored at home, though her chances of surpassing Zhu Zhuyan were slim. As the second young lady of the Xinglua Zhu family, she had indulged in every delicacy imaginable since childhood. Yet, even these simple fish brought her an overwhelming sense of happiness with each bite. In no time, the table was cleared, with more than half of the meal finding its way into the little cat's belly. It was no wonder, having been starved for most of the day. And given that spirit masters generally had hearty appetites, this was entirely normal. With a satisfied burp, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I will wash the dishes, she offered, noticing a small stream not far away. No, it's unnecessary, Xia Tian replied, waving his hand once more. With a flick of his wrist and a chant of incantation, a force gathered the dishes and utensils, while a flow of water appeared in midair to thoroughly cleanse them. Subsequently, a ball of fire element evaporated all moisture and grease, neatly arranging everything back on the stove. Why did Xia Tianling carry so many items with him? Essentially, it was due to his epic laziness. This dishwashing technique was born out of his reluctance to scrub pots and pans after cooking. Nevertheless, it had honed his mastery over spirit power and elements. Don't want to learn? This is truly not a profound skill. Just look how convenient it is for washing dishes. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. I'm intrigued, genuinely intrigued. Xia Tianling thought it charming how the little cat, with her coyness and delicate demeanor, contrasted so delightfully with her frigid exterior. A few days later, Xia Tianling and Zhu Zhuqing returned leisurely to Soto City within the borders of the Balak Kingdom, traveling by carriage. As it was his first excursion without the supervision of old Jack and Bibi Dong, the youthful spirit within him was fully awakened. Counting the days, he and Zhu Zhuqing journeyed through the mountains and waters, absorbing the culture of the Xinglua Empire. As a responsible traveler, he did not forget his roots even in this foreign world. Over the course of these days, they had grown quite familiar with each other. Although Zhu Zhuqing, having escaped the pursuit, reverted to her usual aloof goddess demeanor, remaining taciturn, at mealtimes, the cool goddess transformed into a little glutton, eagerly yet restrainedly anticipating Xia Tianling's culinary creations. The amusing spectacle of one's own inner turmoil can indeed be quite entertaining. Interestingly, amidst their conversations, Xia Tianling also uncovered a piece of information. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was not at the 27th level, but rather at the 29th. To clarify this anomaly, he specifically expended destiny points to inquire with the system. The response elucidated that, without the host's prior assistance, Zhu Zhuqing had utilized a unique secret technique of the Nether family to extricate herself from peril in the original narrative. This technique could only be employed once in a lifetime and would consume a portion of the user's soul power and potential, allowing them to briefly enter the Nether and evade a considerable distance. With this revelation, Xia Tianling experienced a moment of enlightenment. In the original timeline, Zhu Zhuqing had used this very technique to narrowly escape her pursuers and reach Soto City, consequently dropping to the 27th level. This also explained why, after consuming divine herbs later, her martial soul did not undergo significant evolution, merely enhancing her soul power and slightly improving her speed. The medicinal properties of the water fairy jade bone had repaired the foundational damage within her body, yet the residual power was insufficient for her martial soul to undergo metamorphosis, resulting in only a modest increase in soul power. During their journey, Zhu Zhuqing expressed a fervent desire to grow stronger. After all, they were peers. Why could she not cultivate to the 39th level while Zhu Zhuqing remained 10 levels behind? Xia Tianling, unreserved, candidly offered, my cultivation method is unique. If you accompany me at the Martial Soul Academy, I can reveal all manner of secrets. This left the little cat in considerable distress over the past few days. She yearned for strength and power. However, her betrothed, Dai Mubai, was at Shrek Academy, and she had to unite with him to confront the formidable forces of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. Simultaneously, she did not wish to impose the burdens of her family upon others. It was indeed a conundrum. Xia Tianling did not press her, for he harbored a mischievous plan, determined to bring Zhu Zhuqing to the Martial Soul Academy, together with the Golden Generation seniors, Hulaina, Yin, and Xieyu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and himself, they could form a formidable team of the 7 monsters of the martial soul hall. As for Qianren, a successor of the angel god, destined to become a limit Douluo, she would hardly deign to participate in such contests. He could hardly wait to witness the scene of the Shrek 7 monsters in distress. Oh what? The Shrek 7 monsters are down to 4? Then it's of no consequence. Zhuqing, which academy are you heading to? Is it the Advanced Soul Master Academy in Soto City? The familiar yet redundant inquiry followed. It's called Shrek Academy. Oh, where's that? Do you know it? Zhuqing, bewildered, shook her head. She only knew that Dai Mubai attended an academy named Shrek located in Soto City, within the Barak Kingdom, and beyond that. She was at a loss for information. All right, let us find a place to settle down. It's almost mealtime, and we can search in the afternoon. Okay. In this unfamiliar setting, Zhuqing willingly followed Xia Tian, her savior, trusting he would not lead her astray. Thus, he took her to have a meal before guiding her to a 3-story hotel. Rose Hotel? It looks splendid. Zhuqing, shall we stay there? Xia Tianling pointed to the rose-shaped building. All right. The little cat's responses remained as sparse as ever. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, a fragrant wave of roses enveloped them, reminiscent of the descriptions in the original narrative. The delightful aroma was invigorating. He approached the front desk. Could I please have 2 rooms? Before he could finish, a girl's voice rang out from outside. Rose Hotel. Brother, let us stay there. All right. It's your choice, a male voice responded. The door creaked open, and a pair of youthful and vibrant youths stepped inside, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Hey, my timing is impeccable, not a moment off. Shouty on. Xia Tianling feigned surprise as he greeted them. Ling-gu. Tang San also recognized Xia Tianling standing at the counter. Although they had been apart for 6 years, they maintained correspondence, and he could easily identify him. This must be the sister you often mention, Xiao Wu, he remarked, glancing at the girl with scorpion braids beside him, who indeed resembled her animated counterpart. Yes, that's her. Xiao Wu, this is my elder brother whom I mentioned before, Tang San formally introduced. Hello, Ling-gu. Xiao Wu curiously regarded the boy before her, pondering what charm he possessed that made the prideful Tang San willingly refer to him as elder brother. Hello. Xia Tianling replied with a smile. This is my companion, Zhuqing. She can be a bit aloof, so please don't take offense. Zhuqing nodded lightly, acknowledging the introduction. Then, please book 4 rooms for me. I'll treat for Xiao San and Xiao Wu. Xia Tianling turned to the attendant. The attendant behind the desk inwardly marveled at the luck of the young man while casting a suggestive glance at Xia Tianling. Apologies, but we only have 2 rooms left. 2 rooms? Tang San and Zhuqing frowned simultaneously, though Zhuqing remained silent. Tang San, having lived 2 lives, understood the propriety of keeping a respectful distance between men and women. While sharing a room with Xiao Wu had been innocuous in their youth, they were now approaching adulthood, and it seemed inappropriate to share, especially sleeping in the same bed. However, with the generous financial backing from old Jack, Tang San had not shared a bed with Xiao Wu. The attendant emphasized, indeed, there are only 2 rooms available. However, rest assured, our rooms and beds are quite spacious. Fully equipped, accommodating 2 guests comfortably. You will have no issues at all. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing look with Xia Tianling and Tang San. Tang San thought, is there something wrong with this person's eyes? Xia Tianling, being a modern individual, understood the implication, while Tang San, oblivious, remained perplexed. Xiao Wu, unreserved, chimed in. 1 room is fine. We used to stay together at the academy, after all. Tang San shook his head helplessly, thinking he could always sleep on the floor since he generally practiced at night. How about this? Xia Tianling interjected at the opportune moment. I'll share a room with Xiao San, and Zhuqing can share with Xiao Wu. How does that sound? Although he understood the attendant's insinuation, he did not wish to partake in such benefits. Despite being modern, his values remained rather conservative. Xiao Wu, the carefree little rabbit, would not mind, but Zhuqing, being a proper young lady, deserved to maintain some privacy and decorum. I'm fine with that, Zhuqing replied, maintaining her cool demeanor. Oh, fine, Xiao Wu pouted, still wishing to stay with her elder brother. This is the best arrangement. Tang San sighed in relief. Then please book these 2 rooms for us. Summer Ling made a decisive decision. Just as the attendant was preparing to assist several guests with their check-in, an unexpected voice interrupted their actions. Surely one of these 2 rooms must belong to me, he declared. Here he comes, the flamboyant Dai Mubai, accompanied by the enchanting twin maidens. Chapter 32, Dai Mubai. Your vision is too narrow. The group turned simultaneously to behold three figures approaching them leisurely from behind. The three individuals comprised one man and two women. The latter adorned in flamboyant attire, appearing no older than 17 or 18, their figures tall and striking. Most notably, they were a pair of twin sisters. Xia Tianling's gaze was drawn directly to the man in the center, who had his arms around the two young ladies. He stood approximately 6 feet tall. Youthful in appearance, with broad shoulders and a handsome visage that bore an air of ruggedness. His golden hair cascaded down his back, reaching nearly to his waist. On his face, a pair of unusual deep blue eyes glimmered with a mischievous light, half-lidded in a way that hinted at something sinister. Indeed, Dai Mubai's reputation as a flamboyant playboy was well-earned. With such looks paired with a lavish wallet, he certainly possessed the allure to flit through the flowers without a care. A true playboy, the twin sisters clung to his arms, and the man made no effort to conceal his wandering hands upon them. Unbeknownst to all, at the very moment the man entered, Zhu Qing's expression darkened, and she quickly slipped into the corner of the crowd, shrouded in shadows to conceal herself. It was evident she recognized the distinctive features of Dai Mubai, with his golden hair and peculiar eyes. As Dai Mubai approached the counter and regarded the server, he inquired, "You're new here, aren't you? Surely, you know to keep a room reserved for me?" In the corner, Zhu Qing's expression soured even further. The server hesitated momentarily, then tentatively asked, "And you are?" Dai Mubai, growing impatient, retorted, "Fetch your manager." The server, feeling the weight of his gaze chill her to the bone, hurriedly rushed to summon her superior. "Brother, it seems we arrived first, doesn't it? Your behavior is rather unreasonable. Such a lack of decorum will only serve to amuse those two lovely ladies at your side. Your perspective is rather narrow." Xia Tianling, stoking the flames of the situation, spoke with eloquence while harboring a different sentiment. Dai Mubai paid no heed to her, even lifting one of the girl's chins with a dismissive hand, replying coldly, "And what of it? In this Soto city, one and all know who I, Dai Xiao, am." Catching a glimpse of the corner where the petite figure of Zhu Qing clenched her fists, Xia Tianling nearly chuckled aloud. "My flamboyant Dai Xiao, truly. One's own misdeeds are unforgivable." At that moment, the typically headstrong Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself, stepping forward defiantly. "Not at all. First come, first served. So you can leave." Dai Mubai's gaze lingered on the girl for a moment before he turned to Xiao Wu. "Very well. It has been some time since anyone dared to speak to me thus. You all possess soul power, I presume. Let us see if you can best me. Should you succeed, I shall leave at once. Otherwise, kindly demonstrate how to vacate the premises." As his words reached her ears, the twin sisters giggled enchantingly, obediently stepping aside. Just then, the server returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man, having overheard the entire exchange, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Gentlemen, let us all be reasonable. No need for hostility." Dai Mubai shot him a glance. "Manager Wang, it seems you become quite the businessman, even disregarding me." Wang, wiping the sweat from his brow, forced a smile. "Dai Xiao, please don't say that. It is entirely my fault. This lad is new and unaware of the etiquette. I deeply apologize and will arrange a room for you immediately." Turning to the server, he admonished, "Open your eyes. This is Dai Xiao, our highest tier VIP. Regardless of how many guests we have, a room must always be reserved for him. Hurry and take Dai Xiao upstairs." Splendid. Manager Wang's timely interjection was flawless. Over the years, he had earned the highest tier VIP status solely through room bookings, a frequent patron indeed. Quite impressive. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing felt her temper boiling over. "You leave me alone in the Duuluo Empire to face the wrath of my siblings, while you indulge in debauchery in the Heavendo Empire? What a fine VIP you are, Dai Xiao. How could I have been so blind as to expect anything noble from such a coward?" After reprimanding the server, Manager Wang hastily apologized to the group, hoping they might consider relocating to another hotel. According to Xia Tianling's internal script, the purpose of revealing Dai Mubai's true nature to Zhu Qing had been fulfilled, and he could have easily departed at this juncture. However, just as he was about to voice his intention to leave, Dai Mubai's cold voice rang out. "I mentioned, it has been far too long since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You wish to leave just like that? If word of this spreads, where would my face be?" "Dai Xiao, please," Manager Wang implored, desperation etched across his features. As the soul masters clashed, the hotel became an afterthought. A fierce glimmer ignited in Dai Mubai's eyes. "Enough of the idle chatter. I will bear the cost of all damages." In the original narrative, it was Xiao Wu who impulsively rushed in, while Tang San engaged in combat. However, having witnessed the unfolding events, Zhu Qing, concealed in the corner, felt her fury reach a boiling point, ready to charge at Dai Mubai in a bid for vengeance. She was genuinely prepared to confront him. As her fiancé, not only had he failed to join forces with her against their foes, but he had also abandoned her to revel in indulgence with abandon. Now, he even contemplated attacking her? Sensing the murderous intent approaching from behind, Xia Tian swiftly intervened, positioning himself between Zhu Shuqing and the threat. He gently patted her claw-like hands, softly saying, "You cannot match him. Let me handle this." With that, he stepped forward to confront the others. Zhu Shuqing's eyes brimmed with defiance and an inexplicable emotion as she protested, "No, don't interfere. I want. Wait until your training bears fruit. Then you can defeat him yourself." Xia Tian, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a small gust of wind, pinning Zhu Shuqing in place as he turned to face Dai Mubai. "I had intended to let you off, but since you insist, let us proceed." To be frank, he had long desired to confront Dai Mubai, yet lacked a justifiable cause. Such unreasonable demands had never been heard before. "I take great pleasure in helping others." Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, finding the audacity amusing. His right fist shot upward, propelled by a sudden lunge, delivering a furious punch aimed directly at Xia Tianling's chest. Xia Tianling harbored a similar unquenchable fire within, bracing himself to meet the attack. He stepped forward with his right leg and retaliated with a punch of his own. With a thunderous impact, Dai Mubai's forward momentum abruptly halted, forcing him to retreat half a step. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. He had exerted 80% of his strength, yet this individual managed to push him back. Furthermore, his fist felt remarkably solid, causing his right hand to tremble slightly, as if it might fracture. Yet, Xia Tianling stood unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Of course, Xia Tianling was unharmed. His physical prowess, honed through the dual tempering of his martial soul and techniques, was on par with the Soul King, rendering Dai Mubai, a mere 37th level Soul Master, inconsequential. Chapter 33. Dai Mubai's astonishment. "Well, you possess some strength. You may indeed be worthy of being my opponent," Dai Mubai declared coldly, launching himself into action. In an instant, he soared from the ground, propelling himself above Xia Tianling, his form unfolding in the air like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, ready to pounce upon its prey. This is a skill that Dai Mubai takes great pride in. Regardless of how his opponents attempt to block or attack, he possesses a myriad of countermeasures. His seemingly flawed stances, in reality, replete with deceptive maneuvers, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being torn apart by him. However, in the eyes of Xia Tianling, this very technique appears riddled with openings. In combat, one of the gravest mistakes is to leap about recklessly. While the heroic figures in martial arts films may seem impressive and dazzling as they bound through the air, such movements are merely aesthetic embellishments. Once airborne, one's bodily movements and power delivery become significantly constrained. At this moment, Dai Mubai's seemingly invincible maneuver is indeed fraught with vulnerabilities. Xia Tianling swiftly took a large step to the right, simultaneously extending his right fist and striking forcefully upward to the left, aiming directly for Dai Mubai's ribs. As Dai Mubai was suspended in midair, he found himself incapable of redirecting his momentum. Moreover, the distance to the nearby wall was insufficient for him to leverage a lateral movement. Consequently, he could only twist his body in a desperate attempt, bracing himself with his palms and abdomen to absorb the impact. Thus, the formidable tiger descending the mountain became a battered one instead. Dai Mubai was sent flying horizontally, crashing into various furnishings within the establishment. The strike elicited exuberant shouts from the nearby Xiaowu, although Zhu Shuqing maintained an expressionless facade. Her heart echoed with a sense of relief. Amidst a swirling cloud of dust, Dai Mubai clutched his abdomen and unsteadily rose to his feet. His countenance bore an unsettling shade, realizing too late that he had underestimated his opponent. This youth, seemingly younger than himself, exhibited formidable strength. Was this truly the level of those who claimed to know Dai Xiao throughout Soto City? Xia Tianling twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. His gaze filled with playful mockery. "Do not revel in your triumph too soon. The fact that you compelled me to utilize my soul power indicates that I have lost this round. However, I cannot concede without a proper contest, regardless of the outcome. This room is yours for today." With that declaration, a newfound intensity sparkled in Dai Mubai's eyes, replacing his previous disdain with solemnity. "White Tiger, manifest." A surge of white light enveloped him, transforming Dai Mubai into a magnificent tiger human form. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings of light ascended, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings rotated, a torrent of overwhelming soul power surged forth, imposing an undeniable pressure. Dai Mubai, martial spirit, White Tiger. Rank 37 Beast Martial Spirit Battle Soul Sovereign. I seek your guidance. His voice resonated with commanding authority, signifying a formal challenge. Concern etched on Tang San's face. He approached and whispered, Ling, this Dai Mubai appears formidable. He had discreetly prepared 2 concealed projectiles, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice should Xia Tianling find himself in peril. Xia Tianling smiled gently, offering Tang San an assuring glance. It is merely a match. Do stow away your weapons. Have I not advised you to exercise restraint and not to be so quick to take lives? In contrast to Tang San's apprehension, Zhu Zhuqing held unwavering confidence in Xia Tianling. After all, he had transcended the limits of soul rings, capable of swiftly dispatching a soul sovereign, and possessed a soul power 2 levels superior to Dai Mubai's. Xia Tianling had always found the practice of announcing one's power before a battle rather foolish. Nevertheless, respecting local customs in Douluo was prudent, especially since this was not a battle to the death. Xia Tianling, Martial Spirit, Dawnbreaker, rank 39 Weapon Martial Spirit Battle Soul Sovereign. Over the years, he had been ridiculed by the Spirit Hall and various outsiders for the unattractiveness of his martial spirit's name, leading him to adopt a new one. Dawnbreaker it shall be. After all, the axe truly possessed armor-piercing capabilities, living up to its name. Perhaps it could be called the Shadow Battle Axe and the Shattered Star Hammer? But that was a matter for another time. He cherished the name Dawnbreaker. What did you say? You're at rank 39? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. How old are you? Thank you for the inquiry. I am currently residing in Holy Spirit Village and have just turned 12. Dai Mubai felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Regret for issuing the challenge began to set in. Is it too late to retract my challenge? Are you not going to release your martial spirit? Dai Mubai, somewhat weary, observed his opponents in action and asked in confusion. Oh, it's unnecessary, Xia Tianling replied nonchalantly. If I released my martial spirit and defeated you in a single move, where would the thrill be? Fury ignited within Dai Mubai. He, the illustrious Dai Shao, had roamed Soto City for years, and never had anyone dared to belittle him so. Be cautious, he bellowed, charging directly at Xia Tianling. A blinding white light erupted as Dai Mubai's eyes transformed into a fierce white hue. The first soul ring shone brightly, manifesting a protective white shield. White tiger shield. Immediately, his second soul ring lit up. A massive orb of white light coalesced. And with a powerful roar, Dai Mubai expelled a milky white sphere from his mouth. White Tiger's radiant wave. This time, he did not underestimate his opponent. He initiated the battle with 2 soul techniques, one for offense and one for defense, leaving no room for error. Xia Tianling observed the oncoming White Tiger's radiant light wave, followed closely by Dai Mubai, and calmly raised his right hand, uttering a single syllable. Among the gathered crowd, only Tang San understood. It was a phonetic expression of a Chinese character signifying condense. Instantly, a vast amount of water element coalesced in the air, forming the shape of a concave lens, followed by a wave of chilling air that froze the water into solid ice. The white light wave struck the ice mirror with great force, rebounding at an astonishing speed. What? How is this possible? Dai Mubai's pupils constricted. Aren't you a weapon soul master? How can you manipulate elements? As you can see, it is quite simple. Xia Tianling dismissed the ice mirror with a wave, utilizing the scattering light waves to advance, delivering a series of powerful punches against the White Tiger's protective barrier. There is much you have yet to anticipate. With a resounding thud, the white circular shield shattered under Xia Tianling's sheer force. Dai Mubai fixed his gaze upon Xia Tianling, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Such immense power. If you can withstand my next strike, I shall concede. In an instant, a purple halo illuminated around him, causing the air to warp. Suddenly, his body transformed into a deep crimson hue. Second transformation, Millennium Soul Technique, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. At this moment, Dai Mubai's muscles bulged grotesquely, his upper garments bursting apart, revealing a terrifying muscular silhouette. The most peculiar sight was the emergence of dark stripes across his skin, enveloped in a golden aura, exuding the majesty of a king among beasts. Are you not going to unleash your martial soul? Then do not blame me. Enraged by Xia Tianling's calm demeanor, Dai Mubai activated his third soul technique and charged forward. Can he contend with that fierce tiger? Observing the daunting figure, Xiao Wu expressed her concern, tugging at Tang San's sleeve. Tang San, noting Xia Tianling's composed stance and the cornered yet vengeful Zhu Zhuqing, assured her, I believe in Ling Go. He will undoubtedly prevail. After all, he is a stronger traverser than I. Chapter 34. Understanding the King, Dai Mubai indeed. This is more like it. A mischievous grin graced Xia Tianling's face as he summoned his soul power to meet the challenge. His eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils. Faint arcs of thunder swirling around his fists, his dragon might surging. Daimubai, in his white tiger diamond transformation, felt as though he were confronting not a mere soul master, but an unparalleled dragon king, even his top-tier white tiger martial soul feeling somewhat suppressed. Yet, with no retreat possible, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Xiao Wu, having sensed Xia Tianling's unleashed dragon might, had already taken refuge behind Tang San. Clutching his garment in terror, trembling uncontrollably, Tang San hastily comforted her. Xiao Wu, what troubles you? I feel so frightened, San Gu. The aura emanating from Ling Gu terrifies me, she stammered. Xia Tianling caught this scene from the corner of his eye and silently chuckled. Indeed, she was like a timid rabbit. For Daimubai, this battle required utmost concentration. For him, it was merely an outlet for pent-up energy. He had not been earnest before. He was merely enticing Daimubai to unleash his full power. Ending the duel prematurely would be rather dull. His heavy fists, imbued with dragon might, unreservedly pierced through Daimubai's defenses, landing squarely on his chin. The towering Daimubai was momentarily dazed by Xia Tianling's rising dragon fist. Before he could recover, Xia Tianling's second punch struck his abdomen, bending him over. The third punch, the fourth, followed by elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and headbutts. There were no extravagant soul techniques, only the most rudimentary close combat skills. Each blow landed with unrelenting force, leaving Daimubai utterly defenseless. This was no jest. These were combat techniques exchanged through the power of fate, honed with precision. Without any fanciful maneuvers, he delivered the heaviest blows with the simplest, most direct methods. After several minutes of this relentless assault, Daimubai was compelled to relinquish his white tiger diamond transformation, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Slumped against the wall in utter defeat. Enough, enough. I concede. Daimubai cried out in exasperation, desperately pleading for mercy, his pride thoroughly shattered. What manner of creature is this? It fights solely with physical prowess, neglecting its martial soul, causing itself to retreat repeatedly. This individual resembles a thunderous hedgehog spirit beast, enduring strikes only to be shocked in return. Do not be deceived by Daimubai's current pitiful state, his attire in tatters, his body marred with bruises. These are mere superficial wounds. Given his physical constitution, he will recover in a couple of days. Are you satisfied? Xia Tianling summoned a touch of water elemental energy to cleanse the bloodstains from her hands, producing a handkerchief to wipe them dry. I concede. This room is yours. Manager Wang, please charge the losses to my account, Daimubai declared with a magnanimous spirit. Though he is known for his flirtatious and domineering nature, he has the capacity to accept defeat and would never resort to dishonesty. He stretched his limbs, grinning widely at the onlookers. I believe we shall meet again soon. You are all here to apply to Shrek Academy, are you not? Should anyone trouble you, invoke the name of Daimubai, the evil-eyed white tiger. With that, the twin sisters hurriedly supported Daimubai, one on each arm, as they made their way to the exit. Suddenly, a cold snort captured Daimubai's attention. He turned back, somewhat perplexed, to find a fiery-haired maiden glaring at him, her fists clenched in indignation. The combination of her aloof demeanor and fierce expression seemed tailored to unsettle him. Having just endured a beating, Daimubai assumed this girl was merely irate over his commandeering of the room. He directed a knowing glance at Xia Tianling, who had just finished washing her hands. Perhaps it was a rare opportunity to encounter a rival of similar age. Fatefully, he felt compelled to comment, "Brother, you are indeed fortunate. This girl is truly exquisite. It seems you are kindred spirits. Come find me later, and I shall lead you to even greater treasures." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Splendid. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain the fury boiling within her. She immediately summoned her martial soul, ready to charge at Daimubai with the intent to confront him. "You scoundrel, Daimubai, I shall have your head. I traveled all this way to the Heaven Do Empire only to encounter a lecherous fool whose mind is consumed by women. Is this the man you are engaged to? Is this the kind of person he is?" Daimubai, who had already walked some distance away, chose to ignore this, thinking nothing of it as he perceived the girl to be quite fiery in her temperament, completely unaware of what he had missed. Xia Tianling, quick-witted and agile, seized Zhu Zhuqing, but the leather attire she wore was exceedingly smooth, leaving no grip for her to hold on to, and she could only feebly press on her shoulder. Observing his elder brother's predicament, Tang San promptly summoned his blue silver grass to lightly restrain Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, calm down. Stay composed. After a fruitless struggle, Zhu Zhiqing gradually quieted down. The fury that had filled her heart did not vanish. Rather, it was buried deeper within, awaiting the next provocation to erupt with greater intensity. The desire to grow stronger and her disappointment in Dai Mubai could no longer be suppressed. Zhu Zhiqing resolutely conveyed her intentions to Xia Tianling, saying, "I wish to grow stronger. I will follow you." Xia Tianling smiled and nodded, signaling Tang San to release the restraints of the blue-silver grass. "Hee. The plan is successful, little kitten one. No problem." With her composure restored, Zhu Zhiqing was released from Tang San's blue-silver grass, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination. This time, she was not only intent on defeating her sister, but also on personally trampling the fallen Dai Mubai beneath her feet. Meanwhile, the previously lively Xiao Wu cautiously peeked out from behind Tang San after Xia Tianling had reigned in his imposing presence, nervously glancing forward. "What's wrong, little rabbit? Am I that terrifying?" Xia Tianling chuckled. "Don't call me little rabbit. I feel like you might eat me at any moment." Xiao Wu retorted before hesitantly adding, "Eat you?" Tang San wouldn't agree to that, would he? He shot a playful glance in Tang San's direction. Tang San smiled helplessly. "Of course not. Xiao Wu is my sister. And then there's De Ming and Er Ming." Xiao Wu exclaimed, "How do you know De Ming and Er Ming?" Her eyes widened in astonishment. As you can see, Tang San expressed his confusion. "Xiao Wu, Linggu, what riddle are you two playing at? Who are De Ming and Er Ming?" De Ming and Er Ming are Xiao Wu's family. This matter won't be easy for her. You'll learn about it later. Xia Tianling chose not to reveal Xiao Wu's identity, knowing that Tang San would uncover the truth once he broke through to the purple extreme demon eyes. All right. Tang San did not press further, though he could surmise that Xiao Wu's background was likely complex, much like his own alcoholic father, Tang Hao. Their conversation deliberately glossed over some key information. What could it be? Are you also? What did that refer to? Could it be that Xiao Wu, like him, was a traveler from another world? That didn't seem likely. She appeared to lack any extraordinary wisdom, merely a carefree child. "What are you hiding from me?" However, he decided to let it be. Since Lingus said he would know in due time, he would wait patiently. It wasn't of utmost concern. Chapter 35, The Pope is not my biological mother. She is my godmother. Excuse me, esteemed guests, are you still in need of accommodation? Manager Wang, who had been lingering at the side, mustered the courage to approach as it seemed the group of soul masters had concluded their discussion. Xia Tianling and the others were merely speaking casually, without concern for secrecy, but even so, Manager Wang would not dare eavesdrop. The young soul master leading the group had already demonstrated formidable strength by incapacitating Dai Mubai, so it was prudent to maintain a good relationship with him. "Oh, accommodations." Tang San snapped back to reality and quickly responded. "Since Zhiqing doesn't intend to go to Shrek, let's forego the stay." Xia Tianling produced some gold soul coins to compensate for their losses. "Our objective has been achieved. Whether we stay at the Rose Hotel or not is of little consequence. Though staying might offer some additional benefits, I would rather avoid such opportunism." Even the night spent outdoors, he had set up a tent and slept alone. No, that won't do. Dai Mubai said everything today would be on his account. Manager Wang hurriedly declined. Very well, Xia Tianling did not insist and beckoned Zhu Zhiqing to leave. "Tang San, little rabbit, take care, we shall meet again." "Darn it, don't call me little rabbit. My name is Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu huffed from behind. "By the way, Brother San, are we going to sleep in separate rooms? I wanted to sleep with you." "Brother San, shall we go shopping this afternoon? Where are we going?" Zhu Zhiqing inquired as they exited the Rose Hotel, following quietly behind. "Of course, we are going to my home. After traveling for so long, we should rest a bit before setting off by carriage tomorrow," Xia Tianling replied nonchalantly. He was quite the lazy one, avoiding hassle except when it came to his preferred activities, always eager to delegate tasks. "Your home? You have a house here?" Zhu Zhiqing expressed her confusion. Could someone really buy a house just for schooling? If Xia Tianling could hear her thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond, yes, and quite a few. The outrageous prices of school district homes in his previous life were beyond imagination. "Here we are," Xia Tianling announced, pointing ahead after only a short walk. A massive domed structure came into view, its front width exceeding 100 meters and standing 2 or 3 stories tall. The entire edifice was brown, and the emblem of the Spirit Hall on the grand entrance featured 3 distinct patterns, indicating that this building was a level 3 main hall of the Spirit Hall. "This Spirit Hall? Is it your home? You can't be the Pope's biological son, can you?" Zhu Zhiqing exclaimed in surprise, voicing her thoughts candidly. Pfft. Xia Tianling was taken aback, wondering what peculiar thoughts occupied the little kitten's mind. Of course, I am not the Pope's biological son. However, my sister is. I am the Pope's godson. He continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am the current Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, a disciple of the Pope, and the heir to the next Pope. Upon hearing this, the little kitten was left astonished, her mind momentarily blank. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? That was even more prestigious than being the Pope's biological child. It overshadowed her status as the second young lady of the Ghost family in the Douluo Empire. Enough standing there in a daze. Let us go, Xia Tian said, pulling the dazed Zhu Shiqing toward the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall. Your Highness, the Holy Son. The guards at the door bowed and saluted in unison. This was during his previous venture to recruit Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's guards. Thanks to his efforts, he earned a substantial reward of over a dozen gold soul coins in one go. To an ordinary person, this amount is not insignificant, and he felt immense gratitude. Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively, instructing them not to bow before him, as such gestures were unnecessary in his presence. One of the guards candidly agreed. As they entered the grand doors, he and Zhu Shiqing ascended straight to the Lord's office. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals who bowed in respect, and he reciprocated each gesture. Does the son truly merit such flattery? Zhu Shiqing inquired, bemused by the multitude of people bowing to him, including not only members of the Spirit Hall, but also numerous civilian soul masters. Xia Tian calmly replied, it is not that the son deserves their flattery. Rather, it is my amiable disposition that has garnered such admiration. Before long, they arrived at the top floor, where the Lord's office was located. A young man was engrossed in writing behind a pile of scrolls. Uncle Su Yuntao, Xia Tian exclaimed, comfortably taking a seat and pouring juice for both himself and Zhu Shiqing. Upon hearing his voice, the young man looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. Your Highness. The son. What brings you here? Recently, Su Yuntao had been riding high on a wave of success. After discovering the genius that was Xia Tian, he had received accolades from Ghost Douluo and, with the aid of the Spirit Hall, had broken through to level 30, acquiring a 1,000-year spirit ring. His accolades continued, and he swiftly rose from a minor branch servant to the lord of a third-level main hall, surpassing even his longtime superior, Master Matthewuno. Moreover, even the goddess he had long admired had cast him a flirtatious glance, leading to a successful union a year prior. Xia Tian had even attended his wedding, which had significantly boosted his pride. With status, strength, family, and a mentor who recognized his potential, he had truly become a victor in life. In the terms of his past life, it was akin to receiving a promotion, becoming the general manager, ascending to CEO, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of existence. Years later, when the esteemed Su Yuntao was interviewed by journalists about the most prudent decision of his life, he would unhesitatingly declare, it was undoubtedly my diligent work that enabled the noble son's awakening of his martial soul. Let's find a place to stay. We depart for the academy tomorrow. The hotels in the city are quite subpar. It's far more comfortable to stay at home, Xia Tian remarked, glancing at the desk cluttered with documents. He teased, Uncle Su. Even as the Lord, you remain so diligent in your work. Su Yuntao quickly waved his hands, humbly insisting, I dare not take such credit. This is merely my duty. Moreover, how can you address me as uncle? You should know me better. In private, we can speak freely. I do not concern myself with titles. Over the past 6 years, Xia Tian has thrived within the Spirit Hall, a feat closely intertwined with his character. Having emerged from modern society, he was educated to believe in the equality of all individuals. Consequently, he finds it difficult to accept the demeaning titles often associated with servitude. He is only amenable to referring to others as subordinates. Thus, he has never leveraged his status to adopt an air of superiority, always interacting amicably with the staff of the Spirit Hall. Whenever someone lends him assistance, he ensures to express his gratitude tenfold, with his capabilities and potential, alongside a nurturing attitude towards his subordinates and a deep sense of appreciation. Who wouldn't be fond of such a leader? Moreover, everyone relishes the sensation of being respected. Ah, the young master has returned with a companion. I shall arrange a more spacious room for you this evening. Ahem, 2 rooms, to be precise. This is a newly discovered talent of mine, and I plan to take her to the academy as a companion, merely a friend, Xia Tian hastily clarified. It is all in jest. He is indeed a paragon of virtue. Despite frequently boasting online about his desires, he remains fundamentally conservative. All actions must be predicated on the principle of consent. While he would not refuse benefits offered voluntarily, he firmly rejects any forced advantages. Taking advantage of others is not the conduct of a gentleman. Chapter 36. The 7 unite at the Spirit Academy. The Spirit Academy. designed to provide ample space for student development, is not situated within the boundaries of the two great empires, but rather at the intersection of their territories, forming a strategic position opposite the Spirit City. Upon boarding the exclusive carriage of the Spirit Hall, the two quickly arrived at their destination. In stark contrast to the humble Shrek village, the Spirit Academy stands as a bastion of wealth, overshadowing even the Royal Academy of Tiando. Furthermore, the faculty at the Spirit Academy boasts an unmatched, formidable strength that other factions can scarcely rival. Two titled Douluos are stationed here year-round to ensure the safety of the students, supplemented by several Soul Douluos, numerous Soul Sages, and a host of Soul Emperors serving as educators. However, half of these instructors are not permanently stationed here. They typically arrive after completing significant missions to relax and impart knowledge to students, preventing idleness. This arrangement simultaneously allows for relaxation while nurturing the next generation of talent and admirable duality. The Spirit Academy, nestled within the mountains? Zhu Zhiqing peered curiously through the carriage window, surveying the surrounding landscape. To be precise, this entire mountain range constitutes the domain of the Spirit Academy. It is Xia Tianling's first visit here. Although he had previously heard about it from Hu Laina, the Spirit Academy encompasses not merely the surface of an entire mountain range. It also provides simulated training environments for various specialized colleges. Artificial lakes, subterranean lava flows, lush forests, and even a thunder sea constructed from thunder-attributed plant-type soul beasts abound. There is nothing that the Spirit Academy cannot provide, limited only by one's imagination. Moreover, the Academy boasts its own expansive soul beast forest, surpassing the scale of a level 1 hunting forest, teeming with numerous 10,000-year soul beasts. The Soul Beast Forest is a designated area cultivated by the Academy for students to undertake assessments, hone their skills, and capture soul rings. Wealth, indeed, affords one the liberty to act as they desire. Such a grand endeavor of enclosing a secluded mountain range for the Academy, coupled with a dedicated hunting forest, is a privilege reserved for the Spirit Hall, which commands 7/10 of the world's spirit masters. The carriage, having received prior arrangements, glides smoothly towards the heart of the Academy. At the foot of the mountains within the Academy, a row of villa-like structures stands. This area is exclusively set aside for the activities of talented students. Unlike the two great empires that monopolize everything, the Spirit Hall is well aware of the principle that meritocracy reigns supreme. If one possesses ability, cultivation, and talent, they are entitled to superior treatment. Each new student, upon completing their aptitude assessment, is awarded an initial rank medal. Whenever they break through their cultivation, accumulate merits through task completion, or achieve outstanding results in the annual assessments, they can petition the Academy for a rank elevation, thus gaining access to enhanced resources and superior academic guidance. For instance, in the original text, the Purple Lu medal earned by the 3 members of the Golden Generation represents the highest rank within the Academy. Upon graduation, they can immediately assume significant positions within the Spirit Hall. Normally, Xia Tian and his 2 companions would have reported to the Academy directly after their awakening. However, there are always a select few individuals who hold immense importance to a particular organization, so until they attain a certain level of self-protection, the 3 of them must remain within the Spirit City to cultivate their skills. This arrangement is of little consequence to them, as the initial years of cultivation primarily involve enhancing their soul power and acquiring theoretical knowledge, which can be done anywhere. Now that they have made some progress in their cultivation, they can begin engaging in practical combat training. Xia Tianling guided Zhu Zhiqing to a multi-story building before them. This is the exclusive teaching building for gifted students, accessible only to a select few. As soon as I stepped through the door, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the air. A vividly dressed young girl, her face adorned with a playful smile, rushed down the stairs and enveloped Xia Tianling in a warm embrace. "Well, little junior brother, I've missed you so much. You've grown taller again." Almost catching up to me, the one who had come was none other than Hu Laina, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall from the original tale. "Ahem, senior sister. Please put me down. I can hardly breathe." Xia Tianling struggled to free himself from Hu Laina's hold. "Is that truly longing for me you express? It seems more like you crave my cooking. Hee, who could resist your culinary skills? After tasting your dishes, the cafeteria food just pales in comparison." Hu Laina stuck out her tongue, adding, "Even Xiao Aos spirit food can become monotonous after a while, and your cooking is simply unparalleled." Being another student of the Spirit Hall, Hu Laina would often return to Spirit City during school breaks to train with her mentor. After casually tasting Xia Tianling's cooking once, She shamelessly began to drop by for meals regularly. This led to her becoming familiar with Oscar and Ma Hongjun as well. Honestly, I envy Tianling every time. A few more individuals descended from upstairs. Yan, with your sycophantic tendencies, how could senior sister Liena possibly take a liking to you? Upon recognizing the speaker, Xia Tianling retorted with a hint of annoyance. To forge iron, one must first temper themselves. Ha 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 ha, Tianling speaks the truth. If you devoted even a fraction of that energy to your training, my sister wouldn't be so vexed by you, chimed in another young man, who happened to be Hu Liena's brother, Xiu. Yin awkwardly rubbed his nose, feigning indifference. After all, his infatuation with Hu Liena was no secret, having persisted for quite some time. Hey, Linga, why didn't you join us? We thought you were secretly off to meet a girl. Exactly. Fatty isn't wrong. Boss, you're being rather sneaky. Don't call me fatty. I'm not even plump anymore. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged playful banter. Over the span of 6 years, not only Bibi Dong and Xin Renjue had transformed, but so had Oscar and the once plump Hongjun. Actually, plump was no longer an apt descriptor. After training in the Fire Phoenix technique, Ma Hongjun had developed a physique that was decidedly more normal. He no longer exuded the lewd aura of his original self. Instead, he radiated youthful vigor and a certain charm. With a cultivation level of 32, he had become the epitome of a young, affluent gentleman in Soto City, capturing the secret admiration of many young ladies in his village. However, the reformed Ma Hongjun no longer needed to seek solace in romantic escapades. Under Xia Tianling's guidance for 6 years, he had not devolved into a lustful fiend as depicted in the original narrative. Rather, he remained a pure-hearted youth devoted to his training. Oscar's transformation was even more profound. After cultivating the martial body, he regained his confidence, a stark contrast to the despondency of his counterpart in the original timeline. The increase in strength, particularly through martial arts, had imbued him with resilience and self-assurance that radiated from within. His well-defined muscles concealed an explosive power that could intimidate even the most seasoned spirit masters. With his perfected no-leakage body and a soul power level of 35, Oscar possessed the prowess to defeat spirit masters of equivalent rank. Who would believe that he is a food-type soul master? Who would dare to believe it? You, glutton, are you feeling a bit cheeky? Your cultivation is still not as high as Xiao Ao, the food-type soul master? It seems you have been rather indolent lately. Do you need my assistance in extra training? Ma Hongjun's expression immediately soured. No, Linga, that guy Xiao Ao is simply abnormal. I cannot possibly compare. Although Xia Tianling had already resolved his issue with the evil fire, Ma Hongjun's inherently lazy disposition was a trait difficult to change. You are truly oblivious to the blessings you have. Let me introduce you. This is my newly recruited student and also my friend. Her name is Zhu Xiqing, and we shall be learning together henceforth. Zhu Qing, do greet everyone. Zhu Xiqing, who had been silently standing in the corner, stepped forward. Hello everyone, I am Zhu Xiqing, a spirit master of the Phantom Spirit Cat, at the rank of a 29th level battle spirit master. Phantom Spirit Cat, surnamed Zhu? Are you from the Zhu family of Xinglua? Hu Liena inquired thoughtfully. At such a young age, possessing a cultivation of 29 levels is impressive. Indeed, Zhu Xiqing affirmed. However, her identity is not something we need to concern ourselves with. I will handle everything, Xia Tianling interjected hastily. Oh, several individuals chimed in playfully. Boss, and you still claim to be friends with her? Oscar grinned mischievously. Although his cultivation practice had altered his mindset, it did not change his cheeky nature. Yes, Linga. We all know one another. No need to hide anything, Ma Hongjun added in agreement. Get lost. Xia Tianling shouted in anger. Fatty, let me tell you. Zhu Qing has worked much harder in her training than you, and even Xiao Ao pales in comparison. If she surpasses your level in the future, do not blame me for increasing your training. He is getting anxious. He is furious from embarrassment. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, unfazed. The air was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, in Soto City, Tang San and Xiao Wu had also arrived at the registration point for Shrek Academy. However, in this timeline, Shrek appeared to be rather underwhelming. With Oscar and Ma Hongjun absent, the academy had only one student, Dai Mubai. 6 teachers for 1 student. It was akin to a paleontology department at some obscure academy. Unsurprisingly, during the 4th round against Zhao Wujing, Xiao Wu was backfired by her own charm. Yet, Tang San did not attempt to strike Zhao Wujing down as he did in the original story. He understood that this was the consequence of Xiao Wu's own actions. Due to the absence of Zhu Zhuqing's support, he merely engaged Zhao Wujing with hidden weapons for a brief moment before conceding. Nonetheless, What was that saying? Transient traversers. Zhao Wujing takes a beating. Even without a fierce battle, Zhao Wujing could not escape the fate of being pummeled by Tang San. Truly, Xiao's spiritual strength is rather feeble. A 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human should not have spiritual prowess inferior to that of a power-type soul sage. Which is indeed rather perplexing. This is truly your innate talent, little rabbit. Wait, does the little rabbit possess a captivating skill? Tang San's hat appears to have become a shade greener. Chapter 37, The Assassin S Blade. After completing the enrollment procedures with Zhu Shiqing, Xia Tian deftly led her to his exclusive training ground. This is the advantage of being a top-tier student. One does not have to share with others, but rather receives personalized guidance tailored to their unique needs. Speaking of Zhu Shiqing's agile assault path in the original narrative, Xia Tianling felt utterly perplexed. Agile assault? Control? Defense? Strength? Are they truly useful? Among the titled Douluo across the continent, each one, without exception, is a powerhouse of brute force. The claims that control-type fighters have an upper hand in one-on-one confrontations, countering agile attacks, are rather dubious. The measure of combat prowess, as the old poison master would assert, typically leaves control-type fighters on the sidelines, with little relevance beyond mere bystanders. The most laughable aspect is the agile assault type. Even counting all the titled Douluo across the continent, only the ghost Douluo belongs to this category. Is it truly effective? What should agile assault embody? It ought to resemble that of an assassin, concealing oneself, possessing high attack and agility, delivering a single fatal strike that claims the target's life, and then vanishing into thin air. To slay one from 10 paces away, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Once the deed is done, one departs gracefully, concealing their merit and name. Yet, what do the agile assault fighters of Douluo continent engage in? They may possess agility, but where is the attack? Where is the explosive power? Striking with a cacophony of flashy skills only to have defense-type soul masters remain unscathed? What, then, is the significance of agile assault? There seems to be a profound misunderstanding regarding the essence of cultivation. For years, the soul masters of Douluo continent have failed to grasp the true purpose of agile assault fighters. Each insists on facing opponents head-on like the brute strength type, which is rather misguided. Consequently, Xia Tianling resolved to teach the little kitten how to become a competent assassin. Can I become as powerful as them? Zhu Shiqing bit her lip. Upon meeting the others, she sensed a formidable aura emanating from several individuals. It was understandable that the older participants surpassed her in strength. But even Ma Hongjun, who appeared to be of similar age, possessed a cultivation level no less than that of a soul elder. Zhu Shiqing felt a flicker of anticipation mingled with trepidation. With companions so formidable by her side, could she keep pace? Moreover, what could she offer in return for their kindness? In comparison to these young prodigies, Dai Mubai seemed utterly inept. You will become stronger than them, Xia Tianling stated without preamble, diving straight into the matter at hand. Grasp this dagger, and let a drop of your blood fall upon it. Savor the sensation. Zhu Shiqing complied, slicing a small cut into her finger with the sharp blade. The crimson blood oozed forth, landing upon the dagger, which absorbed it, radiating a dark crimson glow. Simultaneously, the dagger's essence began to dissolve, merging into Zhu Shiqing's very being. This is a dagger known as the Assassin's Blade, originating from a fantastical realm steeped in Western mythology. This dagger serves not only as a weapon but also as a relic bestowed by the god of assassins, Assassin. From that realm, through systematic deconstruction, the legacy left by a mere deity from another world can be effortlessly unraveled. By filtering out the original divine power, what remains are merely insights into the cultivation of the assassin profession and a modicum of primal energy. The residual force greatly aids Zhu Shiqing in mastering the skills swiftly while simultaneously enhancing her physical form. This weapon is an intangible entity. The dagger merely serves as a vessel for its form. In truth, as long as Zhu Shiqing desires, she could effortlessly manifest a great cleaver as well. In a certain sense, the little cat has acquired an additional second soul weapon that cannot be adorned with soul rings. The brilliance of this weapon lies in its unparalleled ability to bypass any form of defense. No matter how formidable, it is rendered utterly ineffective. The only factors capable of withstanding its onslaught are the inherent physical resilience of the assailant and their own counterattacks. For instance, should you wield this weapon against a sorcerer clad in the most exquisite enchanted armor, fortified by 7 or 8 powerful protective shields, it would matter not. I would effortlessly disregard all defenses and deliver a decisive blow. However, should you attempt to strike a being of immense physical fortitude, such as a stone giant. The weapon's efficacy would significantly diminish. In such a scenario, it would merely be regarded as an indestructible and razor-sharp instrument. Among the myriad techniques bequeathed by the god of assassins, aside from the cultivation methods, the most valuable is undoubtedly the art of void walking. This is the distinctive skill of the god of assassins, enabling the user to become ethereal, slipping into the void, unseen and impervious to any attacks. When mastered to a high degree, even the barriers of reality can be effortlessly traversed. In simpler terms, it renders one unselectable in the realm of reality. At this moment, with her eyes closed, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she were a small boat amidst the tumultuous waves of a mighty ocean, battered by the ferocious and piercing energy that relentlessly assailed her inner resolve. Unbeknownst to Xia Tian, although the system had neutralized the latent dangers within this legendary weapon and severed its ties to its original world, it essentially remained a divine artifact. An artifact is not deemed divine merely due to its formidable strength or superiority. Rather, it is classified as such because it has been wielded by a deity. Even in the severely weakened world of Douluo, the accumulated killing intent and the divine power of the god of assassins, steeped over countless years, still harbor immense energy. Although the god of assassins may be merely a mid-tier deity of ordinary divine power, the essence of that power transcends the profession of a soul master by leaps and bounds. Such immense power should not be wielded as a means of offense. Rather, it unleashes a tempestuous assault upon the will of its bearer. Should that will crumble, the consequence is to descend into a mere husk, governed solely by the instincts of slaughter, akin to a drunken reveler in the city of carnage. Am I truly so feeble that I cannot withstand even the impact of a single weapon's will? No, I must grow stronger. I must seek vengeance. I must prove that my family's morbid legacy of inheritance is flawed. I must. In the realm of will conjured by the assassin's blade, Zhu Zhuqing clung desperately. Her visage contorted in pain. This state is not right. Xia Tian swiftly discerned the issue, while the system provided the aforementioned explanation. How can I save her? I expended a significant portion of my fate power to compel the system to offer a solution. Ding. The path of longevity that the host cultivates is the most harmonious with nature, encompassing all things. Simply guide it with your breath and consciousness. Upon hearing the system's words, Xia Tian hastily complied, releasing her soul and mental energy to envelop Zhu Zhuqing. It bore fruit. Zhu Zhuqing's countenance began to tranquilize. Just as she was on the brink of succumbing to darkness, she sensed a beam of light within this shadowy realm of will, emanating a warm and familiar essence that clarified her previously chaotic mind. Is it you? Are you the one aiding me? No one anticipated that this struggle of wills would persist for an extended duration. On the very night Xia Tian brought Zhu Zhuqing into the training chamber, Hulaina felt that something was amiss. It was merely a matter of practicing a technique. Why had they been inside for so long? Chapter 38, A Blessing in Disguise. She too had experienced something similar. A few years prior, Xia Tian had imparted to her a cultivation technique known as the Qingxiu Tianhu method, which even her teacher, Bibi Dong, praised as exceedingly profound. Concerned, she peered through the specialized observation mirror of the training room to assess the situation, and upon finding no issues, she refrained from further interference. Little did she realize that this state would persist into the next day, the third day, the fourth day, until the morning of the sixth day. At this moment, several individuals had gathered outside the training chamber. Aside from his few companions, the others possessed remarkably high levels of soul power. Both titled Douluos stationed at the academy had arrived, accompanied by several healing-type soul masters, including a titled Douluo specializing in healing. He is undoubtedly the contemporary saint's son of the Spirit Hall, and any form of solemnity would be justified. Just as the two titled Douluos were deliberating whether to forcefully breach the door, fortune smiled upon them as the inheritance finally concluded. After 4 consecutive days of unleashing his spiritual power, Xia Tian was on the verge of exhaustion. The moment he sensed the end of the inheritance, he could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground. His last thought was a resigned, "Well, this is quite the predicament." Upon completing her inheritance, Zhu Zhuqing's aura surged dramatically, her presence akin to a soaring blade, though her form appeared somewhat ethereal. "Tianling, Your Highness, Ling Gu, junior brother, boss." The first call came from Zhu Zhuqing. Upon opening her eyes, still reveling in her breakthrough to the 30th level, she was met with the sight of Xia Tian, drained of strength, collapsing before her, and she hurriedly supported him. Outside, upon noticing that both individuals had awoken, a throng of people burst through the door, pouring in like a tidal wave. The healing tidal Douluo swiftly reached out with his soul power to assess Xia Tianling's condition, simultaneously unleashing his martial soul and bombarding him with healing soul techniques one after another. No, don't heal me, Teacher Wang. I'm fine, Xia Tianling weakly replied, lying in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. I merely overextended my spiritual power. A bit of rest will suffice. Overextended spiritual power? That can be remedied. A voice interjected. As a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School stepped forward, proclaiming, Spirit. A spiritual enhancement buff was immediately cast upon him, gradually restoring his depleted mental energy. This individual was indeed a soul emperor from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects that had always maintained a friendly rapport with the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the Sword Douluo, Qisha Jianshun, and the sect leader, Ning Fengji, were even among the honorary elders of the Spirit Hall, fostering considerable cooperation between the two formidable factions. Tianling, thank you, Zhu Zhuqing said, cradling the pale-faced Xia Tianling, her eyes slightly reddening. He had endured this for her sake. Xia Tianling, however, smiled nonchalantly, replying, what is there to thank? It's only natural. Didn't Ti mention before that you are my partner? I'll always have your back. Evil Moon Flame, why haven't Ti we experienced such care? Is there a distinction in treatment? Zhu Zhuqing, flustered, retorted, you should stop talking and focus on resting. At that moment, her eyes were not the only thing reddening. Her cheeks flushed slightly as well. A tidal Douluo, witnessing their highness seemingly in good spirits, even jesting with a lady, felt an anger bubble within him. All right, everyone disperse. Return to your cultivation. Ning Tao escorted his highness back to his quarters. However, Xia Tianling was oblivious to the ensuing events. His mental state was genuinely poor, prior. He had merely mustered the strength to utter a few words before his eyes closed, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he finally awoke, it was already the following morning. Oh, what a truly refreshing sleep. Xia Tianling rose from the familiar bed, stretching luxuriously. It had been ages since he had felt this relaxed, as he had replaced sleep with cultivation. Oh, my soul power has actually surpassed the 40th level? Perfect. He could now take the little kitty to the Stardow Forest to obtain a soul ring. I wonder how she is faring after receiving the inheritance. This time, it truly felt perilous. Having sailed smoothly for so long, my guard had slipped, and I nearly faced calamity. In the future, I should consult the system regarding uncertain matters. Tianling, you are awake. Just as Xia Tianling sat on the bed, reflecting on the gains and losses of this incident, Zhu Zhuqing entered the room. Upon seeing his rosy complexion, she exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Zhuqing, did you not go to cultivate? Young man, you are indeed fortunate. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's call, the healer from yesterday, a soul Douluo, also stepped inside. He had remained in the living room downstairs, vigilant against any unforeseen events. After you fell unconscious yesterday, this young lady steadfastly guarded your side without leaving for a moment. Ah, youth is truly wonderful, the old man remarked with a wistful expression. Since all seems well, I shall not intrude upon your youthful gathering. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe fruit, as she silently lowered her head, kneeling by the bed. You stayed all night? This little kitten is truly. Clearing his throat, Xia Tianling awkwardly shifted the topic. Ahem, Zhuqing, how do you feel after completing the inheritance? Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I have broken through the 30th level. My body feels significantly lighter. Moreover, the dagger you bestowed upon me yesterday can now transform at my will. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing summoned the assassin's blade. Perhaps it should now be referred to as the assassin's twin claws. A pair of obsidian claws manifested upon Zhu Zhuqing's hands, exuding a sharp aura. The structure of the claws harmonized perfectly with her hands, emitting a subtle yet deep sound of friction as her fingertips moved. The sound was minuscule. Had it not been for the formidable perception of the cultivator, it would have gone entirely unnoticed. Well then, Xia Tianling sprang from his bed with a nimble motion. Declaring his intent to summon Xiao Ao and the Plump One, they were to venture into the Stardow Great Forest in pursuit of soul rings. Aren't we inviting Senior Sister Huliena and the others? And why do you refer to Ma Hongjun as the Plump One? He doesn't seem overweight. Zhu Zhuqing inquired with curiosity, retracting her claws. Our expedition to the Stardow Forest serves two purposes, to hunt for soul rings and to hone our skills. The 3 senior sisters have accomplished countless missions. In terms of battle experience, even I feel inferior, so it's only natural that they need not accompany us. Although Xia Tian had participated in several missions to eradicate evil spirit masters in the past, he merely sought to broaden his horizons, having engaged in actual combat very little. As for the nickname the Plump One, it stemmed from his childhood as a chubby boy. Over the years, it simply became a familiar moniker. As the two conversed, they strolled toward the teaching building, with Xia Tianling doing most of the talking while Zhu Qing occasionally responded with a nod or a brief acknowledgement. They successfully located Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were training in the designated area. Upon hearing about Xia Tianling's fortunate breakthrough to level 40, they quickly offered their congratulations. The quartet assembled, and after seeking permission from the station titled Douluo, a top-tier soul Douluo promptly led them toward the Star Do Great Forest. Chapter 39. The fateful reunion of the 7 monsters. The absence of a title Douluo leading the group is easily understood. Each title Douluo is a prominent figure. And while escorting a single individual may be manageable, parading 4 students into the Star Do Forest could easily raise suspicions among other factions and powerful beings. After all, the Spirit Hall has not been well received by the likes of the Ming brothers. Furthermore, should they encounter other powerful entities within the forest, the presence of students personally guided by Soul Hall's elite would undoubtedly reveal the significance of these talents to the Spirit Hall. Human intentions are inscrutable. One can never know if someone might act rashly. Moreover, the Soul Douluo leading them was a formidable attack-type Soul Master at level 88, rivaling the combat prowess of certain title Douluos. He could even emerge victorious in a one-on-one confrontation, ensuring the safety of the group. This expedition is entirely in your hands. I shall refrain from intervening unless your lives are in peril, the leading Soul Douluo advised while seated in the carriage en route to the Star Do Great Forest. Though this is your first visit to the forest, you should be familiar with the essential points from your theoretical classes. This trip is intended for practical application, and you are free to decide your course of action. I hope you make fewer mistakes. Understood. By evening, the carriage arrived at a quaint town. Empowered by the authority of decision-making, Xia Tianling promptly declared a night's rest before continuing their journey the following day. The carriage they occupied bore no insignia of the Spirit Hall. While the interior was spacious and luxurious, its exterior appeared rather ordinary. Upon entering the town, the leading Soul Douluo vanished in an instant. Without the presence of an adult, the children noticeably became more animated. Ma Hongjun, experiencing his first independent journey, drove the carriage while curiously observing his surroundings. The streets were lined with an array of goods, including various potions, trinkets, and equipment. Xia Tianling's inclination to collect was stirred, and he exclaimed, "Let us buy everything." He felt a sense of discontent if he did not acquire a full set of supplies, reassured by the abundance of pocket money bestowed by their teacher. At that moment, Oscar gestured towards a seemingly unremarkable hotel ahead. "Boss, let us stay there for the night," he suggested. The hotel Oscar referred to was a modest 2-story building, with a simple dining area on the ground floor and accommodations on the upper level. Is this merely fate? Comparing the gradually overlapping descriptions in his memory, Xia Tianling responded with a peculiar expression. Upon entering the hotel, he booked a triple room and a single room. Although he was indeed affluent, there was no need for extravagance in places that weren't necessities. The sky outside had already darkened. After a brief wash and changing into clean clothes, the group descended to prepare for dinner. Just as the 4 of them settled down, 5 more individuals entered the hotel. The leader, robust yet not particularly tall, possessed muscles that bulged like those of a powerful bear. Could it be? Could it truly be this coincidental? Upon seeing the familiar figures of Tang San and Xiao Wu emerge, Xia Tianling could not help but acknowledge the uncanny nature of the situation. Is this the convergence of world lines? Ah, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Xiao. What a delightful reunion. Linge, you're here too? What a coincidence. Xiao San, Mubai, do you know each other? The man at the forefront is none other than Zhao Wujie. Dai Mubai recalled some rather unpleasant memories from a few days ago and awkwardly replied, "I suppose it's a case of not knowing each other until we met in battle." Tang San, with a face full of excitement, introduced Teacher Zhao. "This is my childhood friend and elder brother, Xia Tianling. Linge, this is our team leader from Shrek, Teacher Zhao Wujie. The one beside me is my classmate, Ning Rongrong." Ning Rongrong, appearing quite demure, graciously greeted the group, though her darting eyes betrayed her true feelings. "Ning Rongrong, it has been a long time." Xia Tianling exchanged glances with her. Tang San, somewhat surprised, asked, "Lingu, Rongrong, you two know each other?" "Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan has collaborated with the forces behind Lingu, so I naturally met him when my father took me out for some fun." Xia Tianling explained with a smile, noting that Ning Rongrong was tactful enough not to mention the spirit hall in front of Zhao Wujie. So, this is the legendary immovable king, Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, it's an honor to finally meet you. I never expected that after disappearing from the martial world for a decade, you would now take on the role of an educator. Xia Tianling stood, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Young man, you know me? Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow. Of course, I have heard of the immovable king's reputation. Reputation? I believe you mean infamy. Nevertheless, since you are familiar with Xiao San and the others, I shall not disturb you further. With that, he retreated to a private room upstairs. Teacher Zhao is truly rude, Xiao muttered disdainfully, pulling out a chair and seating herself. Ling Ge, I want to eat something delicious. Xiao Wu, you criticized Teacher Zhao, yet you were quite rude yourself, Tang San replied with a sigh. He was unaware that Xiao Wu regarded Xia Tianling as a 10,000-year soul beast in disguise. Ha ha ha, of course, that's no problem. Xiao San, Dai Xiao, and Rongrong. Fate has brought us together today, so I shall treat you all to a meal. Xia Tianling cheerfully invited them to sit. Originally part of the same faction, the 7 individuals had now been split into 2 opposing groups, yet they returned to this familiar place to dine together once again. How amusing, truly amusing. Today, Ling Ge is treating, and I shall make sure to enjoy myself at his expense, Ma Hongjun grinned, beckoning the waiter. Bring me everything on this menu except for the staples. Fatty, you're still so gluttonous. Ning Rongrong, don't call me fatty. I'm not fat at all. Though Ma Hongjun claimed he wanted to feast at Xia Tianling's expense, in reality, even one menu would not cost him much gold soul coins. Besides, could any ordinary taverness fare compare to the delicacies prepared by Ling Ge himself? Dai Mu Bai felt exceedingly uncomfortable since entering, sensing an ominous gaze fixed upon him. It was only after sitting down that he realized it was the girl who had previously regarded him with disdain. Although she seemed oddly familiar, he was certain he had never wronged her. Why then did she harbor such animosity towards him? Ever since Dai Mu Bai entered the room, Zhu Shiqing, who had been in a decent mood, had turned cold, wishing she could tear apart this fallen man before her. I say, miss, just because I mentioned wanting to take you out for some fun last time, you needn't be so furious with me, right? Dai Mu Bai inquired, utterly perplexed. Get lost. Don't talk to me. You make me feel sick. Zhu Shiqing's response was resolute, leaving the onlookers confused about the unfolding drama. You. Dai Mu Bai's eyes widened in indignation. How dare this girl speak to him, the esteemed evil eye white tiger, in such a manner? Calm down, calm down. Let me introduce you to my companions, Xia Tianling interjected, trying to smooth things over while secretly preparing to enjoy the scene. This is our food system support soul master, Oscar. This flashy fellow is Ma Hongjun, and as for this lady, you'll meet her shortly. The others looked on, bewildered by the situation. Zhu Shiqing was equally perplexed, casting a questioning glance at Xia Tianling. Don't worry, you'll witness an entertaining spectacle soon. Chapter 40, Songhui Academy. Very well. I shall wait to be introduced to this lady, Tang San offered, seeking to ease the tension. Yes, let us focus on the meal. Although this place is small, the menu is quite comprehensive. I hope the dishes are delicious. Ma Hongjun rubbed his stomach, having traveled all day and finding the dry rations utterly unpalatable. The 8 of them gathered around a table, the atmosphere decidedly peculiar. Zhu Shiqing wore a cold expression. Ning Rongrong appeared to relish the brewing chaos, and Dai Mu Bai felt both angry and bewildered, while only Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun remained blissfully unaware, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming meal. Tang San exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Tianling, silently lamenting for Dai Mu Bai. He understood that whenever Ling Ge made such gestures, it signified a fleeting glimpse into the future, and preparations were underway for a ploy. However, having only just met Dai Mu Bai, with an impression that could only be described as negative, he felt no obligation to offer a warning. By this time, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, filled to about 70% capacity. Suddenly, a group of 8 individuals entered from outside. Among them was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, whose handsome visage was complemented by impeccably groomed hair. He donned a pristine white soul master robe, intricately embroidered with silver threads that shimmered as he moved. Following closely behind him were 7 young individuals, 6 men and 1 woman, each seemingly around 20 years of age, clad in similar light blue soul master robes, though lacking the silver embroidery of their leader. Notably, both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths bore a distinctive azure circular emblem on their left shoulders, within which 2 characters, Songhui, were elegantly stitched. They're here. The familiar figures from Songhui Academy approach us. The members of Xiangjia Academy entered with an air of prominence, prompting the restaurant owner to hastily rush over to greet them, bowing and showing excessive courtesy. "Brotherling, that girl is truly stunning," Fatty whispered to Xia Tianling. Stealing a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, Xia Tianling discreetly assessed Zhu Zhuqing, thinking that her 6 years of training had not been in vain. She had learned to respect others. Men are naturally inclined towards admiration. It would be unnatural otherwise. He had never discouraged Fatty's tendencies, as he himself was rather fond of the fairer sex. However, it was crucial to learn respect for others, especially women. Some thoughts could remain internalized, but they should never manifest in action. It was exceedingly rude to openly comment on a woman's appearance, as depicted in the original text. Dai Mubai, seated at the same table, overheard Ma Hongjuan's murmurs and disdainfully scoffed. "It's merely a small Xiangjia Academy. What is there to flaunt? She's just of average beauty. Come find me another day, and I'll introduce you to someone far better." At that moment, his flamboyant nature was unmistakable. How shameless! Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened further. Oscar hastily interjected, "Zhuqing, don't be angry. Fatty won't act on it. Although he is a bit of a lecher, he still maintains his integrity." Ma Hongjun replied somewhat defensively, "I merely speak my mind. I have the desire but lack the courage." Watching the unfolding drama, Ning Rongrong chimed in, "Men are all the same." "That's nonsense. My brother is quite decent," Xiao Wu quickly countered. Tian Ling seemed to think well of him too, silently adding her agreement. As the commotion escalated, the middle-aged man from Xiangjia Academy cast a disapproving glance their way, furrowing his brow. Dai Mubai had spoken rather loudly, and the individuals from Xiangjia Academy had heard him clearly. "Dai, openly commenting on others seems rather inappropriate," Xia Tianling stated calmly. "What of it?" Dai Mubai shot a sidelong glance at Xiangjia Academy, having been taught by the Academy's director that a soul master who avoids trouble is not a true soul master. To avoid conflict is to be mediocre. Moreover, provoking individuals from a soul master academy was the safest course. It would likely culminate in mere brawls. "What nonsense! Avoiding trouble is mediocrity?" Xia Tianling retorted scornfully. "Is this provocation? It is merely an act of bullying the weak. If you are so capable, why not provoke a title Douluo? Don't speak for yourself. Would your director dare to seek trouble with the title Douluo? Last time you provoked me, I recall you didn't emerge unscathed." Dai Mubai was momentarily rendered speechless, his retort stuck in his throat. He had indeed instigated trouble previously, only to find himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, a teacher from Xiangjia Academy had whispered to a young man, who promptly rose and approached Dai Mubai's table, clearly on a collision course with him. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with disdain, despite having been bested by Xia Tianling. He did not regard the members of Xiangjia Academy as worthy adversaries. The young man pretended to pass by casually but discreetly kicked the leg of a chair beneath Dai Mubai. It was only an ordinary wooden chair. When one leg broke, Dai Mubai was unable to maintain his balance. The moment the young man kicked out, Dai Mubai reacted. Having endured humiliation from Xia Tianling and Zhu Zhuqing, he was already seething with frustration. This provocation was a perfect opportunity for him to unleash his pent-up anger. With a resounding thud, the young man felt as though he had kicked a solid iron plate. His calf tingled with shock. Immediately after, Dai Mubai struck with a palm. The young man attempted to defend himself, but his soul power paled in comparison to Dai Mubai's, resulting in a solid blow to his abdomen. He was sent flying like a weightless straw doll, crashing into 2 tables before careening towards his fellow Xiangjia Academy members. A teacher from Xiangjia Academy quickly rose, catching the young man by the shoulders as he descended. The young man's complexion paled, and he coughed up blood, visibly weakened. Dai Mubai paused, stretching nonchalantly as if to apologize. "My apologies," a slip of the hand. His expression radiated arrogance and disdain, revealing his true nature. "Dai, was that necessary? Even if he had truly kicked you, your strength would have merely caused him to stumble, not even worth mentioning. Yet, you've sent him to the ground bleeding. That was excessive." Xia Tianling's expression remained cold as she regarded Dai Mubai, adding, "Moreover, you instigated this." Dai Mubai shrugged, unfazed. "And what of it?" The restaurant erupted into chaos, with diners near the 2 tables hastily moving aside to avoid being caught in the fray. However, most chose not to leave immediately, their faces alight with excitement at the unfolding spectacle. Typically, witnessing a duel between soul masters required a trip to the Grand Soul Arena, which came at a cost. The opportunity to observe such a confrontation for free was not to be missed. The remaining 6 students from Xiangjia Academy could no longer contain themselves. rising in unison with furious glares directed at Dai Mubai and his companions. They attempted to rush forward, but were halted by the middle-aged man, who helped the injured youth back into his seat and sternly questioned, "Which academy do you children belong to?" Dai Mubai, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, scoffed. "Pardon me, but do you think you're worthy to ask?" With that, he returned to his seat. Xia Tian silently pulled Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun back. Addressing the members of Tsanghui Academy, "My apologies. Our group merely crossed paths with this individual. We shall not involve ourselves in this matter." "You say it's not so? We're all dining at the same table. Who would believe that?" A young man shouted. "Yes, they must be in cahoots. Teach them a lesson." As they conversed, a group of 7 simultaneously activated their martial spirits, preparing to confront the others. Each of the 7 stood as a sole master of dual rings, 1 white and 1 yellow. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai also summoned his spirit rings. "I have stated that we are not on the same side. Must you persist in this entanglement?" Xia Tian remarked with a hint of impatience. He had come to observe, but now found himself embroiled in an unwelcome predicament, one of his own making. He unleashed the axe from his dual weapon set, simultaneously activating its attribute enhancement. Bolts of lightning crackled around him as 3 soul rings, black, purple, and yellow, flashed beneath his feet. Black, a 10,000-year soul ring. A member of the onlooking crowd gasped in disbelief. His second soul ring, a striking purple, was 1,000 years old. Others began to comprehend the anomaly of his soul ring configuration. What a monstrous being he was. Upon revealing his martial spirit, the students from Tsanghui Academy were left utterly stunned, even without the disparity in their ranks. The mere presence of a 1,000-year second ring and a 10,000-year third ring was enough to render them utterly defeated. His first soul ring radiated a deep yellow hue, evidently surpassing the age of their second rings. In stark contrast, even the soul master of the White Tiger martial spirit appeared somewhat mediocre in comparison. "Cease at once." The instructor from Tsanghui Academy could no longer restrain himself and gestured for his students to withdraw. Deflated, the students retreated, while the instructor was overwhelmed with astonishment. Not only was there this anomaly defying common knowledge of soul ring configurations, but even the White Tiger soul master possessed a 1,000-year soul ring. "I am Yijiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Tsanghui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" "We are from Shrek Academy," Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. "Shrek Academy? I don't believe I have heard of it," Yijiqiu mused, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Dai Mubai huffed derisively. "That is merely your ignorance. It does lack renown. Indeed, it is hardly surprising you have not heard of it." "What a backwater academy," Ma Hongjun muttered from a corner, fortunately unnoticed by Dai Mubai. "Then may I ask, who are you?" Yijiqiu turned his attention to Xia Tian, instinctively infusing his words with respect. For that black third soul ring was simply too dazzling. Even he, a soul king of over 50 levels, lacked a black 10,000-year soul ring. Xia Tian sighed. Upon arrival, the Soul Douluo had advised him against revealing the title of the Spirit Hall, as it would lead to unnecessary complications. "I apologize, but my sect does not permit me to disclose my identity or the name of my sect." He raked his fingers through his hair, acknowledging that he could not prove he was not allied with them. "This puts you in a difficult position. It challenges your authority as an instructor. How about we find a secluded spot and spar? You and me?" Yijiqiu was taken aback. Despite the impressive talents of this young individual, possessing a 10,000-year soul ring, surely he could not be a match for him. "I and her." Xia Tian pulled over Zhu Zhuqing, who had just reached level 30 and was primarily there to acquire her third soul ring. "Perhaps it would be best to summon your instructor," Yijiqiu pondered, considering that if he fought these 2 children, it would either be seen as him taking advantage of his experience or, if he lost, it would be even more humiliating. What a bother. In truth, he merely wished to provide Zhu Zhuqing with a sparring partner to test her new weapon. Yijiqiu was a defensive soul master, perfectly suited to be a test for the assassin's claw. Xia Tian stepped forward, pulling Yijiqiu aside and turning his back, discreetly retrieving 2 tokens from his storage ring. Each token bore a single character, chrysanthemum and ghost. Quick as lightning, Xia Tian covered Yijiqiu's mouth before he could exclaim, smiling as he asked, "What say you, Teacher Yi? A little assistance?" All right. I would not just do 1 favor. I would do 100. Yijiqiu hastily agreed, privately relieved that he had not acted impulsively. Goodness, the tokens of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, 2 titled Douluos above level 95, were backing these children. Could this child possibly be the contemporary Saint Sun announced by the Spirit Hall some time ago? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. No wonder he insisted on concealing his identity. If this identity were to become known, countless individuals would undoubtedly rush to curry favor. Then, teacher Yi, shall we dine together before the spar? I shall treat, and we can establish a good rapport. Take this token. It will ensure your students receive proper care at any branch of the Spirit Hall. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Please remember to keep this confidential. Onlookers, including the students of Tsanghui Academy, as well as Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, were left utterly bewildered. What were those two truly discussing? Just moments ago, tensions were high. Yet now they appear to be the best of friends. Those who know him well likely understand that he must have discreetly revealed his identity. The student from Tsanghui Academy, after a brief treatment from a healing spirit master, is no longer in serious trouble. By tomorrow, with the assistance of a healing ticket from Xia Tian, he will be fully recovered. The two reconciled parties resumed their seats, and the proprietor appropriately signaled the waitstaff to bring forth delectable dishes. Xia Tian, I do not require your intervention. Dai Mubai's face was clouded with displeasure. He felt utterly humiliated. Intervene for you? Are we even acquainted? My intention is merely to diminish an adversary for Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Rong Rong. With that, he patted the stoic Zhu Zhuqing beside him, also seeking to provide her with a worthy opponent. Ah, by the way, allow me to introduce you. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing. What did you say her name was? Dai Mubai sprang to his feet, nearly overturning the table, his eyes wide with disbelief. This action drew the attention of other diners, including several individuals from Tsanghui Academy. Dai Mubai exclaimed, What on earth? Zhu Zhuqing. No wonder she looks so familiar. She is my betrothed. He lamented his recent actions of flirting, posturing, provoking, and behaving arrogantly before her, even attempting to drag her friends into the fray. It was no surprise she harbored hostility towards him. A bitter smile adorned Dai Mubai's face as he wished to return to a few days prior to confront his former self. Regret filled his heart. Yu Qing, allow me the chance to explain. Leave me be. Chapter 42. 9 Turns to Heaven S. Step Zhu Qing. Would you grant me an opportunity to clarify? As the two tables finished their meals, Xia Tianling dismissed the others to rest, leading Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Zhiqiu toward the outskirts of the town. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was as frigid as ice, refusing to glance back even once. In her heart, Dai Mubai had long since become a source of disdain. Their two encounters, coupled with Dai Mubai's behavior, extinguished any lingering hope she had for this irredeemable man, leaving her utterly disillusioned. He was 5 years her senior, and even Oscar, a sole master of the food system who was only a year younger, was nearly on par with him, differing by a mere 2 levels. This is indeed a food system soul master whose cultivation is fraught with difficulties. By the age of 15, Oscar must have been nearing the rank of Soul King, right? Even Ma Hongjun, who often slacks off in his training, has already reached level 32, not to mention Xia Tianling, who has surpassed level 40. He has squandered his innate talent over the years, and she harbors a deep-seated disdain for someone so willingly decadent. Dai Mubai stood there, momentarily dazed, wanting to follow. Yet the slight humiliation he had just endured instilled within him an inexplicable sense of restraint and pride, preventing him from simply pursuing her. TSK, 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 Big Tiger. You're failing miserably. Even your own woman has strayed to another. Ning Rongrong had long regarded Dai Mubai with irritation, and with no one else around. Her true nature as a sorceress was fully revealed. As for why she was aware of the relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, it was quite simple. The Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School is one of the top 3 sects, and she had been subtly influenced by the prominent powers of the world from a young age. Get lost. Don't bother me. Though Dai Mubai appeared somewhat cowed before Zhu Zhuqing, he remained the arrogant and domineering white tiger, known for his wicked gaze. When facing others, just a self-indulgent waste filled with impotent rage. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that? Ning Rongrong turned to leave, not forgetting to mock Dai Mubai a bit more. If your brother Davis were here, perhaps he would still have some grounds for arrogance. What right do you have to provoke me? Without the support of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, Flender lacked the capital to compel Ning Rongrong to lower her head. As a little princess spoiled by the 2 titled Douluos and Ningfingji from a young age, how could she endure such indignation? She retorted immediately, embodying the spirit of the Princess of Zwan. As for Ning Rongrong's current view of Shrek Academy, it was merely a dilapidated village for her to toy with. An institution that had only 1 student left before their arrival, and of such low caliber, how high could its teaching standards be? In terms of support capabilities, could Xiao Xian, with his sweet being martial spirit, surpass his father? Regarding strength, could Flinder and Zhao Wujing, mere soul saints, compare to the bone Douluo and sword Douluo? In terms of theoretical knowledge, aside from the vast accumulation within the Spirit Hall, could anyone rival the 7 treasure glazed tile school? As for training facilities, oh, forgive me. Shrek has no training grounds whatsoever. As for the so-called friend Flinder mentioned before their departure, the renowned master from the Soul Master community was even more laughable. His so-called top 10 martial spirit competitiveness had either been thoroughly analyzed by major powers or was utterly nonsensical. What validity does he have to call that his research theory? What hope does she have for a sense of belonging in such a pathetic school? Spare me the nonsense. You. Dai Mubai was so enraged he could hardly contain himself. Almost wanting to retaliate against Ning Rongrong, yet he forcibly restrained his anger. At that moment, Zhao Wujing was upstairs, and judging by Ning Rongrong's tone, she was most likely the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. This is precisely why he refrained. Had he dared to raise his hand against Ning Rongrong, it is highly likely that the sword Douluo, Qinshin, would not have let him off easily. It matters not that he is merely an unremarkable heir. Even if he were the Star Luo Emperor, the outcome would be no different. In a certain sense, Dai Mubai's return to rationality saved his own life. Meanwhile, Xia Tian and her companions remained oblivious to the events that had transpired behind them. They had now arrived at a grove outside a small town. Teacher Yi. I must trouble you, Xia Tian said with a gentle smile, releasing her dawn martial soul. My martial soul is rather unique. It is not a twin martial soul. I am a level 40 assault system soul sovereign. I seek your guidance. I am a level 30 agility system soul master. I also seek your guidance, Zhu Zhuqing added, releasing her nether cat martial soul. However, compared to her original martial soul, the nether cat now exuded an inexplicable aura. Xiangjia was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly petite girl had also reached level 30. Even more terrifying was the fact that the young boy before him, hailing from the martial soul hall, had already attained the status of a quasi-soul ancestor at such a young age. It was truly unimaginable. No need for such humility, Xiangjia replied, similarly unleashing his Xiangjia martial soul. Xiangjia manifestation. I am a level 54 defense system soul king, Xiangjia. Allow me to showcase my abilities, young friends. Once his martial soul manifested, Xianjia's limbs contracted by a third, and his back swelled to form a massive shell. His entire being shimmered with dark light, as 5 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple rose from beneath his feet, swirling around him. Teacher Yi, let us engage in a one-on-one match to test our skills, Xia Tianling declared, preparing herself, gripping her hammer and axe tightly. Strictly speaking, this would be her first true face-off against an unfamiliar Soul King. Even if this particular Soul King was not exceptionally formidable. Previously, her sparring partners had all been Soul Saints who had held back, at the very least, Soul Emperors. To be honest, the Martial Soul Hall could hardly produce a teacher of Soul King caliber. Very well, but do be cautious, Xiangjia warned. A peculiar sound resonated in the air as Xia Tianling charged towards Xiangjia in an uncanny manner, as though swimming through the air. What manner of stride is this? Xiangjia, wary of overstepping, let out a low growl and unleashed his first 2 soul techniques. The initial 2 soul rings adorning his form ignited, as he swiftly pivoted halfway, revealing the turtle shell upon his back. Simultaneously, a stream of black light, imbued with an eerie chill, unfurled forth. This is a defensive soul skill and a control-oriented soul skill. The former is known as the Mystic Tortoise Shield, while the latter is referred to as the Mystic Water Freeze. The effect of Mystic Water Freeze is to release a chilling aura that impedes and slows the movement of adversaries. The 9-turn sky step, in its first turn, is called soaring through the heavens. This is a martial technique from the scriptures of Summer's spiritual cultivation, known as the 9 transformations of the sky treading steps. Although it is termed 9 transformations, this technique is actually divided into 4 distinct realms. The first realm, the wandering sky, is the current state of Xia Tianling, allowing him to traverse the ground with the fluidity of swimming, significantly enhancing his speed. The second realm is the 3 transformations of walking the sky. Upon reaching this realm, one can transcend the limitations of the ground, acquiring the ability to fly, akin to walking through the air. The third realm is the 6 transformations of dancing in the sky. Upon reaching the 6th transformation, one can move freely in the air, as if dancing among the clouds. The final realm is the 9 transformations of treading the sky. According to the scriptures, achieving this level enables one to effortlessly break through space, traversing the barriers between the mortal and celestial realms with ease. In the world of cultivation, One could even bypass the celestial world's guidance and directly cross over into that realm. However, without undergoing the complete 9 heavenly tribulations, there exists a risk of one's body and soul succumbing to the overwhelming energy of celestial essence upon entry, potentially resulting in instant demise. Chapter 43. Teacher Yi. It is a pity you are not a professional sparring partner. Utilizing the Wandering Sky Realm's 9 transformations of treading the sky, Xia Tian, at the moment of imminent collision with a beam of light, twisted his body and swiftly evaded to the side. The chilling aura emanating from the light beam posed little hindrance to him. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared directly in front of Xiangjia, swinging his axe horizontally with a fierce intent aimed at his opponent's neck. Xiangjia was taken aback, hastily retracting his head into his protective shell, already anticipating such a maneuver. The axe narrowly grazed Xianjia's scalp, followed by a powerful downward strike that crashed against his chest protective shell. The axe's assault was merely a feint, while the left-handed hammer delivered a solid blow. The impact was thunderous. Xia Tianling's strike carried nearly all his strength, the explosive force sending Xiangjia staggering back several steps, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. However, as a defensive Soul King, Xiangjia quickly regained his balance. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of black icy energy towards the advancing Xia Tianling. The third soul skill, Xianshui Surge. The intense cold sent a shiver through Xia Tianling, prompting him to summon fire attributes to maintain his internal temperature. Meanwhile, his hands were not idle. The first soul ring illuminated, initiating a fusion. The storm battle axe materialized. Teacher Yi, unleash your strongest soul skill. Let us decide the outcome with a single strike. Xia Tianling called out in advance. In the form of the storm battle axe, his strength and soul skill attributes doubled. This was merely a friendly spar. It would be unfortunate to cause harm or injury. Xiangjia acknowledged this request and released his 4th and 5th soul skills in succession, a swirling black energy enveloping his protective shell, augmenting his size. He positioned his most resilient back towards Xia Tianling. As a defensive Soul King, protection was his forte. His 4th and 5th soul skills were purely defensive. The 4th fortified his shell, while the 5th unleashed a spiral of black energy, reminiscent of a mage's repelling ice ring. Thunder God, assist me. Thunderclap Crescent Slash. Xia Tianling charged forward with the storm battle axe, activating his 2nd and 3rd soul rings, dramatically announcing his technique. A colossal axe, infused with the power of thunder, struck fiercely against Xianjia's protective shell. The impact reverberated through the air. This strike can be described as an explosion of all of Xia Tianling's strength, accompanied by the overwhelming aura of the true dragon, except for the concealed 2nd soul. However, it was delivered with the hammerhead on the reverse side of the axe. The power of this strike was something he himself could not precisely gauge. If he were to wield an axe instead, he feared he might grievously injure Xiangjia, which would be exceedingly difficult to account for. Struck by the hammer, Xiangjia soared into the air like a colossal golf ball. The surrounding dark energy had dissipated upon contact with the thunderous crescent strike, proving utterly ineffective as a barrier. The massive tortoise shell collided with the hammer, resulting in a thunderous explosion as it shattered. The shell disintegrated into pure soul energy, vanishing into the atmosphere. And in that moment of suspension, he was forcibly stripped of his martial spirit's possession. As he clashed head-on with Xia Tianling, Xiangjia felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation emanating from a natural adversary, a primal urge to submit, rooted deep within his bloodline. This impulsive act nearly diminished his strength by as much as 20%. How could a mere tortoise prime minister dare to flaunt his prowess before a true dragon? This was merely a matter of aura. If Xia Tianling were to awaken the dragon martial soul, the resultant pressure could potentially have his strength. Cough in the distance. Xiangjia managed to rise amidst the swirling dust. Teacher Yi, are you all right? Xia Tianling hurried over, placing a leaf from a plant into Xianjia's mouth, urging him to chew and swallow. This herbal remedy was remarkably effective for healing wounds. This herb is a healing plant cultivated by the Spirit Hall, proving to be remarkably effective for low-level soul masters. Before his departure, he had plucked a generous handful and stored it in his ring. Your strength surpasses mine, Xiangjia remarked with a bitter smile as he consumed a leaf. Thank you for the herb. Just moments ago, the forceful strike from Xia Tianling had left him reeling, causing his internal organs to shift and his bones to feel as though they were fracturing. Had she wielded the axe or employed that peculiar movement to approach him directly, a single blow might have rendered him gravely injured. Xiangjia pondered silently. Fortunately, aided by this extraordinary plant, he felt a warm current coursing through his body. steadily mending his injuries until he was nearly restored. Teacher Yi, are you all right? Perhaps we could have Xu Qing do what I just did, utilize your strongest defense and let her strike you? After assessing his current physical condition, Xiangjia considered that this agile attacker was merely a great soul master and likely did not possess overwhelming power, thus he readily acquiesced. I'm fine, proceed without hesitation. He readied himself once more, unleashing his martial spirit along with several defensive soul techniques. Xu Qing, let us test your new ability. Understood. Xu Qing nodded. Also summoning her martial spirit. Following her acceptance of the assassin goddess legacy, her phantom spirit cat martial spirit had undergone an inexplicable transformation, as evidenced now. Her speed had increased dramatically, and her form appeared somewhat ethereal, akin to a shadow. A wave of unease washed over Xiangjia. This girl's velocity was astonishing, rendering his own proud disciples almost trivial in comparison. As her third soul skill activated, Mystic Waters surged. Xiangjia observed Xu Qing rushing towards him and once again invoked the comprehensive skill that fused offense and defense. As torrents of water surged forth, Xu Qing adjusted her stance, took a deep breath, and unleashed her newly acquired skill, Void Walk. However, as a novice at this technique, she could only remain in the void for a fleeting second or two. Yet, in that brief moment, Xiangjia began to question his own existence. Is this a self-created soul skill? Teleportation? In Xianjia's perception, the figure of Xu Qing vanished entirely within 2 seconds, only to reappear directly before her. Akin to the concept of instantaneous movement, Xu Qing's dual claws were enveloped in a layer of obsidian-like talons, the dark metal exuding a matte texture, failing to reflect even a glimmer of light under the moon's glow. The assassin's claws, the ethereal 100 talents. Xu Qing transformed into a streak of black light, her claws plunging directly towards the turtle shell behind Xiangjia. The sound of puncturing echoed, unlike the anticipated clinks of claws against the shell. Xu Qing's ethereal 100 talons disregarded Xianjia's protective dark aura, penetrating the thick shell as effortlessly as a searing blade sinking into a block of cheese. As the attack concluded, Xu Qing halted, staring in astonishment at the substantial wound on the shell, then glancing down at her own feline claws. Is this truly the result of my actions? Xu Qing could distinctly feel that her single shadow claw, concentrating the force of countless strikes upon a single point, had utterly breached the defenses of the shell, revealing Xianjia's true form within. If she were to unleash another shadow-piercing thrust, it would be sufficient to inflict grave injury upon the Soul King before her. The legacy of the formidable warrior known as Assassins possesses such immense power. Chapter 44. The unchanging nature of the little demoness Ning Rongrong. Observing the battle, Xia Tian nodded in satisfaction. This indeed aligns with the role of an assassin. High attack, heightened agility, and explosive power, capable of swiftly vanquishing foes. Without the passive ability of the assassin's claw, which guarantees a complete breach of defenses, and its sharpness enhancement. Even if Xiangjia refrained from using any skills and allowed Xu Qing to remain idle, she might still fail to penetrate defenses, just as in the original narrative, where Xu Qing utilized her ghostly claw to attack Xiao Wudi during the assessment. Even a hit would leave no trace of injury, as Xiao Wudi was not merely a defensive-type soul master. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Yi. Please remember to keep this confidential. Xia Tian handed Xiangjia a few medicinal herbs before leisurely guiding Xu Qing towards the hotel. Xiangjia wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. Although he had endured a beating, he had forged a beneficial bond with a future prodigy and acquired several miraculous healing herbs. This transaction was hardly a loss. They would return to the academy overnight with the disciples. Healing was of utmost importance. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xiao Wuji's booming voice echoed through the hotel. Even those in the adjacent room, including Xia Tian and the others, were roused by his resounding tone, prompting them to rise, freshen up, and gather for breakfast. At the dining table, the 9 individuals were distinctly divided. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were engrossed in their meals, while Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, who had exchanged barbs the previous day, were clearly at odds, ignoring one another completely. Xiao Wu, with a curious expression, inquired about the events of the previous night from Xu Qing, eager to join Xiangjia in a duel herself. Tang San earnestly invited Xia Tian to join their group. And upon hearing about Xia Tianling's prowess in defeating Xiangjia, his admiration for Xia Tianling soared even higher. Join our group? We have no objections. Xia Tianling was taken aback, then turned to the seemingly troubled Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, would it be inconvenient? He was aware that Zhao Wuji had a contentious relationship with the Wuhuan temple and cautiously broached the subject. Not at all. Come along. Zhao Wuji chewed heartily on his bun and pickles, as if the breakfast bore a personal grudge against him. What Xia Tianling was unaware of was that the previous night, Zhao Wuji had clearly observed Xia Tianling's 3 soul rings from upstairs and had stealthily followed him, witnessing his battle with Yi Zhiqiu. Subsequently, he was summarily summoned for a friendly discussion by a leading soul Douluo. The terms presented were that, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, there were times when he could not make an appearance. As long as Zhao Wuji accompanied them, the Wuhuan temple would revoke their pursuit of him. With no escape and no means to fight back, Zhao Wuji reluctantly acquiesced. He certainly did not wish to be beaten senseless again, as the injuries from his last encounter with Tang Tian had yet to heal. To be frank, the Wuhuan temple had no particular designs on Zhao Wuji. If they truly wished to capture him, 10 Zhao Wujis would suffice. After all, he was merely a soul sage, and the substantial Wuhuan temple did not regard him as a threat. In any case, Zhao Wuji was not a figure of heinous crimes, thus they allowed him to be. The group departed the small town, and the affluent Xia Tianling naturally arranged for a carriage, inviting the members of Shrek to ride along. Why run when they could travel by carriage? To hell with the traditional education of Shrek. Initially, he intended for them to travel separately. But a minor issue arose when Ning Rongrong adamantly refused to share a carriage with Dai Mubai, stubbornly squeezing into the carriage of the Wuhuan temple. Similarly, Xiao Wu, harboring no fondness for Dai Mubai, followed suit and boarded the Wuhuan temple's carriage. Eventually, Oscar and Ma Hongjun willingly offered their seats to join Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhao Wuji, thus resolving the situation. Sharing a carriage with 3 young ladies, what a delightful fortune. On the way to the Stardo forest, the inexperienced Xiao Wu gazed around in awe within the luxurious carriage, occasionally lifting the curtain to curiously peer outside. Since arriving in the human realm, her mode of travel had always been by foot. She had never experienced riding in a luxurious carriage, let alone a common one. Xia Tianling, did you bring the stove this time? I crave the food you prepare. Once aboard the carriage, Ning Rongrong made herself at home, skillfully opening the hidden compartment to retrieve food. After spending several days in this Shrek, she felt starved. What kind of academy was this, but a mere village? Such an essential item, of course, I brought it, he replied with a smile. Ning Fingji and Chen Xian, as honorary elders of the Wuhuan temple, frequently attended to official matters. Given Ning Rongrong's playful nature, she had naturally insisted on accompanying them. In this manner, he became quite familiar with the young princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Naturally, he and his companions, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, were also acquainted with Ning Rongrong. That fellow with the surname Dai is truly insufferable. He possesses no real skill yet revels in pretending to be important. I suggested that perhaps I should simply attend your martial soul academy, as it seems that this sister Zhuqing has become quite formidable after only a brief time in your company. I have no objections. But would Uncle Ning and your grandfather Jian, as well as grandfather Gu, agree? Ning Rongrong pouted, remaining silent. It appeared that without the support of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong was unlikely to hold any respect for Flinder, let alone feel a sense of belonging to Shrek Academy. Given her current relationship with Dai Mubai, it would be remarkable if she didn't simply walk away. Wait a moment, what is this? Ling, you brought a stove with you? Upon regaining her focus, Xiao noticed the unusual item. Indeed, Xia Tianling cooks exceptionally well, Ning Rongrong replied. Even Zhu Shiqing, with her usual aloof demeanor, nodded in agreement, affirming the deliciousness of the food. The 3 close friends soon became engrossed in a delightful discussion about cuisine, completely forgetting about Xia Tianling. As the carriage thundered forward, the group swiftly arrived at their destination. The Stardo forest has existed in the Douluo continent for countless years, its dense canopy enough to convey its ancient existence. From afar, Xia Tianling sensed a refreshing breeze wafting towards them, carrying the unique fragrance of plants, an indescribably pleasant sensation. Everyone, halt, commanded Zhao Wujin, leading the group to a stop. The Stardo forest is far more perilous than the Spirit Beast forest, where soul beasts are kept in captivity. Here, the soul beasts are exceedingly dangerous, and you may face attacks from beasts aged 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Therefore, once we enter the forest, do not stray more than 20 meters from me. This warning is especially pertinent for Ning Rongrong and the food-type soul master named Oscar. Understood, they replied in unison. Wait a moment, everyone, called out Xia Tianling just as Zhao Wujin was about to move forward. He retrieved a pouch from his storage ring and distributed it to everyone, instructing them to hang it at their waist. Perplexed, the group looked on, with only Tang San asking after a moment, "Is it for repelling insects?" Xia Tian nodded proudly. Indeed. While traversing the forest, the troubles are not only from soul beasts but also from countless insects. This little item is my secret recipe, capable of effectively warding off mosquitoes. Zhao Wujin, with a serious expression, attached it to his waist, acknowledging Xia Tianling's foresight. This is something I had not considered. While I am a soul sage and fear nothing, the various insects in the forest could pose significant issues for you. Oscar, prepare some sausages. He gestured to Oscar after distributing the pouches. Right away, Oscar replied, and soon produced 3 types of sausages: the soul power recovery sausage, the detoxifying sausage, and the rapid flight sausage. Having cultivated his martial body, Oscar was robust, and his 3rd spirit ring was over 5,000 years old. Derived from a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, the newly crafted rapid flight sausage allowed soul masters to fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake for 3 minutes. A notable improvement over the previous duration of 1 minute. In the early days of his martial soul awakening, Oscar had to recite less than elegant soul incantations while making sausages. However, after years of training, he no longer needed to do so. Essentially, the soul incantations were merely aids in the sausage-making process, not fundamental to it. Overcoming the lack of incantation assistance, Oscar's production speed had actually increased. Allow me to reintroduce my companion, Oscar, a level 35 food-type soul master, whose martial soul is the sausage. His 3 soul skills are, with effects that are. Upon hearing about Oscar's sausages, the Shrek members were instantly awestruck. Particularly Zhao Wujin, who lamented, "Why isn't such a genius part of our Shrek Academy? It's been a while since I've had the sausages made by little Oscar. I quite miss them," remarked another member, while the others each stored their sausages away. Only Ning Rongrong took a bite immediately after receiving hers, exclaiming, "These sausages taste far superior to the ones bought from the market." "Ah, Rongrong, since you love them, I'll make you some more," Oscar eagerly offered, stuffing a few more into her hands. In this timeline, Oscar and Ning Rongrong are still acquainted, though not within the confines of Shrek Academy, but rather in the Spirit City. However, in this iteration, after numerous instances of mental intervention by Xia Tian, Ning Rongrong has demonstrated a surprising degree of maturity. Unlike her somewhat capricious character in the original narrative, Oscar remains infatuated with the enchanting little sorceress, transforming into an ardent admirer, which induces a shiver of discomfort in Ma Hongjun and Xia Tianling. The act of adoration, indeed, is rather palpable. "All right, let us embark," declared Zhao Wujing, a seasoned singleton, unable to bear the spectacle of their interaction any longer. I, alongside Dai Xiao, took the lead, while the rotund fatty, Xiao Wu, and teacher Zhao followed closely behind. Rongrong and Xiao Ao occupied the central position, with Xu Qing scouting the flanks. Upon observing Dai Mubai's attempt to linger near Xu Qing, Xia Tianling promptly assumed command, and the others complied without hesitation. Dai Mubai, unable to seek preferential treatment, donned the guise of the white tiger in a fit of frustration, joining Xia Tianling at the forefront to clear the path for the group. Upon entering the Stardow forest, Xiaowu resembled a fledgling returning to its nest, exhibiting no signs of the tension felt by the others. Instead, she frolicked about joyously, which prompted a frown from Zhao Wujing. The little rabbit, I wonder, will it inadvertently lure out Erming again? The group has been advancing for quite some time, and now it is midday. During this period, they have encountered numerous spirit beasts. Yet prior to their arrival, all were promptly frightened away by the true dragon aura unleashed by Xiangjia. This left Zhao Wujia, who was positioned at the back of the line, rather bewildered, pondering whether the soul beasts had suddenly changed their temperament today. "All right, everyone. Let us take a moment to rest." Zhao Wujia's voice provided a slight reprieve from the tension that had gripped the group. Xia Tianling and Dai Mubai worked together to clear away the surrounding thorns, creating a small clearing. The group sat on the ground, taking a temporary respite. Xia Tianling, "I crave something delicious. Did you not bring a stove? Why not take it out and cook something?" Ning Rongrong mumbled. Knowing that Xia Tianling's ring contained not only a stove but also an array of ingredients and seasonings. "What do you mean by cooking? We are in the Stardow forest. Do you think we are out here for a picnic?" Zhao Wujia shot Ning Rongrong a glare. "If we start a fire, we might attract a powerful soul beast, and then we would all be in danger." Though Ning Rongrong enjoyed causing mischief, she had to concede that Zhao Wujia had a point, so she resigned herself to eating the sausages made by Oscar. About half an hour into their rest, a sudden commotion echoed from the depths of the forest. Xia Tianling and Zhao Wujia shouted in unison, "Everyone, rise. Something is approaching." The group quickly sprang to their feet, forming a defensive line with Xia Tian and Dai Mubai at the forefront, shielding Ning Rongrong behind them. Oscar, are you not a food-type soul master? Get to the back. Zhao Wujie noticed Oscar had also moved to the front row and hurriedly admonished him. Oscar chuckled, so what if I'm a food-type soul master? Food-type soul masters can fight too. What approaches is a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake of roughly 1,500 years. Zhao Wujie wanted to say more but was abruptly interrupted by Xia Tianling. How do you know that? The others turned to him in unison, except for Tang San, who remained composed. I am a seer. Did I not mention that? Xia Tianling replied nonchalantly. Zhu Zhiqing, climb the tree and take a look. Zhu Zhiqing silently leaped into the air, her claws extending as she swiftly ascended a nearby tree. Soon, her cold voice echoed down, it is a flying snake. Though it does not soar high, only about 3 meters above the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head, appearing larger than its head, crimson as blood. Shaped like a fan. Wow, it truly is a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Boss, you are amazing, Oscar exclaimed loudly. His third soul ring was indeed a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, making him quite familiar with its characteristics. While the others were busy expressing their astonishment, Tang San, who was more aware of Xia Tianling's abilities, asked, how long is the snake? What color are its wings? Zhu Zhiqing replied, the wings are a light red color, approximately 6 to 8 meters long. Tang San calculated in his mind, wanting to say something, but was cut off by Ma Hongjun. Light red wings, without a doubt. This is a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. With a length between 6 to 8 meters, its age should be around 1,300 to 1,800 years. Linge, you are indeed remarkable, predicting this ahead of time. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hey, you know too? Tang San remarked with surprise. Why wouldn't I know? Don't underestimate your little brother, Ma. This is all basic knowledge. Ma Hongjun responded indignantly. Back in theory class, Linge made me memorize all this. He even gave me a practice book called something like 5 years of theory and 3 years of practical training to work on. And he wouldn't even let me rest during the holidays. Chapter 46, The Offensive Support, Food-Type Battle Soul Master Oscar So. This knowledge is considered basic within the Soul Master community? Tang San thought of teacher Yu's proud demeanor and felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, it is common knowledge. You are not the only one who knows these things. Ning Rongrong licked some honey that Oscar had brought her. We at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have this information too, though not as detailed as that of the Spirit Hall. My father used to make me study this as a child. It was quite bothersome. Enough chatter. That snake is already approaching. Prepare for battle. Zhao Wujie interrupted their conversation. Ning Rongrong, put away the food. Zhao Wujie sighed inwardly, reflecting on the stark difference between himself, a wild soul master, and those from powerful factions. His understanding of soul beasts was gained through countless struggles, while they had been nurtured with appropriate knowledge from a young age. Ning Rongrong discreetly made a face. Zhao Laosher, leave this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake to me. I am familiar with it and could use some practice. Oscar proclaimed, pounding his fist against his palm, producing a sound akin to striking leather. Are you not merely a food-type soul master? Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow deeply, as he intended for the children to train together against the threat. I am not just a simple food-type soul master. I am an unprecedented offensive support. Oscar confidently faced the approaching phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, already clutching a rapid flight sausage in his mouth. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake itself is non-venomous, a rare and formidable breed. It relies on coiling around its enemies to suffocate them, employing a singular attack method that, aside from its swift speed and explosive acceleration, is woefully lacking in versatility. However, I possess this. Oscar swallowed the rapid flight sausage and leapt into the air, charging toward the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, radiating a bronze glow from his body. This signifies the first stage of the martial arts golden body, the flawless form. At this moment, Oscar's physique has been tempered to an extraordinary resilience, rivaling that of Xia Tianling. Once he perfects his vital energy and blood cultivation, he will ascend to the second stage of the martial arts golden body, the realm of blood, chi, and smoke. A bronze-colored fist made contact with the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, producing a dull thud that nearly struck its crown. The great serpent seemed startled, emitting a hiss as it jerked its head and abruptly opened its mouth, unleashing a vibrant mist that drenched Oscar. Little Oscar, allow me to bestow a buff upon you. Ning Rongrong, watching from the sidelines, exhibited no concern, cheerfully retrieving the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first signifies strength, the second speed. The term buff was one she had learned while playing with Xia Tianling and others, finding it quite cool and thus adopting it. 2 luminous rings enveloped Oscar, enhancing his already formidable physical prowess. Meanwhile, a nearby tree lent its strength, launching a kick that sent it soaring like a leaf in the air. Amidst the vibrant smoke, another punch landed squarely upon the fleshly crown of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, showcasing the remarkable technique of the falling leaf movement within martial arts. This strike could be considered a direct hit to the vulnerable spot of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, causing it immense pain and forcing it to relinquish its aerial posture, plummeting straight to the ground. At this moment, Zhu Xing, who had descended from a height, tugged at Xia Tianling's garment, her gaze fixed on the exuberantly battling Oscar. Was Oscar unharmed? Certainly, the vibrant mist he emitted was merely a ruse, entirely non-toxic. Observing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake descend, Oscar once again utilized his agility and the support of a great tree to leap high into the air, extending his right hand downward in a swift and powerful strike. Ha ha, little phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Have you heard of the palm technique that descends from the heavens? He cackled as he plunged toward the ground, resonating with celestial chants, a symbol of the swastika appearing in his palm. Great might heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store. One mani padme hum. This was the esoteric art of Buddhism, the rule-eyed divine palm. Tang San was momentarily dumbfounded. This was a secret of the Mahayana Buddhism from his previous life, imparted only to those of the highest standing within the Buddhist sect. To see it wielded by Oscar was undoubtedly a teaching from Lingo. Although it was merely the most rudimentary, entry-level form of the rule-eyed divine palm, as a suppressive technique, it was remarkably effective. The divine powers of Buddhism, especially in subduing animals, acted like a universal remedy. In this regard, a certain monkey and snake would have much to say. On the ground, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake writhed and struggled, acutely aware of the oppressive force of the golden Buddhist light and the immense palm print bearing down upon it. However, having just sustained a critical blow, it found itself momentarily unable to control its body, its movements becoming sluggish. Attempting to flee was no simple task. The massive golden palm print descended upon the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, transforming into a glittering mound of earth, sealed with a mantra formed of 6 characters, atop which the unfortunate snake was pinned. Yet, this serpent was a 1,000-year-old soul beast, not easily subdued. As it thrashed violently beneath, cracks began to form on the mound, even causing the seal of 6 characters to teeter precariously. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang Wudi intervened. Activating gravitational compression, the snake's struggles instantly diminished. He then leaped before the mound, flicking the flesh crown of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, rendering it unconscious. Who among you can utilize this snake? Xiaowu. Or perhaps the girl named Zhu Zhuqing? He inquired of the two. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Her third spirit skill, Xia Tian, had already mapped out her path. With the assistance of void walking and assassin's blade, she required only a multitude of single-target burst or offensive skills. Teacher Zhao, I too do not need it. This snake is not suited for me, Xiaowu replied softly, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Zhao Wujia scratched his head, since none found it necessary. He suggested they release it. Likely the little creature would not return to trouble them. What do you think, Oscar? Wait. Just as Zhao Wujia prepared to free the unfortunate phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a hoarse voice urgently interrupted. Following this, 2 figures emerged from the direction the snake had previously come, appearing before the group. The 2 individuals, one elderly and the other youthful, were both women. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, her silver hair meticulously arranged. Despite her advanced age, she radiated vitality. Her complexion was as rosy as that of an infant, and her sharp eyes sparkled with intelligence. In her right hand, she wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, while 6 soul rings danced rhythmically around her. Accompanying the elderly woman was a striking young girl with short hair, seemingly around 16 or 17. Her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which was firmly grasped by Zhao Wujing. The girl also held a serpent-headed staff, albeit considerably shorter than the elders, adorned with 200-year soul rings. Ah, it seems that the arrival of the esteemed snake matriarch, Xiao Tian, and her granddaughter, Meng Yiran, is indeed upon us. Xia Tian, observing the duo, felt a renewed sense of opportunity for forging friendships. Thus, she stepped forward and cleared her throat. Might I inquire if these esteemed guests are indeed the venerable snake matriarch and your granddaughter, Meng Yiran? How is it that you know everyone, Ling, while journeying afar? Is it not preferable to possess more friends than adversaries? I, your brother, take great delight in befriending the illustrious figures of the world, Xia Tianling explained. I have long sought to familiarize myself with the characteristics of the continent's formidable beings. Young one, do you recognize this old woman? Indeed, I am Xia Tian, the snake matriarch, and my husband is the renowned Long Gong, Meng Shu. That is certainly the case. Your distinctive serpent-headed staff and the rank of Soul Emperor are well known, especially since female Soul Emperors are a rarity on this continent. Xia Tian bowed respectfully. If I am not mistaken, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is precisely what you have been pursuing all this way? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianxiang raised her voice to interject when Zhao Wujin indicated he would release the serpent. The reason behind her intervention was that she and Meng Yuran had discovered the snake's trail but inadvertently allowed it to escape, prompting their relentless pursuit. A curious expression emerged on her face as she acknowledged the truth of Xia Tianling's words. Indeed, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is perfectly suited for my granddaughter, which is why I brought her along on this chase. But tell me, how did you come to know this? Xia Tianling approached Zhao Wujin and examined the snake's belly, and beneath its wings, where two distinct wounds were visible. My eyesight is keen. I noticed these marks when my companion subdued the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. They do not appear to be inflicted by a soul beast. Considering the direction from which you arrived, it seems likely that these injuries were caused by your esteemed serpent staff? With a sharp intake of breath, Xiao Tianxiang felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, young one, your observations are utterly correct. What remarkable powers of observation and reasoning! Merely by examining two wounds in the direction from which he arrived, he was able to reconstruct the entire truth of the matter. How terrifying is that? Impressive. Meng Yuran gasped in disbelief. Wow, boss, that's incredible. I've been battling this snake for so long and hadn't even noticed. Tang San nodded in agreement. Even he, possessing the purple extreme magic eye, had failed to discern the wounds beneath the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake until Xia Tianling unveiled them. It was not just Xiao Tianxiang, Shrek, and the group of novices from the Spirit Hall. Even Zhao Wujia, a seasoned soul sage in the realm of soul masters, was rendered speechless by the revelation. Did he notice the two wounds while fighting the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake? What kind of creature is this? Receiving the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xia Tianling offered a shy smile. Who would have thought that a ghost could possess such keen eyesight to detect injuries in blind spots? After all, the original text clearly stated it. He was merely reciting it verbatim. As for feeling shy? Oh, that was primarily due to the embarrassment of reading in such a context. Yet outwardly, he wore an expression of humility and serendipity. Your esteemed self has an exceptionally talented student. Xiao Tianxiang glanced at Zhao Wujia, who was activating his martial spirit, and inquired, May I ask who you are? Among this clearly youthful group stood a seven-ring soul sage, presumably a teacher leading these students on a hunt for soul beasts. Zhao Wujia, upon hearing the snake lady introduce herself, softened his previously fierce demeanor. Although Xiao Tianxiang was merely a six-ring soul emperor, she had always been inseparable from her husband, Long Gong Meng Shu. The martial spirit fusion technique they unleashed together could even make a titled Douluo hesitate in the face of their prowess. Xiao Tianxiang's expression shifted slightly. No wonder I encountered such a young soul sage so casually on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. It turns out to be the renowned immovable king of the Soul Master world. Zhao Wujia smiled and replied, Your senior praises me too highly. I was notorious in my youth as well. However, after these years of living a more reclusive life, teaching students at an academy, I brought these children to the Stardow Forest for two purposes: to obtain soul rings for advancement for two of them, and to expose them to the world. I never expected to meet a senior here. Zhao Wujia skillfully engaged in mutual flattery with Xiao Tianxiang. Although he had been a reckless youth, over the years he had gradually understood that having more friends is far better than having more enemies. Since this phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake is needed for your esteemed granddaughter, it shall naturally be yours. It was intended for release anyway. Let this be a chance for us to forge a benevolent bond, Xia Tianling remarked, subtly nudging Oscar. Oscar, having already acquired his third soul ring, no longer needed the offering from this unfortunate creature. Thus, taking it merely as a favor was ideal. Yes, please take it, senior. Oscar quickly understood Xia Tianling's intention. Just a snake, after all, was originally intended for practice, having trained diligently for so long without an opportunity for real combat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianxiang was naturally overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. I cannot thank this young friend enough. Teacher Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Wujia said nothing and simply stepped aside, gesturing for her to proceed. Please, be my guest. The feathered crest snake was resolved solely by Oscar, who naturally possessed the authority to handle the matter. Thank you immensely, and now, please proceed. Subsequently, she advanced towards Oscar and presented him with an object. Young friend, I owe you a favor. Keep this token well. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Very well, esteemed elder. May we meet again by fate's design. Oscar accepted the token. This token symbolizes not only an investment by the serpent matron in the future, but also reflects her keen insight. From the conversations among a few individuals, it became evident that this magnificent phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had likely been acquired by the young man before them, at such a tender age, possessing such remarkable prowess. His future achievements are bound to be limitless. Fostering good relations now would undoubtedly yield benefits later on. Observing that there was nothing more to attend to, Xiangjia beckoned everyone to prepare for their departure. As they were leaving, the serpent matron did not forget to praise Tianxiang, saying, Brother Zhao, your two students are truly impressive. Xiangjia maintained a cheerful facade, yet inwardly, he was cursing under his breath. This is not my student at all. However, considering the conditions under which the spirit hall rescinded the warrant, he could only acquiesce. Boss, here, take this. After walking a distance, Oscar tossed the token given by the snake lady to Xia Tian. Little AO, what is this? Xia Tian asked in confusion. Boss, I know you have a little hobby of collecting tokens from various high-ranking soul masters. We've already gathered all the tokens from our teachers. You might as well keep this one for your collection. What you've given me is worth far more than this small token, Oscar replied without hesitation, shaking his head. Besides, if I really needed something, would you not help me? Thanks, little AO. Xia Tian said no more and carefully stored the token in her ring. Chapter 48. Soul Masters and Soul Beasts. After bidding farewell to the unfortunate phoenix-tailed chicken serpent, the group continued their journey into the Stardow Forest, seeking the next fortunate encounter. However, suitable soul beasts do not simply appear at one's command. After advancing several miles throughout the afternoon without any success, the group set up camp to rest. The night passed without incident. The next day, they resumed their winding journey deeper into the Stardow Forest. With the geographical shift, the presence of thousand-year soul beasts gradually increased. After a few more practice encounters, and setting aside Dai Mubai, who was merely idling, and Zhao Wujing, who led the group, the cooperation among the remaining members began to flourish. With Oscar acting as a cohesive force, Ning Rongrong successfully integrated into the small group. Whenever a soul beast approached, Zhu Qing, responsible for reconnaissance, would alert them, while Tang San controlled the situation, and Ning Rongrong provided buffs to the others. The remaining four would then charge in, easily making the soul beasts retreat. Only Dai Mubai, who did not share a pleasant relationship with the others, remained an outsider. Watching from a distance with a forlorn expression as Zhu Qing interacted with the rest, Dai Mubai thought to himself, the joys and sorrows of people seem disconnected. All I perceive is their noise. As night fell again, each person took on their respective tasks of setting up camp and preparing tents. After a simple meal, and since it was still early, they gathered around to chat. Linge, don't you think we've had a streak of bad luck? We've been here for 2 days and haven't caught a single soul beast. There are 4 of us needing soul rings. Yet we haven't even encountered a suitable soul beast, the round-faced fatty complained while roasting sausages over a small flame, as lighting a fire with wood was prohibited in the Stardow Forest. Indeed, our luck has been rather dismal, Xia Tian agreed, though her mind was preoccupied with the impending event 2 nights hence. Little fatty, pass me a sausage. After 2 days of travel, Zhao Wujing had become familiar with Xia Tian and the others, and he found himself calling Ma Hongjun fatty as well. Teacher Zhao, why are you also calling me that? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in indignation, secretly adding extra chili to Zhao Wujing's sausage. Zhao Wujing took a bite of the sausage and sighed, noting the desolation that had begun to envelop the Stardow Forest. Many years ago, I remember how bustling this place once was. Even on the outskirts of the forest, one could easily spot thousand-year soul beasts. But now, we are nearing the heart of the forest, and the only thousand-year soul beasts we've encountered are just a few large and small cats. Tang San remarked, regardless of the reasons. It is a result of human actions. While soul beasts are fierce, soul masters are even fiercer, are they not? Zhao Wujing was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Because soul masters require soul rings and soul bones for their cultivation, Xia Tian interjected. Think about it, Teacher Zhao. How long does it take for a human to reach the tidal Douluo level? It can take as long as 70 or 80 years for a poison Douluo, or as short as 40 years for a Haoyan Douluo. If it were me and Xiao San, we could achieve it in merely 20 to 30 years. But how long does it take for a soul beast to cultivate? A regular soul beast without lineage needs to live a full 100 years to become a 100-year beast. A more advanced lineage soul beast requires nearly a decade of cultivation just to reach that level. Now consider how long it takes a gifted human soul master to become a great soul master. Just a few years. We are all merely 12 years old this year. Oscar is 14, and the eldest, Dugu Bo, is only 15. Yet, we have all already reached the third ring of soul masters. Every 100 years, the ranks of powerful human soul masters are renewed. In each cycle, a dozen or 20 titled Douluo emerge, which means nearly 110,000-year soul rings have been consumed, and that's just the title Douluo. Not to mention the soul beasts and soul rings consumed by soul masters of other levels. But how long does it take for a gifted soul beast to cultivate to the 10,000-year level? How can it possibly compare to the speed at which human powerhouses emerge? Indeed, there are numerous soul beasts in the forests, but can they withstand the relentless harvesting by human soul masters, akin to mowing down crops? Each powerful soul beast lost is one less in existence. If this continues for 10,000 years, soul beasts and the profession of soul masters may very well vanish into the annals of history. Tang San nodded in agreement, affirming, Lingu is correct. Teacher Yu has expressed similar thoughts. If not for the spirit hall imposing some constraints, the number of high-level soul beasts would be even fewer. Even if one has a full set of soul rings, who wouldn't desire soul bones? Even if I possess 6, more would never be enough, as passing them down can strengthen the family's foundation. If we allow powerful soul masters to recklessly slaughter soul beasts for soul bones, we may not only fail to find suitable soul beasts but risk their complete extinction. Take the Spirit Hall as an example. Even if only a tidal Douluo were to mobilize, sweeping through the Stardo forest would be effortless. Of course, Tang San was unaware of the monstrous beings hidden in the true core of the Stardo forest. The visible 10,000-year soul beasts were merely the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. If one were to factor in that other entity, not even the Spirit Hall nor the guardians of Sea God Island would suffice. The others pondered in silence. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong, who often seemed frivolous, spoke up. Third brother. Lingu, your points are very valid. My father has shared similar thoughts. Yet who among soul masters contemplates this issue? Everyone desires stronger soul rings and more soul bones. There are few, like us, willing to release unsuitable soul beasts. Thus, the profession of soul master, in its distorted form, must undergo significant change. Although I lack the ability now, even if I still require soul rings and soul bones, I vow to find a method for soul masters to cultivate without needing them in the future. Xia Tianling's declaration stirred a wave of reactions, especially from Dugu Bo, who scoffed in derision. Change the profession of soul master? Breakthroughs without soul rings? What audacity! Who do you think you are? A deity? Even Zhao Wujing chimed in, kid. It's admirable to have dreams, but attempting to alter the soul master cultivation system seems rather unrealistic. I'm not just anyone. I am destined to reshape the very fabric of Douluo continent in the future, he said, gazing resolutely at the night sky. I believe in you, Zhu Shiqing. Sitting beside Xia Tianling, tugged at his sleeve. Boss, Lingu, I believe in you too. This dialogue was exchanged between Oscar and Ma Hongjun, both of whom had cultivated a training method imparted by Xiang Tianling, one that diverged significantly from the conventional spirit master system, thus they were utterly convinced of its efficacy. Tang San remained silent, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Xiang Tianling, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Lingu, I sincerely hope that the day you envision truly arrives. A certain little rabbit mused inwardly. Chapter 49, The Devil Be King. The following day, after a night of rest, the group resumed their quest for spirit beasts. This time, they resolved to venture deeper into the heart of the Stardo forest. The team proceeded at a measured pace, the hours gradually slipping into the afternoon. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong emitted a sound of annoyance. Xiao Ao, please help me. This bee is exceedingly bothersome. It keeps landing on me. Where is it? I shall assist you in driving it away, Oscar replied, eagerly positioning himself beside Ning Rongrong, diligently swatting away the tiny insects attracted by the patterns on her attire. How could there be bees here? Tang San was somewhat puzzled as he activated his control techniques, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon and purple extreme demon eye. Reaching out to grasp one. This was no ordinary bee. It was purple and had a distinctly different body structure. Oh, a purple bee? Let me take a look. Summer Tianling, who had been busy clearing a path at the front of the group, turned back upon hearing the commotion. Hey, this isn't just any bee. It's a devil bee, a type of gregarious soul beast. Summer Tianling took the specimen from Tang San, identifying it after a brief examination. What is a devil bee? Tang San inquired, his curiosity piqued, as his theoretical knowledge book from Master contained no information about such a soul beast. Such a little creature is actually a soul beast? Zhao Wujing chimed in as well. I know. Xiao Wu eagerly interjected. It's a rather peculiar soul beast species. The queen bee is generally a 1,000-year-old soul beast, possessing the strength of a typical soul beast along with the capabilities of a worker bee. However, the other devil bees are quite weak, even not qualifying as true soul beasts. Moreover, the honey they produce is exceptionally delicious. She paused, adding, what else more? The entire species serves the queen with all their might. Qing, it seems your soul ring might have a match this time, Summer Tianling remarked. Me? Zhu Qing blinked, pointing at herself in surprise. Yes, if this is a colony of 1,000-year-old devil bees, then the Queen's soul ring would be perfect for you. Are you saying the Queen's decisive strike? Oscar pondered, recalling what he had learned. Precisely. Zhu Qing urgently requires a powerful single-target explosive soul skill. And the decisive strike is just right for her. Ning Rongrong, from which direction did they come? That way. Ning Rongrong pointed. Zhao Wujing surveyed the surroundings and declared. Then let us all activate our martial souls and proceed towards the devil bees. As they continued forward, the number of devil bees increased until a massive hive came into view. A gigantic black-purple queen bee rested atop the colossal nest. Its serrated mandibles and sharp stinger gleaming like metal. This queen is substantial, estimated to be around 4,500 to 5,000 years old, exactly what Zhu Qing needs. For 1,500? Isn't that a bit excessive? That's theoretically the age for a fourth soul ring, Tang San questioned, astonished. Every individual's constitution is unique. For ordinary soul masters, it would indeed be excessive, but for the enhanced Zhu Qing and the likes of Xiao Ao, it is just right, Summer Tianling explained. Look at Fatty and Oscar's soul rings. Tang San observed closely. Both Oscar and Ma Hongjin's second soul rings were indeed vibrantly yellow. And Oscar's second soul ring even had hints of purple. Their third soul rings evidently exceeded the 1,500 years mentioned by Yu Xiaojiang. For Zhu Qing, whose body had been fortified by the power of the assassin god, enduring a 5,000-year soul ring would be no challenge at all. I believe in you. Zhu Qing smiled at Summer Tianling. Leave it to yourselves, Zhao Wujing stated, stepping aside. After all, they were not his students, and he could not interfere. His role was merely to ensure their safety. If there were any issues with the soul ring absorption, the soul Douluo lurking in the shadows would intervene. Allow me to assign our tactics, Summer Tianling stepped forward. The devil bees, aside from the queen, were generally only slightly stronger than ordinary bees. However, the most troublesome aspect was the sheer number of the swarm. The optimal method to eliminate a swarm was undoubtedly fire. With that thought, he glanced at Ma Hongjun, who was eager to unleash his abilities. Fatty, you'll be the main force this time. Show your prowess. Don't embarrass your brother. Hey, how could I? Just watch. Linggu. Ma Hongjun concentrated his soul power, flames blazing all over his body. Given the high humidity and moisture content of the Star Do Great Forest, fire was less likely to ignite, which was why Summer Tianling felt safe allowing Ma Hongjun to unleash his full strength. Had they been in the drier outskirts of the forest, one of his soul skills would have posed a risk to both soul beasts and themselves. By the way, could you refrain from calling me Fatty? Sure, Fatty, the others teased, laughing at Ma Hongjun's flustered demeanor, filling the air with a light-hearted atmosphere. Summer Tianling chuckled, continuing. The Queen's attack methods are quite singular, primarily involving erratic flight and a decisive strike. Fatty will handle clearing the surrounding swarm with fire, while Oscar and I will charge and head on, with Xiao Wu flanking from behind. Xiao San, use your blue-silver grass and some ordinary hidden weapons to restrict its movements. Save the Zhuge Divine crossbow for later, as it would be a waste. Rongrong, provide buffs for everyone, and Zhu Qing, prepare to claim its life from a suitable position. Don't be fooled by the fact that only Oscar dealt with the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. That was merely practice when unnecessary. This time, the Devil Bee Queen is essential for Zhu Qing, boasting over 3,000 years more cultivation than the previous beast, and we cannot allow it to escape. It is safest for everyone to attack together. What is the Zhuge Divine crossbow? Ning Rongrong asked, having never heard of it before. The Zhuge Divine crossbow is a lethal weapon created by me. By me and Linggu. Tang San initially intended to claim soul credit but reconsidered, acknowledging Summer Tianling's contribution. Alright, that is not the focus. Rongrong, if you're interested, you can have Xiao San customize a few for you later. Summer Tianling redirected the conversation. Daimu Bai frowned, feeling excluded yet again. particularly at this critical moment when assisting Xuqing in acquiring her soul ring, and he grew somewhat displeased. What about me? You adapt and protect Xuqing, Summer Tianling replied, slightly exasperated, as several members of their group were displaying stubbornness, complicating his distribution of roles. I don't need his protection, Zhu Xuqing coldly retorted, vanishing into the void and leaping atop a tree. Summer Tianling shrugged, displaying an expression of helplessness. Damn it. Daimu Bai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth so hard they made a painful grinding sound. Yuqing, do you hate me so much? I've humbled myself to seek your favor. What more do you want from me? A flicker of resentment flashed in his malevolent gaze as he stormed off to the side. Chapter 50, Collaborating to defeat the Queen Bee. Everyone take Oscar as 3 types of sausages, and once we're ready, we'll commence our attack. Ignoring Daimu Bai's sulking demeanor, Summer Tianling continued to outline their strategy. Seeing the others prepared, he issued the battle command. Go. The 3 simultaneously consumed the speedy flight sausage and charged towards the Queen Bee, taking their predetermined positions. 7 treasures glazed tile, 7 treasures are renowned, 1 for strength, 2 for speed. Their speed surged by 30% in an instant. Ma Hongjun even illuminated all 3 of his soul rings. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. The second soul skill, Phoenix of Fire. The third soul skill, Wings of the Phoenix Soaring. Though their names are identical, their skill attributes diverge significantly. Ma Hongjun, having cultivated the Phoenix of Desire technique, not only endured a more potent soul ring but also enhanced the original skill's effects. The Fiery Phoenix line, now twice as robust as before, soared over the heads of the 2 combatants, crashing violently into the hive. The intense flames of the phoenix erupted upon the hive, splattering like a viscous liquid. The scorching heat wave overhead even caused Oscar to perspire slightly, let alone the ordinary devil bees. In that instant of flame impact, a multitude of fiery devil bees scattered explosively, their lives extinguished like brilliant fireworks fading from the night sky. Witnessing the formidable outcome of his strike, Ma Hongjun, hovering in midair, cackled gleefully as he devoured an enhanced recovery sausage, continuing to unleash the phoenix line to sweep away the ordinary devil bees. A sharp cry pierced the air. It was the Devil Bee King. Unable to contain its fury upon witnessing the slaughter of its kin, it darted directly toward the rotund figure. Approaching fast, leveraging the speed of the recovery sausage, Oscar surged into the air, launching a formidable palm strike toward the Bee King. The Bee King, displaying remarkable reflexes, executed an emergency break midair, descending vertically. However, the golden palm imprint was colossal. Despite its evasion, it was struck on the wing, causing it to lose balance and plummet. As it struggled to regain control, Xiaowu had already circled behind it. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful blow. The Bee King, still wrestling with its disorientation, was sent flying once more, akin to a ball being passed on a sports field. Yet, thanks to the force of Xiaowu's strike, it managed to find an opportunity to restore its balance. Glaring at Ma Hongjun, who was still mercilessly pursuing its subjects in midair, the Bee King let out a furious roar and charged once more. Excellent timing. Tang San, who had been lying in wait below, ascended at that moment, launching a multitude of projectiles from various angles. These were not formidable weapons, mostly stones and scrap metal, interspersed with a few bone-piercing spikes and money darts. The Bee King, witnessing such an overwhelming array of peculiar assaults, had no choice but to maneuver frantically in the air to evade them. However, unbeknownst to the Bee King, the attacking projectiles possessed minimal offensive power. Their sole purpose was to obstruct its movement. Now, it is my turn to strike. Xia Tian exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San from a distance before leaping upward. In the air, only a hammer materialized from the Dawn Martial Soul, as the latter's 2 remaining soul rings lit up in succession. The attributes of the second soul skill surged forth, followed by an explosive eruption of the third soul skill, both powers converging. Intense bolts of lightning crackled around the massive hammer, emitting a series of sharp snaps. Binding. Tang San calculated the perfect moment to unleash his first soul skill. The blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared the Bee King, who was desperately attempting to evade, thoroughly entangling it. Yet, Tang San immediately canceled this skill, activating his second soul skill, Parasite. At this moment, the long-prepared Xia Tian was already in position, wielding the colossal thunder hammer, which descended fiercely upon the Queen Bee. However, the Millennium Soul Beast had not idled away its years in the Stardow Forest. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, the Queen Bee contorted its body in a desperate maneuver, using its sharp tail stinger as a projectile to unleash its soul skill, the Resolute Strike. The stinger, being the hardest part of its body and its only means of offense, shattered instantly against the might of Xia Tianling's hammer. rendering the queen bee's attack utterly trivial in comparison. The hammerhead, glimmering with a faint golden hue amidst the darkness, struck the bee's tail with immense force, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The shell on its abdomen fractured, and the dark green blood evaporated in the searing heat of the lightning. The queen bee, heavily wounded by a flurry of strikes, was ensnared by the dual control of the blue-silver grass and the paralysis from the lightning, rendering it immobile. Zhu Qing, attack the head, Xia Tian shouted. Yet, no sooner had he uttered his command than Zhu Shiqing, who had been poised in the trees, dashed forward. With the aid of void walking and a rapid flight dash, she swiftly appeared before the queen bee. The dark assassin's claw, shrouded in a veil of black light, merged into one. Propelled by the force of gravity, it pierced through the massive head of the queen bee. As Zhu Zhuqing executed her phantom strike, the colossal corpse of the queen bee crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. A purple radiance arose, gradually coalescing into a halo above its lifeless form. The Devil Bee King had fallen. The formidable 5,000-year-old Devil Bee King was felled in a single, synchronized series of attacks by just a handful of individuals. Had they been more familiar with one another, the queen bee would have stood no chance of evasion, becoming ensnared in their control chain until Zhu Shiqing delivered the fatal blow. A series of applause erupted, and two figures approached the crowd, one behind the other. Leading the way was the Soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall, followed closely by the resigned Yang Wudi. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Such exquisite coordination from you young ones. In my day, I was nowhere near your level. I am truly humbled, praised the Soul Douluo with a gleam of admiration. Zhu Qing, go ahead and absorb the soul ring, he suggested, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Yes, Teacher Lu, Zhu Shiqing replied, settling down to absorb the soul ring. Teacher Lu, what brings you out here? Xia Tian inquired, scratching his head. Ha ha ha, I couldn't resist witnessing your brilliant teamwork. Besides, now that I'm here, we're unlikely to encounter any others. The Soul Douluo chuckled heartily. I say, Zhao Wuji, why not let these three young ones accompany me? Keeping them in Shrek would be a waste. Zhao Wuji replied with a wry smile. Senior, please don't put me in such a position. I have no authority here. In a distant corner, Daimu Bai clenched his fists tightly, feeling a pang of envy. Clearly, I should have a share in this. As evening approached, Zhu Shiqing gradually concluded her efforts. The 5,000-year soul ring of the Devil Bee was successfully absorbed, elevating her to the 33rd rank. Bolstered by the accumulated power from the earlier fusion with the assassin's blade. Tianling, I did it. Thank you, she exclaimed. Haha, that is wonderful. Xia Tianling smiled subtly, nudging the dazed Ma Hongjun. Fatty, you'd better practice diligently when we return. Wait, I've surpassed you? Ma Hongjun protested with indignation. Ling Ge, this isn't fair. You secretly aided Zhu Qing. Oh, aiding? What do you mean by aiding? My achievements are a result of persistence and hard work. You wouldn't understand, Xia Tianling retorted, shaking his finger with a self-assured demeanor. At that moment, a melodious tune seemed to resonate in the air, evoking nostalgia. Zhu Qing, what is your third soul skill? Did you acquire what we sought? Zhu Shiqing nodded. My third soul skill is called Phantom Decapitation, a more potent version of my first soul skill, Phantom Strike. Upon activation, it creates a powerful single-target slash, and if I channel more soul power, its impact can be significantly enhanced. It was rare for the usually taciturn Zhu Shiqing to speak so extensively. After explaining, she summoned her martial soul and unleashed the skill upon the remnants of the hive. A purple beam emanated from her hands, swiftly slicing through the enormous hive. The Soul Douluo darted to the hive's edge, gently pushing it, causing the upper half to slide down and reveal a bounty of royal jelly within. The cut was remarkably smooth, leaving behind only a trickle of ordinary honey. Impressive. A formidable cutting ability, remarked the Soul Douluo, habitually stroking his beard. It's getting late. We should set up camp here. Fortunately, this swarm of devil bees has been cleared, so we shan't face any other soul beasts encroaching on their territory for a while. The group proceeded to clean the battlefield and establish their camp. Everyone, lend a hand and gather the royal jelly. It's a rare treasure, Xia Tianling called out. After tidying up, they lifted the massive hive, collecting several large bottles of the remaining royal jelly and ordinary honey. Honey is a valuable resource. Perhaps I can find some herbs later and wish for a recovery potion, he mused. In the dead of night, Xia Tianling roused Tang San, who was meditating in the same tent. Little San, prepare yourself. Danger is approaching. Significant danger. Quickly wake the others. Understood. Tang San, aware of Xia Tianling's precognitive abilities, refrained from questioning. Soon, whether meditating or asleep, everyone was summoned. Dai Mubai, disturbed from his slumber, grumbled, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you two waking us up in the middle of the night?" "Enough chatter. Danger is near," Xia Tian shot back. "You claim there's danger. But are you a prophet?" Dai Mubai scoffed. "Indeed, I am a prophet," Xia Tian declared. As everyone exited the tent, readying for battle, two figures rushed toward them. You're already out?" Zhao Wuji exclaimed, surprised to see the assembled group. "Forget about that. Quickly unleash your martial souls. If things turn dire, don't worry about us. Escape as far as you can. Get out of the Stardo forest first." The Soul Douluo stood as if facing a formidable foe. Having unleashed his martial spirit, a gun, adorned with 8 soul rings in shades of yellow, purple, and black. Observing the palpable tension in both teachers, the others, save for Xia Tianling, were bewildered by the gravity of the situation that could instill such anxiety in a soul sage and a Soul Douluo. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded before them. The towering trees ahead parted slowly, revealing a colossal figure that emerged silently. Upon witnessing this behemoth, everyone held their breath, finally comprehending the source of concern for the two instructors. It was an entity as imposing as a mountain, its dark fur shimmering faintly under the weak starlight. Although it was on all fours, its shoulder height undoubtedly surpassed 7 meters. "The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape." In unison, the trio exclaimed. Albeit with varying tones, Xia Tianling spoke affirmatively, Tang San expressed shock, and the Soul Douluo's voice trembled with despair. The Spirit Hall had once hunted the 10,000-year soul beast within the Stardo forest, and this 10,000-year Titan Great Ape had left an indelible psychological scar on him. "Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately," Zhao Wuji said solemnly. He understood that the Titan Great Ape could comprehend human speech, especially this exceptionally robust specimen, whose cultivation evidently exceeded 10,000 years. He could scarcely fathom any soul beast more formidable than the one before him. The Titan Great Ape paid no heed to Zhao Wuji's words, instead taking a step forward. An action that sent the hearts of the onlookers racing. All were tense, save for Xia Tianling, who remained composed. Aware that the Titan Great Ape had merely sensed the presence of his companion, Xiao Wu, and was likely just seeking a meeting. "Everyone, stay calm. Refrain from making a move, and trust me, there will be no harm," Xia Tianling declared loudly. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The Titan Great Ape seemed to sense something amiss, its gaze shifting to the group at its feet. With a thunderous roar, the Titan Great Ape pounded its chest, the resounding thud causing the others to stagger. The Soul Douluo with the gun martial spirit believed the Titan Great Ape recognized him, and, gritting his teeth, activated the majority of his soul rings. His martial spirit transformed into a spear-like form, launching toward the Titan Great Ape while issuing a command. "You all, flee." Zhao Wuji, witnessing the Soul Douluo's assault, similarly ignited his first, second, third, fifth, and seventh soul rings, 5 in total, engaging his martial spirit to charge alongside him. "Teacher Liu." "Teacher Zhao." "No." Xia Tianling shouted in alarm. "What are you provoking it for?" That fool merely spotted Xiao Wu and was excited. "Aren't you seeking death by confronting it?" He had previously cautioned them that encountering the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, required restraint, ensuring no danger would arise. How could these two be so reckless? Zhao Wuji, dismissing Xia Tianling's foresight, was determined to protect them. He enveloped himself in a protective barrier, exerting gravitational control centered on himself to constrain the Titan Great Ape's movements. Simultaneously, he unleashed the formidable dreadful King Kong palm, the tremendous force radiating outward. Unprepared for a dual assault, the Titan Great Ape erupted in fury, releasing an even more deafening roar. Before Ning Rongrong could complete her soul incantation, the Titan Great Ape retaliated. Its massive fists glowed ominously, signaling its signature move, the Earthquake Fist. As it activated its gravitational domain, a wave of black energy descended, crushing downwards. The terrifying impact halting the two assailants in their tracks. Like meteors, its fist struck Zhao Wuji and the Soul Douluo, who, despite their formidable status, were sent reeling. Utterly defenseless, Zhao Wuji, while in his martial spirit form, was struck far away, crashing through several trees, his fate uncertain. The Soul Douluo fared even worse. Obliterated by an ensuing colossal energy sphere, a devastating technique known as Titan's Celestial Rupture. Had Zhao Wuji been a battle tank, perhaps the outcome would have been different. But Teacher Liu was a pure offensive soul master. Though his offensive power was immense, his defenses were alarmingly weak. Cursing under his breath, Xia Tianling lamented their foolishness. Why provoke it? Are the soul masters of the spirit hall also dense? Zhao Wujie may not believe in my foresight, but how can he not trust his comrades? Does the Titan Great Ape need to sneak up to kill you? Teacher Liu. Teacher Zhao. The two instructors' fates hung in the balance, yet the Titan Great Ape was unconcerned. It leaped high into the air, landing directly before the others. The force of its descent sent them tumbling. Xiao was snatched up in the Titan Great Ape's enormous hand, which then turned to leave. No. Let Xiao go. As she was captured. Tang San's eyes blazed with fury. Without regaining his balance, he propelled himself towards the Titan Great Ape, kicking off the ground and launching into action. His hand swiftly drew forth a flurry of hidden weapons, a dozen gleaming projectiles aimed at the Titan Great Ape's head, initially targeting its eyes. He was forced to adapt as the Titan Great Ape turned away, settling for a less optimal target. The sound of the projectiles ricocheting against the Titan Great Ape's skull rang out, but it paid no heed. Merely scratching the back of its head with its other hand, a display of minimal damage but profound humiliation, the Titan Great Ape then unleashed another wave of black energy, sending all but Xia Tian and Zhu Shiqing, who had been steadied by him, tumbling. No. Stop. Xiao Wu cried out, watching her companions being blown away. The Titan Great Ape regarded her in its grasp, emitting a low growl before leaping away, vanishing into the forest beyond 100 meters. Xiao Wu. Tang San scrambled to his feet, determined to pursue the direction the Titan Great Ape had taken. Xiao San. Lingu, I must find Xiao Wu. Do not stop me. Tang San's eyes burned with rage, his entire being radiating fury. I'm not stopping you, Xia Tian sighed. Truthfully, he had never understood Tang San's obsession. A 30-something-year-old virgin infatuated with a being whose mental age was barely a decade, with a physical age of 60 to 70,000 years. Appearing as a youthful rabbit, he retrieved several enhanced sausages from his pocket and offered them to Tang San. Xiao Wu will be fine. Tang San accepted the sausages with a grateful glance, devouring them as he sped away. But I still must find her. Under the protection of Xia Tianling, Zhu Shiqing remained largely unscathed. He had gone in pursuit of Xiao Wu, and Xia Tianling reassured himself that they would be fine. There was no need to intervene with Tang San. Xiao Wu was safe, and so was Tang San. At this moment, Tang San was far less injured than in the original narrative, and with the enhanced sausages from Oscar, defeating the demonic spider should pose no challenge, as it would contribute to his third spirit ring. They found Zhao Wujie in a large pit, barely clinging to life. The group hurriedly lifted him up, and Xia Tianling stuffed a handful of recovery leaves into his mouth, diluting royal jelly with water and pouring it down his throat. The royal jelly possessed some healing properties, albeit not significantly. The recovery leaves were of limited efficacy for spirit kings and above, but at that moment, they had no better healing potions, so they could only rely on Zhao Wujie's resilience. Cough cough. Whereas Tang San, Zhao Wujie managed to ask weakly. He went after the Titan giant ape. Ning Rongrong replied succinctly. Having remained uninjured under Oscar's protection, she had observed the exchange between Tang San and Xia Tianling. Zhao Wujie nearly choked at the revelation. Isn't that akin to courting death? That is the Titan giant ape. Oscar, prepare more recovery sausages. We cannot let him go alone, he commanded, but Oscar was halted by Xia Tianling's outstretched hand. Zhao Laosher, let us be realistic. Can you even move? Allow me to check first, Xia Tianling suggested. You? Zhao Wujie looked at him with skepticism, prompting Xia Tianling to retort. Tang San and Xiao Wu will be fine. I've already stated I am a seer. I can foresee the future. I foretold the Titan giant ape's arrival tonight when we first entered the forest. Did I not? And as for the previous encounters with the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, Kao Xiangxiang, and her granddaughter Meng Yaran, do you truly believe my observational skills are so keen? Time and again, my predictions have proven true. I warned you and Lu Laosher not to engage. Yet you both did. And now look where we are. He is dead, and you are gravely injured. Zhao Wujie opened his mouth but found no retort. Although Xia Tianling had indeed predicted the arrival of the Titan giant ape and warned against confrontation, Zhao Wujie had always dismissed such claims as mere coincidence, never believing in the truth of his self-proclaimed prophetic abilities. Enough. Focus on your recovery. Regain your mobility first, Xia Tianling instructed, urging Oscar to prepare several rapid-flight sausages. You all rest here for now. Once Zhao Laosher can move, you will join me. I will proceed ahead to investigate. With that, he turned and sprinted towards the direction where Tang San had disappeared. In truth, his journey was not motivated by a desire to find Tang San and Xiao Wu. They were in no peril, so why seek them? His solitary endeavor was for his fourth spirit ring. After 2 fruitless days of searching, He had wished upon the system to reveal the most suitable spirit beast for his fourth ring and its location. Although the system provided an answer, the uniqueness of the spirit beast required him to act independently when the opportunity arose. Chapter 53. The Golden Li who descends into darkness upon utilizing several rapid flight sausages to reach an unknown region indicated by the system. Xia Tian was met with a colossal creature that left him utterly astonished. The being before him resembled a tiger, with two enormous fangs reminiscent of a saber-toothed cat from a past life. However, this tiger was significantly larger and radiated a majestic golden hue. This is not a tiger. It is evidently one of the 9 offspring of the dragon, known as the Bian. It was only upon witnessing this creature with my own eyes that the system revealed its name, the Golden Bian. I cannot help but wonder if it bears any connection to the Emperor's auspicious beast, the 3-eyed golden swan and I, a millennium hence. Strangely, however, the Bian, which traditionally symbolizes righteousness and the discernment of right from wrong, now emanates a swirling black mist. This is not a mere darkness, but rather an embodiment of pure malevolence. Even at a distance, one glance evokes an unsettling chill and awakens primal desires. The colossal Bihuan lamented in agony as it rolled through the forest, toppling ancient trees in its wake. What had befallen it? Summer Spirit inquired of the system. It has been tainted. It no longer embodies the essence of justice, but is instead devolving into a state of chaotic disorder. Once this transformation is complete, it shall become a dark Bihuan, standing in stark opposition to all orderly beings and obliterating any realm aligned with order. What constitutes an orderly being? What has brought about its corruption? Summer Spirit stumbled upon an unfamiliar term, one seemingly divergent from the aesthetic of the Douluo continent. That is not something you should concern yourself with at present. Here is a piece of advice. While this Bihuan retains a sliver of its consciousness, summon your utmost power to vanquish it swiftly. It can still exercise some control. Should it fully metamorphose into a chaotic entity, it will become a mindless monster against which even the deities would be powerless. Very well. Since the system refrains from elucidating further, it is likely bound by certain limitations. I shall heed its counsel and strike while it is vulnerable. True Dragon, manifest. Dawn, arise. Taking a deep breath, Summer Spirit invoked the 5-clawed, true dragon martial soul for the first time after 6 years of cultivation. Simultaneously, he grasped the Dawn martial soul in his hand. With a hammer in his left hand and an axe in his right, he advanced towards the descending dark Bihuan, unleashing the full force of his bloodline aura. Given that the Bihuan is known as the 7th offspring of the true dragon, perhaps the essence of the true dragon bloodline would prove beneficial. The agitated Bihuan sensed this aura, its fierce countenance softening slightly, yet it continued to writhe on the ground. A vague mental wave pierced Summer Spirit's consciousness, carrying the essence of, Father, alas, you are not him. Is it effective? Kill me. Quickly, I can't control it. Beware, the aura surrounding me. The Bihuan seemed to expend all its strength, projecting another wave of mental energy, yet the clarity of reason in its eyes swiftly faded, shrouded in a dark crimson hue. Dispatch it swiftly, it has begun its transformation. It is currently at its weakest, unable to harness its full power, akin only to an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. The moment it completes its metamorphosis, even the small dragon beneath will be incapable of standing against it. The system's voice remained cold and mechanical, yet it quickened, tinged with urgency. Summer Spirit hesitated no longer and activated the 2 soul rings upon him. The Storm War Axe materialized. Thunder God form engaged. Utilizing both martial souls simultaneously posed little strain on his body at this moment, yet the consumption of soul power was tremendous. With both martial souls unleashed, and wielding the Storm War Axe augmented by additional attributes, his soul power drained at an exponentially accelerated rate, not to mention the other skills requiring energy. Despite possessing the dual cores of Qi Si and Golden Core, affording him soul power reserves many times that of a typical soul master, he could not withstand prolonged consumption. The inherent quality of this soul power was too low, and the energy available in the Douluo world was insufficient to cultivate higher levels of foundational strength, such as spiritual energy. Let me see the extent of your capabilities. He activated the 9-turn sky-treading step, wielding the Storm War Axe in one hand, charging headlong towards the Dark Bihuan. Although the Dark Bihuan had lost its sanity, it was still somewhat subdued by the true dragon aura, and its innate combat instincts honed over millennia were formidable. Dark energy surged from its form, rapidly expanding into a cubic domain. Summer Spirit felt as if shackled by a heavy weight, the previously unimpeded 9-turn sky-treading step now hindered by the oppressive space. Simultaneously, a fissure appeared on the Dark Bihuan's forehead, revealing a dark eye. A pitch-black ray laced with red lightning shot towards Summer Spirit's chest. This was originally one of the Golden Bihuan's innate abilities, Judgment. One of the dragon's 9 offspring, the Bihuan possessed a natural capacity for discernment, and its innate ability was tied to this power of light. However, now fallen, its attributes had shifted, and Judgment might well be renamed to Corruption. Constrained in movement, Summer Spirit activated his third soul ring. The massive lightning axe clashed against the slender dark ray, producing a cacophony before dissipating simultaneously. Harnessing the momentum from the Thunder Half-Moon Slash, Summer Spirit pressed on, releasing 3 spells in quick succession: Lightness Technique, Wind Riding Technique, and Evil Dispelling Technique. The first 2 accelerated his movements, while the latter alleviated some of the oppressive force of the Dark Domain. Rain Summoning Technique, Heavenly Thunder Summon. He unleashed 2 additional spells, conjuring a dark cloud above the Dark Bihuan, and a torrential downpour drenched it. The Heavenly Thunder, amplified by the rain, struck relentlessly, causing the Bihuan to roar in agony. In that fleeting moment of electric brilliance, Summer Spirit successfully closed the distance, aided by the various spells. Just as time seemed to slow, his third soul ring ignited, and the Thunder Half-Moon Slash coalesced instantaneously, the Storm War axe roaring to life in its full glory. The earlier attack, merely in its ordinary state, had been sufficient to severely wound Xiangjia, a defense-type Soul King. Now, under the formidable might of the true dragon martial soul and the innate control of thunder, its power was magnified beyond measure. Not only was it the power of his essence, but the Dawn martial soul was his innate weapon, nurtured over 6 years of cultivation. Merging seamlessly with his being, its potency surpassing that of ordinary practitioners' innate artifacts. Now, wielding his innate artifact with mastery, this strike rivaled the full force of a powerful assault-type Soul Saint. A typical Soul Emperor would likely be obliterated in an instant. And yet, he remained merely a 39-level 3-ring Quasi-Soul Master. Chapter 54. Mastering Mathematics and Chemistry, Conquering the World as a Pure Descendant of the Dragon's 9 Offspring. The Bihuan inherited the formidable physique and magical prowess of the true dragon. Its bloodline legacy endowed it with savage close combat capabilities, capable of overpowering even the likes of Tian and the Golden Dragon King. Yet now, the chaotic darkness of its fallen nature and the orderly brilliance of its righteous essence clashed violently within its being, though its original reason lay suppressed. The inherent pride of the true dragon bloodline refused to allow it to bow in submission, continuing to resist desperately at the deepest level of its subconscious. The Bihuan, in its descent, resembled a powerful weapon manipulated by a child. Although ferocious enough, its entire body was exceedingly uncoordinated. The sharp blade of the axe clashed against the Dark Lion's right claw, producing a piercing screech. Blue lightning continually dissolved the black aura enveloping the Lion, revealing flecks of gold, only to be quickly masked by new shadows. A massive claw fell, exposing the bone at the break with stark clarity. The once luscious bones, akin to jade, had now become ominously malevolent, as crimson blood mingled with the viscous black liquid surged forth from the ruptured veins. The flora beneath it withered instantly upon contact with the dark liquid, emitting a persistent hissing sound. The Dark Lion let out a mournful cry, utterly enraged by the diminutive creature before it. What it had assumed could be easily crushed had inflicted upon it an unbearable injury, an affront that could not be forgiven. Just as it prepared to unleash its innate abilities once more, it was abruptly interrupted, the shock causing a trickle of blood to drip from its mouth, momentarily revealing a glimmer of clarity in its eyes. Weakness, mouth, thunder, fire, suppression, darkness. Familiar mental waves penetrated Xia Tianling's consciousness. The mouth? Wasn't that supposed to be its strongest asset? The Lion, akin to the Yazi, represented judicial justice. While Yazi was hot-tempered and prone to resolving disputes through violence, the Lion was gentle, preferring to reason with wrongdoers. Thus, its mouth was formidable, possessing a modicum of law-manipulating capability. However, in its fallen state, the Lion was devoid of consciousness, driven only by frenzied instinct, rendering it incapable of wielding such formidable powers. In its complete form, the Lion could easily crush Xia Tian with a mere utterance. Xia Tian had instinctively believed that the Lion's mouth was its most powerful feature, only to discover that its greatest weapon was, ironically, its vulnerability. Yet, he correctly surmised that lightning and fire could diminish the dark aura enveloping it, possessing a purifying effect. Thus, let the storm rage more fiercely. Xia Tianling continued to employ various incantations to engage with the Lion, occasionally striking with the Thunder Half-Moon Slash, inflicting non-lethal yet burdensome wounds upon it. The Dark Lion was effectively being toyed with by Xia Tianling, unleashing its crimson lightning in impotent fury. However, it failed to notice that the strikes of thunder upon it were intensifying. The rain overhead was also pouring down with greater ferocity. If the earlier deluge had merely been a torrential downpour, now it had escalated to a veritable deluge, akin to water being dumped from the heavens. Aside from necessary evasions and enhancements, Xia Tian devoted almost all his soul power to maintaining the thunder and the deluge. Finally, the water elements within a radius of several kilometers had been completely exhausted, and a colossal accumulation of water elements filled this confined space. The heavenly thunder grew even more violent, yet the irrational Dark Lion remained oblivious. Although the thunder above had become denser, the strikes against it had nearly ceased. Instead, the puddles formed by the downpour on the ground crackled with lightning, their extent continuously shrinking. At this point, the Dark Lion had nearly abandoned attempts to assault Xia Tian. It was fully focused on its metamorphosis, disregarding the changes in its surroundings or the thunder striking it. Several soul power recovery sausages had long been depleted, and Xia Tianling's soul power was nearly exhausted. Even the Dawn Martial soul had been transformed into fundamental soul power to replenish his dwindling energy reserves. Now, the remaining soul power was scarcely sufficient for one final, full-force attack in the Storm Battle Axe state, maintaining the true dragon embodiment. A smile crept onto Xia Tianling's lips as he swiftly consumed the last of his speed-enhancing sausages, abruptly retreating from the realm of darkness, while simultaneously hurling a fireball into it. Boom! A violent explosion erupted within the dark domain, flames soaring skyward, yet were swiftly suppressed back by the dark forces. The thunderous roar reverberated for miles, even awakening the slumbering Tianqing bull python far within the lake of life. What a brilliant blaze! What transpired over there? Xiao Wu stood atop Air Ming's head, gazing in that direction, hoping that teacher Zhao and brother San were safe. The residual shock waves from the explosion, even after traversing through the dark domain, sent Xia Tianling tumbling backward, leaving his ears ringing. The Dark Lion shrieked in agony, attempting to use the power of its domain to shield itself from the explosion. Had it not released its power earlier, the situation might have been different. However, the explosion occurring within the confines of its domain caused the compressing forces to trap the oxygen and hydrogen generated by the rain and thunder within a sealed space. The unreasonable might of the domain enveloped the explosive energy and heat, resulting in little damage to the surrounding flora. Yet, the Dark Lion suffered grievously. The fiercer the explosion burned, the more it sought to constrict the domain for protection. Yet, the smaller the domain became, the more potent the explosive forces grew. A divine beast version of self-destruction. At last, the severely wounded creature could no longer maintain the domain's power, allowing the remnants of its strength to be released, devastating some nearby vegetation. Taking a deep breath, Xia Tianling summoned the last of his soul power to activate his most potent dual martial soul form. Brandishing the Storm Battle Axe, bolstered by attribute enhancements, and cautiously approached the epicenter of the explosion. As he stepped into the area once cloaked by the domain, not a trace of vegetation remained beneath his feet. The soil had been scorched to a glass-like sheen by the intense heat. With the flames dissipating, the body of the Dark Lion was revealed. The once all-encompassing black aura had been reduced to mere wisps, and its formerly resplendent exterior was now cracked and charred. The blood that could flow had nearly evaporated entirely. Xia Tianling quietly wiped his brow. The resilience of a divine beast's life was indeed formidable. Even at its lowest ebb of power, it managed to survive such an explosion. The Dark Lion was, of course, not dead. It had yet to form any soul rings. But would it truly develop soul rings? Was it even a soul beast? Two questions suddenly emerged in Xia Tianling's mind. Nevertheless, since the system indicated this was the most suitable fourth soul ring for him, it must exist. He approached the barely alive Dark Lion. However, perhaps it could no longer be called the Dark Lion. This cataclysmic explosion had effectively purified its dark essence. Now, although the Lion was on the brink of death, it had regained its former rationality. Chapter 55. The delayed heavenly tribulation finally descends. You have arrived. A mental wave, considerably weaker than before, entered Xia Tianling's consciousness. It was the rational Golden Lion. Elder, how can I save you? The Lion slowly shook its head. Such a level of corruption is largely irreversible, and most of my primal power has dissipated in the struggle against this fall. There is no remedy. In the summer, Xie Xingling released the bond with his martial soul, standing there in a daze. Before him, the mythical creature, the Bian, was on the verge of demise, and a sorrowful emotion coursed through its bloodline. Though this world appeared feeble, fragile, and riddled with flaws, its rules possessed a peculiar charm. As my end approaches, allow me to leave you with something intriguing. Something intriguing? The Bian offered no explanation. It merely raised its remaining left claw, gently lifting Xia Ling, pressing its forehead against his. Inheritance. A familiar voice resonated. Distinct from the previous mental transmissions, this marked the first time in ages that the Bian genuinely spoke. In an instant, the radiance enveloping the Bian surged, coalescing into its open third divine eye. This divine eye upon the Bian's forehead acted as a bridge connecting man and beast. A torrent of golden light streamed through this passage into Xia Ling's being. At that moment, Xia Ling felt a haze enveloping his consciousness. As if a grand bell resonated within his mind, accompanied by an echo of ethereal sounds that seemed to narrate untold tales. The voice was commanding, yet imbued with profound righteousness. Possessor of my father's bloodline, harness this power wisely. The Bian conveyed another wave of spiritual energy. Subsequently, its colossal form ignited. The last remnants of darkness surrounding it dissipated in the golden flames. Xia Ling felt an immense surge of warmth flooding into him through his forehead, coursing down his spine and gradually enveloping his entire body. Flesh and sinew underwent a transformation amidst this torrential heat. The dawn martial soul was forcibly summoned. A ring of crimson gold circles slowly taking shape around its periphery. Is this a form of sacrifice? In a certain sense, the actions of the Bian are akin to a sacrifice. However, it is not a sacrifice in the truest sense. It is not an indigenous species of the Douluo continent, but rather it inadvertently shattered the fabric of space and arrived here after being contaminated by a sinister dark substance. As a divine beast, upon its demise, it does not leave behind a soul ring, nor does it possess the capacity for sacrifice. Nevertheless, the power of rules in the Douluo world is exceptionally unique and easily exploited. The Bian, being a paragon among them, in its final moments, bestowed its remaining essence and innate abilities upon Xia Tian, who possesses the bloodline of a true dragon. This represents the last vestige of pure essence remaining after the purification and refinement of his own power. It can be said that nearly all of his strength has dissipated in the clash against the forces of corruption. As one of the dragon offspring, Bian's bloodline is inherently in profound harmony with Xia Tian, allowing him to successfully complete this pseudo-sacrificial ritual. Had it been anyone else, not only would they struggle with the inheritance of abilities, but the conflict of bloodline powers alone would be insurmountable for an ordinary individual. After a period of time, Bian's colossal form was reduced to ashes, and a circular, crimson gold emblem gradually formed upon Xia Tianling's forehead. The bones within his body began to emit a series of dense cracking sounds, a seemingly insignificant noise that evoked a sense of impending catastrophe, as if his very being was on the verge of explosion. Simultaneously, a gray-black substance began to seep through the surface of his skin, intermingled with strands of dark purple blood. This was Bian's power cleansing his body, expelling all impurities and internal injuries. In the cultivation realm, the stage of refining qi to the pinnacle of foundation establishment is primarily a process of gradually transforming the body and eliminating internal impurities. However, due to the peculiar geographical location and rules, while cultivation is facilitated, the formidable body transformation capabilities of the immortal cultivation system have been considerably simplified. As the transformation of the body neared completion, the last remnants of Bian's power fully integrated into him. The crimson gold ring surrounding the dawn martial soul solidified into the form of a soul ring, signifying that Xia Tianling had ascended to the rank of soul master. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. At that moment, the sky rumbled with thunder, and a massive black cloud abruptly materialized above the Stardow forest, heralding cataclysmic changes within Xia Tianling. Just as the soul ring took shape, his soul power surged to a state of unprecedented fullness, reaching an apex previously unattained. The golden core vibrated incessantly, emitting a soft, resonant hum. The energy within his sea of qi spun wildly, greedily absorbing all energies from both internal and external sources, fervently infusing them into the golden core nestled within his dantian. Boom! A bolt of divine thunder cascaded down, striking Xia Tianling's crown with relentless force. The long-awaited golden core tribulation, delayed for 6 years, had arrived. Was this the thunder tribulation? Were there other 10,000-year soul beasts lurking within the Stardow forest? The sky blue bull python widened its eyes. Given its limited experience within the forest, it could not discern the difference between the tribulation as a test and reward and the thunder intended purely for destruction. As the dreaded tribulation touched Xia Tianling's form, a fine layer of dragon scales emerged upon his surface, segmenting the ferocious thunder, further dividing it and gradually absorbing it into his being, infusing it into the trembling golden core. The thunderous roars reverberated across the skies, with 8 successive bolts of tribulation striking down, each more potent than the last. In the instant following the final surge of lightning, the high-frequency vibrating golden core expanded to its utmost limit, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of exquisite roux-ware porcelain. Boom! The long-overdue yawning tribulation also descended upon him. This time, the immense golden core shattered with a resounding crash. Xia Tian felt a profound transformation in his consciousness. His soul no longer resided solely within his mind but was intricately intertwined with his entire cultivation. A milky white infant materialized at the center of his dantian, replacing the original golden core. Boom, boom, boom. 17 bolts of heavenly thunder descended, their power exponentially surpassing that of the previous golden core tribulation. As the intensity of the tribulation surged, the dragon scales adorning Xia Tian could no longer absorb the mounting damage, gradually charred by the relentless strikes, with certain areas even emanating a savory aroma. Yet, despite his increasingly disheveled exterior, the vigor within him swelled ever stronger. The nascent soul, too, grew rapidly alongside the cascading thunder until it reached its perfect form. The frenzied lightning ceased to be visible, yet the dark clouds above continued to rumble ominously. The tribulation clouds, emblematic of the heavenly trial, rolled and expanded, their interior radiating a blue-white luminescence, brewing an even more formidable test. The tribulation signified destruction, yet it also harbored vitality. It was heaven's trial for cultivators aspiring to ascend their life forms, serving as both a challenge and a reward. Chapter 56. The Rule of Skills. Unlike orthodox cultivators facing their tribulations, Xia Tian was undergoing a triple tribulation of golden core, nascent soul, and transformation of spirit. He was not granted time to adapt to the surging power. Boom. The tribulation representing the transformation of spirit commenced. Massive bolts of heavenly thunder surged into Xia Tian's body, striking mercilessly upon his nascent soul, unleashing an indescribable agony that spread through the depths of his spirit. The transformation required the cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits to be integrated within the nascent soul, melding them through the purifying fire of the tribulation to forge a singular entity, a more powerful primordial spirit. Concurrently, the upper dantian, the Niwen Palace, bore the weight of an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. During the process of forming the primordial spirit and ascending to the transformation of spirit, the cultivator must forcibly shatter the constraints of the Niwen Palace with their formidable spiritual power, connecting with ancestral orifices and opening the sea of consciousness. This step is often the most arduous, requiring an immense accumulation of spiritual energy to erupt explosively within the Mud Pill Palace. Ideally, a cultivator should have formed the nascent soul's embryonic shape during the nascent soul stage, established spiritual consciousness during the gold core stage, and opened the Mud Pill Palace during the foundation establishment stage. However, due to his unorthodox path, he must now undertake all of this simultaneously. Although Summer Ling's accumulation during the foundation establishment stage was somewhat lacking, he is grateful for the legacy left by the Golden Bihuan. As a creature of divine lineage adept at manipulating rules, Bihuan possesses an extraordinarily potent mental force. Even the last remnant of its energy, nearly extinguished, is immensely formidable. The crimson golden emblem on his forehead radiates waves of brilliance, compressing his inherent spiritual energy into a small orb. The external forces of the heavenly tribulation continuously wash over this orb, rendering it more refined and solid. The accumulation reaches a threshold ripe for transformation. Within Summer Ling's Mud Pill Palace, an explosion reminiscent of the universe's dawn occurs. As vast amounts of compressed spiritual energy metamorphose into a divine consciousness imbued with a faint golden aura, surging wildly within the newly opened sea of consciousness. To put it in contemporary terms, at this moment, his spiritual energy has reached an overwhelmingly vast realm, comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. In an era where few cultivate spiritual energy, he stands as an unprecedented paragon. Apart from a select few, hardly anyone can rival him. Having completed the transformation from spiritual energy to divine consciousness, Summer Ling has surmounted one of the most challenging thresholds. Under the trifold pressure of divine consciousness, heavenly tribulations, and soul energy, his 3 souls and 7 spirits swiftly merge with his nascent soul. Though the process is excruciating, his willpower enables him to endure. At long last, with the final bolt of heavenly tribulation, Summer Ling's primordial spirit completes its transformation. From this moment on, he possesses no absolute vulnerabilities in his physical form. The brain is no longer the sole vessel of the soul, nor is the heart the only core of energy within his body. Henceforth, the sea of consciousness in the upper dantian, the primordial spirit in the middle dantian, and the sea of qi in the lower dantian are wholly interconnected, forming a second life cycle system independent of his original bodily structure. As long as one of these exists, a cultivator cannot truly perish, illustrating the terrifying nature of the cultivation system. Even if the body is utterly destroyed, the primordial spirit can endure independently, transforming into a wandering immortal or even a ghostly cultivator, illustrating a life force that is astonishingly resilient. In stark contrast, in the original timeline, the recently ascended angelic deity Qianren was nearly felled by Tang San's single strike, mere seconds after being pierced through the heart by a tear of guanine, an utterly unimpressive feat similarly. With the dual core energy of the sea of qi and primordial spirit, Summerling's recovery speed and magnitude of soul energy far exceed that of his peers by a factor of dozens. As Summerling revels in his formidable physique, tempered by the triple heavenly tribulations, he feels an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, capable of effortlessly surpassing the strongest version of himself from before. What is this strange object on his forehead? He touches his brow and discovers a circular, coin-sized hard lump at its center. Consequently, he retrieves a mirror from his storage ring. This is a golden emblem. Could it be an external soul bone? As Summer Spirit pondered this, he gradually extended his spiritual awareness towards the emblem. At the moment his consciousness made contact with the emblem, a surge of information flooded into his mind. It turned out that this was the legacy left behind by the Golden Baihan. This is the third divine eye of the mythical creature Baihan, which Xia Tian has aptly named the emblem of justice. It possesses a singular ability known as intimidation. This skill passively enhances the mental fortitude of its possessor while also being capable of active activation. Upon activation, it reduces the attributes of all marked beings within the user's perceptual range by 10%, with the effect being unequivocally effective. He reached up to touch his forehead, and having grasped the information, he made a few tentative attempts before concealing the emblem. Dawn Martial Soul, arise. The axe and hammer were firmly grasped in Xia Tianling's hands as 4 soul rings gradually ascended beneath his feet. The 4th ring, resplendent in a golden hue, represented the illustrious Baihan. Could this possibly be a divine-level soul ring? Certainly not. It is merely a bestowed innate ability, crystallized by the golden rending beast in accordance with the laws of this realm, not belonging to any specific year of soul rings. The ever-observant system, having noted Xia Tianling's confusion, offered an explanation. To be precise, it is not even a soul ring. It merely resembles one and possesses the functionalities of a soul ring. Laws. Indeed, laws. If the soul cultivation system of the Douluo world possesses any merit, it lies in its ability to allow practitioners to engage with these laws, even in states of considerable weakness. For instance, the attribute enhancement of your storm battle axe form, the 4th soul skill bestowed by the rending beast, along with the 3rd divine eye of the external soul bone. In other realms, such feats can only be achieved by those of rule-level cultivation, yet presently, you can accomplish this with a mere consumption of soul power. My 4th soul skill. Speaking of which, due to a series of encounters, Xia Tianling remains unaware of the effects of his 4th soul skill. He took a moment to center himself and assess the situation. As the saying goes, one does not know until they look. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. This 4th soul skill is indeed overwhelmingly formidable. The skill left by the golden rending beast is its innate ability, Justice Judgment. Intriguingly, it is a domain-type skill that can only be executed with a hammer, rendering the storm battle axe form incapable of providing a double enhancement. Upon activation, it allows the user to make a judgment against any target they perceive as an enemy within a 15,000 square meter radius. Should the target harbor malicious intent and have acted upon it, all attributes are reduced by 25%. If the target possesses malevolent thoughts but has not acted, all attributes are diminished by 15%. Conversely, if the target has never entertained evil thoughts, the skill has no effect whatsoever. Simultaneously, all attributes of the user and their teammates subjectively recognized, including oneself, are enhanced by 20%. The maximum duration of this skill is 2 hours, remaining effective until the user voluntarily dispels it or the time elapses. Even if one were to flee to the ends of the earth, the weakened effects would still apply. However, should you possess the ability to escape the confines of the Douluo universe, beyond the reach of these laws, the effects would cease automatically, bestowing buffs upon allies while imposing debuffs upon enemies. Could this truly be the innate skill of a divine beast? It seems rather unreasonable. Furthermore, if combined with the external soul bone, justice emblem, the effects of this skill would double, theoretically allowing for a 60% reduction of the enemy's attributes while augmenting one's own by 40%, a certainty in its execution. Even should the benevolent evil god king himself arrive, Xia Tianling's soul skill could still bestow enhancements or reductions upon the two of them. The potency of this skill has even surpassed the auxiliary effects provided by the 7 treasures, glazed tile, raising the question of who truly holds the title of the continent's premier support spirit. Chapter 57. Oh, is it time for my prophetic display once again? Speaking of which, system, could you alter the hue of my golden soul ring? A black one would suffice, as the gold is rather ostentatious. Having meticulously prepared himself, Xia Tianling leisurely made his way toward the direction from which the Titan giant ape had come. He had previously visited the camp that had been attacked, but the individuals there had vanished without a trace. A span of several hours was ample time for Yang Wudi to regain his ability to act. It was likely that a few had set out in search of Tang San. Ding. Wish received. Searching for the power of destiny. Ding. Wish granted. You have obtained a 4th soul ring color modifier, currently in the process of modification. Ding. Modification complete. It can be manually deactivated. As Xia Tianling gazed upon his 4th soul ring, now transformed into an abyssal black, he suddenly felt an odd sensation. Is this system truly intelligent? It once proactively addressed its own queries, yet now it seems to have reverted to a mechanical, bureaucratic manner. Nevertheless, while the fate modification system is somewhat peculiar, it does not detract from its impressive functionality. At that moment, his 4th soul ring appeared to be a standard, 30,000-year-old soul ring, devoid of its former golden luster. When Xia Tianling found Tang San and his companions, Tang San had just vanquished the spider demon and was in the process of absorbing its soul ring. Xiao had also returned to the group. Tianling, where have you been? Zhu Xijin was the first to notice Xia Tianling's return, swiftly leaping in front of him. Oh, is the little kitty so concerned about me? Xia Tianling teased. Do not worry, Zhu Xijin. I am quite well. He scratched his head, explaining that while pursuing Tang San, he had encountered several 10,000-year soul beasts, which forced him to take a detour. On my way back, I came across a suitable soul beast and took the liberty of slaying it. I am now a 4-ring soul master. A 4-ring soul master? How old are you this year? Yang Wudi, who appeared to have regained much of his strength, interjected, his voice tinged with surprise. Oh, I just turned 12 this year. Xia Tianling, feeling a bit bashful, assessed his soul power level and added, well, not only am I a soul master, but I am already at level 44. 44? Are you even human? Ma Hongjun exclaimed incredulously. Xia Tianling glanced at the somewhat evasive Xiao Wu. Of course, I am human, right, Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing looked between them, her mind filled with questions. Why did he ask Xiao Wu? What was their relationship? Before Xiao Wu could respond, Zhao Wujie suddenly realized, wait, did you just say you single-handedly killed a 10,000-year soul beast? Indeed. Did you not witness the explosion earlier? That was my doing. The soul beast was simply foolish. He then elaborated on the battle, embellishing the details, revealing almost everything except for the identity of the golden liger. And that's how it happened. I orchestrated an explosion, and it met its demise by its own folly. Unsurprisingly, the others looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the scientific jargon he had used. Despite being clear in the language of Douluo, they found it incomprehensible when intertwined. Never mind if you don't understand. It's not crucial. Xia Tianling waved his hand dismissively. I suspect Xiao has already obtained her 3rd soul ring. Has Tishi? You're truly remarkable. How did you know? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, I am a seer, if I am not mistaken. Xiao San will acquire a highly precious external soul bone from absorbing the 2,000-year-old spider demon. External soul bone? How can that be? With her extensive knowledge, Ning Rongrong was well aware of the significance of such an item. What is an external soul bone? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, puzzled. An external soul bone, to put it simply, is a rare type of soul bone that exists independently from the 6 standard soul bones. Unlike regular soul bones, which can be obtained through various means, an external soul bone binds with the soul master for life once fused. He paused, gazing at Tang San, who appeared to be in considerable pain. Xiao San is fortunate. He will receive an external soul bone resembling 8 spider legs with evolutionary capabilities. It harbors potent venom, so be cautious, especially you, little fatty. Don't call me little fatty. Is my hand that fragile? Ma Hongjun protested loudly. Suddenly, Tang San, who was in the midst of absorbing the soul rings, contorted in agony, letting out a chilling scream. His body convulsed violently as he sat cross-legged, his chest heaving, contorting in a terrifying manner. Xiao San, Xiao Wu cried out, attempting to rush to him. Xiangjia was equally alarmed. Tang San had previously exhibited similar symptoms during the initial absorption, attributed to the excessive intake of the soul ring. Calm down, little rabbit. Did I not mention? Xiao San will acquire an external soul bone. There is no need for such alarm. Before he could finish speaking, a tearing sound echoed as Tang San's clothing was suddenly ripped apart. 4 fist-sized protrusions emerged from either side of his spine. At that moment, Tang San appeared to be enduring immense torment, blood seeping from beneath his skin as he struggled fiercely. Then, deep purple appendages, the thickness of a fist, began to emerge rapidly, and he was lifted into the air, encased in a cocoon by the 8 spider legs. Xiao San's external soul bone had successfully fused. Everyone, step back and do not touch anything, Xia Tian commanded, extending his hand to signal everyone to retreat. The girls should stay away. When Xiao San emerges from his cocoon, he will be in a state of undress. Kid, you're astonishing, Yang Wudi praised, giving him a thumbs up, marveling at the transformation that had unfolded. Had he heeded Xia Tianling's advice earlier, he would not have suffered severe injuries from the Titan giant ape. Will Tang San turn into a giant spider? Ning Rongrong mused, her eyes rolling. What on earth do you think about daily? Xia Tianling replied, exasperated. All right, everyone, get back to your tasks, set up camp, start a fire. Prepare a meal. Xiao San will need about 12 hours to complete the fusion process. After all this commotion, it's time to rest. The group nodded in agreement, each assuming their responsibilities to reconstruct their resting camp. Xia Tianling, having proclaimed himself a seer with uncanny foresight, had earned their unwavering trust over multiple validations. If he said 12 hours, then it would indeed be 12 hours until results were revealed. After a light meal, with some designated to keep watch, the rest, exhausted from the day's events, succumbed to sleep, except for Xiao Wu, the little rabbit. Despite Xia Tianling's repeated validations, she still felt a twinge of worry. This left Xia Tianling, who was in an exceptionally good mental state and willingly undertook the lookout duty, somewhat perplexed as he stealthily observed the worried expression on Xiao Wu's face. How exactly had Tang San and Xiao Wu developed into this over the past 6 years? Chapter 58. Can one person outshine a crowd? 12 hours later, morning had arrived. After a night of integration, Tang San finally emerged from his cocoon, making his grand debut before everyone. Indeed, as Xia Tianling had remarked, Tang San appeared completely bare. Ning Rongrong, from a distance, was peeking curiously. Beside her, Oscar felt a tinge of jealousy. Rongrong, stop staring at Tang San and look at me instead. Get lost. Talk to me when your culinary skills catch up to Xia Tianling's. Enough with the bickering, let's focus on training. On one side, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were engaging in playful banter, while on the other, Tang San, having emerged from a state of confusion, was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Xiao Wu. The two of them reveling in their affection. The atmosphere was thick with the intoxicating scent of romance. Ma Hongjun, with a disgruntled expression, chewed on a sausage, and Xia Tianling nodded in agreement. Observing the antics of these two pairs, the aloof Zhu Qing sat in a corner, deep in thought. After Xia Tianling forcibly intervened, instructing Tang San to retract his 8 spider lances and clarifying the situation, quite some time passed. The ability to absorb spirit rings beyond one's level evidently bore such advantages. It was no wonder that Ling Gu and others were adept at this practice. Tang San realized, with newfound clarity, that one's physical constitution truly varied among individuals. Following this first-hand experience, he became increasingly skeptical of the master's precise spirit ring ratio, which seemed rather unreliable. Xia Tianling patted Tang San on the shoulder, emphasizing that the strength of the spirit ring one could absorb depended entirely on one's physical fitness. He encouraged Tang San to train diligently, aiming for a 4th ring similar to theirs, absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. In the original timeline, Tang San's remarkable achievement of a 10,000-year 4th ring was now merely a standard configuration among their group of 7 from the Spirit Hall. Of course, this did not apply to Yin and Xiaoyu, who had insufficient time to hone their bodies and lacked the extraordinary advantages that Hulaina enjoyed, resulting in their typical 1,000-year 4th rings. Reflecting on the Master's theories that had never been validated and recalling the knowledge imparted by Xia Tianling throughout their journey, Tang San felt a sense of admiration, acknowledging Ling Ji's profound understanding. Xia Tianling waved his hand dismissively, stating that he was merely standing on the shoulders of giants to view the world. This knowledge was the cumulative wisdom of generations of spirit masters. How could the research of a single individual like Yu Xiaojing compare to the legacy accumulated over millennia by the Spirit Hall? All right. Let us postpone your mutual flattery until we leave the Stardow forest, Xiao Wujie remarked with a smile. Despite encountering numerous challenges, they had exceeded their mission's objectives. And it was time to return. Through this shared experience of life and death, the bonds between the members of the Spirit Hall and those from Shrek had significantly deepened. Although they were not from the same academy, this did not hinder the friendship they had forged in such a brief time. The only exception was the solitary figure of Dai Mubai, the white tiger with evil eyes. Observing the laughter and camaraderie of the others, he felt like an outsider. Ever since the ambush on the Devil Be King, he had become almost invisible, with little involvement in battles or any other matters. The sensation of being utterly alone weighed heavily upon him. He yearned to unleash his frustration, to confront the few before him and demand answers, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Indeed, Ning Rongrong's words rang true. What pride did he possess to stand upon? Zhu Zhuqing was also correct. He was merely a coward, resigned to his own downfall. As he observed the youth beside Zhu Zhuqing, incessantly uttering frivolous remarks, Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth in anger. Xia Tianling, wait for me. One day, I, Dai Mubai, shall vanquish Davis and reclaim all that is rightfully mine. By the way, Xia Tianling and Tang San, what precisely is this Zhuge divine crossbow you spoke of? On the journey back, Tang San recounted how he had triumphed over the spider of the human face. Without the might of the formidable dragon snake to weaken the creature, he relied solely on Oscar's rapid flight and an endless array of concealed weaponry to weaken it further. In a moment of surprise, the spider, startled by a sudden presence, offered Tang San a fleeting opportunity. He expertly utilized the Zhuge divine crossbow to strike the creature's eyes, rendering it blind. The presence that had startled the spider was likely the aura released by the golden lion before its demise. As they walked and talked, Tang San retrieved the Zhuge divine crossbow and demonstrated its function to the others. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment as she furiously directed her ire towards Xia Tianling, exclaiming, "How could you keep such an exhilarating invention a secret from me?" Xia Tianling retorted defiantly, "With your temper as a child, if I were to give you this, who would have a peaceful life afterward? This device could effortlessly slay a soul emperor. Who would dare let you wield it?" The two engaged in a spirited exchange, each volleying retorts back and forth. In truth, after obtaining the Xiangjia treasure record, Xia Tianling had already embarked on the study and creation of various mechanical traps and concealed weapons. He was not a disciple of the Tang sect, nor did he lack the financial means or resources. It was far more prudent to have the logistics of the Spirit Hall undertake the research and mass production of such devices. He had already entrusted Bibi Dong with the blueprints and crafting techniques for various components, such as strategic weapon. Can Tang San's solitary production truly rival the manufacturing capacity of a formidable power? Given that the Spirit Hall is a personal enterprise, it naturally benefits from becoming increasingly robust. If all the Spirit Masters and even the ordinary army of the Spirit Hall could be equipped with the Zhuge divine crossbow or even more potent concealed weapons, how formidable would that be? Following the significant easing of relations between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, although she still harbored a disdain for Qian Douluo, she had long abandoned any thoughts of world annihilation and instead devoted herself wholeheartedly to the divine examination and the pursuit of glory for the Spirit Hall. Similarly, the seemingly foolish soul-hunting initiative was naturally scrapped. While still cautious of the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, the Spirit Hall sought to cultivate a strong alliance with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, with whom they had maintained a good relationship. They sold a substantial number of moderately powerful mechanical concealed weapons like the Zhuge divine crossbow to them, albeit in a version that was less potent than the original. The reason for the closer cooperation between the two parties, compared to the original narrative, lies in their mutual understanding of a fundamental truth: there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The mechanical concealed weapons provided by the Spirit Hall enhance the survival and offensive capabilities of the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, effectively bolstering their power. Concurrently, the Spirit Hall gained the friendship and cooperation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, including the exchange of research materials, resource sharing, and the recruitment of some civilian spirit masters they had trained. If you were to ask Ning Rongrong why she was unaware that her sect had already acquired these resources, Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo Gu Douluo were also aware that Ning Rongrong had become somewhat unruly due to their indulgence. Although her behavior improved somewhat under the guidance of Xia Tianling, she remained rather mischievous. If she were to obtain these resources, wouldn't the sect descend into chaos daily? Chapter 59, The Gravity Chamber and the Marvelous Use of Soul Bones in the Town of Forward, just outside the Stardow Forest. The survivors returned to the familiar second-floor hotel for a meal together. All good things must come to an end, despite the harmonious interactions over the past few days. They were ultimately not from the same faction. As they departed, Xia Tian waved at the group from the carriage, assuring them they would meet again soon. I hope you don't fall too far behind, Xiao San. Leaning back against the carriage, Xia Tian relished this rare moment of leisure. A day later, weary from travel, the group finally returned to the Spirit Academy. Upon learning that the soul Douluo had been instantaneously killed by the Titan giant ape strike, the title Douluo serving as the Academy's head was infuriated, vehemently cursing the unfortunate soul as a fool deserving of death. Had the Titan giant ape not been devoid of malice, this incident could have resulted in the demise of 4 brilliant talents, including the Saint Sun. After resting for another day to fully recover from their fatigue, they resumed their training. Juqing, this set of mental cultivation techniques must be practiced diligently. In the training chamber, Xia Tian handed Zhu Shuqing a jade slip. Although Zhu Shuqing felt a twinge of confusion, she solemnly accepted it and, following Xia Tian's guidance, pressed the jade slip against her forehead to learn the technique. As a sensitive attack-type spirit master, why should I cultivate my mental strength? Xia Tian rubbed his forehead. Mental strength is one of the most crucial indicators for breaking through to the title Douluo level. Moreover, a strong mental capacity can significantly accelerate the enhancement of your soul power. Consider this: using a spoon to scoop water versus using a bucket, which would be faster. Although the refining spirit technique may not be regarded as an exceptionally profound method of spiritual cultivation in the myriad realms, it is undeniably far superior to Tang San's purple extreme magic eye, which allows for only a brief morning practice. Moreover, this technique boasts remarkable versatility and stability, ensuring that one does not risk succumbing to the perils of reckless cultivation. The scarcity of title Douluo and high-ranking soul masters can be attributed to their negligence towards the development of spiritual strength and the quality of their soul power. My swift progress in cultivation is a testament to my formidable spiritual prowess, coupled with the high quality of my soul power. Zhu Shuqing nodded thoughtfully. Her relentless dedication meant that she was indifferent to the duration or extent of her daily practice. As long as she could grow stronger, everything was worthwhile. Reflecting on the circumstances of her own family and the White Tiger clan, she found great merit in what Xia Tian had articulated. For a considerable time, neither the Yumen Zhu family nor the White Tiger Dai family had ventured into the realm of spiritual cultivation. This also elucidates why, since the founding of the Starry Empire, only the Yuming family has produced a single title Douluo. For further details, please refer to the author's note at the end of this chapter. As for how he came to know that mental strength is the key to breaking through to title Douluo, Zhu Shuqing attributed the credit to the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall possesses the largest number of title Douluo across the continent, does it not? After a brief period of cultivation, a note was conveyed from outside the training chamber, signed by Hulaina. The training rooms of the Spirit Hall are designed with utmost consideration for comfort, constructed entirely from soundproof materials to ensure that the soul masters inside can cultivate without disturbance. However, a small switchable passage has been retained, allowing urgent messages to be relayed to those within by means of this specially crafted note. Unlike the simulated training grounds that enhance soul power progression, this training room is intended for students to refine other skills, offering a high degree of privacy. Xia Tian opened the door to find Hulaina, brimming with enthusiasm, accompanied by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Yuqing is here too? Perfect, come with me quickly. Without allowing the two a moment to converse, Hulaina dragged the bewildered group to a newly constructed building. It was then that Xia Tian seized the opportunity to share the insights gained from their recent expedition to the Stardo Forest. What? You say you've already broken through to level 44? Hulaina, just returned from a mission outside the academy, stared in astonishment at her junior. This is simply astonishing. Even she, along with her brother Xiaoyu and Yin, has only just managed to touch the fringes of the Soul King-S realm. Yet, the three of them are already 5 or 6 years senior to Xia Tian. Calm down, senior sister, does that really matter? I had thought by now you had grown accustomed to my brilliance over the years. By the way, didn't you mention there was something of great significance that required our presence? What could be the purpose of summoning us here so fervently? Oh, right. Allow me to introduce this. The gravity chamber you envisioned, Tianling, has been completed, and it stands before you now. Hulaina suddenly recalled that the purpose of gathering them was to familiarize them with this newly constructed edifice. This mission she embarked upon was to seek a special material from a particular location, essential for the final steps in the gravity chamber's construction. Upon entering the gravity chamber, They found themselves in a hemispherical space, with a vast dome arching overhead, resembling an enormous inverted bowl. The interior was remarkably spacious, devoid of anything but a solitary, isolated control platform and some exercise equipment. "Senior sister, how did the teacher manage to create this?" Xia Tian inquired. His excitement palpable at the sight of this renowned structure, celebrated in various anime and novels from his previous life. In truth, he had discussed this concept with Bai Dong long ago, yet it had remained unrealized due to the complete loss of soul guide technology. Aside from manually releasing soul abilities, there were no other means to exert pressure. Hulaina, observing Xia Tian's insatiable curiosity, teased, "Well, who would have thought there was something you didn't know, seer? The principle is rather simple. Are you familiar with a soul beast known as the Xiangjia? I am aware that creature can emit a gravity field. However, I doubt the teacher simply placed several Xiangjia inside, right? And how would one control the intensity of the gravity they release?" With a slight smile, Hulaina explained, "It is both simple and complex. The teacher discovered a nearly 100,000-year-old vertebra from a Xiangjia within the vast repository of soul bones accumulated over millennia in the spirit hall. After numerous experiments, this soul bone was modified through the collaboration of the teacher and the grand offering, enabling it to invoke the innate skill of the Xiangjia, the gravity field, without integrating it into a human body. This soul bone is now positioned at the apex of the dome. I understand the concept. Yet you still haven't explained how we can control the soul bone's gravitational output. Moreover, how do we provide it with the necessary soul power for operation? We lack the corresponding soul guide formation." Chapter 60, Ingenious Ideas. Bai Dong, affluent and formidable in the spirit hall. "Are you foolish? While we may lack the ability to construct it, we certainly can dismantle it." Hulaina shot Xia Tian a bemused glance, feeling that her usually ingenious junior had momentarily lost his wits. "Wait, dismantle? What has the teacher taken apart?" Xia Tian exclaimed, astonished by Bai Dong's audacity. The teacher had entirely stripped a soul guide formation designed to control the brightness of the dome's soul guide lamps from the spirit hall. She had seamlessly embedded the portion originally linked to the lamps into this skeletal structure using high-purity, refined silver. "Look, do you see that control panel over there?" Hulaina gestured towards a distinctly isolated area at the opposite end of the room, where a square platform stood prominently. By inputting soul power, this soul guide formation features a built-in energy storage system. There is a switch to control the output of soul power, thus allowing us to regulate the intensity of gravity. Isn't that rather straightforward? This set of remarks utterly confounded Xia Tian. In a certain sense, it was indeed quite simple. However, he had never contemplated this aspect at all. It sounded deceptively easy, merely disassembling the soul guiding array that controlled the lights and forcefully linking the soul bone with the most conductive refined mithril as a conductor would suffice. Yet, this colossal power control system for the soul guiding lights of an entire great hall existed solely in 4 sets throughout the entire continent, all belonging to the spirit hall. These included the Pope's Palace, which symbolized the Pope, the hall of worship dedicated to the angel god, the council chamber situated behind the Pope's Palace, and the Douluo Hall, which showcased the relics and life stories of the predecessors of the Spirit Hall. These 4 sets had been constructed by the ancestors of the Spirit Hall thousands of years ago, and the members of successive generations had painstakingly preserved them until today, only activating them for significant events. It remained a mystery which section Bibi Dong had dismantled. Her mentorship was indeed formidable. If the components could not be reassembled after removal, it would pose a considerable challenge. In response, Xia Tian could only express his admiration with 2 words: impressive. Such exorbitant costs could likely be borne only by the Spirit Hall. In the entirety of the Douluo continent, no, across the entire Douluo star, it was a rarity. The Sun Moon Empire probably lacked such capabilities. Moreover, the modification of soul bones was a feat accomplished only through the collaborative efforts of Bibi Dong and Xiangjia. It was likely that divine power had been utilized. Presently, aside from the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island in the Delirious Tanction, Xiangjia seemed to be the only soul master capable of wielding divine power. It was perplexing why Xiangjia would agree to such an undertaking, given his long-standing discord with Bibi Dong. Although his demeanor had inexplicably softened since joining the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had ultimately killed his son. Could it be that he was unaware of this matter? "Come, you all, let us experience this." Hulaina warmly beckoned, interrupting Xia Tian's wandering thoughts. "By the way, you must always call upon a teacher when using this. Ensure that someone is available to control the switch in case of emergencies. Using it alone is perilous, as this is merely an experimental device, and no one can guarantee absolute safety. Despite this, each individual was required to carry a token. As she spoke, Hulaina produced several tokens and distributed them among the four. These tokens sealed a portion of tidal Douluo level power, which would automatically activate a protective shield when one could no longer endure the pressure, allowing them to escape from the oppressive gravity safely. Remember, each token can only be activated about 10 times. Seek the 2 deans for recharging when energy is low. Now, allow me to test this device. Xia Tian stepped into the gravitational field, gesturing for Hulaina to activate the switch. A wave of pressure suddenly descended from the dome above, reminiscent of the black air wave they had encountered days earlier from Air Ming, both possessing a similar essence. However, the might released by the Titan Great Ape far surpassed that of this soul bone. Under the weight of the pressure, Xia Tian gradually moved his tense muscles, slowly navigating through the gravitational domain. Junior brother, the gravity intensifies the closer you get to the center, Hulaina cautioned from the side. From the very inception of the divine power transformation phase, this arrangement was predetermined. Initially, the gravitational field was uniformly distributed. However, it has now been divided into approximately 5 distinct zones, allowing individuals with varying levels of capacity to train effectively. Xia Tian moved towards the central area, where the gravity was nearly double that of the outer regions. Here, he could distinctly feel the pressure. He promptly settled into a meditative position, channeling his energy. Under the oppressive force of gravity, his spiritual energy circulated rapidly, consuming energy at nearly several times the usual rate. Exercising his physical form within the gravity chamber, he would expend his spiritual energy before stepping out to recuperate. Except for the absence of mental pressure, it was essentially a simplified version of the sea goddess light. Everyone is encouraged to give it a try. The training effects here are remarkably beneficial. Xia Tian opened his eyes and gestured for a few others to join him in their practice. Unlike Xia Tian, who was positioned at the very center, the others exhibited varying levels of endurance. Oscar, primarily focused on enhancing his physical form, utilized specialized fitness equipment in the second ring, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing could only train within the gravity zone of the third ring. By the way, senior sister, where are Yin and senior Shiyue? After a period of training, during which his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, Xia Tian emerged to engage in light conversation with Hulaina while replenishing his energy. They went to Gingxin City to seek Master Lu Gao. Master Lu Gao? Xia Tianling's eyes brightened as he recalled another matter he had previously mentioned to Bibi Dong. Indeed, they are there to retrieve that item you designed earlier. Long ago, the teacher had instructed them to privately request Master Lu Gao and his disciples to assist. And considering the passage of time, it was nearly complete. Much like the identity of the Holy Sun, the world only knew that the Spirit Hall had acquired a new Holy Sun and the so-called Golden Generation, yet lacked detailed information about these individuals. In the interest of safeguarding the gifted, such information was kept entirely confidential until they possessed the means for self-protection. Even the Golden Generation in the original narrative remained largely unknown until just before the Continental Spirit Master Elite competition, when individuals like Yu Xiaojing and Dugu Bo finally became privy to some of their information. Master Lu Gao is quite a stubborn individual, Xia Tianling mused, observing Zhu Zhuqing, her garments drenched in sweat from the gravity zone, as he stroked his chin. He is one of the rare talents in the Douluo timeline, an indispensable component of my future plans. Hulaina, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, also fixed her gaze on a figure within the gravity zone, responding. Stubborn individuals are often the easiest to deal with. One merely needs to identify their weaknesses and essential needs, do they not? Ha 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 ha, that sentiment holds true. Xia Tianling smiled knowingly. Senior sister, are you a stubborn person? Perhaps. And what about you? Probably. Chapter 61. Weighted armor. The days of training were often uneventful. Over the course of the past half-month, Xia Tianling and Hulaina, along with their companions, followed a routine of attending theoretical classes in the morning, followed by physical training in the gravity chamber, and continuing their cultivation of spiritual and mental energy in the evenings. On this day, the weary Yin and Xia Yu finally returned from Gingxin City. I remarked, Tianling, your design is truly exorbitant. Xia Yu laid out several garments before everyone, while Yin poured forth a multitude of armor pieces from his storage soul guide, varying in thickness. Though these armor plates are relatively small in size, each one is remarkably heavy. It took several tons of rare metals to commission Master Gao to craft just 10 pieces. This is precisely why our spirit hall possesses mines. Otherwise, we would not be able to procure such a quantity, Yin remarked. These rare metals were personally retrieved by him and Xie from the mining site, a journey that was both arduous and lengthy. Lingu, what purpose do these serve? Ma Hongjun inquired, picking up a piece of armor and examining it in his hand, finding its small size surprisingly weighty. To strengthen the body. What else could it be for? Xia Tian replied joyfully, taking a piece and inspecting it from various angles. Master Lu Gao is indeed a remarkable talent. Merely by entertaining a casual thought, he has unexpectedly brought it to fruition. Xie picked up a piece of clothing and addressed the others, explaining that this garment was crafted by Master Lu Gao, who integrated his unique 8 treasures soft armor design. It boasts exceptional elasticity, making it suitable for individuals of nearly any physique. Each armor plate is equipped with a concealed buckle, masterfully created by Lu Gao, intended for the attachment of specialized weighted plates. As he spoke, he held up a small armor piece for everyone to examine. Ma Hongjun leaned in closely and discerned that the back of this small plate featured a tiny clasp, allowing it to interlock with the plates of the soft armor itself. These weighted plates are forged from a special alloy, possessing immense density and considerable weight. We can select an appropriate weight for resistance training, affixing the plates onto the soft armor to serve as additional weight. This way, our bodies would feel as though they have gained considerable mass, yielding superior training results. Imagine donning such weighted soft armor for resistance training in our daily routines. Once we become accustomed to this weight, or even the weight of a gravity chamber, removing such constraints during real combat scenarios would elevate our physical prowess to an astonishing level. We owe our gratitude to the power of soul energy, which accelerates the developmental growth of practitioners. If they were merely 12-year-old children, Xia Tian would certainly not endorse such an approach. Prematurely adding weight would not only fail to enhance training effectiveness, but could also hinder physical development. However, with soul energy, the situation transforms. The level of soul energy promotes bodily growth, and the combination of high-intensity weight training with the benefits of soul energy can significantly strengthen bones and muscles, creating an ideal synergy. As for the method in the original work, where the master ran while carrying stones, Xia Tian scoffed at the notion. Such weight training primarily engages the back and abdominal muscles, offering minimal benefits to other areas, and this assumes one can secure the weight firmly. In contrast, the approach taken by Tang San and his companions, where stones are placed within a frame, shifts the burden from the shoulders and back to the lower back, hips, and abdomen, resulting in dismal effectiveness. This illustrates the extraordinary innate talents of a few individuals in the original work, combined with the subsequent fortuitous acquisition of miraculous herbs and the healing of hidden injuries. They tirelessly bear stones while running daily, coupled with a mediocre diet and average effects from post-training medicinal baths. Were an ordinary person to engage in such rigorous training, it would be implausible to enhance their physical constitution. Merely avoiding injury would be a testament to their robustness. What sustenance and resources do Xia Tian and his companions enjoy at the Spirit Hall? Soul beast meat, broths simmered with the essence of rare herbs, a plethora of high-energy foods, and restorative medicinal baths following their training sessions. Although both parties partake in medicinal baths, can the formula presented by Yu Xiaojing truly rival the one Xia Tian procured through his wishes? Even the ordinary students, unable to access soul beast meat and other precious materials, are provided with ample livestock meat. As the saying goes, the impoverished cultivate literature while the affluent wield martial prowess. Without sufficient financial support to nourish the body, martial training may only lead to self-deterioration. Why did Shrek's rudimentary training methods last merely a month before sending Tang San and his peers into actual combat? It was simply due to financial constraints. In contrast, the resources expended by Oscar alone over 6 years likely surpassed the cumulative expenses of Shrek Academy throughout its history. In the realm of cultivation, wealth invariably takes precedence. All right, each of you take an item and exchange it. Then we shall proceed to the testing ground for practical assessments. After we gather the data, we can proceed to add weights. Xia Tian commanded with a wave of his hand. In response, not only Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, but even Yin and Sheiyue felt no resistance and immediately set about executing the order. This was not due to anything else. Over the years, Xia Tian had already subdued them both. While he could not employ his second martial soul outside, he was free to utilize it against them. Shortly after his breakthrough to the second ring, when his combat proficiency was still lacking, Yin and Xia could still exploit their strength and awareness to bully Xia Tian. However, once Xia Tian ascended to the third ring, the tables turned, and they became the ones on the receiving end. Not to mention that he is now a level 44 soul master. Even without his second martial soul, he can easily dominate them. The group arrived at the testing ground, preparing to assess various physical metrics. However, to their surprise, Xia Tian leisurely produced a reclining chair from his ring and settled down. "Boss, aren't you going to test? Set an example for us," Oscar exclaimed, eagerly cracking his knuckles. Xia Tian reclined comfortably, resting his hands behind his head. "Me? These tests hold little significance for me. The results would be inconclusive." To be frank, he himself was unaware of the extent of his current strength. Following the dual baptism of the power inheritance from the Golden Liger and the Lightning Tribulation, his muscular strength in a normal state is conservatively estimated to exceed 40,000 pounds. Were it not for the innate control over one's body inherent in the cultivation system, he would likely struggle to adapt to his newfound, overwhelming strength in a short span. As for the explosive force of a single punch, that remains a mystery. In this day and age, no punch force testing devices have been developed, leaving him to rely solely on his instincts. "Get up, I will personally conduct your test," shouted a soul sage responsible for the testing, clearly irked by Xia Tianling's lethargy. As the son of the spirit hall, you must embody the role model. Xia Tianling stood, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Despite his immense power and elevated status, he understood the importance of respecting his elders within the academy. Teacher Zhang, you see, our relentless training is precisely to allow for greater leisure in the future. Without the lazy ones, how could we travel in carriages?" he began. But before he could finish, the irascible teacher Zhang delivered a swift kick, which Xia Tianling narrowly evaded. "Quickly, come over. Let me see how much you currently weigh." Chapter 62. Defensive Soul Masters, Treasures of the Sparring World. "All right, you have the final say," Xia Tianling replied with a resigned expression as he stepped onto the training ground. "Teacher Zhang, let us begin with testing strength. Come." The soul sage named Zhang assumed a standard stance, summoning the heavy mountain shield. 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 and black materialized in the air, causing those nearby to feel a slight pressure. A towering shield, nearly the height of a person, stood imposingly before Xia Tianling, exuding a weightiness akin to that of a mountain. This is precisely the origin of the name of the Zhang surname Soul Saint's Heavy Mountain Shield Martial Soul, which boasts an extraordinarily formidable defense and a robust physique. In terms of defensive capability alone, even 2 Zhao Wujis would not surpass the defense of this one individual. "Come on, lad, let me see what you've got," he said, as the first 2 soul rings beneath his feet shimmered, causing the heavy mountain shield in his hand to expand once more, surrounded by a halo of earthy yellow light. Observing this, Xia Tianling straightened his posture, refraining from summoning his martial soul, and charged forward in a swift stride. With a lunge, he exerted force through his legs, twisting his waist as he launched a punch. Bang! Xia Tianling's fist collided with the heavy mountain shield, producing a resounding roar. The massive shield was pushed back a short distance by the impact of his punch. Although it was less than a half step, it was a retreat nonetheless. Let us not forget that behind this shield stood a defense-oriented soul saint renowned for his protective prowess. "Well done, young man. You pack quite a punch. Just from your physical strength alone, that strike must have exceeded 80,000 pounds. The soul saint, having been pushed back half a step, was not angry, but instead smiled and congratulated Xia Tianling. Soul masters are invariably influenced by the characteristics of their martial souls, and this Mr. Zhang was no exception. He could become irate at Xia Tianling for being lazy, yet he would also commend him for his strength. "Come now, let me see your second martial soul. I have yet to witness its true power." The spectators, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, were taken aback. He was already this strong, and yet he possessed a dual martial soul? Why hadn't he mentioned this? However, it seemed he did not feel the need to disclose it. The seemingly cold yet passionate little kitten experienced a whirlwind of thoughts in that brief moment, her gaze towards Xia Tianling shifting repeatedly. "No matter what, one day, I shall become as powerful as you." Meanwhile, the individual undergoing the test remained oblivious to this internal turmoil, excitedly preparing to showcase the prowess of his second martial soul. "True dragon, manifest. Golden light erupted from Xia Tian, and a small dragon figure appeared on the scene. Compared to his martial soul manifestation a few days prior, the dragon horns had elongated, losing some of their cuteness while gaining an air of majesty. By the way, what is your base strength? He suddenly inquired. Around 40,000 pounds. Why do you ask, Mr. Zhang? The Zhang surname soul saint waved his hand dismissively, yet his expression had lost its earlier exuberance. 4th soul skill, mountain suppression. 6th soul skill, earthquake. As Xia Tian readied himself, Mr. Zhang wasted no time unleashing his 2 more potent defensive skills. The effects compounded, causing the heavy mountain shield to swell further, becoming larger and heavier. The lower part of the tower shield even connected with the ground, standing firmly in place. Boom. Crack. 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 Without any flourish, Xia Tian unleashed another punch, and the outer layer of the heavy mountain shield's defenses shattered repeatedly, even leaving an imprint on its core. The force propelled Mr. Zhang several meters backward. The high-density stone flooring of the testing arena was gouged out, forming a deep trench. Well, you little monsters certainly have some skills. That punch shook my arms painfully, Mr. Zhang exclaimed, peering out from behind the tower shield. It seems you weren't exaggerating. Standard tests indeed hold little significance for you. The force of your punch undoubtedly exceeded 150,000 pounds, more than double what is typical. Mr. Zhang repeatedly acknowledged this, preparing to retract his martial soul. How much of a boost in physical attributes does your second martial soul provide? Without hesitation, Xia Tian responded, double. In theory, this figure was quite exceptional. However, Mr. Zhang did not appear particularly pleased and opened his mouth to speak. Not so fast, Mr. Zhang, are you all right? Xia Tian interjected. Mr. Zhang frowned, responding with irritation, of course, I'm fine. What man would admit otherwise? Well then, I would like to request your assistance in testing my strength at my peak condition. If you please, Xia Tian said with a sly grin. Hey, you cheeky lad. You really are full of yourself. Come on, today I shall see just what you are capable of. Mr. Zhang glared, turning to assume a defensive stance once more. Do take care, as I have never tested the power of this soul skill since attaining my 4th ring. Come now, can you truly harm me? Mr. Zhang boasted confidently, though he hesitated before finally activating his martial soul's true form. Transforming into a small mountain, he stood immovable upon the ground. Here it comes, Xia Tian called out, summoning his dawn martial soul, with 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appearing beneath him. External soul bone technique, intimidation. A circular emblem slowly materialized on Xia Tianling's forehead, a ray of golden light igniting from its center, instantly penetrating the heavy mountain shield's defenses and directly embedding itself within. What sort of power is this? Mr. Zhang, now in his martial soul true form, was taken aback as this light disregarded his defenses, forcibly reducing his attributes by 10%. But that was not the end of it. The previously unused 4th soul ring flared to life, rapidly expanding a golden square domain that enveloped the entire testing arena. Simultaneously, the phantom of a hammer materialized above Mr. Zhang, gently striking 3 times. You are guilty. A voice, audible only to Mr. Zhang, resonated in his ear, and he suddenly felt his attributes plummet by another 30%. What in the world? How can this kid's power be so peculiar? Despite feeling a bit disheartened, Mr. Zhang remained supremely confident in his defenses. He could not believe that such fanciful powers could breach his defenses, even if he stood there allowing this young man to strike him at will. In terms of defense, he was not lacking even when compared to a titled Douluo. A new measurement appeared, 1 toxin. ZZZZ. Amidst a flash of lightning, 2 weapons crackling with thunder fused into a single axe. However, this time, Xia Tian did not wield it, but rather slung the axe across his back. He merely sought the power augmentation provided by the storm battle axe, not to use it as a weapon of offense. Interestingly, when activating both skills simultaneously, he discovered they could not be stacked. The 20% boost to physical attributes from the Judgment of Justice only applied to the foundational 20% of the true dragon martial soul, approximately 16,000 pounds. Similarly, the power attribute doubling from the storm battle axe only applied to the doubled strength after the true dragon manifestation, also amounting to 80,000 pounds. Thus, the relationship among the 3 was additive rather than multiplicative. Even so, when combined, Xia Tianling's muscular strength soared to an impressive 176,000 pounds. Even when considering sheer strength alone, he has already surpassed the 99th level of Poseidon. At this moment, if the trident of the sea god were present, Xia Tian could effortlessly wield it without requiring the sea god's acknowledgement. Is 100,000 and 80,000 pounds truly heavy? Chapter 63. Striving for a better future, however. Xia Tian has not allowed this newfound power to inflate his ego to the point of believing he could contend with the limit Douluo. He is acutely aware of his own limitations. The primary concern lies in how long he can maintain this pinnacle state, although the emblem of justice passively enhances mental strength. Sustaining the intimidation effect consumes soul power, while the fourth soul skill, judgment of justice, cannot be amplified by the storm battle axe state. Maintaining its activation in that state also demands double the soul power, and the same applies to the intimidation skill. Xia Tian felt profoundly disappointed, believing that after transcending to a divine state, he could freely employ the storm battle axe for regular combat, despite possessing a more powerful dual-core energy system. The consumption of soul power has increased with 2 additional significant drains. Moreover, possessing the ability to temporarily exceed the limit Douluo does not equate to being on par with them. Beyond mental strength, the total soul power, soul skills, and various other factors come into play. Even in terms of combat awareness, the 3 limit Douluo surpass Xia Tian by a considerable margin. Even Xiangjia, who is not particularly skilled in battle, must be assessed in context. Compared to Tang San, he may appear somewhat inferior. But how does he measure up against the golden crocodile Douluo? Against Xiangjia? Against Dugu? Well, that might be a bit unfair. Previously, he could leverage certain techniques to outmaneuver Daimu Bai, but that was merely a result of overwhelming physical attributes. In terms of true skill, he still has a long way to go. The system can impart knowledge and theory, yet it cannot instill the muscle memory necessary for executing techniques seamlessly. This scenario resembles the experience of participating in a physics and mathematics examination, where one is presented with all the formulas and data, yet may still struggle to solve a particular problem. For knowledge alone does not equate to the habitual application of thought. Prior to his journey, Xia Tian was merely an ordinary individual, rather introverted in nature. After returning from each expedition, he would recline on his bed, peruse a book, indulge in takeout, and watch intriguing documentaries, living the life of a contented recluse. Having traversed to the Douluo continent and become a soul master in the brief span of 6 years, he has indeed honed his combat skills, yet he remains inexperienced, with much to learn and master. It must be said that the fabric of the Douluo continent is rather fragile. Xia Tian unleashed a formidable punch, crackling with sparks, and the air resonated with the sound of sonic booms, causing the very space around them to tremble. Faced with this seemingly unremarkable punch, Teacher Zhang did not dare to underestimate it. He activated all his soul rings and defensive skills. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. For even a titled Douluo would likely suffer from such a blow. Teacher Zhang's thoughts raced, yet in the fleeting moment of contemplation, Xia Tian's fist had already arrived. Unlike the previous punches that merely repelled the shield, this time, Xia Tian's full-powered strike effortlessly penetrated the formidable defenses erected by the heavy mountain shield, even piercing through the shield's core. Boom, boom. The sounds resonated in succession. The first was the noise of the fist colliding with the shield, shattering the physical manifestation of the weapon spirit. The latter was the sound of Teacher Zhang being sent flying out of the testing grounds. Teacher Zhang. A group rushed out in alarm. Teacher Zhang not only plowed a deep furrow into the ground but also created a sizable crater. Teacher Zhang, are you all right? Xia Tian inquired hesitantly. Lying in the pit, Teacher Zhang, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his upper garment reduced to tatters, trembled as he raised a finger and exclaimed, "You little rascal, did you intend to take my life with that punch?" This indicates that he is a pure defensive soul sage who has manifested all defensive skills, and this is achieved while in the state of his true martial spirit. If a swift attack soul sage were to replace him, they would likely be struck down by this young man with a single blow. However, it is not so simple for a swift attack soul sage to be struck by the full force of his punch. As he pursued, Xia Tian had already sent the fleet-footed Zhu Qing to summon the healing teacher, the same elderly gentleman who had treated him previously. And he arrived in just a few minutes. After a thorough treatment from the old man, Teacher Zhang had largely regained his mobility, though he would need to recuperate for some time. To everyone's surprise, the first thing Teacher Zhang did upon regaining his mobility was not to rest quietly or gather herbs to aid his recovery, but rather to reprimand Xia Tian vehemently. "Have you been training with a dog for the past few years? Do you have any idea how much force you exerted with that punch? Nearly 300,000 pounds. And what is your base strength? With the enhancement of your second martial spirit, it is a solid 80,000 pounds. Moreover, your first soul skill, If I am not mistaken, is one that amplifies strength, correct? From my observations, it should double your strength attribute. Additionally, after you unleashed your domain-type soul skill, I distinctly felt your aura rise. With both factors combined, your foundational muscular strength should exceed 150,000 pounds. Yet, the explosive force of your punch barely reached 30,000. It doesn't even amount to double your base strength. How embarrassing. You better prepare for extra training. With that, Teacher Zhang stormed off, his course clearly aimed at the administration office. Although Teacher Zhang outwardly berated Xia Tian, this was, in fact, immensely beneficial for him. Ever since he arrived in the Douluo continent, he had experienced an unbroken string of successes, progressing effortlessly without enduring the rigors of battle. When it comes to generating power, Xia Tian still requires substantial training. In his previous life, there was a boxer named Tang San, whose weightlifting strength was merely 120 kilograms. Yet he could deliver a punch with over 500 kilograms of force. Data sourced from Baidu and Zhihu. I kindly urge fellow readers to refrain from disputes. Thank you. This represents a gap of over 4 to nearly 5 times. In contrast, Xiangjia possesses an astonishing muscle strength of 40,000 jin. Yet the explosive power of a single punch merely doubles, which is indeed a significant shortfall, even in an extreme state nearing 180,000 jin of foundational strength. The conversion of explosive power has regrettably diminished. This illustrates the drawbacks of rapid power growth. Without a prolonged period of adaptation and training, such power accumulates within the body, rendering its possessor unable to fully harness their strength in a short span of time. Much like that previous punch, one cannot unleash the entirety of their physical capabilities. If Xia Tian could achieve a terrifying conversion ratio of explosive power akin to Tang San, with a foundational state nearing an astonishing 18,000 pounds, even a limit Douluo would hesitate to endure a single blow from him. Relying solely on fortuitous advantages is insufficient. Xia Tian is acutely aware of his own limitations. He can manage against those weaker than himself, but what if he encounters someone stronger? Wouldn't it be akin to a mere collision leading to disintegration? He is not invincible. Above him are titled Douluos, ferocious beasts, limit Douluos, and even deities. Mr. Zhang's words struck directly at the heart of his vulnerabilities. He was indeed correct. In order to thrive in invincibility, one must prepare diligently. Thus, starting tomorrow, additional training would commence. Chapter 64. Secret Training of Zhu Qing. Must I truly endure this? Grandfather Qian? Xia Tian remarked with a wry smile, gazing at the specially crafted weighted armor adorning his body. We have known each other so well. Surely, this is unnecessary? After being soundly reprimanded by Mr. Zhang, he had been laboriously training in the gravity chamber for several days. To his surprise, nearly a few days had passed before the old man Douluo appeared at his doorstep, bearing specially compressed alloy armor plates crafted through certain esoteric methods. The specially crafted armor is exceedingly heavy, surpassing even that which was fashioned by the esteemed Master Lu Gao. Even with Xia Tian's considerable strength, donning it results in a pronounced sluggishness in his movements. What is more astonishing is that Lu has directly employed a divine power to seal his soul energy, which can only be released in dire circumstances. It is euphemistically termed as tempering. While it does not impede his regular cultivation, the usage of his soul energy is virtually impossible as it is tightly restricted. Although his spiritual essence is formidable, at this stage it pales in comparison to divine power, making it exceedingly difficult to break through Lu's barriers. Nevertheless, Xia Tian rationalizes that Lu's intentions are ultimately for his own benefit, and residing within the martial soul academy poses no real danger, so he resolves to acquiesce. If I don't keep an eye on you, you will surely be spoiled by your esteemed teacher. Lu huffs, insisting that for the duration of this period, Xia Tian should wear this cumbersome attire at all times, save for bathing or medicinal soaks, to properly condition his body. What about sleeping? Sleep? What nonsense! Focus on your cultivation. Only when you can perfectly master your muscles will I consider removing the seal and this encumbrance. Thus, Xia Tian embarks on a daily regimen of training while clad in this weighted armor. However, cultivators inherently possess a strong command over their corporeal forms, and this arduous phase should soon come to an end. With his reliance on soul energy diminished, Xia Tian finds his baseline strength significantly reduced, relying solely on his muscles to sustain his daily activities and training. Although his spiritual awareness is sufficient to manage the weight, he refrains from taking shortcuts, diligently engaging in every training exercise within the gravity chamber to swiftly harness his full potential. Should he succeed in fully unlocking his capabilities, his strength would experience a tremendous increase. Speaking of the gravity chamber, Xia Tianling has recently sensed something amiss. He suspects that the energy storage system may be malfunctioning, exhibiting signs of electrical leakage. As a person with obsessive tendencies, he insists on being the first to arrive each morning. Before commencing his training, he must verify that the energy reserves of the gravity chamber are at full capacity. Each evening, after completing his training, he ensures that all consumed energy is replenished before returning to his dormitory for further cultivation. If the energy level is even slightly deficient, he experiences considerable discomfort. Yet, of late, he has observed that each morning, the energy reserves in the gravity chamber appear to be, albeit slightly, diminished. This is rather peculiar, leaving Xia Tianling utterly perplexed. Could it be that something was damaged during the dismantling by Bibi Dong? To unravel this mystery, he resolved to forego his usual evening training and instead monitor the gravity chamber. Today, he intended to investigate whether this device was indeed leaking soul power. As the night deepened, Xia Tianling had been stationed at the control console for several hours. Yet curiously, the energy reserves had not diminished. Just as he was about to return to his training, he sensed someone approaching the gravity chamber. Although his soul power was sealed, his formidable mental prowess remained intact. Who, at this late hour, would venture here? Xia Tianling extinguished the illuminating soul-guiding lights with his mental force and slipped into the shadows. Creak. The door of the gravity chamber was gently pushed open, and a dark figure swiftly entered, closing the door behind him with nimble steps, heading straight for the control console. Concealed in the corner, Xia Tianling sent out a mental probe to discern the identity of the intruder and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The mystery of the vanishing energy was merely the playful antics of a spirited little kitten. Just as the shadow activated the gravity zone, Xia Tianling stepped forward, illuminating the sparse lighting fixtures within the chamber with a wave of his hand. Zhu Zhiqing, why are you here alone in the dead of night? The light brightened the room, revealing Zhu Zhiqing at the console, looking flustered yet somewhat embarrassed, resembling a kitten caught in the act of sneaking a morsel from the kitchen. Upon recognizing the voice, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Training alone? Xia Tianling observed the weighted armor she wore and sighed softly. It is commendable to seek strength, but did not the senior sister mention that the gravity chamber should never be used alone? This apparatus is merely a prototype. What if something were to go awry? Zhu Zhiqing's head dropped even lower, her feline eyes fixated on the ground, staring at her own chest. I just wanted to become stronger, to catch up with all of you. Xia Tianling approached and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Training should be approached with moderation. You've already caught up with the fat one, have you not? Moreover, you are a few months younger than he is. In comparison to us, you still need to allocate time each day to study theoretical knowledge, and now you are training on your own. Zhiqing, you are burdening yourself excessively. You are living far too hard. Zhu Zhiqing lifted her head, her gaze evasive. I know you wish to surpass your sister, Zhu Zhuyun, to defeat Dai Mubai's brother, Davis, and even to alter the traditions of the Yuming family. But you are not alone in this endeavor. You have me and Fatty, Xiao Ao, senior sister, and the others. We are partners, are we not? Partners? Zhu Zhiqing pondered this term, savoring it as if it were foreign. The cold atmosphere of her family had long shaped her into a person of icy demeanor, reticent and distrustful of others. It is only natural that she finds it difficult to accept that she has trustworthy companions, while she shares a bond of life and death with Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Her instinctive wariness remains with those she has only recently met, such as Hu Laina, Xie and Yin. The only person she can completely trust now is Xia Tianling. One must consume rice bite by bite and tread the road step by step. Patience is key. There is no need to rush. After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhiqing unexpectedly inquired, Wait, why are you here? Me? I am here, out of concern for you, Xia Tianling replied, momentarily taken aback, pondering why this little kitten was not adhering to the usual script. However, he quickly regained his composure and quipped. Did you think my title as a seer is merely for show? I anticipated that after a few days of clandestine training, your body would succumb and you would retreat in defeat, but it seems the opposite has occurred. As a responsible leader, it is my duty to care for my companions. Really? Zhu Zhiqing asked, skepticism lacing her tone. Of course, it is true. Why would I lie? Xia Tianling declared earnestly. Now, let us return and get some rest. Promise me you won't train alone again, or I shall come to fetch you once more. With that, he grasped Zhu Zhiqing's hand and together they exited the gravity chamber. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. His hand is so warm. In the darkness, Zhu Zhiqing, being led, felt a sense of bewilderment, her heart brimming with an indescribable sensation. Chapter 65. Tang San, Xiao Wu. Shall we make a run for it? Ever since returning from the Douluo forest, Bai felt as though his life had taken a turn for the worse. Even the young women he often courted failed to pique his interest. He began to question whether he had lost his allure. In a fit of anger, he severed ties with several of his former flames, ceasing all communication. Manager Wang of the Rose Hotel was left despondent, lamenting the loss of a significant client. Upon returning to the academy, another instructor was added to the already large faculty, rumored to be Tang San's teacher, known as Master Yu Xiaojiang. However, Tang San appeared to disavow this individual as his mentor, addressing him with a palpable distance. Nevertheless, this so-called Master Yu Xiaojiang remained undeterred, continuing to devise training regimens for the four of them each day. As for the training plan, it was rather unremarkable, simply involving running while carrying a basket of stones. Whether this method proved effective was uncertain to Bai. Yet, he harbored a burning desire to surpass Xia Tian, alongside a need to demonstrate his worth to Zhu Zhuqing and the others. He wished to prove to all that he, Bai, was not a waste, but rather the inheritor of the White Tiger martial soul, endowed with the innate evil eye, and the future heir of the Xinglua Empire, destined to become the next emperor. Thus, in addition to the standard training regimen, he voluntarily increased his load, adding weight to his exercises. Each day, he pushed himself harder than the diligent Tang San, who was already known for his rigorous training. In this manner, he relentlessly extracted potential from his body, ascending from level 37 to 38 in just a few days. Even Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who typically regarded him with disdain, began to whisper to each other during their evening baths, speculating whether this flamboyant tiger had undergone a transformation. However, the two still found him unappealing. Notably, although Flander could not chastise Ning Rongrong due to the absence of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong did not exhibit the usual princess-like tantrums that characterized her behavior in the original timeline. After all, a Ning Rongrong with princess-like tendencies would hardly attract Oscar's interest, would it? Formerly, Ning Rongrong indeed displayed the traits of a spoiled princess, though she genuinely was a princess. Yet, after numerous interactions with Xia Tian, her character began to evolve. While she still possessed a bit of a temper, she did not let it hinder her training or squander her innate talent. Xia Tian had once told her that having a temper is acceptable, as many powerful individuals do, but one must possess the requisite strength to warrant such an attitude. If one possesses neither strength nor the wisdom to temper their temperament, their existence may well be doomed. Consider this. If your prowess eclipses that of all your peers within the sect, would you truly resort to frivolous tactics to entice them into your company? With exceptional strength, a multitude would eagerly seek your companionship, granting you unparalleled freedom. Under the guidance of a certain individual, Ning Rongrong has come to appreciate the profound truth in Xia Tianling's words. In her quest for more companions to indulge in whimsical antics, she has diligently intensified her training. Thus, merely days after returning from the Douluo forest, she has already transcended the formidable threshold of level 30. The sword Douluo, who has been observing from the shadows, timely emerges to guide Ning Rongrong in acquiring her third spirit ring. In contrast to Bai, who strives to surpass Xia Tian and Ning Rongrong, who trains for the sake of companionship, Tang San finds himself ensnared in a web of inner turmoil. On one hand, he perceives his mentor, Yu, as increasingly unreliable. How could he question the appropriateness of absorbing spirit rings that exceed the recommended age? Does he not realize that his own theory regarding the optimal age of spirit rings is fundamentally flawed? It is indeed laughable. Ling Gu is right. One cannot generalize the physical constitution of individuals, and the age of spirit rings should be tailored to each person. Day after day, they are burdened with stone weights for running, or engage in rudimentary sparring, a rather monotonous pedagogical approach. After an extended period of weighted running, Tang San has begun to sense a disquieting imbalance within his body. As a disciple of the Tang sect in Shuzhong, adept in the art of hidden weapons, his physique must be extraordinarily coordinated to execute the bewildering techniques of concealed projectile launching. However, the prolonged burden has led to a dissonance between the strength of his waist, abdomen, and thighs, and that of his arms and back. Several times, while clandestinely practicing the ghost shadowy trace, he nearly faltered due to an inability to maintain absolute balance. Not to mention the awkward sensation he experiences when honing his hidden weapon techniques. Were it not for the master's repeated assurances that this training would soon conclude, he would have already packed his belongings and sought refuge with Xiao Wu. After all, he could always rely on Ling Gu for shelter. This is a remarkably simple notion held by Tang San. Uncertain of the tumultuous relationship between his father and the spirit hall, he fears that, accompanied by Xiao Wu. This living repository of experience, they may be apprehended upon their arrival at the Spirit Academy, although it is likely that Xia Tian would intervene to aid him. In a certain sense, this could be viewed as an unconventional form of sanctuary. Residing within a prison is still a form of habitation. Tang San grapples with another dilemma. After his purple extreme magic eye ascended to a new realm, he was astounded to discover that his dear sister, Xiao Wu, was not human, but rather a large rabbit. Specifically, she resembled her spirit form, the soft-boned enchantress rabbit. Tang San now perceives the Douluo continent as extraordinarily fantastical. Could it be that, akin to the world of his previous life, Xiao Wu is a spirit that has attained sentience? Is it possible that she is a soul beast that has cultivated for many years, capable of transforming into a human form after extensive training? Though admittedly, this spirit does seem rather dim-witted. Among the members of Shrek, the most carefree and oblivious might very well be this foolish rabbit. Due to her transformation from a soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years, even without any conscious effort in cultivation, her power continues to ascend effortlessly. Thus, the exuberant Xiao Wu spends her days, apart from completing routine tasks, indulging in merriment within the village, exuding boundless joy. She exhibits no inclination towards cultivation, forming a stark contrast with the other three. Reflecting upon his mysteriously vanished alcoholic father, his Navi rabbit sister, his unreliable teacher Yu, and the few Shrek instructors who idle away their days in the village without engaging in work or providing instruction, Tang San is engulfed in a sense of foreboding regarding his future. The only solace amidst this absurd existence comes from the Xiantian's skill and concealed weapons. What purpose do the top 5 food-type soul saints of the continent, the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujia, and the four-eyed cat Eagle Flander, part of the Golden Iron Triangle, serve within the academy? Are they merely there as mascots? It is utterly exasperating. When will such days come to an end? Perhaps it would be better to flee with Xiao Wu back to Spirit Soul Village and establish a blacksmith shop to support her. In this environment, one can still indulge in the pursuit of their preferred hidden weapons. It seems that training at the Shrek Academy bears no distinction from practicing at home. The medicinal recipes presented by teacher, you are vastly inferior to what I possess. I am at a loss to comprehend what merits the Shrek Academy holds that once garnered such admiration. Could it be solely because Flinder was a companion of his youth? Unbeknownst to him, Tang San had stumbled upon the truth. Chapter 66. What tactics? Simply charge forward. After enduring a period of considerable hardship, Xia Tian has finally managed to don this heavy soft armor and engage in normal daily activities. Thus, to better assist in the integration of his formidable abilities, the head of the Martial Soul Academy has introduced a new training regimen for them. The 6 participants, Xia Tian, Xie Yu, Yan, Hulaina, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhu Zhuqing, are to engage in a round-robin sparring session. This is ostensibly designed to enhance camaraderie and synergy among teammates in preparation for the Elite Soul Master Tournament 2 years hence. To this, Xia Tian raised a vehement objection. Yet his protests fell on deaf ears and were summarily dismissed. What? You inquire why the participants are solely these 7? What are the remaining 4 competitors from the original text? Well, it is quite simple. They are simply unable to compete. Since Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xia Tian ascended to the second ring, none from their generation have managed to triumph against them. How could they possibly contend for a place in the tournament? Although a few expressed discontent regarding Zhu Zhuqing's direct entry into the starting lineup after her arrival, such discontent evaporated post her demonstration of instantaneous movement, with the assassin's claw poised at their throats. Returning to the present, the group prepares for their inaugural training session. Prior to the commencement of the sparring, Zhu Zhuqing posed a question. As a standard 7-member team, is our configuration not somewhat extreme? Upon examining the 7 members from the Martial Soul Academy, it indeed appeared that the composition leaned heavily towards extremes, reminiscent of a high-risk strategy. Yan, Assault-type Soul Master Xie Yu, Assault-type Soul Master Xia Tian, Assault-type Soul Master Ma Hongjun, Assault-type Soul Master Hulaina, ostensibly a Control and Mental-type Soul Master, yet secretly an Assault-type due to her training in the Qingqiu Tianhu technique, with a martial soul fusion ability that also leans towards assault. Oscar, superficially a Food-type Soul Master, yet fundamentally an Assault-type support, predominantly focused on assault, with support as a secondary role. Zhu Zhuqing, a Speed-type Soul Master. But since acquiring the Assassin's Claw and undergoing rigorous physical training, the originally nimble and swift Spirit Cat seems to be evolving towards an assault orientation. Thus, it can be deduced that the 7 individuals from the Martial Soul Academy comprise 5 assault type and 1 speed type soul master. The combined 4th soul abilities of Oscar and Xia Tian, along with Hu Liena's alluring red mist, may serve as a semblance of support. Xia Tian chuckled, countering Zhu Zhuqing's assertion. Do you believe that a conventional setup with control-type soul masters managing the battlefield, assault types leading the charge, and speed types providing auxiliary support from the back is truly optimal? Is it not so? Zhu Zhuqing found herself engulfed in confusion. Ever since her arrival at the Martial Soul Academy, many of her preconceived notions had been shattered. The peculiar training methods, extraordinary facilities, and now this extreme team composition were all beyond her comprehension. Zhuqing, may I inquire how vast the largest team battle arena is? A circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters, so what? Zhu Zhuqing answered without hesitation. All right then, assuming we both occupy the edges of the arena. The maximum distance between the 2 teams would be no more than 95 meters. Given that distance, how long would it take for you to traverse it without consuming Oscar's sausages? Approximately 3 seconds. Precisely. So, at present, below the rank of Soul Sect, can anyone withstand your guaranteed breach in defense for even a single round of assault? It appears there is none, Zhu Zhuqing replied uncertainly. Exactly. Within 5 seconds at most, the opposing support-type Soul Master would be eliminated, thus equalizing the odds. Even if the opposing team reacts swiftly and provides backup, you are highly likely to severely injure one of their members. However, this is merely the attack you initiate within those 5 seconds. And what of control-type Soul Masters? Even without support, we surely require them, do we not? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, reiterating her inquiry. What is the function of control-type Soul Masters? Xia Tian retorted. To provide control, restrain opponents, and direct teammates. Then the pertinent question arises, let alone in battles beyond our level, who among equals can match me? Who can hope to restrain me? Who can contain Oscar's rapid, soaring assaults? Who can control the martial soul fusion of our senior sister and senior brother Xiayu? Xia Tian articulated these truths with a placid demeanor. Even in the original narrative, merely relying on a single enchantress, the Martial Soul Academy achieved overwhelming victories. Now, not only does he exist, but there is also the steadfast Oscar and the determined Zhu Zhuqing. Brotherling, why do you differentiate between us? What of me? Ma Hongjun grumbled from the side. Xia Tianling shot him a sidelong glance. Step back a bit. Your prime will come after you reach Soul Sage. And what a battlefield command. Surely that is essential for a control-type Soul Master who oversees the broader strategy? Zhu Zhuqing contemplated Xia Tianling's words, acknowledging their validity. Yet posed one final question. Battlefield command? I deem it the most foolish endeavor in arena competitions, bar none. Xia Tianling gazed at Zhu Zhuqing in disbelief. The space is limited. Once the battlefield is segmented, you must rely on your voice to instruct your teammates. Can they hear you? Once they do, can they respond appropriately? Unless you can devise a unique tactical language or possess enough synergy to deceive the opponents verbally, such command is utterly meaningless. If the battlefield remains unsegmented, and the opposing 7 huddle together, the solution is simpler still. We charge forward side by side, and a single wave will obliterate them, no command necessary. Without even the slightest mutual understanding through eye contact, such a team exists solely for amusement. Zhuqing, your thoughts are commendable. A standard 7-member Soul Master team should indeed be well-balanced. Yet such a configuration is not suited for arena battles. It is tailored for hunting soul beasts. The arena space is limited, making it difficult for the roles of control, food, and even speed-type Soul Masters to manifest effectively. Had your burst capacity not significantly increased, I might have sought another assault-type Soul Master to join us. At the outset, our senior sister and senior brother would initiate their martial soul fusion, and we would collectively assault a single target. Even if that target were a Soul King, they would be swiftly eliminated. The remaining members would simply continue to eliminate opponents until the arena battle concludes. To be candid, having speed-type and food-type Soul Masters engage in arena battles is rather foolish to the point of being irredeemable. Clearly, 6 assault types could easily accomplish what is required. What purpose does all this extravagance serve? Xia Tianling expounded upon these thoughts in one breath. In truth, he had long wished to articulate these sentiments to Zhu Zhuqing, yet had not encountered an opportune moment until now. Over the past few years, Hu Liena and Oscar, along with the others, have been thoroughly worn out by Xia Tian's incessant nagging. It must be said that the Soul Masters of Douluo continent possess an astonishingly rigid mindset. This is not a call to arms. Rather, It is a brief competition that prohibits lethality. Should we truly send food-type soul masters into the arena? Is their strength not best exemplified in providing logistical support during large-scale battles? Throughout the entirety of the timeline in Douluo, Oscar remains the sole food-type soul master to engage in small team combat. To pit agility-based soul masters against each other in an open arena? That seems rather precarious. Does it not? Aside from exceptional cases like Xia Tian, wouldn't this merely be tantamount to a sacrifice? At such a close distance, can the physical prowess of a powerful attacking soul master truly lag behind a speed type for even a few seconds? Wouldn't rushing to assist the support type soul master lead to the same demise? Do you think this is merely a game? And there are bushes and wild zones for you to maneuver around? The tension is palpable. This competition is rife with oppression directed at speed type soul masters. When will they finally rise up? Chapter 67. You engage in ambush, but you cannot handle the consequences. Xia Tian. He seems to have a point. Yet something feels amiss. Huliano approached and remarked, "It's fine if you don't understand immediately. Take your time. Our junior brother often proposes whimsical ideas that, while seemingly absurd, can prove remarkably useful. He even coined a name for our reckless approach. What was it again? The Cleaver Team." Yin added. Huliana clapped her hands vigorously. "Yes, that's it. The Cleaver Team. It suggests we simply cleave our opponents like chopping vegetables." Yin. Wait, I don't think that's the intended meaning. Never mind, as long as Nana is happy. If there are no further questions, let's begin promptly. The somewhat inconspicuous title Douluo Academy had reminded them that Tianling had already fought a match with Huliana and Xiayu. Thus, the three distanced themselves to complete their martial soul manifestation, while the others withdrew to the sidelines of the arena, granting ample space for their battle. Without any further exchange, Xiayu wielded two crescent blades and directly executed a martial soul fusion technique with Huliana. They understood that even though Tianling could not utilize his soul power at present, his mental strength remained intact, rendering Huliana's charm series skills nearly ineffective against him. It was preferable to directly employ the martial soul fusion technique for greater suppression. A crimson glow suddenly manifested, spreading as Huliana and Xiayu collided, enveloping them in a radiant red light. Simultaneously, the crimson aura erupted like a half-dispersed light sphere, engulfing a significant area of the arena. With their spirits greatly enhanced, Huliana and Xiayu no longer required assistance from teammates to unleash their martial soul fusion technique. Nor did they need to build momentum slowly as in the original narrative. The enchanting figure emerged in its most formidable form. The enchanting figure, with two crescent blades and red hair billowing behind, was now adorned with 9 crimson tails, a departure from the original tale. Tianling affectionately named her 9 tails. Though this was met with unanimous disapproval from the pair, the thick red mist enveloped Tianling, and he immediately sensed a 50% reduction in all his sensory perceptions, with his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Soul power. Soul power was already inaccessible. Under normal circumstances, had he been able to wield his soul power, Tianling would have had a fair chance to disrupt their fusion before it could be completed. However, his movements were severely restricted, and before he could close the distance, the enchanting figure awaited him with blades drawn. A red silhouette flickered through the crimson fog, swiftly arriving at his side. The 2 crescent blades sliced through the mist, creating ripples that collided with Tianling's formidable physique, producing 2 sharp sounds. Clang, clang. How could you possibly know my location? The enchanting figure exclaimed in surprise. Now, the enchanting figure's lead had shifted from Xiayu to the far more powerful Huliana compared to her portrayal in the original text. A faint smile graced Tianling's lips as he forcefully propelled himself toward her. The immense impact shattered the arena's tiles beneath him. Even at 50% strength, I remain formidable, he declared, swinging his left arm in a punch, though it was slightly delayed, grazing past the enchanting figure. While the red mist indeed dulled his sensory capabilities, the crux lay in the distinction between a soul master's perception, which relies on the 5 senses, and a cultivator's, which relies on spiritual awareness and divine consciousness. With a sweep of his divine awareness, Tianling discerned the enchanting figure's movements with ease. Once he activated his spiritual awareness, he instinctively perceived her attacks without needing to split his focus. This exemplifies the strength gained after achieving the primordial spirit. Red mist. Is this yet another bug? What are divine consciousness and spiritual awareness? Just as the enchanting figure narrowly evaded a punch, she pressed the attack. exploiting Tianling's momentary sluggishness with relentless strikes from her crescent blades. Despite being unable to utilize his soul power and having his physical capabilities constrained, he could still engage in a fierce clash relying solely on his inherent strength. The enchanting figure was barely on the threshold of the Soul Emperor rank. Junior brother, if this continues, you may very well face defeat. In a brief span, the two exchanged several blows, with the enchanting figure's agile movements leaving Tianling in a dire predicament. In response, he silently recited, then abruptly assumed a peculiar stance. 9 turn skyward step, 3rd turn. Ascending to heaven. With no special effects or fluctuations, he walked out of the red mist as if taking a leisurely stroll, ascending into the sky. Impossible. Your soul power is sealed. How can you still fly? The enchanting figure on the arena exclaimed, gazing up at Tianling, who had escaped the confines of suppression. Haha, it's a secret. But I assure you, I am not using soul power. Tianling stood aloft, reveling in the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Strictly speaking, the 9 turns skyward step, particularly the ascending to heaven phase, had transcended the realm of basic movement techniques and entered the domain of divine abilities. The reason Tianling could not initially employ the 3rd turn was not due to a lack of dedication and practice, but rather the stringent requirement of having a primordial spirit to utilize divine abilities. Divine abilities are skills invoked by cultivators after coalescing their primordial spirit, harnessing a modicum of rule-based power. They do not necessitate the active mobilization of soul power. Instead, the required energy is directly drawn from the user's source of power, bypassing the need for conscious invocation. Divine Power Seal. I figured it out. This kid excels at exploiting bugs. Even now, with his soul power entirely sealed, Tianling could effortlessly employ the 3rd turn of the 9 turn skyward step. As he basked in his aerial display, the academy head spoke once more. Oh, you can fly, can you? Then you little ones should all join forces. Tianling, this is utterly unfair. My soul power is sealed, and yet you intend to gang up on me. If you have the guts, unseal me. Oscar, who had been itching for action on the sidelines, seized the moment, instantly conjuring 5 speedy flight boosts to hand to his teammates. Brothers, grab your weapons and take down the boss. Ma Hongjun, grinning mischievously, unleashed a phoenix fire line aimed straight at Tianling. Zhu Zhuqing cast him an apologetic glance, silently expressing her regret, before also consuming a speedy flight boost from Oscar. With a leap, she entered a state of void walking, reappearing directly before Tianling Zhuqing. You're not planning to attack me too, are you? In the summer, Xia Tianling had just narrowly evaded Ma Hongjuan's attack when he was confronted by a poised little kitten. Zhu Zhuqing, rarely displaying such innocence, blinked at him with a hint of a smile. Xia Tianling sighed in relief, knowing that Zhu Zhuqing was the most understanding among them. But before he could finish his thought, he was met with a flurry of claw strikes from the assassin's claw. Chapter 68, 7 Soul Bones with his resilient physique. Xia Tianling braced himself against Zhu Zhuqing's feline assault. However, due to the assassin's claw's ability to penetrate defenses completely, the protective plates of his weighted armor offered no semblance of protection. Before Xia Tianling could retaliate, Zhu Zhuqing vanished from his sight, executing a swift void walk. Just then, Oscar's Buddha palm descended from the heavens, enveloping him in a massive golden handprint. Seriously, Xiaoyao, do you think I'm made of clay? Xia Tianling seethed, connecting with the 3rd divine eye, unleashing 6 beams of light that struck everyone present. Instantly, Oscar's momentum faltered, and the golden handprint nearly dissipated. The forced reduction of his attributes by 10% during the skill's activation was excruciating. Seizing the moment, Xia Tianling propelled himself forward, colliding with Oscar's palm. Bang! In a violent clash, the Buddha palm was shattered, causing Oscar to stumble backward while Xia Tianling used the momentum to dive toward the arena, targeting the Flame Lord Yin, who had already unleashed his first 2 skills. Seeing this, the enchanting figure attempted to intercept him, but Xia Tianling, burdened by the weight of his armor, was propelled forward with incredible speed, compounded by the explosive force of the encounter. Boom! In an instant, Xia Tianling collided head-on with the massive Flame Lord, whose body was encased in granite-like defense. The arena floor was predictably devastated, and a disheveled Xia Tianling emerged from the crater, helping up the nearly incapacitated Yin. Had he not restrained his strength and directed most of it into the ground, Yin would have faced severe injuries or worse. Are you all right? Xia Tianling asked, wiping the dust from his face with a hint of embarrassment. I'm fine, Yin replied weakly, but let us not fight for now. Xiaoyao, Could you bring me some sausages? I think I've broken a couple of ribs. The others quickly ceased their attacks, rushing over to assess Yan's condition. While the healing soul master on standby released his healing techniques. Boss, what was that light you used earlier? I think I've seen it before during the power test. Oscar inquired as he prepared restorative sausages for Yan. Xia Tian rubbed the emblem of justice on his forehead, dispelling the attribute reduction effect on his companions. The external soul bone obtained during their last hunt had the effect of reducing an opponent's attributes by 10%. Regardless of soul power disparity, its efficacy was indisputable. After all, this was bound to be revealed eventually, and since they were all allies, sharing this information was inconsequential. Wait, an external soul bone? Lingu, are you saying that thing on your forehead, resembling a third eye, is akin to Tang San's external soul bone? Ma Hongjun, who had envied Tang San's acquisition of the 8 spider lances, was astonished. He had yet to obtain even a single ordinary soul bone. Zhu Zhuqing silently rejoiced for him, noting that his luck with the external soul bone had significantly widened the gap between them. I also desire an external soul bone, Hulaina and Xiayu. Having released their martial soul fusion, joined the conversation. The observing title Douluo Academy head could no longer bear their expectant gazes and interjected, "You youngsters are aiming too high. Treating external soul bones like cabbages? Ordinary soul bones are rare treasures. Headmaster, considering our exceptional talents, shouldn't the Academy or the Elder Council grant us each a soul bone as a reward?" Xia Tian asked, scratching his head at their eager expressions. In the original narrative, the Golden Generation had all received soul bones. It seemed unreasonable that he and his companions, who were even stronger, should not receive the same. Nonetheless, even if the Spirit Hall did not provide them, he was determined to acquire a few for each of them in the future, as certain locations brimmed with soul bones, which would be a waste to leave untouched. As for himself, he had long since devised a plan. After overcoming the divine transformation trial, he had envisioned a new path for his future. Taking a gamble can yield great rewards. After all, as a traveler in this world, I cannot justify my existence without assembling a complete set of exceptional soul bones. Just as Xia Tianling was lost in thoughts of the future, the title Douluo Academy head spoke again. Soul bones will indeed be provided, one for each of you. The Elder Council has already approved it. And even the Grand Elder of the Offering Hall has personally stated that everyone must receive a high-quality soul bone, no less than 50,000 years old. Gasp. Upon hearing this, not only Ma Hongjun and the others, who had long coveted soul bones, but even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise. 7 soul bones, each over 50,000 years old. It was an extraordinary offer. Many soul saints, and even soul Douluo, had never possessed a single soul bone. However, the Academy head swiftly added, "But these soul bones will be there for you to claim based on your abilities. They will serve as the championship prize for the upcoming Elite Soul Master competition in 2 years. Win, and the soul bones are yours. Lose, well, you wouldn't want to know the consequences." With a seemingly cheerful demeanor, his final words carried an ominous tone, sending a chill down the spines of the once exuberant group. "All right, Healing Master, take Yin back to recuperate. The rest of you, continue with your paired training." Understood. As Yin was assisted away, the others resumed their practice. Yet, Xia Tianling appeared somewhat distracted, meticulously pondering the implications of the headmaster's words. The Elder Council had promptly approved the decision, and even the venerable Qian Dalu had personally intervened. What could be the reasoning behind such a shift? In the original narrative, even Bibi Dong faced strong opposition from the Elder Council when attempting to grant each member of the Golden Generation a soul bone. Only Hulaina was allocated the truly high-tier wisdom bones of the Spirit Gathering. The so-called Flame Explosion Arm Bone and Wind Chase Leg Bone acquired by Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing, while impressive in name, had limited strength. Yet now, Qian Dalu had taken the unprecedented step of ensuring that everyone received a high-quality soul bone over 50,000 years old. In the original work, the 3 soul bones were finalized only close to the competition. Now, astonishingly, with 2 years still remaining until the event, the rewards have already been determined. This is peculiar. Exceedingly peculiar. Even if Bibi Dong has abandoned her apocalyptic scheme, the long-standing discord between the papal faction and the devotional faction cannot be reconciled so easily. There must be some underlying issue. On another note, does that old man Qian Dalu truly hold such affection for me? He generously granted me benefits the very first time we met 6 years ago. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me and wishes to recruit me as his grandson-in-law? Chapter 69. The distinctive soul arena of Douluo. The cycle of receiving blows and delivering them continues endlessly, a perpetual rhythm. This has been the existence of Xia Tianling for over 2 months. In the initial month, he found himself relentlessly battered by 6 pursuers, leaving him with no escape. Even if he attempted to ascend with his skywalking technique, his few loyal companions would still consume Oscar's sausages to catch up and beat him mercilessly. By the second month, having gradually acclimatized to the weight of the heavy armor and unearthed some latent potential within his body, he finally began to exchange blows with the 6 assailants. Though his situation remained arduous, at least there was some semblance of balance between victories and defeats. A significant improvement from the earlier oppressive beatings. In the first few days of the third month, Xia Tian had nearly fully adapted to the formidable weight of the heavy armor, leading to a one-sided confrontation. He began to counterattack the 6 adversaries, leveraging the armor's substantial weight to his advantage. While originally intended for training, it undeniably serves as a form of armor, crafted collaboratively by the ultimate Douluo and the most powerful master of the time, thus offering formidable defensive capabilities. Consequently, those who were previously difficult to contend with found themselves on the receiving end of relentless assaults. Particularly, Ma Hongjun, whose Phoenix Fire initially posed significant challenges for Xia Tian, now finds himself chased around the arena by the relentless onslaught. This reminded him of the painful experience from his childhood when he was chased by the village's large white goose from the entrance to the end of the village. Coincidentally, shortly after the third month commenced, Hulaina, Yin, and Xia Yu were once again assigned a new task, departing from the academy. Just when Xia Tian thought he could shed this burden, unravel the seal upon him, and embrace a joyful and fresh new life, the dean covertly reported to someone. Thus, Douluo reappeared. Not only did he arrive, but he also brought with him a heavier specialized armor. After donning this more terrifying new armor, Xia Tian found his movements further restricted, even more so than when he wore the weight-bearing soft armor 1.0. He had hoped to regain his former glory. But once again he was forcibly compressed to a level barely equivalent to that of the Soul King. Moreover, what was more infuriating was that this weight-bearing armor 2.0 could essentially be deemed purely a burden, possessing extremely low defensive capabilities, further diminishing Xia Tian's ability to exploit his previous advantage in defense. What is this nonsense? Grandpa Qian, how could you treat me this way? I have grown under your watch since childhood. When I return, I will surely tell Sister Shui that you are bullying me. Xia Tian lamented with a face full of grievance, even invoking the emotional card of Qian Renque. However, Douluo remained unmoved. Not even calling upon little Shui would sway him. It was precisely because he had watched him grow that he did not wish for him to be rendered useless. After all, he was somewhat of a teacher to him. For the next month, go to the Great Soul Arena with your little friends for some training. At the very least, aim to return with a Silver Soul badge. What am I supposed to do there? Xia Tian asked in confusion. Aren't the instructors and other students in the academy sufficient for practice? Douluo shook his head, explaining that the combat proficiency of the students was too academy-oriented, their offensive techniques far too gentle after living in an ivory tower for so long. He needed to experience various so-called unorthodox combat styles. Moreover, the types of martial souls within the academy are relatively scarce. Spending over a month fighting at the Soul Arena and witnessing an array of peculiar martial souls firsthand will be beneficial for your future cultivation. All right. I shall heed your advice, Xia Tian conceded, scratching his head. Experiencing more battles could indeed bear no detriment. By the way, Grandpa Qian, after this month of fighting, you will be able to shed that burden, and the divine power seal will automatically unravel, Douluo interjected, knowing what he wished to ask, before vanishing. Xia Tian was overjoyed, relieved that he would no longer be oppressed by these 2 colossal weights. It was worth noting that the timing of this combat at the Soul Arena, lasting a month, was quite delicate. However, it seemed to be nearly 20 days earlier than anticipated. After Douluo departed, Xia Tian sought out a few companions and explained the situation to the dean. Since it was the Grand Offering who mentioned it, you may go. Just remember to keep your identity secret. The academy will reimburse your expenses within the student quota. Any excess will be your responsibility. Upon learning it was Douluo's suggestion, the dean readily consented. So, where shall we head for the Great Soul Arena? The one in the Heaven Do Imperial City? Oscar inquired. Since beginning his martial training, although his personality still had its mischievous moments, he now possessed a heart eager for martial prowess, often yearning to battle strong opponents. During their previous skirmishes, he had been the most fervent in attacking Xia Tian, even relishing the beatings he received in the final days. The dean waved his hand dismissively, stating that the location was inconsequential. They could simply go to the Soto Great Soul Arena nearby. Very well, Xia Tian responded promptly, leading his 3 companions directly to Soto City. What? You ask why we aren't preparing anything before we leave? Nonsense. I, Lingu, carry my stove and various fresh ingredients with me at all times. Who needs to pack? Sighing, he suddenly remarked on the carriage to Soto City. What a pity. This piqued the interest of the other three. What a pity. Zhu Zhuqing glanced in confusion at the languid youth beside her, who was reclining in a relaxed manner. It was a bit too early. More than half a month ahead of schedule. Xia Tianling still appeared lethargic, but suddenly sat up with a cry of distress. Hey, Zhuqing, you've corrupted me. Why are you pinching me? It's your fault for speaking halfway. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nonchalantly turned her head towards the window. Xia Tianling rubbed the spot that had just been pinched, grimacing, while casting a glare at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were grinning mischievously across from him. Ma Hongjun, with a playful expression, inquired, Lingu, don't be cryptic, just tell us what's going on. In truth, it was nothing significant. It was merely that Tang San and his companions would also be heading to Soto City to participate in the Soul Arena in a little over half a month. And we might encounter them later. Will that rascal be going too? Upon hearing that Tang San and the others would be attending, Zhu Zhuqing turned her head back again, hesitating to speak. Are you referring to Daimubai? That fellow is from the same academy as Xiao San and Rong Rong. So he will undoubtedly go along with them, Xia Tianling replied. Yes, what is the name of Rong Rong's academy? Shrek. Oscar, who had been observing with keen interest, eagerly chimed in. Hey, boss, do you think Rong Rong and the others will also participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition? They should, right? Xia Tianling hesitated, uncertain if Tang San and the others would be able to participate in this competition. After all, 3 of the Shrek 7 had been dismantled by him, leaving only 4 remaining. Even though Flandra had taken them to Lamba Academy, whether they could reach the finals remained a question. As for the Qindo Royal Academy, currently, Xiao San and his companions had not faced the Royal Fighting Team, nor had they connected with Qin Ming, making it difficult to predict their participation. What developments lie ahead? Xia Tianling pondered, mentally marking it with a question mark. Since arriving on the Douluo continent, the fates of many characters had been altered dramatically. Who could tell how it would ultimately unfold? Chapter 70, a new codename, a new beginning upon arriving in Soto City. The group opted not to seek out Su Yuntao for the sake of maintaining their anonymity, instead choosing to stay at a hotel near the Soul Arena. After having lunch, the 4 planned to visit the Soul Arena in the afternoon. Xia Tianling felt a hint of anticipation for this unique feature of the Douluo continent. As he caught sight of the Soul Arena, a smile crept onto his face. The design appeared oddly familiar. The Soto Great Soul Arena was predominantly oval-shaped, standing approximately 120 meters tall. Isn't this the Colosseum of ancient Rome? It seems the Empire of Do has ample strength and a flourishing cultural marvel. By the way, my friend, do we have any other requirements for participating in the Soul Arena? Oscar eagerly walked at the forefront. Just obtaining the Silver Soul Badge will suffice, replied Xia Tianling. Then we must engage not only in 1v1 but also in 2v2 matches. Or we might run out of time. With Xiao Ao's sausages, we can easily manage 3 to 4 matches a day. 2v2. How should we pair up? Oscar swiftly seized Ma Hongjuan's arm, declaring, I'll team up with the fatty. Xia Tianling hesitated. Then I suppose I shall partner with Zhuqing. It wasn't that he was unwilling to team with Zhu Zhuqing. His concern lay in the fact that if they joined forces, they would have to confront 2 formidable soul masters together. He was indifferent to the challenge, but worried about Zhu Zhuqing's ability to adapt. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the arrangement. Zhuqing, you. Xia Tianling began, but Zhu Zhuqing interjected, I understand what you wish to convey. I am aware of the rules of the Soul Arena. Only by challenging the strong can one progress. Battling the weak will only lead to assimilation. Zhu Zhuqing looked deeply into his eyes, stating earnestly, I wish to grow stronger. Very well, I understand. Xia Tianling sighed, realizing how stubborn this little feline could be. As they approached the entrance of the Soul Arena, he instructed, everyone, put these on. Speak as little as possible to conceal our identities and ages. Xia Tianling retrieved several masks from his ring and distributed them to the 3. Since we are to hide our identities, should we not adopt codenames? Ma Hongjun suggested, displaying rare cleverness. Indeed, prior to our arrival, I had already devised codenames for each of you, Xia Tianling replied with a smile. The Spectral Spirit Cat, the Fiery Phoenix, and Sausage Vendor? Such titles deserve to be relegated to the annals of history. It would be rather unbefitting for the enhanced trio to bear such names. Little Ao shall be called the Wrathful Diamond, fitting for his fondness for the Buddha's palm. The fatty, who cultivates the Fiery Phoenix technique, shall be named the Fiery Phoenix. And Zhu Qing, whose current expertise lies in void walking, shall be known as the Void Walker. What about you, boss? Me? Xia Tian looked at his own hands. I shall be called the Dawn of a New Day. What does that mean? Zhu Qing inquired. Within the context of Douluo, this term lacks multiple meanings. Those devoid of historical depth cannot fathom the profound significance it holds. You will come to understand in due time. Despite Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's persistent questioning, Xia Tian remained silent, smiling enigmatically. It was only years later that Zhu Qing and the others truly grasped the magnitude of energy encapsulated in that phrase. Arriving at the registration desk, the group each paid 10 gold coins to secure their places in the Soul Arena. Oscar and Ma Hongjuan named their duo the Fiery Diamond. They had initially intended to call themselves the Fiery Wrath, but a clerical error at the desk thwarted their plans. Xia Tianling and Zhu Qing chose the moniker of the Defense Breaker, one literally signifying Zhu Qing's ability to bypass any opponent's defenses. The other suggesting that Xia Tianling's overwhelming strength might leave their adversaries in utter despair. After completing the soul power assessment and registering for the day's matches, the four proceeded to the preparation room to await their turn. Although soul power does enhance physical development, the youthful appearances of the four were unmistakable at first glance. This spectacle is particularly striking in the room filled with adults. What Summerling desired was precisely this effect. How could he complete his speed run if others were not paying attention to them? Thus, to enhance this effect, he cleared his throat and spoke in a voice loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. Wasn't it merely the silver fighting spirit? That matter was quite straightforward. In a 2v2 scenario, winning or losing was inconsequential, as long as there was one 1v1 match each day for 20 consecutive days. Securing the silver fighting spirit would be effortless. One must understand that after every 5 victories, the subsequent wins would yield a tenfold increase in points. Simple as that. His words stirred a tempest. The individuals seated in the room were seasoned veterans of the fighting spirit, some of whom had gradually ascended to the copper fighting spirit level after hundreds of matches. Hearing this, their pride was inevitably wounded, and frustration bubbled to the surface. Winning 20 matches in a row? Boy, are you not afraid that your tongue might slip in the wind? Is it truly that easy to achieve 20 victories? A fierce, bald giant rose to chastise him, his expression clearly displeased. Summerling had initially intended to respond with mockery, but upon realizing that his mask concealed his face, rendering his sarcasm invisible, he instead uttered 4 words with an air of indifference. As long as you have hands. He did not aim for a provocative exchange that would lead to a dramatic confrontation or a covert act of thievery. Rather, he simply sought to capture the attention of others. His goal was to expedite the arrangement of several 1v1 matches upon each arrival, swiftly achieving his 20 consecutive victories to relish in the delightful new life that awaited him. The giant, seething with rage, was compelled to restrain himself due to the regulations of the preparation area and reluctantly returned to his seat, leaving behind a menacing remark. You better hope I don't encounter you on stage. The scene elicited laughter from those around, as the burly man in the Soto City Soul Arena was somewhat renowned, yet he found himself at a loss against a mere child. Beneath the mask, Zhu Qing could not help but chuckle softly, surprised to witness the typically amiable Xia Tianling displaying such a mischievous side. Please welcome the next group of contestants to the stage, the staff's voice rang out. They are quick on the draw, Xia Tianling remarked, glancing at the slip of paper in his hand before rising to his feet. At that moment, a bald man emerged from the crowd in the corner. What a coincidence. We truly are fated to meet, bald brother, he taunted, his demeanor turning rather unpleasant as he mocked the bald man who had previously looked down on him. Just wait. I will show you what I'm made of on stage. The bald man, clearly vexed, struggled to find words. On the Soul Arena, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center. Clearing his throat, he announced, Next, we shall commence the second match of our 13th Soul Arena, featuring a one-on-one battle between 2 heavyweight Soul Masters. On one side, we have the Soul Master Iron Tower, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories with his giant elephant spirit, facing off against the newcomer, the Dawn of Day, who possesses the Dawn Spirit. The audience eagerly anticipated whether Iron Tower would secure a glorious 5th victory, earning tenfold points, or if the newcomer, Dawn of Day, would achieve his first battle victory in life. Let us await the outcome. Now, let us invite our 2 powerful Soul Masters to the stage. Despite being a Soul Master level match, a considerable audience had gathered. Battles between soul masters had already proven to be quite thrilling in the Soto City Soul Arena. Some spectators cheered for the giant elephant Iron Tower, while others donned expressions of skepticism towards the newcomer, Dawn of Day. It seemed the bald man enjoyed a bit of popularity here, unbeknownst to Xia Tian. Aside from these formidable beings, any soul master capable of achieving 5 consecutive victories in the Grand Arena was indeed an impressive figure, possessing notable skills. Iron Tower was the first to ascend the stage, raising his arms in response to the cheers of his fans. Observing Iron Tower's flamboyant display, Xia Tian gracefully executed the 9-turn sky step and floated onto the stage. Once settled, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a profound master. Regrettably, clad in black attire, he lacked the ethereal quality that a flowing white robe might convey. So young? The audience gasped, initially expecting a seasoned warrior upon hearing the commanding name of Dawn of Day, only to be met by a relatively slender youth. In truth, beneath his fitted attire, Xia Tian possessed formidable muscles. He was far from frail. However, his well-proportioned physique, combined with his youthful appearance, rendered him seemingly slight when compared to the towering Iron Tower, who stood at nearly 2 meters in height. "Contestants, please take your positions and release your spirits," the host enthusiastically proclaimed. "Spirit of the giant elephant," Iron Tower bellowed, arms outstretched as yellow and purple soul rings materialized beneath him. His already imposing stature swelled further, reaching an astonishing height of approximately 2 meters and 5 centimeters. His muscles bulged dramatically, shoulders broad and back wide, with veins resembling serpents pulsating beneath his bronzed skin. Unlike the well-rounded physiques of Xia Tian and Oscar, Iron Tower's spirit-empowered form appeared exceptionally robust, akin to a humanoid giant elephant standing on the stage. Following the manifestation of his spirit, he unleashed a fierce roar towards the audience, particularly aimed at Xia Tian, likely to assert his dominance. From the physique and spirit alone, it was evident that Iron Tower was a power-type soul master, perhaps following a path similar to Yang Wudi's. The audience's fervent cheers delighted Iron Tower. Yet he was taken aback when the black-clad youth remained unfazed. "Kid, aren't you going to release your spirit?" Iron Tower inquired, his voice deep and resonant. Though influenced by his spirit, Iron Tower's fighting style was ferocious, and his appearance intimidating. He was not inherently malicious. Having spent considerable time in the arena, he had always adhered to the rules, desiring an honorable confrontation rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Xia Tian shook his head. No need. This shake of the head could infuriate the Iron Tower. He believed that Xia Tian was showing him contempt. In an instant, he clenched his fists and, with a furious roar, charged at the impudent youth before him. "Damn you, brat. You shall pay for your arrogance." Xia Tian retorted. "What? Do you think I look down on you? I wish I could use it, all right. But if I can't wield the true dragon martial spirit, what good is merely summoning a hammer or an axe?" As he observed the Iron Tower charging at him like a tank, a fierce blaze ignited within Xia Tian's heart. Such an opponent is precisely what he cherishes the most. Devoid of the intricate machinations commonly associated with various skills, it is merely a clash of raw power. A contest of strength that strikes flesh. This epitomizes the romance of a true man. Come, immerse yourself in the primal thrill of combat. Boom. The fists, one large and one small, collided with tremendous force. Xia Tian, still as serene as ever, retracted his outstretched right fist, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. In contrast, Iron Tower, though seemingly unaffected on the surface after the exchange, almost lost his balance. Unlike the spectators who merely reveled in the spectacle, Iron Tower felt an immense force surge through his right arm, resonating throughout his upper body, leaving the right side of his being tingling. It was as if he were not contending with a mere boy, but rather a formidable soul beast that had transformed into human form. Iron Tower remained silent. However, the fury in his eyes had given way to solemnity. He had exerted a significant 6/10 of his strength in that punch, and yet the boy had effortlessly absorbed it. A soul master capable of trading blows with him without activating their martial soul was certainly not to be underestimated. In a flash, thoughts raced through his mind. And within 2 seconds after their exchange, Iron Tower attempted to retreat, preparing for his next offensive. "I shall strike back now," murmured Xia Tian, denying him the opportunity to withdraw, and swiftly followed with a small step. He advanced forward, merely half a step, far from the optimal point for exerting force. Iron Tower instinctively assumed Xia Tian would continue his advance, so he merely activated a defensive skill from his first soul ring while shifting his weight backward. Yet, in the next moment, Xia Tianling's fist surged forth with startling ferocity. Though he had only extended his forearm slightly, it delivered a powerful blow to the unsuspecting iron tower. This was the half-step burst punch. Since Xia Tianling's abilities had been sealed in duality, he had revisited many martial arts techniques he had once wished for. Although he had practiced some of these techniques in his youth, he had not delved deeply into them after awakening his soul power. Now, relying solely on the strength of his physical body, he sought breakthroughs through his method of exertion. The intricacies embedded within these techniques were remarkably sophisticated, representing a significant advantage over the purely instinctive combat methods prevalent in the Douluo continent. At that moment, the towering figure had never encountered such an unreasonable assault. Unable to anticipate the next offensive move of Xia Tianling, he staggered backward from a powerful punch, nearly losing his balance. However, the onslaught was not yet over. Just as he thought Xia Tianling could not possibly launch another attack from such close quarters, the boy in black suddenly pivoted, using his shoulder as a fulcrum to crash into him. Once again, he executed a martial arts technique with tremendous force. The already unstable center of gravity of the towering figure was struck hard in the abdomen once more. At that instant, he felt as if he had collided head-on with a charging millennium iron-armored rhinoceros, as if every bone and organ in his body was on the verge of disintegration. Despite the pain, the towering figure remained composed, convinced that Xia Tianling could not possibly have any further offensive maneuvers left in such a confined space. He calmly activated his third soul ring. This soul ring is exceedingly peculiar, capable of amplifying his own strength and weight. With such a miraculous ability, the Iron Tower managed to stabilize himself and was immediately prepared to teach Xia Tianling beneath him a lesson. Chapter 72. 3 months of transformation, however. What he remained oblivious to was that there indeed existed an unreasonable method of close-quarters exertion. In a swift motion, Xia Tianling shifted his form once more, his left hand nearly confined to a mere foot of space from his body. Not only did he fail to anticipate this, but even the audience present was rendered speechless by the spectacle unfolding before them. Xia Tianling's left hand, fingers aligned like a blade, was poised at an almost imperceptible distance from his opponent when, in a sudden motion, he clenched his fist. The diminutive fist, when compared to the Iron Tower, traversed less than half a foot, striking the upper region of his abdomen. The inch punch, a pinnacle of martial arts in close combat, enables the human body to transcend its limits, unleashing a force greater than that of a normal punch within such an exceedingly close proximity. This legendary technique, renowned in the martial arts of Huaxia, has finally revealed its magnificent brilliance in the Soto Great Soul Arena today. This time, even with the aid of his third soul skill, the Iron Tower ultimately found it impossible to regain control of his body, which had completely lost its balance, and was even struck so hard that his feet left the ground. The colossal figure of the Iron Tower arched backward, crashing to the ground like a boiled shrimp, causing the arena to tremble with a resounding impact. At that moment, he pressed a hand against his severely injured abdomen, and the gravity in his gaze gradually shifted to one of horror. Before him stood a youth who had yet to awaken his martial soul. A boy who had defied all expectations 3 times over, utterly dominating him with merely 3 strikes. The towering figure, a veritable iron fortress, could not rise again. Yet, Xia Tianling chose not to pursue his advantage, instead standing motionless with his hands clasped behind his back, reminiscent of his earlier entrance onto the stage. After a brief silence, the stands erupted in a cacophony of cheers, with everyone chanting Xia Tianling's title. I concede. I retract my earlier statements. You are truly formidable, and you have earned the right to utter those words. The Iron Tower struggled to stand and voluntarily conceded to the referee. He was straightforward, recognizing that his strength was no match for Xia Tianling, even in the latter's unawakened state. Though he had yet to employ his 4th spirit ability, his opponent had not even unveiled his martial soul. Continuing this way would only lead to further humiliation. Losing to such a powerful adversary held no shame. Upon hearing the Iron Tower's concession, Xia Tianling nodded in acknowledgement, extending a gesture of goodwill. In the face of a worthy opponent who could accept defeat, it was prudent to show mercy. There was no need to appear obstinate. Moreover, it was he who had instigated the challenge in the first place, rendering his earlier provocation unjustifiable. The MC, displaying exceptional professionalism despite his own astonishment, hastily ascended the stage and announced with a booming voice, "The dawn of the Soul Sect triumphs. Record: 1 victory, 0 losses. The Iron Tower of the Soul Sect has a record of 120 victories and 68 losses. Please proceed to the scoring registration after leaving the stage." Following the announcement, An even more fervent cheer erupted from the audience. Xia Tian waved to them before gracefully descending from the platform. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the moment he secured his victory, the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth instinctively curled into a smile beneath her mask, a detail she herself did not notice. Upon returning to the preparation room, the first to approach him was Oscar. He walked over and lightly punched Xia Tian on the shoulder, his eyes aflame with intense combat spirit. "Boss, you've kept this from me. Such a powerful close-quarters technique, and you didn't share it." Xia Tian made a face at him, though the mask concealed it from Oscar. "Don't start with your nonsense. I handed you these techniques years ago. You buried yourself in Buddhist practices and couldn't find your way out. Can you blame me? Hey, it's just that the progress with that was too slow." After dismissing Oscar's unreasonable complaints, he plopped down beside Zhu Zhuqing. Although the petite feline figure wore a mask, her striking physique was undeniably captivating, was it not? "You've grown stronger," came a calm voice. "But I will not give up. One day, I shall catch up to you." Xia Tianling's mind brimmed with playful retorts. Yet he found some words unutterable. All his thoughts coalesced into 3 simple words: "I await you." In the midst of a room full of singletons, an atmosphere developed between the two that felt increasingly out of place, gradually becoming more intimate. From a distance, Ma Hongjun observed, his round face hidden beneath a mask displaying a hint of disdain. "The pungent odor is truly detestable." However, he seemed to have thought of something, retracting that expression and instead breaking into a foolish grin. He hummed a little tune, swaying as he made his way outside, ready to take the stage and fight. "Come on, let me show you the might of my little Ma Go." As the host concluded the introduction, Ma Hongjun commenced his own showtime. The malevolent fire phoenix soared, empowered by lustful flames, launching a fierce barrage towards his opponent. The bizarre yet ferocious assault left his adversary in agony, earning thunderous applause from the audience. His striking martial spirit manifestation further captivated numerous female spectators. Meanwhile, in another arena, Oscar was also crafting astonishing miracles. A martial spirit that embodies the might of a fist? What kind of configuration is this? Not only was Oscar's opponent bewildered, but the audience was equally perplexed, and even the host seemed at a loss. A fist as a martial spirit? We've never encountered such a thing. However, Oscar soon provided them with a lesson, illustrating why he was indeed a powerhouse. Martial spirits? A true man never requires a martial spirit to brawl. A fist suffices. After 3 months of relentless training, Oscar's spirit power had reached an impressive 37 levels. His vitality felt as heavy as a mountain, unmatched in dominance. Without the need for a martial spirit, he wielded his iron fists, even foregoing his beloved Buddha palm, delivering a lesson to his youthful opponent, reminiscent of his earlier encounter with Xia Tianling. The primal clash of flesh ignited the fervor of the male spectators, who fervently chanted his name, Furious Diamond. Not employing a martial spirit was a directive from the Academy's dean and Oscar's sole combat instructor. The notion of a food-type martial spirit being capable of combat seemed excessively outrageous. In any case, Oscar's sausages were merely an accessory to his combat prowess. In reality, he seldom consumed anything other than his speedy flying sausage. He decided to leave an enigmatic question for others to ponder. The one-on-one soul battles progressed swiftly, and soon it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to take the stage. Compared to when she first acquired her spirit ring, Zhu Zhuqing now possessed a spirit power of 34 levels. Over the past 3 months, thanks to the blessings bestowed by the transformation of her body through the assassin's divine power, she could have easily surged by 3 or 4 levels. Yet, she chose a different path, meticulously solidifying the spirit power she cultivated from the assassin's ability before elevating herself by a single level. Although her overall level had only increased by 1, her total spirit power had nearly doubled compared to before, coupled with her enhanced mental strength from the spirit refinement technique, and her adept use of the assassin's claw and void walking. Her prowess could indeed be described as earth-shattering. In the 13th Soul Arena, hosted once more by the elegantly attired presenter, the 5th match of one-on-one soul battles was about to commence. The contenders were 2 soul emperors, Yilan, who had triumphed in 3 consecutive battles with her formidable Kanjing martial spirit, facing off against the newly registered contender, the Void Walker, who possessed the spectral umbral spirit, Cat martial spirit. Coincidentally, both soul emperors were strikingly beautiful young women. Yet another newcomer. Today has seen an unusual influx of new registrations. The previous impressive displays by Dawn's Break, Lustful Phoenix, and the nearby arena's Furious Diamond surely left a lasting impression. What performance will this Void Walker deliver? Let us await the outcome. With a mask adorning her face, Zhu Zhuqing agilely leaped onto the ring, completing her martial spirit manifestation. Her fingers, now cloaked in the assassin's claw, moved rhythmically like waves. This was a habitual gesture before battle, aiding her in entering the right mindset. Xiangjia, manifest. The young woman opposite her cried out, sprouting a pair of wings from her back, which flapped vigorously. Simultaneously, her hands and feet transformed into claw-like shapes reminiscent of an eagle. With a striking combination of white, yellow, and purple, 3 nearly optimal spirit ring configurations, paired with her formidable spirit power of 39 levels, she exuded an overwhelming presence on the arena. Yilan, Yilan, Yilan. Below the stage, some young men fervently chanted her name, clearly her ardent admirers. Umbral Spirit Cat, manifest. Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed by her surroundings, also activating her martial spirit. Once her martial spirit was manifested, her legs elongated gracefully, while cat ears and a tail sprouted from her head and back, aiding her balance. 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings suddenly appeared beneath her, causing Yilan's previously confident demeanor to falter. Though the majority of the audience were ordinary folk, they were well versed in the nuances of spirit ring configurations. With 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring, the Void Walker clearly held a superior standing in terms of spirit ring quality, and her 3rd spirit ring was evidently of a higher caliber than her opponent's. This ignited the enthusiasm of the audience even further. Who does not relish witnessing a battle of equals? Moreover, the stage featured 2 enchanting ladies. The hawk-like Yilan, unable to restrain her impatience upon noticing that the audience's support was no longer overwhelmingly in her favor, immediately launched an attack. She unfurled her form, resembling an arrow released from its bow, diving straight down towards Zhu Zhuqing, illuminating her first 2 spirit rings midair. As the first ring glowed, her feet underwent a rapid transformation. They not only elongated but also sprouted sharp claws, resembling true eagle talons. With the second ring aglow, Yilan accelerated once more, reaching an astonishing speed. Confronted with the oncoming opponent, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to evade but instead prepared for a direct confrontation. Her prolonged training with a few exceptional individuals had somewhat clouded her perception of her own abilities in comparison to an ordinary spirit master. The sharp eagle claws sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound as 2 attacks followed. Zhu Zhuqing calmly crouched, adopting a defensive stance, while simultaneously activating her 2nd spirit ring, the Phantom 100 Claws. In this moment, the shadows in the air and on the ground intertwined as the 2 ladies clashed. The collision of eagle claws and cat claws produced a symphony of exquisite sounds. However, for Yilan, the experience in the air was far from delightful. Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom 100 Claws were shielded by the assassin's talons, yet her eagle claws were not afforded such protection. After a scuffle, the once beautiful talons were marred with numerous tiny wounds, oozing blood. As Yilan felt a pang of sympathy, her anger surged uncontrollably, her lovely face contorting in rage. "You wretched cat! You shall pay dearly. I will mar your face." It seems that when confronted with another woman, particularly one equally beautiful and possessing a physique that clearly overshadowed her own, certain women are prone to unleash a greater jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, felt little in the way of emotional turmoil. Having lived for years in a cold, unfeeling family, she had been exposed to far more vicious gossip. Such a degree of threat. Her heart remained utterly unperturbed, even tinged with a hint of amusement. Although he felt no concern. The audience member Xia Tian was somewhat displeased, as an inexplicable anger surged within her. How can this woman be so malicious? It is merely a typical injury sustained during the competition, and yet she resorts to defacing others? Her narrow-mindedness is truly venomous, regardless of Xia Tianling's thoughts from the sidelines. Having learned a painful lesson, Yilan resolved not to confront Zhu Zhuqing head-on any longer. Instead, she ascended to greater heights. A sinister smile crept upon her lips as she activated her 3rd soul skill. A cross-shaped blade of wind coalesced beneath her claws, hurtling downwards towards Zhu Zhuqing with fierce intensity. This is her forte. At the soul sovereign level, few possess the ability to fly. However, for her, who wields the Tsonging martial soul, this is merely a minor skill bestowed by her martial soul, coupled with the long-range attack capability of her 3rd soul skill. Her unscrupulous fighting style proves remarkably effective. She ascends into the sky, then employs her 3rd soul skill to strike her opponent from a distance, overwhelming them with successive blows before swiftly concluding the encounter. It can be said that this imbalanced method of combat is quite exasperating, yet undeniably efficient. Hardly anyone can effectively counter her underhanded tactics. Unfortunately for her, The adversary she faces is none other than Xia Tian, the Void Walker, who bears the legacy of the god of assassins. As the colossal crosswind blades approached, Xia Tian calmly executed her Void Walk, seamlessly slipping into the subspace between dimensions. Boom! The wind blades, expending a significant amount of Yilan's energy, struck nothing but air, resulting in considerable damage to the tiled floor. Could this be the true reason she refers to herself as the Void Walker? Is it because she can genuinely traverse the void? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yilan's forehead. Despite her hawk-like vision, she had still lost track of Xia Tian. The audience below stared in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly captivated by the scene unfolding before them. What a large cat! Where has it gone? Yet, within the unseen subspace that neither the audience nor Yilan could perceive, Xia Tian remained utterly still, merely observing as the wind blade crashed upon the primary material plane beneath her feet. Void walking, in essence, utilizes the characteristics of spatial dimensions, traversing through the interstitial subspace, akin to moving through the crevices of a stack of white paper. Crossing through these spatial layers demands a considerable amount of energy, thus, Xia Tian could only sustain it for a brief moment. However, should one remain motionless within the void, the energy expenditure diminishes significantly. Provided she does not exhaust her stored oxygen, Xia Tian could even take a nap without issue. Chapter 74. Relying on mountains may lead to their collapse. Relying on people may lead to their departure. Cursed be you, you elusive wretch. Show yourself. Fear often stems from a lack of understanding the unknown. For instance, Yilan, who could not locate Xia Tian, was driven to madness, dashing towards the arena, slashing, and engaging in a futile battle of wits with the air. Come forth. Come out. For one who prides herself on beauty and grace, this was undeniably unbecoming. The host and some audience members exchanged glances of disapproval. They had paid to witness a clash between two soul masters, not to see a woman in a frenzy, hurling invectives upon the stage. Xia Tian, hidden within the subspace, felt a twinge of helplessness. She intended to test her current abilities, yet her opponent seemed rather dim-witted. Having lingered in the subspace for less than 3 minutes and having done nothing, her adversary was nearly scaring herself to death. With her oxygen reserves nearly depleted, Xia Tian resolved to conclude this farce. As Yilan continued her frantic search for Xia Tian, a graceful figure suddenly materialized above her, devoid of any soul power fluctuations. Void walking allows for movement not only in a straight line but also upward and downward, limited only by the user's spatial awareness. The vast majority of the audience held their breath, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle. Yet, a small contingent of so-called fans exhibited a complete disregard for the decorum of spectatorship, loudly shouting without consideration for the integrity of the match. Above you. Watch out, Lan Lan. Seated below, Xia Tian furrowed his brow. A fleeting surge of irritation flashing across his features, quickly suppressed. A wave of mental energy shot towards the source of the voice, causing the exuberant fan to recoil as though struck by lightning, clutching his head with a groan. Fear not, for Xia Tian harbored no intention of harming him. It was merely a minor reprimand intended to induce a headache for a few days. Above, upon hearing the fan's outcry, Yilan instinctively looked up. However, even if she discerned the enemy's silhouette at that moment, it was already too late. The Soto Great Soul Arena featured an open design, and on this cloudless afternoon, the blinding sunlight poured into the venue, providing exceptional illumination. The third soul ring of the descending figure ignited with a purple glow, and the pitch-black assassin's claw was imbued with potent nether energy, forming a crescent-shaped scythe. Third soul skill, Nether Cleave. From Yilan's perspective, Xia Tian appeared as a deity of judgment, descending through the sacred light. The intense sunlight blinded her, forcing her to clumsily pivot and attempt to evade the attack with her second soul skill. Yet, the distance between them proved too minuscule as she activated her soul skill. The crescent blade of Nether Cleave had already grazed her shoulder. Thud, thud. The first sound marked the impact of Nether Cleave upon her back. The second signified her descent to the ground after the assault. Having endured Xia Tian's formidable attack at close range, she plummeted like a marionette with severed strings, crashing onto the arena's periphery, unconscious. By the rules, she had lost. This leniency from Xia Tian can be attributed to her mercy. The Soul Arena is vastly different from the elite Soul Master competition held across the continent. Here, even heavy strikes go unchallenged, and combat is permitted to be lethal. Xia Tian, descending gracefully like a celestial being, glanced at Yilan, who was being hastily carried away by fans, before turning her attention to the referee. I have one. Only then did the referee snap out of his stupor and hastily announce, the victor of this match is the Soul Sovereign, Void Walker. With a record of 1 win and 0 losses, let us cheer for this beautiful rose. A rose, lovely yet adorned with sharp thorns. The audience erupted once more in thunderous applause, a myriad of single men suddenly finding a new goddess in this moment, beautiful, powerful, strikingly attractive, and possessing an air of aloofness. She embodied the perfect ideal of a goddess. Zhu Zhiqing, with her indifferent nature, preferred to shy away from such adulation. Utilizing her void-walking ability, she flickered back to her original corner. "Congratulations," said Xia Tian with a smile. Zhu Zhiqing shook her head. "She is too weak." "Oh, are you implying her strength is insufficient?" "Not exactly." Zhu Zhiqing hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. It was her heart that was too weak. Xia Tian pondered aloud, noting that without a courageous heart, she naturally appeared feeble. "This was also a significant reason why I urged you to cultivate the refinement of the divine." "Is that so?" Zhu Zhiqing mused, gazing down at her hands. Never having imagined that one day she could effortlessly defeat an opponent several ranks above her. A 39th level agility-based soul sovereign, just one step away from the soul king rank, had been utterly overwhelmed and almost instantaneously vanquished by her. In merely 3 months, she had become so formidable. It felt surreal, as if those months had transformed into 3 years, bringing her monumental change. All of this was due to the young man beside her. Observing the contemplative kitten by her side, Xia Tian couldn't help but reflect. Cultivating strength without nurturing the heart is a futile endeavor. In the realm of cultivation, it is referred to as the Tao heart. Within martial arts, it is the spirit of martial valor. In divine realms, it is known as the core of faith. In cosmic systems, it is the essence of spirit, and so on, numerous different terms. Yet, at its core, they all refer to the same entity, willpower. To become a formidable being, mere possession of great power is insufficient. One must also cultivate a corresponding mindset and unwavering will. Cultivating the heart is an indispensable aspect of virtually every cultivation system. Regrettably, the soul masters of Douluo continent not only neglect to cultivate their hearts, but also disregard the significance of spiritual strength, coupled with the comparatively low quality of soul power. It is only natural that the power they can unleash is limited. The soul masters of Douluo continent rely excessively on their martial souls, soul skills, and soul bones. To the extent that they cannot be said to value other aspects of themselves, they essentially overlook them entirely. This over-reliance on external forces results in an inability to ascend to higher levels of cultivation, rendering them weak even in other realms, let alone at the pinnacle. Why do deities like Poseidon and angel gods, after attaining divinity, no longer solely depend on the power of soul skills and soul bones? Is it not because relying purely on external forces is simply too weak? Why, in the original narrative set 30,000 years later, do the super-god-level beings of the Dragon Horse twin stars completely dominate the Douluo Federation? It is not that the origin of Douluo star is lacking. Rather, the soul masters themselves are the ones who fail to strive. Observing the elite dragon knights of the Dragon Horse twin stars, one cannot help but notice that each has nearly maximized their bloodline potential. Even the nearly limitless fire dragon knight, on the brink of death, continues to diligently train each day, striving to break through the limitations of their bloodline and reach greater heights. In stark contrast, what are the top soul masters of the Douluo Federation doing? "Ah, I am dying. I must merge with the ancient tree of life to alter my life form and extend my lifespan. Ah, the origin of Douluo star is inadequate. I cannot cultivate further. Why has no one emerged akin to the extraordinary Jijuechen? Absurdity, indeed, has reached a comical pinnacle." Chapter 75, The 100 Victory Challenge. What enabled the ancient sea god Poseidon, a millennium ago, to cultivate to a level comparable to that of a divine king? Was it merely the strength of the origin of Douluo star? Was it the nourishment of the celestial energies from the divine realm? If countless deities inhabit the divine realm, how did he alone bridge the gap between divine ranks, cultivating from a rank of one to nearly that of a divine king? It was not through external forces, but through his own strength that he commanded respect from all humanity and soul beasts alike, coupled with his charisma that garnered immense faith power, ultimately leading to his ascension. It was through his own formidable will that he tempered his martial soul, the trident, to the level of a supreme artifact, rendering him unparalleled in strength. The 5 remaining divine kings today are all born of the essence of the divine realm. Only the old sea god, with a human form, stands shoulder to shoulder with the innate divine kings, ultimately passing on his divine status with grace. Relying solely on the benevolence of planetary origins will not suffice. Divine status and martial souls are merely means of advancement, shortcuts, but not necessities. Over-reliance on such shortcuts will result in becoming a mere fade, fragile, shattering at the slightest touch, akin to a delicate vase. This is akin to engaging in a shooting game. The muscle memory garnered through diligent practice each day is the capital that allows you to stand above the rest. However, should you employ an aimbot, augmented by external cheats, you could effortlessly conquer any adversary. Yet, once stripped of such advantages, you are rendered inconsequential. Thus, even though Xia Tian currently possesses an astounding abundance of fate points, he has never contemplated making a wish to the system to directly elevate his soul power level. Although this would be a simple endeavor, as he could instantly become a limit Douluo if he so desired, the uncertainty of withstanding the heavenly tribulation remains. As time passed over half a month, during this substantial period, Xia Tian and his trio captivated the attention of many, achieving a remarkable prominence. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing garnered a multitude of male admirers, seemingly ascending to become the new idol of Soto City. Presently, Zhu Zhuqing is referred to as the goddess of the void. Eager to expedite his journey towards relaxation, Xia Tian diligently reported to the Soul Arena each morning, returning to the hotel only after midnight when all opponents had been vanquished. Including his duet matches with Zhu Zhuqing, he astonishingly achieved 21 consecutive victories in a single day. Initially, he actively engaged in duels, but soon it transformed into Zhu Zhuqing taking on 2 opponents, while he merely intervened to dispatch the foes after sufficient training. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, one relying on formidable martial prowess and the other on the superiority of his martial soul, both experienced relentless victories in the Soul Master Arena, amassing gold coins with ease. This delighted the 2 individuals, who had been haunted by poverty since childhood. However, their standing paled in comparison to that of Xia Tian. This evening, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena commenced a celebratory event. The reason for this festivity was that Xia Tian was poised to achieve an unprecedented feat of 100 consecutive victories in a solo 1v1 format within a mere span of several days. Were it not for the arena's policy of monthly score tallies and the rule that multiplies points tenfold after 5 consecutive wins, Xia Tian would have already secured the highest tier of the diamond medal. Nevertheless, in light of his exceptional prowess, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena made an exception. They not only organized a unique challenge exclusively for Xia Tian, but also invited him to the very center of the main Soul Arena, scheduled for 3 days hence. This evening's celebration also served to entice Soul Masters to register and promote ticket sales. Should he triumph in this battle, symbolizing his 100 victories, the arena would not only bestow upon him the prestigious diamond medal but also award him the unparalleled title of King of Souls, the sole ruler of this realm. This match is truly captivating. The organizers have summoned Xia Tian to confront a standard 7-member Soul Master team composed of Soul Lords, yet intriguingly, these 7 individuals cannot hail from the same organization or fixed team. The conditions for victory differ for both sides. Xia Tian merely needs to defeat them within the bounds of the established rules to achieve 100 victories. Conversely, the 7 challengers need only to force Xia Tian to reveal his martial soul. Irrespective of the outcome of the battle, the organizers will fulfill their promised rewards. Should anyone succeed in this challenge, the Grand Soul Arena will grant each of the 7 a substantial reward of 10,000 gold soul coins, along with a promotion of 3 levels in their soul badges. If they manage to defeat the Dawn of Breaking Light within the regulations of the battle, the arena will bestow upon them medals and a bounty of 100,000 gold coins each. However, it is apparent that these latter conditions are merely a gimmick devised by the arena. With such generous rewards on offer, throngs of people have flocked to witness the spectacle. For many, the allure lies not just in the rewards, but in the potential for fame. It is worth noting that throughout the past fortnight of battles, Dawn of Breaking Light has not once unleashed his martial soul, relying solely on his physical prowess. Although the likelihood of defeating him appears slim, compelling him to reveal his martial soul remains a distinct possibility. Even in the event of defeat, one could boast about the encounter, claiming, "I once faced the King of Soul battles in his 100th victory." Upon uttering those words, he undeniably showcased his own grandeur. Among the throng of eager applicants, there existed a particular group. The challenge of conquering the level 45 Soul Master at the break of dawn would allow those who could force out their martial spirits to ascend 3 ranks in their soul fighting levels, with each participant receiving a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, once selected, regardless of victory or defeat, each would be granted 1,000 gold soul coins, exclusively for those at the Soul Master rank. A middle-aged man, adorned with round spectacles, scrutinized the flyer in his hand before turning to his companion, Xiangjia. This venture appears promising. I sense potential. The short-haired middle-aged man behind him took the flyer and observed it for a moment, responding, promising? I believe you are merely blinded by the prospect of profit. Xiaogang, your assertion is misguided. I merely wish to refine their skills. Do you not trust the potential of the few prodigies we have nurtured? The short-haired man seemed somewhat swayed, glancing at a youth beside him, Xia Tian. What is your opinion? As for me, I believe it is feasible, the young boy replied in a rather nonchalant tone, yet he acquiesced nonetheless. Then let us proceed to register and enroll. It was evident that this dialogue unfolded amid the conclusion of a 3-month-long training regimen for the Shrek Quartet. During the same extensive training period, Dai Mubai, fueled by an insatiable drive, had been tirelessly and recklessly honing his skills day and night. Remarkably, within a mere 3 months, he had attained the 40th level, elevating himself to the status of a quasi-soul master. In ordinary circumstances, such a feat would be nearly impossible, yet, inexplicably, he accomplished it. However, due to Master Yu Xiaojiang's forthcoming training sessions, he resolved to rely on his 40th level soul power to secure a silver soul badge at the Soto City Great Soul Arena first. As for the distracted youth, he is none other than our classmate Tang San. After nearly 3 months of relentless training, consisting of monotonous sparring and running, with the occasional burden descent, his spirit had begun to grow somewhat numb. Can such methods truly cultivate a formidable soul master? Tang San found himself pondering this question daily, his mind filled with uncertainty. If this training were indeed effective, then why does the dean remain a soul sage? Furthermore, the master himself has only achieved the rank of 29, whereas he, having just celebrated his 13th birthday, possesses a soul power of 33. Can such a person truly be referred to as a master? The title of Douluo cannot be attained merely through physical prowess. Reflecting on some of the insider knowledge previously shared by Ling Gu, Tang San has resolutely decided to sever all ties with his mentor upon graduation. Continuing down this path of training under such a master would undoubtedly lead him to a state of obsession. Throughout the 3 months of intensive training, Tang San has exerted even more effort than depicted in the original narrative, diligently striving for his graduation, eager to swiftly escape with Xiao Wu. Perhaps it would be wise to flee instead? To seek refuge with Ling Gu at the earliest opportunity. If he could join the Spirit Hall, he would no longer lack the means to craft hidden weapons and might even enlist Ling Ji's assistance in locating his wayward, drunken father. He truly does not wish to linger in this wretched place for even a minute. Chapter 76, is this truly the test for the cadres? The group from Shrek entered the Great Soul Arena, instantly taken aback by the throngs of people before them. Enormous portraits adorned the internal walls, with the central figure depicted as a man wearing a white mask, surrounded by the bold characters proclaiming dawn of the new era. Today, the arena held no competitions. Countless commoners flooded into this venue, which they seldom had the opportunity to visit, indulging in the abundant free food. In a bid to promote this event, the Great Soul Arena spared no expense. The crowd is indeed overwhelming today. I haven't seen such a bustling scene in years, Zhao Wujin remarked, using his soul power to part the dense throng. Flander ignored him, instead retrieving several masks and handing them to Tang San and the others. If they were to agree, these little monsters would undoubtedly discover his frequent visits to the arena alongside Zhao Wujin to make a living, a matter too embarrassing for them to know. Compared to the dashing white mask of Xia Tian, the masks in the hands of Tang San and his companions appeared rather grotesque, resembling a monstrous shade of green. This mask is utterly hideous, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong whispered at the back of the line, critiquing Dean Flanders' taste. In a mere span of 3 months, these two fellows, equally ill-tempered, forged a profound friendship. Upon arriving at the registration desk, the receptionist greeted them with warmth. They diligently filled out their forms, tested their soul power, and submitted everything, awaiting the final review from the organizers. Although Soto City boasted over 2,000 soul masters, the actual number of those with the rank of soul sovereign was rather limited, especially after accounting for the personnel stationed at the Spirit Hall. The esteemed soul masters were requested to arrive punctually at the Grand Soul Arena's main stage tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, where the selected participants would be announced. As there were no competitions to partake in that day, the members of Shrek returned to their hotel to rest and await the results of the following day. In the hotel, Tang San pondered the name Dawn of Breaking Day, which seemed oddly familiar. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Ling's martial soul was named Dawn? This individual surely must be Ling. Furthermore, he recalled several other names he had encountered at the Soul Arena today. The Phoenix of Fire sounded reminiscent of Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul indeed was a phoenix. Furious Diamond? In the world of Douluo, there are no Buddhist influences. It must refer to Oscar. As for the goddess of void, that could likely be Xia Tian, who possessed a skill enabling her to traverse through the void. Tang San swallowed hard, convinced that the likelihood of dawn of breaking day being Ling was as high as 90%. Damn, Ling is a cultivator. It feels as though fate is playing tricks on me. In that moment, Tang San found the curse words he had learned from Xia Tian Ling particularly apt in expressing his current frustration. The following morning, registration concluded, and the details of all participants were submitted to the organizers. The goddess of void? Isn't she always paired with dawn of breaking day? Why is she also registered? A staff member perused the list of submitted participants, sensing something amiss. The goddess of void has registered as well? No matter. Granting her this opportunity adds an intriguing dynamic to the competition between partners. A leader dispatched from the headquarters of the Soul Arena declared decisively. The match was never anticipated to be won by the Soul Respect team. It merely served as an opportunity to capitalize on the fame of the dawn of breaking day. The Fire Phoenix and the Fierce-Eyed Diamond were also added to the mix. Though these two were relatively new, having only recently registered, they had garnered considerable acclaim over the past month, undoubtedly enticing fans to spin once more. Leader, take a look at these 4 individuals. Oh, the Evil-Eyed White Tiger. A level 40 strong attack Soul Master. The Soft-Boned Enchantress Rabbit, a 32 level strong attack Soul Respect. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, a 32 level auxiliary Soul Respect. The 1,000-Handed Azura, a 33 level control Soul Respect. This group is rather intriguing. They all registered together. Shrek Academy, I am familiar with this institution. A small academy notorious for exploiting various titles for profit. The leader scrutinized the registration details of these individuals. A control-type Soul Respect with the blue-silver grass, and an auxiliary with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. Excellent. Splendid. 2 more sensational gimmicks. Stop looking. It's settled with these 4, plus the Void Goddess, the Fierce-Eyed Diamond, and the Fire Phoenix, making a perfect 7-person team. A balanced composition of 1 agility attacker, 1 auxiliary, 1 control, and 4 strong attackers, an exemplary 7-member squad. Leader, shall we not look further? There are stronger souls. Before the employee could finish, he was met with a stack of documents crashing down upon his head, followed by a scathing reprimand. You fool, do you genuinely wish for them to win? What we desire is money. Do you understand money? If they win, we must pay each one a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. Your brain is as foolish as a pig's. Yes, your reprimand is noted. I shall attend to it immediately. That night, Xia Tian and his trio stealthily infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Grand Soul Arena from a very discreet location. Since their rise to fame, they had to shake off a throng of fervent fans each evening after battles to return to their hotel inconspicuously, particularly for Xia Tian. A legion of fans often pursued her relentlessly, causing her considerable annoyance. Over the past month, their mastery of void walking had certainly improved. Dressed in cloaks, the 4 of them concealed themselves in a secluded corner, listening to the host's impassioned speech on stage. Now, I announce the selected participants for tomorrow's 100 Victories Challenge. Recently in the spotlight, the 35-level strong attack Soul Respect, the Fire Phoenix. Alongside the dawn of breaking day, who relishes physical combat, is the Fire Phoenix's partner, the Fierce-Eyed Diamond. And last but not least, our beloved Void Goddess. With each name called, Xia Tianling's lips twitched in irritation. I considered you all as brothers. And yet you each wish to challenge me? Even Xu Qing has succumbed to their influence. He first kicked Oscar and Ma Hongjun, then turned a fierce gaze upon the seemingly unconcerned little cat beside him, menacingly stating, just wait until we return. I shall deal with you. Xu Qing, usually aloof, attempted to widen her eyes innocently. Within moments, Xia Tianling surrendered to his frustration. This delightful contrast is simply cheating. Are you testing the officials with this? Which official can withstand such an examination? The host on stage continues to read the names, but we are nearing the end. The last selected individual is also a student from Shrek Academy, wielding the blue-silver grass martial spirit, a 33rd level control system spirit master. What? A blue-silver grass martial spirit? Can the blue-silver grass martial spirit even reach the level of spirit master? Students from Shrek Academy? All 4 of them? Is Shrek Academy truly this formidable? Upon hearing that the final selected contestant possesses the blue-silver grass martial spirit, the audience erupts in excitement. Shrek Academy? A 33rd level control system blue-silver grass spirit master? Surely they are referring to Xiao San and his companions? Is it truly possible for such coincidences to exist in this world? Ultimately, the Shrek 7 monsters have converged once more, yet unexpectedly. They are no longer contending against the royal fighting team, but rather against me, the great demon king? Xia Tian contemplates with a peculiar expression, sensing numerous points of contention. Yet unsure where to begin. Chapter 77. The Shrek 7 monsters unite at last on the morning of the competition. Those who had secured their spots were invited by the official authorities of the Great Soul Arena to meet one another, to become acquainted, and to share a brief moment of interaction. Daimubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing, once destined to belong to the same faction. These 7 individuals, under the orchestration of fate, find themselves together again, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. As they meet, despite wearing masks, each recognizes the other at a glance. Having previously shared life and death experiences as friends, their voices alone sufficient for identification. Moreover, Oscar and Ning Rongrong are present as well. Yet, due to the confidentiality of their identities, both parties tacitly refrain from acknowledging one another, though a sense of relaxation permeates their conversation. Upon seeing the 3 from the Spirit Hall, Tang San confirms his suspicions. His companions are to face none other than his elder brother, Xia Tian, that evening. Please take a moment to get to know one another. I shall not intrude, speaks Ao, the supervisor of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, before discreetly exiting and leaving the room to the 7. Within the room, only Tang San and his companions remain, even Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang. The 2 instructors from Shrek Academy have been courteously ushered to a separate VIP lounge by the staff to await their turn. Now, let us discuss Ling. How formidable is he in his current state, without invoking his martial spirit? Tang San sighs and inquires. 3 months ago, during our test at the academy, our leader, without his martial spirit, relied solely on his physical prowess. His muscle strength had already reached 40,000 gene. His punching power is around 80,000 gene. Upon mentioning matters related to combat, Oscar immediately becomes animated, momentarily forgetting his previous affections toward Ning Rongrong. As Oscar's words leave his lips, the room is enveloped in silence. Physical strength of 40,000 gene? How can we even withstand a single punch from him? Daimubai swallows hard, his voice trembling. He begins to doubt his own existence. Initially believing that reaching level 40 after 3 months of training would narrow the gap, he now finds himself increasingly distanced from it. Not only Daimubai, but even the typically composed Tang San becomes momentarily lost in thought upon hearing this information. The disparity has reached a crushing level. Perhaps it would be better to simply make a hasty retreat? After enduring countless instances of psychological interference over the past 12 years, Tang San now possesses a remarkably tranquil mindset, harboring no psychological burden regarding the notion of escape. What did Ling Gu refer to this as? This is known as a strategic retreat, preserving the remaining forces. If one cannot fight, then it is wise not to engage. There is no shame in this. It's merely a contest, after all, and the opponents are even their own kin. Tang San, embodying a serene demeanor, chose to withdraw. At present, he was not at his peak strength. Zhu Shiqing remarked coldly. The moment she entered the room, she recognized Daimubai, who wore a grim green mask. His expression dark beneath it. Noticing that the 2 appeared startled, Ma Hongjun quickly reassured them. Relax, Ling. He is not as formidable now. We still have a chance. What do you mean? Daimubai's eyes brightened with curiosity. He yearned to defeat Xia Tian. Currently, he was unable to utilize his soul power and bore a considerable burden. Ma Hongjun lounged on the sofa, savoring a refreshing sip of juice provided by the organizers. His current strength was merely at the initial level of a soul king, devoid of soul skills, possessing only physical prowess. This seemed to present a glimmer of hope. Tang San pondered thoughtfully. Ning Rongrong has just acquired her 3rd soul ring, which can grant us a substantial enhancement of up to 40%. My 3rd soul skill is a power amplification, Ning Rongrong interjected. By the way, Tang San, about that Juga Divine crossbow you mentioned earlier, could we possibly utilize it? I do possess it, but the power of the Juga Divine crossbow. Tang San hesitated. Although he had several crossbows available for use, they were ultimately weapons meant for lethal purposes, and using them against his own brother felt inappropriate. Oh, it's fine. Our leader has a resilient physique. Oscar chimed in confidently. I know his physical capabilities best, and with the heavy armor he is wearing, although its protective capacity is nearly non-existent, the Juga Divine crossbow wouldn't easily inflict harm upon him. We have tested this. However, Tang San remained indecisive. After much discussion and persuasion from Oscar and Ma Hongjun, he finally agreed to lend him the hidden weapons once he was assured that there would be no risk to life. Once the decision was made to use the concealed weapons against their adversaries, they diligently strategized for the remainder of the day, finalizing their plan before dinner. The group unanimously agreed to have Tang San lead the command, a role they had grown accustomed to during their time in the Stardew Forest. With the determination to secure victory in the competition, Tang San set aside thoughts of retreat, proactively assigning tasks to each member. His calm demeanor represented a significant shift in his mindset. He had relinquished much of his previous competitive fervor and aggression. This did not imply a loss of ambition. Rather, his current state of mind aligned more closely with the serene and untroubled practices of Taoist cultivation, gradually embracing tranquility and effortless action. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe his approach as Taoist rather than Buddhist. Oscar, too, was unable to utilize his martial soul in this match, which Tang San found regrettable. Had Oscar been able to employ his restorative sausages and rapid sprinting sausages, their combat would have been more assured. For now, they had to position Oscar and Dai Mubai at the forefront to draw Xia Tianling's fire. Originally a fierce assault type, Xiao was to temporarily switch to a swift attack role under Tang San's guidance, coordinating with Zhu Shiqing. The two, one overt and the other covert, would seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, possessing ranged skills, would provide support from the rear with his Phoenix fire line, simultaneously safeguarding Ning Rongrong, who lacked self-defense capabilities, against Xia Tianling's potential flanking maneuvers. As the evening of the competition arrived, the area outside the Grand Seoul Arena was teeming with spectators, including those who had traveled overnight from neighboring cities to witness the event. In an era where transportation relied heavily on foot and communication depended on loud calls, individuals of such economic standing were indeed exceptional. Yet, it was precisely this scarcity of entertainment and the low level of leisure activities in the Douluo continent that made soul fighting a beloved pastime among the populace, cherished by everyone from nobility to common folk alike. This unprecedented battle of champions has drawn the eager attendance of all capable individuals. Observing the throngs of people, the high-ranking officials above beamed with delight, as the grand arena reaped substantial profits. As for the bonuses awarded to Xia Tianling and the 7 Soul Lords, those were mere trifles. After all, one must remember that the benefits arise from the source. Chapter 78, The Modernized Battle Arena and the Soto Battle Arena. Within the VIP Lounge, Room 1, a lavish space exceeding 200 square meters exudes opulence, with gilded murals adorning its walls, showcasing the grandeur of the venue. The table is laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines, alongside refreshing juices and snacks for the enjoyment of the esteemed guests. Beside the elegantly crafted table, a colossal genuine leather sofa stretches over 15 meters, comfortably accommodating numerous guests for relaxation. This lounge is not the first place where Ling has entered during the summer. Yet each time he steps inside and gazes upon the sofa, he feels a pang of heartache. This is due to the prior introduction by the staff, who revealed that it is crafted from the hide of a century-old soul beast, a material of considerable value. If a century-old cowhide is so precious, one cannot help but wonder about the worth of the dragon hide he harvested 6 years ago. Although he does not lack for wealth, the mere contemplation of it still stings his heart. Upon further reflection, it seems that soul masters in the Douluo continent typically slay soul beasts and absorb their soul rings without the customary practice of collecting materials such as bones, tendons, or hides. Aside from himself, it is exceptionally rare for anyone to take the flesh of the soul beasts. This raises an intriguing question. How did the genuine leather of the sofas in the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena come to be? Moreover, this is not merely an ordinary rigid sofa, it is a soft sofa equipped with springs. One must not underestimate the significance of these seemingly simple springs, as the materials required for their fabrication demand a remarkably high level of expertise in alloy smelting. However, the blacksmiths of the Douluo continent have always been quite remarkable, and perhaps the disciples of Master Lu Gao could indeed concoct some extraordinary elastic alloy. Let us not unjustly dismiss their capabilities, shall we? As his thoughts began to wander, he turned his attention to the various displays within the room. It was not merely the singular sofa that piqued his curiosity. Many elements left Xia Tianling perplexed. For instance, the pane of single-sided glass before him. While it appeared to be glass, it was, in fact, crafted from a solid piece of crystal. One could see through it from the inside, yet the exterior offered no glimpse of the interior. Setting aside the question of why such an immense crystal panel was a standard feature of the VIP lounge, the unique craftsmanship involved was astonishing. Had the top artisans of Douluo continent mastered the technique of applying aluminum or silver coatings to crystal, the intricacy of this coating process alone, not to mention the refinement and processing of the raw materials, seemed beyond what the current technological capabilities of Douluo continent could achieve. Through this single-sided crystal glass, Xia Tianling's gaze shifted towards the central Soul Arena outside. In just a few days, the arena had undergone renovations, allowing numerous spectators to witness this unprecedented spectacle. A host on stage was passionately delivering a speech, exuberantly extolling the achievements and remarkable records of the Dawn Soul sect over the past 20 days. The ensuing performances of song and dance further intensified the atmosphere. However, Xia Tianling's focus was not on these artistic displays. Rather, his attention was drawn to the overhead of the central Soul Arena. The arena itself was a circular platform with a diameter of 70 meters, illuminated by an extraordinarily brilliant golden soul guide. At that moment, this grand spotlight illuminated every corner of the arena. It is worth noting that, in this era, soul guides have been lost to time for over 10,000 years. The colossal lighting soul guide, even the affluent spirit hall, possessed merely 4 sets. Although the lighting soul guide at Soto City's Grand Soul Arena was significantly smaller than that of the spirit hall, it was evident that it was frequently utilized and not ancient. Its creation could not have exceeded a century. Could they be capable of producing soul guides? Yet, this notion seemed implausible. This is Soto City, merely a border town that enjoys some fame within the kingdom of Barak. How could the Grand Soul Arena here possibly possess the technology for crafting soul-guiding devices? Furthermore, there are seemingly ordinary sofas, mass-produced enormous single-sided crystal glass, in this colossal, seemingly pristine lighting soul device. If one were to forcibly argue that the golden Grand Soul Lantern was preserved through extraordinary means, then what of the identical smaller soul lanterns in the sub-arena? Surely, they cannot have stumbled upon an ancient light bulb factory? Even he, the prince of the spirit hall, had to light a candle while dining outdoors with a little kitten. Can the Grand Soul Arena, no matter how affluent, rival the spirit hall? At this moment, a term that sent a chill down Xia Tianling's spine emerged in his mind: technological disparity. The technological level exhibited by the Soto Grand Soul Arena can no longer be merely described by the mundane word luxurious. Some of the levels contained herein have utterly surpassed the standards expected of Douluo continent. This is certainly not due to the skewed technological advancements in certain regions. The Spirit Hall also possesses glass, crafted from polished transparent crystals. However, one thing is certain: even a spirit hall that has inherited its legacy for millennia undoubtedly lacks the capability to produce single-sided glass. This artifact is unique to the Great Soul Arena. Externally, they may claim it is crafted using special techniques, and those unfamiliar with the intricacies might be utterly impressed, allowing the matter to pass. However, he is different. Hailing from a more advanced era, he comprehends the implications of such technological methods. Reflecting on the inexplicable goodwill extended towards him by Qian Douluo, as well as the resolution of grievances in uniting with Bibi Dong, Xia Tian lightly raised his fist before his lips, exhaling softly towards the interior. This is a small habit he has when contemplating. Whenever he encounters a particularly troublesome issue, he resorts to this practice. If the previous matters were trivial, perhaps it was merely a product of his overthinking. But what of the golden liger? Such a creature is entirely absent from the original text. It is a celestial beast from beyond the realm of Douluo continent. At its zenith, merely uttering a word could overturn the entire Douluo universe. And what about the sinister dark matter that clings to it? What could compel such a formidable divine beast to sacrifice its very life to prevent its spread? Something is amiss. This Douluo continent is decidedly strange. Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo must be concealing something from him. Although he is now 90% certain of his suspicions, he lacks definitive proof. However, the scene unfolding before him swiftly solidifies his belief that there is indeed something amiss with the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. At the center of the combat arena, a metallic pillar, approximately 2 meters in diameter, has emerged, upon which stands a young lady, currently addressing the audience gathered to witness the event this evening. This is the female commentator, Douluo, who once appeared in the original work. She appears quite ordinary, and the metallic pillar beneath her is equally unremarkable. However, when this metallic pillar retracts, it astonishingly leaves no trace upon the ground, which is decidedly abnormal. Such manufacturing capabilities are certainly not within the reach of ordinary craftsmen. They undoubtedly require the support of precision CNC machinery. Perhaps a titled Douluo could achieve this level through sheer mental prowess. But the question arises, which titled Douluo would be willing to humble themselves to undertake such tasks? Within the Soto Great Spirit Arena, or rather in the hands of its enigmatic master, there must be access to technological means that surpass the capabilities of this era, perhaps even those that do not belong to this world. In Chapter 79, The Invincible Divine Fist. We are fortunate to have invited the Lord of Soto City to attend the competition, and the esteemed Master Su Yuntao, the leader of the Soto City Spirit Hall branch, has also graced us with his presence. Let us cheer fervently. Now, without further ado, let us welcome the two competitors of this 100-match challenge to the stage. Douluo, also a Soul Master of the Soul Emperor rank, is eager to witness the overwhelming prowess of young Master Dawn on the battlefield. As she spoke, a radiant white light burst forth from the host. Suddenly, a streak of white appeared amidst her cascading brown waves, and a pair of pristine wings unfurled silently behind her. 3 soul rings materialized around her, with the third ring shimmering brightly, and with a gentle flap of her wings, she ascended gracefully into the air. The impact of this scene was undeniably astonishing, as the audience in the stands erupted in awe, marveling at the arrival of what they believed to be an angel. However, Xia Tian, having perused the original text, recognized that it was merely a white dove. Silently, a grand door on either side of the soul arena swung open, and the 7 members of the challenger team, clad in sleek black attire, filed in, striding towards the center of the arena. Do not inquire how the platform opened. Such is the description in the original text. Under the insistence of 2 young ladies, their masks were exchanged for the pure white ones associated with the Spirit Hall. In the VIP lounge, Xia Tian concluded his contemplation and, with a swift motion, appeared above the soul arena. Dressed in flowing white garments, he descended gracefully, stepping down as if traversing the celestial staircase, illuminated by the immense golden soul-guiding apparatus. The audience erupted into fervor upon his arrival, chanting his moniker, Divine Fist. Invincible. Divine Fist. Invincible. As he refrained from utilizing his spirit in recent battles, his favored method of combat was the wielding of iron fists, employing an array of astonishing techniques to swiftly vanquish his opponents. Consequently, the frequent spectators had bestowed upon him the nickname Divine Fist Invincible. Dai Mubai, standing across from him, clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at his adversary. He was resolute in his belief that he would one day conquer the youth before him. Challenger team, please take note. You now have 1 minute to summon your spirits. You may only engage once I declare the start. The contest continues until one side concedes, is entirely defeated, or falls from the soul arena. Hovering in the air, Douluo flapped her wings, reiterating the rules of the duel to both competitors and the audience attending for the first time. Although the challengers only needed to compel Xia Tian to reveal his spirit to claim victory, the fundamental regulations of the arena remained unchanged. As the host's words faded, the 7 challengers unleashed their soul power, a surge of fierce determination rising from them, particularly from the forefront, where Dai Mubai stood. Douluo, taken aback, quickly ascended to a greater height, her concern for Xia Tian evident. The formidable aura emanating from these 7 individuals raises the question, can he truly maintain his myth of invincibility? Unbeknownst to her, she has already become an ardent admirer of Xia Tian. With a ferocious roar, Dai Mubai unleashed a fierce tiger's growl, exuding an invigorating energy as he summoned the white tiger martial soul. His transformation seemed to signal the others, prompting the remaining 5 to release their own martial souls and assume their designated positions. The formation they adopted, known as 232, is one of their preferred strategies when confronting large soul beasts. At this moment, Xia Tian resembled a humanoid beast, deserving of their utmost effort. Blue-violet blue-silver grass surged forth from Tang San's feet, claiming a vast expanse of ground. Simultaneously, several blades of grass stealthily climbed around the waist of the other 5. Except for Zhu Zhuqing, thanks to the blue-silver grass, they could better unite as one, solidifying their formation. Observing that the Shrek members had completed their martial soul release, Xia Tian smiled and began to mobilize her joints. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens, causing Douluo above to pale and abruptly plummet a short distance, narrowly avoiding a fall. Inside the VIP room, the unique measures of the soul arena insulated the atmosphere, leaving the audience oblivious to the commotion. The spectators, particularly those with beast martial souls, felt their blood surge and pulse with excitement at the thunderous dragon's cry. If one were to encapsulate the sensation in a single phrase, it would be blood-boiling. The audience was stirred by the presence of the true dragon, yet the 7 challengers felt an overwhelming pressure, particularly for the timid Xiao Wu. The resurgence of dragon's might, though less daunting than 3 months prior, still left her considerably shaken. Fortunately, It was merely the aura of a true dragon, which soon dissipated. Had Xia Tianling opted to unleash her true dragon martial soul in full force, one could only wonder how much fighting spirit would remain in the little rabbit. With just a single dragon's roar, the collective momentum of the seven was instantly repelled. The battle had yet to commence. Yet Tang San's masked visage was already etched with gravity. In the 3 months since their last encounter, Xia Tianling had become unexpectedly stronger. For them, this would undoubtedly be an arduous battle. Even with the use of various hidden weapons and the 8 spider lances, he could not guarantee victory in the first phase. Xia Tianling was undeniably formidable. In the sky, though Douluo had just experienced a moment of shock, her professional composure quickly returned, igniting the spark for the entire arena. Begin. As her words faded, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been lingering in the shadows, vanished in an instant. With a furious roar, Dai Mubai activated his White Tiger transformation and White Tiger shield, charging ahead. His already impressive muscles expanded further, radiating a purple aura. He understood that against Xia Tianling's terrifying combat skills and formidable strength, he must unleash his utmost power without delay, lest he be swiftly vanquished. Dai Mubai's legs pounded the ground as he launched himself toward the stationary Xia Tianling. Having learned from a previous encounter, he opted for a grounded sprint rather than a reckless charge. As he surged forward, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower amplified his speed and strength, enhancing his already swift pace by a substantial margin. Witnessing their leader take the initiative, Oscar, as the second in command, followed suit, employing the godly walk technique while benefiting from Ning Rongrong's enhancement. Simultaneously, a radiant golden light enveloped Oscar, accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar and dragon's chant, signaling the initiation of one of the esteemed Buddhist martial arts techniques, the dragon's subduing Arhut fist. In contrast to Xia Tianling, who had only recently begun her martial journey, Oscar was a true master of various martial arts, particularly excelling in Buddhist techniques. As Dai Mubai launched his dual claw attack aimed at Xia Tianling's throat and chest, his current strength could effortlessly shatter stone. However, he faced Xia Tianling, renowned for her indomitable iron fists. With her right hand elevated and her left hand lowered, Xia Tianling retreated slightly with her right leg, shifting her entire weight backward. She then bent her knees and swiftly twisted her body, deftly deflecting Dai Mubai's incoming claws with a downward strike from her right hand. Seizing the moment of Dai Mubai's imbalance, Xia Tianling followed up with 2 rapid punches that struck the White Tiger shield. The first punch produced a loud crack as the shield shattered, while the second landed squarely on Dai Mubai's chest, emitting a muffled thud. But that was not the end. Xia Tianling's momentum allowed her to deliver a powerful elbow strike aimed at his heart. If this were to truly come to fruition, Dai Mubai would instantly lose half of his combat strength. However, Dai Mubai is not fighting alone. Tang San, who oversees the situation from behind, immediately sensed trouble the moment Xia Tianxing initiated his move. This maneuver was all too familiar to him. It was none other than the widely practiced tiger subduing fist from the Wudong martial arts of his past life. This is not an esoteric martial art. Rather, it is a rudimentary boxing technique that anyone could execute with a few practiced moves. Even he, who is deeply engrossed in hidden weapons, could recognize it at a glance. Nevertheless, it was tailored specifically to counter Dai Mubai. Understanding the sequence of moves, he anticipated Xia Tianling's next action and quickly retracted the blue-silver grass, causing his elbow to strike nothing but air. Oscar, who was following closely behind Dai Mubai, noticed that Xia Tianling seemed to have overexerted himself, leaving an opening at his side, and promptly threw a punch. "Little Oscar, I believe I taught you the principle of exerting only 80% of your strength, didn't I?" Just as he thought he would land a successful blow, Xia Tianling spoke up. Oscar realized something too late. Xia Tianling's elbow still had 2/10 of its power remaining, while he had unleashed a full 10/10 of his strength, allowing his opponent to easily evade by simply shifting to the side. As Xia Tianling maintained his left leg forward without moving, he slightly bent down, his right palm grasping the incoming dragon fist, while his left hand seized Oscar's arm. With a twist of his waist and a powerful maneuver, he flung Oscar away. Meanwhile, as the 3 were entangled in battle, Xiaowu had silently maneuvered to the flank, and Zhu Zhuqing had vanished into thin air with a few swift movements. Just as Xia Tianling extricated himself from the 2, a wave of crimson fire surged through the sky. Tang San, the core of their group as a control-type soul master, needed to be dealt with first. especially as he had positioned himself somewhat forward. Seeing him charge toward their central formation, Xiaowu, who had been poised to strike, could not afford to stand idly by. She immediately prepared to unleash her charm. "Little rabbit, I advise against using your charm. If it backfires, your third brother will be heartbroken." As Xia Tian charged forward against the fiery onslaught, he suddenly turned his head. Upon hearing those words, Xiaowu hesitated. Considering that Xia Tian might be a formidable 10,000-year soul beast reincarnated as a human, and thus, she believed him to some extent. In the next moment, her teleportation skill activated. Overcoming her fear, Xiaowu appeared behind him, seizing the opportunity as Ma Hongjuan's flames were extinguished to execute a powerful waist throw. However, at the moment her legs wrapped around his neck, she sensed something amiss. It felt as though she were not encircling the neck of a soul master, but rather a silver pillar forged from deep-sea silver. The youth's body was as unyielding as cast iron, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not budge him in the slightest. Though her waist throw significantly enhanced her explosive power, it was ultimately limited. To the formidable Xia Tian, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. Just as he prepared to disregard Xiaowu and continue his charge, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Tendrils of blue-silver grass suddenly erupted from his body, binding him tightly. These are the first two soul skills unleashed by Tang San, binding and parasitism. Xia Tian immediately grasped the essence of the situation. Xiaowu's assault was merely a fade. Her true objective was to assist Tang San in dispersing a multitude of blue-silver grass seeds upon him, while simultaneously using the binding skill to restrain herself. Consequently, she rendered herself devoid of the majority of her counterattack capabilities, left with no choice but to endure a solitary assault. "That would be you, little kitty." With her arms entwined by the extensive blue-silver grass, Xia Tian summoned her formidable strength to break free from all constraints, swiftly pivoting to deliver a powerful punch. Clang! In the void, a playful silhouette emerged, where the assassin's claw, empowered by the phantom strike, collided with Xia Tian's iron fist, producing a delicate chime. As the dark phantom energy dissipated explosively into the air, with a missed strike, it instantly retreated. At this moment, Zhu Zhiqing had begun to grasp the essence of being an assassin. Engaging in direct confrontation was far too foolish. After fending off Zhu Zhiqing's assault, Xia Tian executed the 9 turns treading the heavens technique, swiftly retreating and thus escaping Tang San's sphere of influence. "Little San, I underestimated you," he remarked with a smile. From the initial charge of Dai Mubai and Oscar that drew attention, to Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line that provided a secondary distraction, and finally to Xiaowu's third diversion, all these maneuvers were merely a means to facilitate Tang San's parasitic strategy. Tang San had never anticipated that these individuals' attacks could breach Xia Tian's defenses. Every element, including himself, was solely aimed at diverting Xia Tian's focus. The ultimate strike was to be delivered by Zhu Zhiqing, who possessed formidable assassination prowess. However, Tang San's plan was doomed to falter from the outset. Zhu Zhiqing's skills were honed through Xia Tian's meticulous guidance. No one in the world understood her combat tendencies and capabilities better than he did. To say he knew her like the back of his hand would not be an exaggeration. Early in the battle, he had already taken precautions against Zhu Zhiqing's potential ambush utilizing her void-walking ability. Void-walking allowed her to traverse subspace for stealthy assaults. Prior to entering the out-of-body stage and mastering spatial power, even with his spiritual sense fully activated, he could not pinpoint a target within subspace, relying instead on the 7th sense of a cultivator for premonition. However, that was for others. When it came to Zhu Zhiqing's ambush, Xia Tian could sense her intentions even with his eyes closed, targeting the back of the head, the throat, or the eyes. These 3 locations are the favored points of attack for Zhu Zhiqing. Under the circumstances described earlier, she is completely exposed from the front, and her final position after vanishing is to her side. Therefore, Xia Tian boldly speculates that, in accordance with the attacking habits of the little cat, she will surely strike towards the back of his head. Indeed, his intuition proves correct. Chapter 81. The horn of counterattack sounds. The two sides have created distance, entering into a brief phase of confrontation. The preceding series of clashes may have appeared slow, yet in reality, the pace was extraordinarily swift, culminating in a complete round of offense and defense within mere minutes, with a ratio of 1v7. Although the initial assault was merely a test by Tang San, the outcome revealed that the situation was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The meticulously coordinated series of moves executed by the 7 individuals failed to inflict even the slightest harm on Xia Tian. Instead, he managed to gain a slight advantage. The spectators in the Seoul arena, witnessing their idol's effortless resolution of the crisis, erupted with cheers, chanting his invincible nickname, Godly Fist. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Yu Xiaojiang wore a furrowed brow, pacing restlessly and muttering words that were barely audible to others. Zhao Wujin, observing from behind, squinted his eyes, intently scrutinizing the individuals below. This must be that little monster from the spirit hall. How terrifying indeed. He thought to himself, yet chose to remain silent. Now, having been outmaneuvered, it is time for me to stretch my limbs. On the central fighting platform, as Oscar and Dai Mubai resumed their positions, Xia Tian smiled and remarked, "Pressing the advantage? There is absolutely no need for that." His immense confidence stemmed from his unparalleled strength. With a resounding crash, he stomped his foot onto the ground, causing the metallic surface to crack under his weight, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the 7 opponents. He moved even faster than before. Tang San felt a jolt of shock and promptly activated his purple extreme demon eye. Xia Tian, charging forth like a ferocious tiger into a flock of sheep, rendered the numerous blue-silver grasses virtually ineffective. In an instant, the formidable Demon King broke through the combined defenses of Dai Mubai and Oscar with a punch, effortlessly closing the distance to Tang San. As he launched his strike, Tang San, not daring to hesitate, evaded just in time thanks to the Ghost Shadow perplexing track and Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement, feeling the rush of Xia Tianling's iron fist barely graze his nose. White Tiger. Diamond. As he retreated, he manipulated the blue-silver grass in his hands, pulling Dai Mubai and Oscar back from the front lines. Having learned from previous experiences, Dai Mubai, even at such close range, refrained from exchanging blows with Xia Tianling, instead unleashing his long-range skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A yellow wave of light shot forth, striking Xia Tianling. Although the damage was minimal, it did slow him down slightly. At this moment, Oscar arrived as well, summoning a golden Buddha apparition which extended its hand downward with intent to strike. However, Xia Tianling didn't spare it a glance, effortlessly piercing through the apparition with a mere finger, scattering it into a myriad of glowing particles. Once again, he surged forward, his body coiling like a bow, shoulders sinking, as he unleashed 2 fists towards Tang San. With Xia Tianling now directly in front of him, evasion was futile. Gritting his teeth, Tang San utilized the crane-catching dragon technique to deflect the 2 fists aimed at his face and chest, simultaneously hardening his hands with the Shin Jade technique to take the blows head-on. The resounding clash echoed through the arena, where Tang San remained unscathed, while Xia Tianling was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string. In that fleeting moment of contact, Tang San felt an overwhelming force emanating from Xia Tianling's fists, as if even the renowned Xiangjia technique could be shattered to pieces. Suddenly, a series of ripping sounds echoed through the air, prompting gasps from the audience. 8 purple spider legs sprang forth from Tang San's back, anchoring him to the arena and stabilizing his flight. Their brother. Upon witnessing Tang San being flung backward, Xiaowu cast aside her earlier fears and instantly teleported behind Xia Tianling, executing a powerful kick aimed at his back. However, Xia Tianling reacted with remarkable speed. Before her foot could connect, he had already seized her ankle in his grip. Following the initial exchange, Xia Tianling had enveloped the entire arena with his spiritual awareness. Attempting to ambush him, aside from Zhu Xing, who could traverse the void, none other possessed the capability. Caught in his grasp, Xiao was not one to back down. She launched another kick with her free leg. Unfortunately, this proved to be a misstep. The disparity in their power was too vast. Xia Tianling merely extended his other hand to block effortlessly, capturing her remaining leg in the process. Within mere seconds, Xiaowu found herself spun around like a frenzied carousel, her vision filled with dazzling stars. This action not only compelled Oscar and Dai Mubai nearby to refrain from advancing, but it also forcibly retracted the Phoenix Fire line that Ma Hongjun had intended to unleash. If this situation escalates, Xia Tianling would likely remain unscathed, but Xiaowu would inevitably become a roasted rabbit. "Little bunny, you and the chubby one should step outside for a moment," he instructed. In the next instant, the spinning Xiaowu was hurled by Xia Tianling, her dizziness compounded by the immense centrifugal force as she collided with Ma Hongjun midair, sending both of them crashing backwards. Ma Hongjun, having just interrupted his soul skill, was already in a poor state, and his position was compromised in order to protect Ning Rongrong. The force of Xiaowu's impact caused both of them to be eliminated, landing amidst the audience and stirring a commotion. Fortunately, Due to the formidable physical prowess of soul masters, neither sustained serious injuries. However, Xiao Wu, dazed from the spin, would take a while to regain her balance. Xiao Wu. Tang San gasped in shock upon witnessing her immediate elimination. With a swift flick of his 8 spider lances, he propelled himself back to the center of the battlefield. Thankfully, he retained his composure and did not succumb to the darkness as in the original narrative, for he understood that his elder brother would not resort to heavy-handed tactics against Xiao Wu. Is it permissible for you to strike others, but not be struck yourself? That would be quite unfair, wouldn't it? Nevertheless, he harbored a sense of resentment, as love often clouds one's judgment. Seeing this unfold, Xia Tian felt a wave of satisfaction. Evidently, his teachings had borne fruit. He noted that Tang San no longer succumbed to dark impulses merely because Xiao Wu had been eliminated from the arena. Yet, rationality aside, he had no intention of letting them off lightly. With both Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun out of the game, Oscar at his side and Dai Mubai behind him, the once tightly knit formation of their team had been torn apart by a single charge. Behind them, Ning Rongrong faced an open opportunity, devoid of any obstacles. Ning Rongrong, danger! Oscar shouted urgently. Ignoring his cries, Xia Tianling advanced boldly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Oscar reeling, while simultaneously bracing himself against the second wave of Dai Mubai's White Tiger light wave. He surged towards Ning Rongrong undeterred. Do you think you have me cornered? Ning Rongrong remained unfazed, even managing a teasing remark as the imposing figure charged at her. Xia Tianling paused momentarily at her words, but did not halt his advance, his expression betraying no emotion. Just a step away from him, Ning Rongrong abandoned the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tower for her teammates, swiftly retrieving an object from her storage soul guide and unleashing a barrage of firepower upon him. The air erupted with a deafening hum, followed by the metallic clang of 16 black crossbow bolts, forged from high-quality iron, shooting forth. It was the Zhuge God crossbow that Tang San had previously gifted her. The sound of piercing arrows filled the air as Xia Tianling stood his ground, raising his arms to withstand the onslaught of the powerful bolts. The specially crafted arrows, capable of easily dispatching soul masters in the original tale, proved ineffective against him, merely leaving small punctures on his sturdy arms, an annoyance that would heal swiftly. Ning Rongrong, with a swift motion at her chest, released a mist imbued with a chilling glint. Xia Tianling, with a decisive downward strike, dispersed the toxic fog and the concealed bone-piercing steel needles within. His suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed a covert weapon from Tang San, for which he had been prepared. You sly Ning Rongrong, he growled, frustration boiling within him, recalling all the treats he had selflessly made for her in their childhood. Though his body remained unharmed, his attire was riddled with holes from the bolts, the once pristine white garment now stained with crimson, a sight that alarmed many onlookers. Observing the ineffectiveness of her initial attempts, Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, feigning readiness for sacrifice, while secretly plotting her next move. With the other 3 teammates too far away to provide assistance, just as Xia Tianling closed in on her, the sound of bow springs echoed from her back. A robust crossbow bolt surged forth from her collar, but the vigilant youth was prepared. His left hand intercepted the bolt's trajectory effortlessly, before it could fulfill its purpose. He grasped it firmly. A hidden crossbow? Did you think I would be unaware of your little contraption? He crushed the incoming bolt with a swift motion, simultaneously deflecting the toxic arrowhead downwards, causing it to collide with 2 flying daggers launched from Ning Rongrong's shoes and 6 concealed arrows from her thigh. Do not waste your efforts. We share the same master, and I am well acquainted with Tang San's tricks. Xia Tianling maintained an air of calm as he deftly neutralized all of Ning Rongrong's hidden weapons, including her second volley from the Zhuge God crossbow. Watching as she stomped her foot in frustration, suddenly, without warning, he turned and struck sideways. A series of sharp sounds erupted in the air, and an ominous, explosive figure appeared at his side. You! Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise. This time, she deliberately chose a location she seldom attacked to unleash her phantom claw. Yet surprisingly, her intentions were anticipated. I've been waiting for you for quite a while, Zhuqing. Your little schemes are as transparent as glass to me. Zhuqing felt a tremendous force emanating from the palm of the individual before her, surging in waves like ocean tides, rendering her incapable of invoking void walking. Although this series of forces was potent, it lacked overwhelming ferocity, gently propelling her out of the arena. The Tai Chi Bagua palm, with its subtle strength, concealed numerous hidden currents within its apparent vigor. This represented the pinnacle of Xia Tianling's combat prowess, using only his physical capabilities. After all, he was merely a self-taught practitioner. It would be unreasonable to expect him to attain the innate realm of externalized vital energy in just over 3 months. Such an expectation would indeed be rather excessive. This episode exemplifies a blatant disparity in treatment. The bewildered Xiao Wu and the inadvertently affected Ma Hongjun have much to express regarding this matter. On the surface, Xia Tian appears to target the defenseless Ning Rongrong. However, his true objective lies concealed within the void Zhu Zhiqing. At this juncture, he can only depend on his physical prowess in combat. Should Zhu Zhiqing seize the opportune moment to unleash her netherworld absolute cut, the potential for disaster looms large. After all, the potency of the netherworld absolute cut can fluctuate in accordance with the user's soul power. Lacking protective soul power, his physical constitution pales in comparison to the might he possessed when imbued with the essence of a true dragon. Even the arrows from the Zhuge Divine Crossbow can slightly pierce his skin. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow might retort, "Is that even a human remark? I can effortlessly slay a soul master. A mere scratch from you is hardly sufficient." Thus, to avert catastrophe, Xia Tianling patiently awaits an opportunity for Zhu Zhiqing to strike. He must remain vigilant against the hidden feline lurking in the void. After all, as long as the little cat does not take the initiative, he finds himself at an impasse. Of course, if he could restore himself to his former glory, the situation would be considerably easier. With his current strength, a full exertion would be sufficient to create ripples in space. Once the fabric of space is fractured, there exists a chance to ensnare the concealed cat. However, one must note that the spatial integrity of the Douluo continent is indeed rather feeble after all, if Zhu Zhiqing were in another realm. Even with the inheritance of the god of assassins, employing such advanced skills as void walking would necessitate the prowess of a top-tier professional, approaching the demigod tier to achieve. This is, after all, a technique employed by the god of assassins. Yet here, on the Douluo continent, a mere 3-ring Zhu Zhiqing effortlessly traverses the void, leaving the assassins of the neighboring Western fantasy world in tears. Now that the opportunity for a sudden ambush has been presented, the remaining 2, relying solely on hand-to-hand combat, become much easier to handle. Perhaps Tang San harbors some hidden tactics, but in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, they are of little consequence. Oh, you inquire about Ning Rongrong? Following Zhu Zhiqing's retreat, Ning Rongrong, stripped of any capacity for resistance, is summarily dispatched by Xia Tianling with a single strike. This sensation is akin to the departure of a certain enigmatic fruit user, who dispatched the notorious pirate Wang Luffy from Shanghai along with his companions, 1 strike for each. A buy-one-get-one-free affair. Xia Tianling flicked the blood from his arms, as the formidable self-healing abilities of a cultivator rendered the 16 small puncture wounds inflicted by Zhuge's divine crossbow nearly healed. As for the second volley of arrows shot by Ning Rongrong, they were effortlessly neutralized by his external force, causing no harm whatsoever. I shall give it my all. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong being hurled away by Xia Tianling in a similar manner, Oscar immediately dashed forward, not out of concern for Ning Rongrong's elimination, but rather as a mere pretext to bolster his own momentum. Now possessing a slightly obsessive martial spirit, Oscar was primarily interested in a few pursuits, one of which was to engage in combat with formidable opponents. Chapter 83, defeating you in your area of expertise with several teammates eliminated. Only 2 powerful attackers and 1 self-preserving controller remained on the battlefield. Oscar could finally engage Xia Tianling without any reservations, fulfilling the very purpose of his participation. As for whether he could claim victory, that was of little concern. He was solely interested in the opportunity to fight and with whom he would clash. Still not giving up? Xia Tianling mused as he observed the 2 charging towards him once more. In the next moment, the 3 skilled in close combat collided. For Oscar, this was a truly exhilarating battle, a feast for the true warriors, where every punch struck flesh. With the assistance of Tang San's blue-silver grass, Oscar unleashed his full repertoire, showcasing various martial arts techniques from multiple schools. In stark contrast, Daimu Bai felt rather disheartened. Lacking Oscar's diverse arsenal, his combat against Xia Tianling relied solely on instinct. Receiving punches and kicks intermittently left him in considerable discomfort. As time passed, Oscar's fervor intensified. He ceased utilizing martial arts skills and opted instead for pure physical techniques to contest Xia Tianling's strength. Gradually, Oscar's skin flushed crimson, his body radiating heat, as his blood surged wildly with each strike, even emitting wisps of crimson smoke. Soon, these wisps thickened and solidified, forming a spiraling column of energy that soared skyward. In a moment of unrestrained vigor, Oscar thrust his palms forward, letting out a mighty roar while standing firm. The crimson column surrounding him vanished as if it had never existed. After trading blows with Xia Tian for over 100 exchanges, Oscar successfully ascended to the second tier of the martial body, the realm of blood chi smoke. Now in possession of blood chi smoke, Oscar felt his blood heavy as lead and mercury, his vitality unparalleled. Each movement commanded the release of potent blood energy, effectively doubling his combat prowess. I concede. Following his breakthrough, Oscar clasped his hands in salute and bowed to the audience and his two teammates, gracefully exiting the arena. He recognized that his earlier exchanges were merely his leader's way of guiding him towards his breakthrough. Xia Tian acknowledged Oscar with a nod, then turned his attention to the ever-changing expression of Dai Mubai. Dai, it is time to conclude this. I have not yet lost. Dai Mubai roared in defiance, channeling the last remnants of his soul power to activate the White Tiger's protective barrier, launching himself at his adversary. Yet, even with Ning Rongrong's buff previously bolstering him, he was no match for Xia Tian now. A perfectly executed Sun character punch shattered his protective barrier and struck him squarely in the abdomen. Boom. Dai Mubai's body bent into an arc, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. I am informing you, not seeking your consent. Xia Tianling remarked leisurely as he retracted his arm, gazing at Tang San in the distance. Now, it is just you and me. Once Oscar relinquished his martial skills, he simply withdrew his blue-silver grass and sat cross-legged around the arena, commencing the recovery of the soul power he had previously expended. The outcome of this battle is no longer in doubt, yet he remains eager to gauge the disparity between himself and Xia Tianling. Long before the contestants engaged in their second round of offense and defense, the master in the VIP room observed Zhu Zhuqing's peculiar movements, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. Upon witnessing Oscar achieve a breakthrough in his martial arts, voluntarily conceding and stepping down, the usually stoic master revealed an indescribable fervor in his gaze as he tightly gripped the windowsill beneath the crystal glass. How splendid it would be if these children were his disciples. Such unique self-created soul skills. Such formidable physical prowess. Such rare combat techniques. They even surpass his named disciple, Tang San. Surely they will validate the theories he has envisioned. In the distance, Tang San rose to his feet, having regained his peak combat strength. Unleash all your skills and show me what you are capable of now, he challenged. Xia Tianling, unfazed, stood proudly with arms crossed. Be careful, he warned, as Tang San, eschewing pretentiousness, summoned his 8 spider lances, their striking form emerging from behind. His eyes were instantly veiled in a hue of purple, transforming his jade-like hands as they deftly reached for the 24-bridge bright moon knight at his waist. With a flick of his hands, a flurry of concealed weapons was swiftly retrieved and launched with remarkable speed. Money darts, penetrating nails, locust stones, willow leaf blades, a multitude of metallic projectiles rained down, employing the technique known as Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers, guided by the precise targeting of the purple extreme demon eye. Each projectile honed in on Xia Tianling's vital points with uncanny accuracy. A smile curled at the corner of Xia Tianling's mouth. Concealed weapons? How fortuitous. This is a realm with which he is well acquainted. His hands danced wildly, moving so swiftly that they left phantom traces in the air. Utilizing his mental acuity, he deftly caught each incoming projectile, swiftly stowing them away in his storage ring. Following the tempest of hidden weapons was Tang San, executing the ghost shadow misty steps to rapidly close the distance between them. Throughout this maneuver, Tang San's hands remained in constant motion, akin to butterflies flitting through flowers, flicking and releasing bursts of cold light. Countless concealed weapons soared through the air, dazzling in their intricate choreography. The audience, including the esteemed guests in the VIP room, watched with rapt attention, their eyes glued to the center of the arena, fearful of missing a single moment of this breathtaking spectacle. Such mastery of projectile techniques is nothing short of artistry. The inhabitants of Douluo, who have relied solely on their martial souls for millennia, had never witnessed such a display. They were utterly entranced. Zhao Wujia, who had been savoring the feast prepared by the organizers, suddenly choked at the sight before him and hastily downed several gulps of fine wine. This experience feels oddly familiar. Tang San's array of hidden weapons is extraordinary and their trajectories are exceedingly unpredictable. Evading them entirely is an arduous task, let alone catching them all like that little monster on the stage. The reflexes and speed displayed were simply extraordinary. Summer Ling had never practiced any techniques akin to the heavenly scatter of flowers, instead, relying solely on brute strength. He hurled a multitude of darts and blades back as if they were mere stones. Although his throws were chaotic, the sheer power of Summer Ling's arms was astonishing. Such force, when directed back, could easily injure or maim upon contact. Tang San, unwilling to be complacent, employed the crane control and dragon capture technique, carefully diverting the dangerous projectiles aside while retrieving a massive forging hammer from his storage pouch. Revealing the Hao hammer at this moment was not an option. He had to settle for a lesser alternative. "Oh, you wish to test your strength against me? Very well, young man, I shall indulge your desire." With the aid of the 8 spider lances and the phantom shadow dance, Tang San successfully closed the distance. The colossal forging hammer collided with Summer Ling's iron fist, producing a resonant clang reminiscent of iron meeting steel. Summer Ling's body was as resilient as the finest precious metal. At the moment of impact, Tang San felt a painful jolt reverberate through his hand. Clang, 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 enduring the numbing sensation in his hands. Tang San harnessed the recoil from Summer Ling's punches to unleash a series of 8 strikes. Chaotic Wind. This was indeed the Chaotic Wind hammer technique. Observers from the blacksmithing trade in the audience immediately recognized the origins of this hammer technique. Who would have thought they would witness a technique on the verge of being lost to time? Truly, it was a stroke of fortune. The price of today's ticket was worth every penny. As Tang San swung the forging hammer with increasing speed, he descended rapidly, rebounding like a tightly coiled spring. The Chaotic Wind hammer technique progresses in phases of 9 strikes, each more potent than the last. Just as the 18th strike was about to descend, Summer Ling keenly sensed an unusual tremor in the muscles of Tang San's chest. Accompanying the 18th strike were 64 steel needles, tipped with purple, launched with deadly precision. The concealed mechanism of the hidden weapons released a flurry of steel needles. Though they appeared small, these needles possessed formidable armor-piercing capabilities, embedding themselves in Summer Ling's chest. A dark purple aura surged into his body. "Ah, you little rascal, plotting to murder your elder brother, are you? Using the 8 spider lances to poison me?" With a forceful punch, Summer Ling retaliated against Tang San, who was executing the Chaotic Wind technique. The internal energy surged, propelling dozens of steel needles away. Simultaneously, he controlled his blood to momentarily reverse its flow, allowing streams of poisoned blood to gush forth from the punctured skin, denying Tang San any chance of incapacitating him. He was no fool, unlike the clumsy Zhao Wujin, and had long been prepared for Tang San's toxins. Indeed, these tactics proved ineffective against him. Tang San, momentarily pushed back, activated the binding and parasitic techniques midair, using the 8 spider lances to stabilize himself. His fingers danced, unleashing 10 streams of golden light that arced beautifully toward their target from various angles. "Don't get too cocky," Summer Ling scoffed as he spotted the oncoming dragon whisker needles. He swiftly activated the 9-turn step, evading each needle with ease. Before overwhelming strength, even the second evolution of the blue-silver grass's binding and parasitic techniques proved futile. Despite all of Tang San's efforts since his initial assault, Summer Ling had barely moved from his position. The lack of damage was overshadowed by the deep humiliation it wrought. What did this imply? It meant that even if he stood still for Tang San to strike, the latter would find himself utterly powerless against him. Yet, despite this, Tang San refused to relent, charging forward once more with his hammer to execute the Chaotic Wind technique again. Accompanying his assault were over a dozen strands of blue-silver grass, whipping towards Summer Ling like a barrage of lashes. The Tang sect's hidden weapons encompassed not only thrown and mechanical types but also the rarer binding varieties. Tang San now integrated the manipulation of these hidden weapons into the blue-silver grass whips. However, the effectiveness left much to be desired. Summer Ling remained unfazed, resolutely standing his ground, ready to counter any attack. For every hammer strike Tang San delivered, he returned a punch, indifferent to what elaborate tricks were prepared. Tang San, unaware of Summer Ling's thoughts, continued to follow the script he had devised: 8 spider lances, blue-silver grass, hidden weapons, soul techniques. While executing the Chaotic Wind, he partitioned part of his focus to manipulate these elements, hoping to distract his opponent. At last, he completed the build-up for the 71st strike. The 72nd hammer was now his utmost limit, and it was evident that Summer Ling had intentionally allowed him to reach this point. Had he faced a different opponent, Tang San would never have been able to execute the full 72 strikes. With a thunderous, downward swing of immense strength, Tang San unveiled the trump card he had concealed throughout the match. Third soul skill, spider web binding. A colossal web woven from blue-silver grass erupted forth, surging towards Summer Ling with relentless speed. "Little 3, have you forgotten my identity? How could I possibly be unaware of your third soul skill? Tang San was left in despair as Summer Ling calmly retrieved a long-handled black-bladed saber adorned with crimson patterns from his storage ring. The blade extended nearly 2 meters, with several ancient dragon teeth embedded in the spine. Summer Ling gripped the hilt with both hands, adopting a forward stance, twisting his body slightly, and fiercely slashing the long saber from right to left. The pale blue blade sliced through the air, its sharp energy radiating as it effortlessly cleaved the vast blue-silver spider web in two. In the split second before contact, Tang San felt an icy, violent aura lock onto him, as if encased in an ancient frost, rendering him nearly unable to grip the forging hammer. It was as though he were shackled by the specters of death, the grim reaper poised to mark his fate in the ledger of life and death. Witnessing Summer Ling's decisive strike, Flinder in the VIP box suddenly sprang to his feet. As the strongest contender in the arena, he sensed an overwhelming force and a chilling cold emanating from that blade. The intensity of the blade's intent is truly astonishing. Is it conceivable that a soul master can manifest such power without relying on their martial spirit, merely utilizing physical strength to achieve this level? On the soul battle platform, the anticipated clash of titans failed to materialize. The sharp blade, upon colliding with the forging hammer, sliced through as if it were soft butter, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The forceful strike was effortlessly severed, leaving Tang San, unable to maintain his balance, to crash down as he wielded only the remaining half of the hammer. His body still trembled slightly. With a resounding thud, the severed half of the metallic hammer followed suit. Upon closer inspection, the cut was as smooth as a mirror, as though the two pieces had always existed as separate entities. Xia Tian executed a stylish flourish with his blade before sheathing it. The long sword, an anachronism in the world of Douluo, now resting against his back. This blade, forged from the legendary materials of the Black Dragon and the Ancestor Dragon, represented the ultimate mastery of the bone blade system, unparalleled in the realm of hunters. The sword technique he had just demonstrated was equally foreign to this world. A signature move from a certain green-haired character, the one-sword style, Dichin Han. It unleashed a tremendous pressure that daunted foes before shattering them in one decisive strike. As a time traveler, an experienced gamer endowed with a formidable system, it is only natural to indulge in the grievances of not having access to the genuine article in a past life, is it not? After all, youth is the time for exuberance. In the world of pirates, top-tier fighters deliver blows that can shatter mountains and cleave seas. In the monster hunter realm, a single strike from a great sword can fell ancient dragons or cleave through waves. Given that he was momentarily sealed in a state of soul power, wishing to engage in a bit of play is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Is it fair that Tang San can employ hidden weapons while I, Xia Tian, cannot wield a grand sword? As he stepped forward to assist the fallen Tang San, Xia Tian noted that his companion's body still quivered. It was entirely understandable for Tang San to be momentarily stunned by the bizarre swordplay of Dichin Han. Even with the enhancement of his purple extreme demon eye, he found himself overwhelmed by Xia Tianling's formidable consciousness, which crushed him on a mental plane. Although that last strike was not aimed at him, he still felt the chilling threat of death. With a parched throat, Tang San managed to utter 3 words. I lost. Xia Tianling gently patted his shoulder, whispering with a tone that carried a sense of camaraderie. Once we step outside, let us find a place to reminisce. He then turned his gaze towards the still-dazed referee. Dodo. Miss, it is time to declare my victory. Awakening from her stupor, Dodo gazed at Xia Tianling with admiration and, raising her voice, announced, in this 100 victories challenge, the Soul Sect of Dawn has triumphed. He has achieved an unprecedented 100 victories in the Soul Battle arena. Let us cheer for him. Oh, you. As Dodo's proclamation reverberated through the arena, the audience snapped back from their initial shock of the single blow that had dismantled the opponent, erupting into frenzied applause. Next, let us invite Mr. Zhao Yuchuan, one of the highest authorities of the Soul Battle arena, to present the award to our newly crowned king of Soul Battles. Having regained his composure, Tang San had already exited the stage. After the staff tidied up the remnants scattered across the Soul Battle platform, a middle-aged man in formal attire approached. Mr. Dawn of the Breaking Dawn, congratulations. You have achieved the remarkable feat of 100 consecutive victories. On behalf of the Soul Battle arena, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. The middle-aged man approached, first extending a handshake to Xia Tianling and offering some congratulatory remarks, before launching into an extensive speech. However, Xia Tianling merely responded with perfunctory politeness, displaying little interest in Zhao Yuchuan's words. Instead, she utilized her mask to conceal her features, intently scrutinizing the man before her. Zhao Yuchuan, one of the contemporary leaders of the Zhao family, is primarily responsible for various affairs concerning the Grand Soul Arena, the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Along with all the soul arenas within the realms of the Star Luo and Heaven Do empires, is under the dominion of a select group, namely the 7 great families of the Soul Master world: Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, and Zhang. The 7 prominent families are renowned within the realm of Soul Masters, reportedly having maintained their legacy for over 2 millennia, nearly contemporaneous with the inception of the Douluo calendar. Although their reputation does not rival that of the 3 upper sects and the 4 lower sects, these families are deeply interconnected, with each possessing at least one title Douluo powerhouse, a lineage that has never faltered. Such stature commands a degree of caution from the Spirit Hall, which must regard them with respect. Even the illustrious Haoyan sect, lauded as the foremost sect in the world, finds its high-end combat prowess merely on par with theirs. Furthermore, devoid of productive endeavors, their economic power is hardly worthy of mention. Yet, these 7 families conduct themselves with remarkable discretion, shunning ostentation, seemingly intent on quietly amassing wealth while engaging in the lucrative business of the Grand Soul Arena. Excluding the influences of Tang Chun and his grandson Tang Hao, should the 7 families unite to establish a new sect, the title of the greatest sect in the realm would likely change hands. However, the emergence of Xia Tian at the Grand Soul Arena of Suatua City has sparked a sense of suspicion. In this original work, the fleeting presence of these individuals suggests they possess technology that far exceeds the capabilities of their era, even holding the long-lost methods for crafting soul-guiding devices. Furthermore, the so-called 7 most powerful families in the realm of Soul Masters appear excessively discreet, having remained absent even during critical confrontations such as the assault on the Spirit Hall by the 2 great empires, the Battle of Jialing Pass, and the dual divine battles. Could it truly be that they are adept in the art of concealment and subtlety? Is it possible that the Douluo continent also harbors tales of centuries-old dynasties, millennia-old clans, and eons-old sects? Though outwardly, Zhao Yuchuan, a high-ranking member of the Zhao family, appears entirely unremarkable, an inexplicable intuition often stirs within Xia Tian, suggesting that the 7 families are anything but ordinary, harboring secrets within their ranks. Yet, at present, he lacks the evidence to substantiate his suspicions, rendering them as insubstantial as floating weeds. Perhaps he is merely overthinking. And now, congratulations to you, Dawn of the Soul Sect. Zhao Yuchuan finally concluded his lengthy and tedious speech, fastening a golden medal adorned with an unknown beast's head and embellished with rubies upon the left side of his chest. Xia Tianling slightly bowed in gratitude, shaking his hand before acknowledging the audience with a wave. Amidst the tumultuous waves of fervent applause, Xia Tianling gradually descended from the battle platform, returning to his designated VIP lounge. As he washed away the remnants of blood upon his skin, his mind pondered the soul power fluctuations he had sensed from Zhao Yuchuan. In that brief moment of their handshake, Xia Tianling extended a sliver of his consciousness, fleetingly probing the depths of Zhao Yuchuan's essence. The soul power fluctuations detected indicated that Zhao Yuchuan possessed a cultivation level of at least soul sage, nearing that of a soul Douluo, coupled with a mental strength corresponding to the spirit sea realm. This truly took him by surprise. In the timeline of Douluo continent, why is it exceedingly challenging to transcend to the title Douluo level? Firstly, it is due to the fact that the title Douluo of this era lacks soul cores, resulting in a significantly inferior quality of soul power. Secondly, the foundational level of Douluo star is relatively low, leading to a scarcity of wandering energy in the world, which makes it difficult to acquire. Thirdly, and most importantly, the soul masters of this time do not prioritize the cultivation of mental strength, nor do they possess the means to enhance it. In this age where the general mental capacity of soul masters is notably deficient, the typical mental strength of a soul sage merely reaches the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm, with only a few able to approach the mid-stage. This is also the reason why the little fox, as a control-type soul master specializing in mental strength, can shine brilliantly within the spirit hall. Yet, it is astonishing that Zhao Yuchuan, a soul sage, possesses a mental strength that is remarkably close to the spirit abyss realm. This is simply astonishing. In this contemporary era, it is commonplace for individuals to possess only the nascent level of spiritual power, typically just entering the realm of the spirit abyss. Even within the timeline of Douluo III, the perennial practitioner of the purple extreme magic eyes, Wuchang Kong, reached only the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm during his Soul Emperor period. As for an innate superiority in spiritual power, that is utterly implausible. The Zhao family's martial soul is none other than the formidable Great Strength Diamond Bear, identical to that of Xiao Wudi. Such a beast martial soul provides no enhancement to spiritual power whatsoever. Do not be misled by Xiao Wuji's immunity to Xiao Wu's spiritual allure. That is merely a consequence of level superiority, compounded by Xiao Wu's own shortcomings. Yet, if they are not inherently formidable, how did they achieve such prowess? Could it be that one of the 7 great families once boasted an extraordinary ancestor who created a unique technique for cultivating spiritual power? This notion does not seem entirely implausible. In the realm of Douluo continent, the reality diverged significantly from his imagination. The most excruciating aspect was that despite uncovering numerous possibilities, he had no one to confide in, while he could deftly navigate other matters under the guise of a prophet. The suspicions surrounding the 7 great families were beyond his capacity to elucidate to others, being far ahead of his era. Even his mental interventions yielded little success amidst the incomprehension of those around him. Burdened with unanswered questions, Xia Tian departed from the Grand Soul Arena after attending to his appearance, heading to the hotel to reunite with his companions. Earlier, as Tang San exited, he had discreetly communicated the location of their lodging through a subtle auditory signal, arranging to dine together the following noon. Chapter 86. Shrek can only offer its eggs to other hens. Upon returning to the hotel, Dai Mubai was escorted back to his room to recuperate, while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu strolled hand in hand to their quarters for the night. Unfortunately, the ill-fated Tang San was left behind. Yu Xiaojiang's rigid expression could not conceal the fervor in his gaze. Tang San, do you know the identities of those you allied with against the enemy? He was desperate to glean information about Xia Tianling and his companions. If he could recruit them as his disciples, who would dare label him as a failure? Tang San shook his head, feigning ignorance, a rare instance of deceit on his part. In his heart, Yu Xiaojiang had long been relegated to a negative value. His past behaviors etched in Tang San's memory. What disciples? He merely sought a few lab rats to test his theories. In a corner, Xiao Wujie opened his mouth as if to speak, but restrained himself. He was now utterly convinced that the adversaries Tang San had allied with were the minuscule monsters from the Spirit Hall. Yet, contemplating the terrifying identity of the self-proclaimed prophet, he decided against voicing his thoughts, for he had no ties to this so-called master. Thanks to him, the previous bounty placed on his head by the Spirit Hall had indeed been lifted. Although that soul Douluo had perished, the little monster had shown some degree of propriety. Alas, what a pity! Flanders shook his head in regret. These children, they are likely the last 4 students of our Shrek Academy. Flander, once Tang San and the others complete this phase of training, we should consider relocating. After being bested by Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang resumed his usual stoic demeanor. Relocate? Where to? Flander pondered, perplexed. We have no funds left. The place we currently reside was nearly purchased at the expense of our very life savings. To another academy, Yu Xiaojiang declared boldly. That's impossible, Flander exclaimed, rising in indignation and glaring at Yu Xiaojiang. These children belong to Shrek. Xiaojiang, do not forget. Shrek represents my 20 years of dedication. Yu Xiaojiang remained unfazed by Flanders' fury. Very well, allow me to pose a few questions. If you can answer them all satisfactorily, then their relocation to another academy is inconsequential. First, can you provide the children with a simulated training environment? Secondly, they currently number only 4. What will you do for the Grand Elite Soul Master Tournament in a year? Setting aside the issue of forming a complete team, do you even have the necessary quota? I. Flander found himself at a loss for words, the earlier anger dissipating into despondency. A simulated training ground would indeed amplify their soul power cultivation speed. Only properly registered academies could participate in the Grand Elite Soul Master Tournament. And has Shrek ever been registered in any kingdom or empire? Moreover, you should be aware of the significance of the tournament's rewards for the children's futures, Yu Xiaojiang added. Delivering another blow, Flander, in frustration, sank back into his seat. I cannot, nor do I possess any quota. Then, Master, what do you propose? Xiangjia, who had been listening quietly, stepped in to mediate. Although he held little regard for this so-called master, he respected Flanders' position. To the Tiando Royal Academy. Overall, it offers the best conditions. The talents of Tang San and his companions are remarkable, and there is no reason the Tiando Royal Academy would refuse them. Yu Xiaojiang had already formulated his plans regarding their next destination. Flander wished to voice further objections, but the words faltered at his lips, feeling feeble and unconvincing. He succumbed to despair, sitting in silence. As an unusual atmosphere enveloped the room, Tang San seized the opportunity to take his leave and rest. The following noon, the remaining 3 members, excluding Dai Mubai, sought out Xia Tianling for a meal. Tang San, filled with indignation, vented his frustrations to Xia Tianling, denouncing Yu Xiaojiang's actions and the absurdity of Shrek. Xia Tianling's expression grew increasingly perplexed as he listened. It appeared that Tang San had completely severed ties with Yu Xiaojiang. It seemed inevitable that once the academy tournament concluded, the two would part ways entirely. Unexpectedly, despite the upheaval caused by his arrival, the Shrek members were still intent on attending the Tiando Royal Academy. What expressions would Tang San and the others wear upon encountering him again? Long ago, Xia Tianling had advised Bibi Dong that secluding oneself within the confines of the academy was counterproductive. One must read extensively, yet also traverse the world, engaging with other academies to exchange insights and validate one's understanding would undoubtedly deepen their comprehension of martial souls and enhance their soul power. While he espoused this philosophy, he secretly harbored ulterior motives, such as a certain measuring unit's medicinal garden. However, he resolved not to be as selfish as a certain individual from the past. After all, if one consumes another's pig, one ought to share the meat with the original owner, right? In a few days, upon the return of Hulaina and her companions, their group of 7 would embark on a journey to engage in scholarly exchange with other academies. Listening to Tang San's incessant lamentations, Xia Tianling maintained a stoic facade, though he was on the verge of laughter. However, one had to wonder how Tang San had devolved into such a state, treating him as a mere confidant, spilling his innermost thoughts with unrestrained fervor. Moreover, with Shrek's current predicament, they would likely remain at the Tiando Academy. Having ascended to the position of heir, Shui Bong had shed his frivolous persona. Reverting to the earnest and studious prince he once was, it was likely he would ensure that the Shrek group remained. Amidst Tang San's discontent, the gathering concluded with an enjoyable meal, and Xia Tianling and the others welcomed a brief respite. Their points had already overflowed significantly, and the Grand Soul Arena had preemptively awarded them with gold soul badges the previous night. Although Oscar and Ma Hongjun desired to continue accumulating gold, they found themselves thwarted. For the number of opponents in Soto City's Gold Soul Arena was scarce, leaving them no choice but to return in disappointment. Then, an idea struck Oscar, and he hurried to seek out Ning Rongrong. With only 4 members remaining, Shrek could not engage in a 7v7 battle, limiting Ning Rongrong to participating in 2v2 soul duels. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already formed complementary triads, while Shi and Dai Mubai remained at odds. Just as everyone was at a loss, Oscar fortuitously arrived. Ning Rongrong formed a duo with the intent of engaging in 2v2 soul duels, continuing his venture to amass gold coins. Meanwhile, Zhu Xing, who dedicated herself to diligent practice, was unwilling to squander even a moment of her training time. Realizing that she could no longer participate in the Grand Arena, she decided to accompany Xia Tianling back to the Soul Master Academy. Xia Tianling, a person of easygoing disposition, found his greatest pleasure in remaining at home. Particularly in a world as lacking in entertainment as Douluo continent, he preferred the comfort of being a couch potato to the unappealing hustle of the outside world. Longing for the familiarity of his dormitory bed, he did not hesitate and followed Zhu Xing without a second thought. Thus, only Ma Hongjun remained among the 4 from the Spirit Hall. Initially intending to enjoy a few days in Soto City, Ma Hongjun, upon realizing that his 3 companions had left, felt a profound sense of boredom and, in a fit of frustration, decided to return home. Chapter 87. Unlocking Sub-Professions. At that moment, what Xiandaolu had referred to as a month's time merely required obtaining the Silver Soul Badge within 30 days. It was not necessary for Xia Tianling to wait until the end of the following month to conclude this stage of training. Consequently, in the ensuing days, Xia Tianling was granted a brief respite. After 3 consecutive months of rigorous training, he indeed needed a few days to unwind. This sentiment was shared by the Dean of the Spirit Academy, who believed that a balance between work and rest is optimal. Thus, he enforced a break for the 3 of them. Aspiration to continue her training was swiftly extinguished. Upon returning to the familiar dormitory, shed his burdensome armor and collapsed onto his well-known bed, promptly drifting into slumber. In a mere span of 20 days, he had engaged in numerous battles, confronting various opponents daily while enduring the weight of his armor. This relentless training yielded significant progress in his combat awareness, tactical thinking, mastery over his body, and the potency of his abilities, including his soul power and cultivation level, which were steadily advancing. Although the seal hindered the manifestation of his soul power, It was anticipated that the upcoming unsealing would herald a further elevation in his cultivation. Not only did he benefit from this rigorous regimen, but his comrades also experienced remarkable enhancements in their endurance, mental fortitude, and soul power, thanks to the scientific training methodologies they employed, such as the gravity chamber and weighted armor. Throughout this period, they participated in dozens of skirmishes, discovering to their astonishment that they were virtually invincible among their peers. Even foes several levels stronger appeared as mere trifles before them, easily vanquished. In the words of, "What kind of person is?" It's truly exhilarating to feel like we can battle on par with genuine soul masters. Days slipped by swiftly, and one day was joyfully cooking in his modest kitchen. Everyone has their own way of unwinding. Since arriving on the Douluo continent and honing his culinary skills, he had developed a new passion alongside reading, cooking. Whenever he prepared a meal, he felt an authentic sense of relaxation. Absent were the burdens of cultivation and distractions. Everything was simply delightful and pure. Unfortunately, the variety of edible ingredients on Douluo continent was rather limited, and the range of spices was sparse, with many seasonings procured directly from the system. From the minuscule amount of fate power consumed, it could be inferred that such items existed on Douluo, yet remained undiscovered and underutilized by humanity. Akin to the cocoa beans he had sourced to make chocolate years ago, had gleaned some insights regarding the fate power required for various wishes, noting that snacks like cola and chips demanded minimal power, while commonplace items from his native world were nearly free in terms of fate cost. However, requesting specific hybrid rice strains or improved steam engine prototypes required an exorbitant amount of fate power. The lesser the impact on Douluo's civilization, the lower the expenditure. Conversely, the greater the impact, the more substantial the cost. Once, when inquired about acquiring a nuclear bomb, the system explicitly stated that even the fate power gained from eliminating would be insufficient. Since then, he abandoned such whimsical thoughts. Nevertheless, thanks to certain circumstances, Douluo's environment bore a striking resemblance to many places on Earth, including various crops and livestock, allowing to avoid spending fate power on acquiring pigs, cows, and sheep. Ding. Through persistent effort, your understanding of culinary arts has risen, evolving from a superficial grasp to an initial comprehension, unlocking a new subprofession. Meow? What is this? A subprofession? Startled by the system's unexpected notification, nearly spilled a pot of hot food on himself. What could a subprofession entail? Was it akin to those found in online games from his previous life? He set down the pot and tentatively inquired within his mind. Ding. Indeed. The host may currently choose from the following subprofessions: alchemist, runesmith, array master, smith, beast tamer, diviner, healer, and spirit chef. Summer opened the text panel to examine each subprofession. Oh, what is the spirit chef? He had heard of the others in various novels, but this particular vocation was entirely unfamiliar. Curiosity piqued. He clicked to reveal the spirit chef's description. Spirit chef compatibility, 100% culinary understanding. Initial comprehension career overview. The culinary arts are vast and profound, with great masters emerging alongside alchemical practitioners. Translation to more accessible language? System, you're quite mischievous. Let's see what happens if I click. As such, the originally sophisticated interface transformed dramatically. Spirit chef compatibility, extremely high. You are inherently suited for this vocation, so hurry up and change careers. Culinary understanding. You are now a proficient chef, with refined skills and exceptional knife techniques. Career overview. The culinary field is deep and challenging, often eluding the grasp of ordinary individuals. Once, there was an incredibly talented alchemist who also excelled in cooking. He believed that elixirs were too bitter and unpalatable. One day, he had a brilliant idea. Since both elixirs and medicinal dishes were made from herbs and rare ingredients, why not create delicious meals from elixirs? Thus, he devoted himself to merging the two crafts and ultimately established the remarkable profession of spirit chef. What an alchemist can achieve, a spirit chef can replicate. However, the caveat is that consuming their creations is more cumbersome than ingesting elixirs, as they must be prepared and consumed immediately. The advantages are considerable. Primarily, they are delicious and gentle, avoiding the peril of overwhelming the consumer, unlike certain potent elixirs. Moreover, the profession is easy to master. Low-level recipes pose no difficulty, making it accessible to any chef with some cultivation. Translation to a more refined version system. You have suddenly lost your enigmatic allure. Ding. This system merely transmits information. All content is unrelated to the system. Please refrain from criticizing. Alright, I concede. You do care about your image. Remarked. Finding the spirit chef vocation quite intriguing, deciding to choose it. Ding. The host's choice has been recorded. Would you like to proceed with the transition to the spirit chef profession? Please note that a second choice cannot be made until your understanding of another primary profession reaches initial comprehension. Yes. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Transition to spirit chef is underway. Ding. Transition complete. Please assimilate the knowledge imparted. Ding. Required utensils and tableware have been placed within the host's storage ring. As the vast knowledge flooded into his mind, felt a sense of wonder at the world's boundless possibilities. Such a marvelous profession existed. Foundational kanji, golden broth, infused fried rice, bloodline enhancement feast. Chapter 88. The efficacy of culinary arts. The recipes from the spiritual kitchen seem rather intriguing. Perhaps I should give them a try. As the summer spirit perused the delightful dishes in her mind, a desire to experiment began to blossom. Today, her senior sisters were also returning. So it would be wise to prepare a variety of dishes. One such recipe was the stir-fried galaxy fish, a 9th-tier dish, which purportedly enhances comprehension of spatial concepts upon consumption. Required ingredients include the 8th-tier galaxy fish and the rift grass. However, that seemed too advanced. Perhaps I should search for something simpler. Next, she found the braised celestial demon ribs, a first-tier dish that promises to bolster one's physical constitution after eating. The ingredients needed are ribs from beasts of at least first rank and dragon power fruit. Unfortunately, there are no demon beasts in the Douluo continent. But perhaps the soul beast ribs could suffice. I shall note this down and give it a try. Then, there was the spirit rice, a basic recipe that can slightly enhance cultivation speed and, with prolonged consumption, strengthen one's foundation. The required materials include ordinary rice or spiritual rice, century-old ginseng, and clear spirit flour. This rice appears quite appealing, and its preparation seems straightforward, so I will also make this staple dish. Having chosen two relatively simple introductory dishes, the summer spirit exchanged for some necessary herbs and ingredients from the system and began her culinary endeavors according to the recipes. Unlike traditional cooking methods, the practices of the spiritual kitchen incorporated certain alchemical techniques, rendering the entire kitchen atmosphere somewhat peculiar. She ground the herbs, using a small alchemical furnace to extract their essence for later use. The main ingredients were processed using special incantations to adjust the texture of the meat, allowing it to absorb the herbal essence to the fullest. A specially crafted spiritual kitchen pot was employed for cooking, utilizing unique techniques to perfectly blend the essence of rare ingredients with the main components of the dish, culminating in extraordinary effects. As the cooking neared completion, she lifted the lid and infused the final incantation to finish the preparation, releasing a tantalizing aroma. The dish was then poured into a specially designed container provided by the system, sealed for preservation. At last, the braised celestial demon ribs, an appetizing dish with remarkable effects, was completed. The specialized container from the spiritual kitchen was specifically crafted to preserve dishes, maintaining them in their freshly cooked state while ensuring their internal effects would last for 24 hours. Even when stored in these special containers, the efficacy of the dish would gradually diminish after this period. After several days, although the flavor remained unchanged, the extraordinary effects would fade away, leaving only the taste behind. After more than an hour of diligent work, she completed the preparations for other ordinary meals, and the spirit rice, steamed in a special pot, was also successfully made. "Junior brother, I've missed you dearly." A fiery red figure burst into the kitchen. "What delicious dishes are being made today?" The wearied Hulaina rushed straight into the kitchen, causing the nearby Xia to frown. "Dear sister, must you be so unrestrained? Is it not befitting for a young lady to display a modicum of decorum?" "Humph, I take delight in it." The fiery-haired girl rolled her eyes, exuding an irresistible charm that nearly captivated Yen Han. In the original timeline, Hulaina was groomed by Bibi Dong to become a pope from a young age. Each day, she was burdened with the weight of countless studies and the machinations necessary for political struggles, leading to a most arduous existence. This has also cultivated the temperament she later exhibited in the original work. However, the present scenario is markedly different, with the presence of Summer Ling. The burdens upon her shoulders have been swiftly alleviated. Unshackled from the constraints of pressure, Hulaina has liberated her true nature. And coupled with the subtle influence of the Xia Tian technique, she has truly embraced her essence, far removed from the somber demeanor depicted in the original narrative. The young maiden's character, her enchanting demeanor, and her irresistibly alluring figure embody the quintessential archetype of a celestial beauty. Now let us not digress. Come quickly to assist in setting the table, lest the dishes grow cold. The group hurriedly arranged the meal upon the table, just as Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun arrived, with Oscar also returning just in time. Ahem, allow me to introduce my latest culinary creation, braised celestial demon ribs and spirit rice, which enhance physical prowess and promote the advancement of cultivation. Before Summer Ling could finish her sentence, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Over the years, these individuals have come to understand the character of Xia Tian during the summer. Since he has made such a statement, it must undoubtedly be a rare and exquisite delicacy. Eating is the only objective. After all, each person has their own portion, whether consumed early or late, it remains the same. The learning capacity of a true gourmand is astonishing. In pursuit of culinary excellence, these individuals have mastered the use of chopsticks to an extraordinary degree. Observing these voracious eaters, Xia Tianling felt a sense of helplessness and was compelled to pause. He had initially intended to extol the virtues of these two remarkable dishes. Even Zhu Zhuqing, typically the epitome of restraint, has now disregarded his presence. The heavenly demon ribs, served in a specially crafted vessel, exude a golden red hue, with an intoxicating aroma that wafts through the air. Placing a piece in his mouth, the tender meat effortlessly separates from the bone, releasing a rich amalgamation of savory and herbal flavors, accompanied by a hint of spiciness that blossoms on the palate. With each bite, the texture of the succulent cartilage dances within the mouth, perfectly complemented by the fragrant spirit rice. The exquisite flavors are swiftly transformed into a wave of warmth that glides down the esophagus, diffusing into the meridians throughout the body. The diners, their mouths watering, are compelled to hastily reach for a second bite, instinctively channeling their soul energy. Under the influence of the medicinal essence in the primal ingredients, their soul energy surges through the meridians, harmonizing with the warm currents, repeatedly refining their flesh and blood. Before long, wisps of gray steam begin to rise from above their heads, as impurities within their bodies are rapidly evaporated and expelled by the potent medicinal force. Oblivious to their surroundings, they continue to devour their meal with unabated enthusiasm. This encapsulates the formidable essence of the culinary creations produced by the spirit chef. It transforms cultivation into a passive endeavor and turns supplementation into pure enjoyment. While relishing the exquisite dishes, one's cultivation level surreptitiously ascends. At the very moment when Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina finished their respective servings, the three felt a simultaneous surge in their energies. Astonishingly, they each advanced a level. What? My soul power has increased by a level? I am now at level 49. Hulaina gazed incredulously at the empty plate and a small pile of bones. Moreover, my physical constitution has improved. I too have leveled up. This spirit cuisine is truly remarkable. Indeed, I concur, echoed Xiaoyu and Yin in unison. Their physical prowess may not rival Hulaina's, yet the effects of the medicinal dish were particularly pronounced. Boss, can we indulge in this medicinal cuisine regularly in the future? I feel that if I could consume this daily, my pace towards breaking through to the celestial sphere would double. Oscar munched on a bone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Beside him, Ma Hongjun eagerly stuffed his mouth with other dishes, nodding vigorously. Among them, the most composed was Zhu Zhuqing, who remained elegantly nibbling on ribs. Yet, beneath her tranquil facade, her tilted ear and furtive glances revealed her deep-seated anticipation. Xia Tianling rubbed his forehead, bemused by these gluttons. Eat, eat, eat. As long as you can procure the ingredients, we shall feast. Chapter 89. What serious soul master runs for no reason? On this fateful midnight, a delightful occurrence was imminent. Primarily due to the loosening of a divine power seal on a certain individual, soon to be liberated from its constraints. As he resumed the circulation of the celestial sphere, the divine seal, under the pressure of soul power accumulated over several days, began to tremble precariously, akin to a tooth on the verge of falling out. Suddenly, at a pivotal moment, the divine seal shattered with a resounding crack, dissipating into oblivion. The surging soul power once again coursed freely throughout his body, and the long-lost strength returned, leaving Xia Tianling in a state of euphoric comfort, almost gasping with pleasure. I have never feared darkness, had I not seen the light. Having regained what was lost, Xia Tianling savored the exquisite sensation of possessing soul power, a feeling he had not experienced in his previous ordinary existence. Perhaps this aligns with the adage, it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to frugality. Finally unshackled, even the primordial spirit within his middle dantian stirred with vitality, propelling the energy reservoir in his lower dantian into a frenzied whirl, voraciously absorbing the soul power present in the air. With an inaudible sensation of shattering emanating from his heart, the moment the seal was lifted, his cultivation skyrocketed, increasing by a staggering 1.5 levels. While this increment may seem modest, Xia Tianling's total soul power was significantly greater than that of an average soul master at his level, necessitating a far greater amount of soul power for breakthroughs. However, this advantage solidified his foundational strength. To elevate the upper echelons, one must ensure the lower levels are robust. After consolidating his newfound prowess, Xia Tianling stood exuberantly and practiced a series of punches within the confines of his room, feeling the invigorating power coursing through him. He was convinced that he could easily defeat his former self, who had just completed the inheritance of the Bayan. The following day dawned bright and fair, a gentle breeze caressing the faces of the travelers, heralding a perfect day for the journey ahead. Bibi Dong had dispatched someone to inform them that their destination for this excursion of exchange and learning was the profoundly established Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Due to the unique characteristics of their martial spirits, every generation of their sect masters had remained stuck at the threshold of level 79. For countless generations, the esteemed sects, having long reached their limits alongside certain disciples, have devoted themselves to the exploration of methods to transcend their boundaries. Engaging in the study of martial souls for over a millennium, they stand as one of the few sects that can rival the martial soul hall. With substantial financial resources and a multitude of manpower, they are able to conduct pertinent experiments and accumulate data, resulting in findings that are fundamentally reliable, even revealing some concealed information regarding martial souls. In the original text, even the unlearned Ning Rongrong, through prolonged exposure, was astounded by the scant details she had heard about the 9 Heartsea Lotus, which left Xiangjia utterly awestruck. After thousands of years of accumulation across numerous generations, the meager research and dubious speculations that Xiangjia compiled over a decade pale in comparison and are hardly worthy of mention. The profound heritage of this sect is far beyond what the reckless Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Houghton sect can ever aspire to. It is even less conceivable that a lowly storyteller like Xiangjia could ever claim any connection to it. While presenting some ordinary information to the general public may pose no issue, asserting that it constitutes his own research achievements is rather preposterous. In light of this, it seems rather natural that the master has become a subject of ridicule within the elite circles of soul masters. Given the illustrious research results presented by the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, seated in the carriage, the Summer Spirit, still clad in a full set of weighted armor, continues to restore his soul power. Although the seal has been lifted, he has instinctively donned this burdensome attire, even augmenting it with additional armor plates. He feels that his physical strength has not yet reached its zenith, still possessing the potential for further advancement. After all, wearing it poses no hindrance. Having acclimated to it over the course of 3 months, it has become second nature. Fatty, drive the carriage. We are heading to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Why is it always me driving? Quit your chatter, we'll switch tomorrow. As the 7 dazzling new stars of the Spirit Hall, their travels could not resemble the humble journeys of Shrek in the original narrative. A luxurious and comfortable carriage had to be arranged. The specially crafted carriage, while modest in appearance, boasts an expansive interior spacious enough for 7 or 8 individuals. Unlike Shrek's habitual running, the affluent members of the Spirit Hall journey using soul beast-resembling horses, albeit of a relatively weaker variety. Nevertheless, covering 500 kilometers in a day is a simple feat. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is situated near the imperial city of Tiando, positioned in the northeastern direction of the Tiando Empire Center. To reach their destination, they must traverse the entirety of the Silvis Kingdom, located north of the Balak Kingdom, before entering the imperial city circle of Tiando, and subsequently continue eastward to arrive at the fortress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The entire journey spans 2,000 kilometers, roughly equivalent to the distance from the capital of the previous life to the Demon City. Even by train, it would take no less than 24 hours. It is truly perplexing how the Shrek 7 in the original tale managed to endure several days of travel without direct access to a high-speed road. Sprinting over 400 kilometers daily while also engaging in a match along the way, indeed, quite exhausting. Perhaps long-distance running is a tradition of Shrek? The students excel in running, with their training methods solely revolving around it. Even a millennium later, Hui Yuhao continues to run with weights. Even after the establishment of the new Shrek Academy, which boasts excellent training facilities, the methods provided by the master, entrusted with significant responsibilities, remain the same, enduring the gravity training under Xiao Wujia's regimen. Even amid skepticism, Tang San made a grand return to alleviate the situation. Not to mention, Tang San possesses the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, the top-tier plant martial soul, the blue silver emperor, and the supreme weapon martial soul, the Hao Tian hammer. Moreover, he has been enhanced by the 3 legendary herbs, the autumn water dew, the octagonal ice grass, and the fiery apricot blossom, and has received a transformative 10,000-year soul ring and 2 10,000-year soul bones. This does not even account for the enhancement of the body bestowed by the Xia Tian skill, the millennia-old soul ring, and an additional soul bone located on the head. Furthermore, armed with these advantages and the physical prowess of a soul emperor, you engage in a contest of strength against ordinary soul masters, typically at levels 40 to 50. Merely to validate Yu Xiaojiang's assertions, do you not perceive any issues with this scenario? Even if you were to double the quantity, how could the difficulties of these 2 endeavors possibly be comparable? Moreover, have you considered that this involves not only beast martial soul masters, but also tool martial soul masters, control-type soul masters, agility-type soul masters, and many others? The disparities in martial souls are vast, and the differences in levels are significant as well. Can the diverse attributes of physical fitness be identical? Are the physical qualities of the Soul Sect and the Soul King truly the same? Previously, it was understood that each individual has different standards, yet here, it seems you wish to apply a singular, uniform standard across the board, which raises concerns. Cultivation is distinctly different from education. It is a profoundly personal endeavor. Each person possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. Now, it appears Yu Xiaojiang insist that everyone must conform to the same standard. It is akin to demanding that all athletes, whether marksmen or weightlifters, adhere to a uniform regimen of heavy running. How absurd. If you possess such confidence, why not have Tang San step aside and demonstrate personally? Let us not even discuss running 30 laps. Can you withstand 3 times the gravity of Xiao Wujia's weight for 30 laps? Perhaps it is beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. Maybe this is the hallmark of a theoretical master. Chapter 90. The true and false evil soul masters. The few individuals in the carriage were engaged in lively banter, occasionally swapping places to drive, making the journey quite enjoyable. At mealtimes, they adeptly dismounted to clear the ground and gather firewood. In the summer, Ling took out the cooking stove to prepare meals while Oscar assisted him. It is worth noting that Oscar possesses remarkable culinary talent. Years prior, he began learning to cook various dishes from Ling, and his skills have now reached a level comparable to Ling's. Witnessing Ling's impressive culinary prowess, the inquisitive Oscar eagerly sought to learn more. Thus, the days passed in a tranquil manner, with the only interruptions being mealtimes, when they would dismount to stretch and rest the horses. For several consecutive days, they traveled and read along the way. At night, if they reached a town, they would lodge in a hotel. If they were in the wilderness, they would camp on the spot. 3 days later, the group arrived at the border between the Sylv's kingdom and the territories directly governed by the Tiando Empire. The feudal system has its drawbacks, fragmenting a vast, cohesive national territory into numerous small parcels. The situation within the Tiando Empire is relatively better. At least Emperor Shuiyu commands a formidable army of 1 million. And several kingdoms are strategically positioned along the borders of the Star Luo Empire. However, if one were to compare it to the medieval European continent of the past, the situation becomes dire. The layers of feudal power distribution, ranging from duchies and kingdoms down to knightly and baronial fiefs, have left the once unified nation in disarray. Despite the Tiando Empire's outwardly resplendent faade as one of the 2 major powers of the Douluo continent, it grapples with significant internal issues. For instance, the current location of the Wuhuan Temple personnel at this internal border junction is sparsely populated and lacks productive capacity, causing the majority of human resources to be concentrated around defensive structures, the capital, and major cities. As an internal border area, few civilians are willing to settle in a place where disturbances can occur at any moment, resulting in no cities or villages being established. And neither side is inclined to deploy valuable soldiers for management in such a precarious location. The area nestled between the 2 territories has become a no-man's land, reminiscent of a golden triangle, where individuals from all walks of life frequently congregate. As noon approaches, Ling suggests to Ma Hongjun, who has just taken over the driving duties and is feeling a bit peckish, that perhaps they should pause for a moment, indulge in a hearty meal, and then resume their journey. Summer Ling draws back the curtain of the carriage, retrieves a small sundial to gauge the time, and concurs with Ma Hongjun's proposal. Let us find a sheltered spot to halt and prepare a meal. The place is desolate, lacking even a few trees suitable for firewood, compelling Yin and Xiaoyu to rush further afield to gather timber. The prepared ingredients are plentiful, stored within Xia Tianling's ring, but firewood was not anticipated. Only a few bags of homemade charcoal were set aside for emergencies. Shortly thereafter, Yin and Xiaoyu returned empty-handed, their expressions grave. "What's the rush? Did you find any suitable firewood here?" Hulaina inquired, puzzled. "No, we did not gather firewood. We discovered traces of what may be evil soul masters," Xiaoyu replied. Taking a deep breath. "Evil soul masters? Please elaborate," Xia Tianling said, setting aside his task. "Theoretically, there should not be such a proliferation of evil soul masters within the timeline of Douluo. Most have either been slain by the spirit hall or thrown into the city of slaughter, or they have sought their own demise there. However, since entering the spirit hall, Xia Tianling had personally experienced numerous missions hunting evil soul masters, exceeding several dozen within a mere 6 years. This situation evidently harbored significant issues. In the current era, the registered soul masters from the 2 major empires in the spirit hall total approximately 100,000, with 70% under the control of the spirit hall. The remaining 30,000 must further account for sect soul masters, independent soul masters, and the official soul masters governed by the 2 empires of Tiando and Xinglua. Thus, how could there be such an abundance of evil soul masters? Moreover, in the original timeline of Douluo, the majority of evil soul masters did not cultivate by slaughtering mortals as in later generations. Many merely committed crimes under the guise of their soul master status, with very few resorting to truly malevolent methods for cultivation. Yet, from the recent tasks Xia Tianling had participated in, nearly 1/10 of the evil soul masters were indeed utilizing human lives for their cultivation, an utterly astounding revelation, as a true count of evil soul masters should not exist in such numbers. Indeed, Yin and I just ventured to the adjacent small hill to chop wood. Upon rounding the back, we stumbled upon a small valley, permeated by an overwhelmingly potent scent of blood. "Are you certain it's human blood?" Xia Tianling pressed for clarification. "Absolutely. Rest assured, it is unmistakably the scent of human blood," Yin affirmed. "Over the years, we have faced evil soul masters countless times, and we can distinctly differentiate the essence of human blood from that of other creatures. Moreover, the valley emanated an unsettlingly malevolent aura. We feared disturbing the situation. Hence we returned without probing further." Xia Tianling hesitated. This expedition lacked the accompaniment of a teacher, leaving all decisions to him. "You all wait here. I shall investigate alone. I possess formidable strength in the 9-turn step, allowing for a timely retreat should any trouble arise." He refrained from suggesting that they accompany him, as such brashness could provoke the enemy. The strength of the foe was unknown, and the location resembled a hidden lair for the evil soul masters. A prudent approach was warranted. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After years of camaraderie, they had come to trust Xia Tianling completely. "Be careful," Zhu Zhiqing urged, her concern evident. Xia Tianling chuckled. "Fear not. I shall be vigilant. The little kitten is quite concerned about me, isn't it?" At its current pace, after a frenzied dash, it soon arrived at the valley mentioned by the 2 in the dark moon, which lies in a secluded location. Although it is referred to as a valley from above, it merely appears to be a larger crack. However, upon closer inspection, the deeper one ventures inward, the wider it becomes. This reminded him of a passage from an ancient text he had once studied. Initially extremely narrow, it gradually opens up to humanity. After walking several dozen steps, it suddenly becomes expansive. He edged closer, and a faint scent of blood wafted upwards through the crevice, indicating that the interior was unlikely to be flat and serene, adorned with beautiful fields and well-structured homes. Xia Tianling removed the burdensome armor from his body and stowed it away in his ring, stretching his limbs to restore himself to peak condition. Approaching the edge of the fissure, he cautiously extended his consciousness, meticulously scanning the interior of the small valley inch by inch. As he drew closer to the valley's bottom, the horrifying sights revealed by his consciousness stunned even him, who prided himself on his composure. Chapter 91. The hell of flesh and blood. As his consciousness probed deeper, the valley's expanse widened, revealing peculiar black vines and unknown flowers clinging to the purplish-black stones, an unsettling sight. There was neither sunlight nor soil and moisture within the rocks. It was unclear where these plants took root. Delving further, he began to discern man-made structures, crafted from dark red stones, amassed in large, unappealing blocks. At the valley's lowest point, the ground was not soft earth or rock, but rather a compacted layer of blackish-purple debris, adorned with mysterious red patterns. Continuing into the cluster of structures, his consciousness encountered considerable resistance. The space was filled with a chaotic surge of spiritual energy, seemingly trapped by some unseen force. Unable to escape, he found it challenging to penetrate further. After employing various methods to break through the barrier, Xia Tian beheld a sight that would haunt him for life. A massive pile of skulls formed a mound, resembling a forest of white bones, haphazardly scattered across half the ground behind the buildings. Countless ropes hung, saturated with a purplish-red viscous liquid, binding several protruding columns tightly. The originally yellowish-white columns were gradually darkening under the constriction of the ropes. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were not merely columns and ropes, but an innumerable array of tendons ensnared upon the skeletal remains of some colossal creature. Clusters of various colored hairs intertwined, forming tangled masses, while grotesque fragments of flesh littered the ground, making it impossible to discern whether they belonged to humans, soul beasts, or some other species. Amidst this horrific tableau lay a pond formed by a confluence of various bloods, surrounded by countless corpses and bones, visibly shrinking at an alarming rate, their essence flowing along the ground's patterns toward the center. At the heart of the blood pool stood an ancient altar, upon which several cloaked necromancers murmured incantations around a stone tablet. Xia Tian could no longer extend his consciousness. He was overwhelmed and wrenched aside. He had encountered corpses before and had taken lives, yet the scene before him, reminiscent of the abyss of hell, was an extreme psychological assault on any ordinary person. Those who had not witnessed such horrors could scarcely fathom the brutality and revulsion it invoked. This illustrates his unwavering resolve as a monk, allowing him to swiftly regain his composure. Had it been an ordinary soul master who suddenly encountered such a scene, they would undoubtedly be terrified to the point of losing control. Taking several deep breaths and silently reciting the scriptures of tranquility, Summerling steadied himself, clenching his right fist and forcefully exhaling. Remain calm. It is imperative to maintain tranquility. This scene is undeniably terrifying. The latter half of the architectural complex is constructed of flesh and blood, resembling a hellish domain. It is conservatively estimated that no fewer than 10,000 lives have perished here, and perhaps even more. Countless shattered bones, desiccated corpses whose time of demise is indeterminable. Eerie pools of blood, enigmatic stone tablets whose purpose remains a mystery, and robed figures reminiscent of cult members about. It is utterly inconceivable that this could merely be the work of a malevolent soul master. Even the Holy Spirit sect a millennium hence would not possess such sinister methods. This is undoubtedly a ritualistic offering to some nefarious entity. Furthermore, the overwhelming and astonishing force of chaotic soul energy is not merely a manifestation of soul power. It is, in fact, the essence of countless tormented souls transformed into vengeful spirits. The frenzied psychic waves emanating from within are a direct result of this nascent vengeful spirit's desperate struggle to break free from its bindings. System, what is this entity? Who are these individuals? Ding. Accessing the system database, please hold on. The duration of the system's response this time was significantly longer than before. A full 5 minutes elapsed before a reply arrived. The system database revealed no matches, speculating that a practitioner known as a soul sorcerer had become tainted by an unknown malevolent force. This enigmatic power emanated from the stone tablet. Analysis suggested that the blood pool and the altar functioned as some sort of life energy conversion device. A soul sorcerer infected by an unidentified evil force? This resonated eerily with the previous encounter involving the Dark Lion. Yet, could it be that the soul sorcerer could continue to fall deeper into corruption? Xia Tian paused momentarily. Indeed, such a foreign power was considerably weaker than the force that infected the Golden Lion. It bore some resemblance, but lacked the ability to transform living beings. Instead, it merely stripped them of a portion of their rationality and emotions while bestowing them with certain abilities. The system elucidated extensively, concluding with a recommendation to annihilate this place without delay, as the life form was projected to emerge within 36 hours. Destroy it promptly. Such words seemed easy to utter. Xia Tian smirked slightly. Judging by the aura exuded by those cloaked figures, they were at least powerhouses of the soul Douluo level. If not the title Douluo level, he had already witnessed no fewer than 5 of such figures at the altar. A glance at the multitude of buildings revealed that his spiritual sense had detected over 100 life forms imbued with soul power within. What means did he possess to eradicate them? Even that nascent vengeful spirit alone exhibited terrifying spiritual power that far surpassed his own. Undoubtedly a being of the spirit domain realm, and it was on a trajectory of continuous expansion. Once fully formed, it was estimated that this entity's spiritual power would at least reach the pinnacle of the spirit domain realm, if not the god origin realm. with a headbutt. The spirit power of the divine origin realm, in this era where spiritual strength is generally feeble, would hardly yield favorable results even if one were to summon Bibidong and Douluo. Moreover, the distance from here to the papal city is exceedingly vast. By the time I managed to call them over, the opportunity would have long passed. How is it that upon arriving in this Douluo continent, I encounter such an array of bizarre occurrences? System, can I expend some of my fate energy to eliminate this nuisance? Ding. This system possesses no offensive capabilities. Please refrain from harboring unrealistic expectations, host. Then, can you directly enhance my strength? Ding. If you are unafraid of being struck down by heavenly tribulations and facing the predicament of an unstable foundation that may prevent future breakthroughs, this system can accommodate such a request. Well then, what about granting me the truth of the eastern wind dispersing thousand flowers tree? Ding. Currently assessing fate energy. Please hold on. Ding. Your fate energy is insufficient. Damn. Why is it that I can neither acquire what I desire nor accomplish anything? Xia Tian felt a surge of frustration, tugging at her hair. If only I could possess a single truth, one strike to alleviate all sorrows. Alas, poverty plagues me. The issue lies not with the cost, but with my own circumstances. Suddenly, Xia Tian had an epiphany. In her desperation, she had been fixated on the technological side of creation. These items, within the realm of cultivation, are exorbitantly priced. Perhaps I should exchange for something from the mysterious side instead. Could you procure for me a primordial artifact like the execution sword or the Pangu axe? Ding. Your fate energy is insufficient. This system kindly reminds you that even if you were to possess such an item, its spirit would inevitably consume you upon use. And it might not even acknowledge your existence. That does seem plausible. Can I exchange for insights and methods related to formation arrays? A singular array will suffice. Ding. Affirmative. Which array would you like to exchange for, host? A glimmer of anticipation danced at the corners of Xia Tianling's mouth as she declared, I wish to exchange for the 9 heavens responding thunder, universal transformation, celestial empress spirit array. Chapter 92, it turns out the cultivation world also innovates. Ding. Currently assessing fate energy, please hold on. Ding. Wish successful. You have acquired the relevant manufacturing methods and insights for the 9 heavens responding thunder, universal transformation, celestial empress spirit array. Transmission in progress. As knowledge flowed incessantly into her mind, Xia Tianling clenched her fist tightly. Indeed, it was precisely what she had yearned for. In these 9 days, let us henceforth refer to it as the Divine Sky Spirit Array. This name was derived from a popular science section of the Taoist scriptures that Xia Tianling had come across. Unlike the traditional cultivation systems that necessitate array masters inscribing complex formations in the void, requiring a plethora of rare materials as a foundation, this array is a creation of a flourishing cultivation civilization, akin to an advanced summoning technique, an amalgamation of sorts. The principle is based on a foundation and some simplified formations, with the cultivator themselves acting as the focal point, drawing upon the power of lightning from a certain entity across the void, which is then transmitted into the foundation to unleash an attack in the form of an array. It is said that the inspiration for this array came from cultivators of that realm after their visit to the neighboring Western Illusion Plane, where they modified a formation designed for borrowing power from demons, achieving a far superior version. It operates on the principles of rules, and the entities from whom power is borrowed are righteous figures. The extent of power that can be borrowed depends on the cultivator's own realm and their affinity and understanding of lightning. This array transcends the limitations of rank, allowing cultivators of nearly any level to deploy it, though the effectiveness varies among individuals. The minimum power output does not fall below that of a user 2 major realms higher, limited to below the true immortal levels. Anything stronger would exceed the structural integrity of the array and the cultivator themselves. Conversely, the upper limits are uncertain. As long as the body can withstand it and possesses a high affinity for lightning, the amount borrowed is contingent upon individual potential. Of course, borrowing entails repayment. The unknown entity is not a charitable being. However, the price is not overly steep, merely a period of weakness. During this time, the entity continuously siphons the cultivator's newly accrued power and strength, increasing the duration of weakness by 10 days for every hour of use. If one can afford the cost, they could utilize this power for decades. However, the array itself cannot endure for such an extended period, typically becoming inoperative after a day of use. The terms are exorbitant, akin to predatory lending. Capitalists would weep at such terms. Wall Street would surely lament. Nevertheless, the ability to harness such formidable power, with the primary cost being a temporary loss of cultivation, is undoubtedly advantageous. If this new era's lightning array could be transported with array flags, it would likely have become a standard among cultivators. Alas, its restriction to a fixed location limits its widespread adoption. Upon receiving the information, Xia Tian immediately turned and raced back to the campsite, where his companions awaited eagerly, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, who stood atop a vehicle and brightened visibly upon seeing him. "Junior brother, what is the situation?" Hulaina inquired with gravity. Xia Tian shook his head. The situation is far from optimistic. This group of evil spirit masters is unlike any we have encountered before. They are exceedingly troublesome. A conservative estimate indicates at least one titled Douluo among them. Furthermore, I have surveyed the internal conditions of the valley. You would not wish to know what lies within. What shall we do? This is beyond our capability to handle. Should we not inform His Holiness the Pope? Upon hearing the mention of a titled Douluo, Xia Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at his sister. "There is no time," Xia Tian replied, shaking his head once more. "They are creating a profoundly malevolent entity, set to be born within 36 hours. Even if Zhuqing were to utilize spatial movement without pause, we would not reach Spirit City in time to alert our teacher." Having said this, he explained his observations and the potential dangers posed by the emergence of vengeful spirits in a manner they could comprehend. "Tianling, do you have confidence in this?" Zhu Zhuqing asked anxiously after hearing Xia Tianling's plan to utilize the array against the evil spirit masters. Although he was undeniably strong, he would be opposing at least one titled Douluo single-handedly, along with over 100 other ranks of evil spirit masters. "I certainly have confidence. You must believe in me. For I am a prophet," Xia Tianling replied, feeling warmth in his heart at Zhu Zhuqing's concern, flashing a confident smile. To him, a mere titled Douluo was inconsequential. Akin to a mere chicken or dog, the true challenge lay in the vengeful spirit that might manifest in an incomplete form. Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts to Zhu Zhuqing. "Big brother, I trust you." "Indeed, brotherling, I also have faith in you. Please let us know how we can assist," said the chubby companion. Despite his usual laziness, he never faltered in critical moments. "Yes, and we are here too." Hulaina, Yan, and Xie Yu chimed in unison. "Excellent. Let us embark on a grand endeavor," Xia Tianling proclaimed with fervor. "Zhuqing and the chubby one, you two keep a distant watch on the movements of the evil spirit masters. Report back at the slightest hint of trouble. Remember, prioritize safety and maintain your distance. Do not draw too close. Sister, Xiao Ao, brother Xie Yu, brother Yan, I would appreciate your protection here while I hasten to complete the array." "Understood." With that, the two shot off like arrows, while the remaining four fanned out in different directions, keenly observing all movements around them. "There is a sense of reassurance and teamwork," Xia Tianling mused. After diligently studying the intricacies of the Divine Sky Spirit Array, he wished for an array engraving tool from the system. He then produced a multitude of materials, eager to begin inscribing the foundation. The Divine Sky Spirit Array is highly coveted among cultivators not only for its affordability but also for its remarkable compatibility with a wide range of foundational materials. Regardless of the type, as long as the material possesses strong conductivity and can bear the power of lightning, it is suitable for use. This leaves Xia Tianling with a substantial amount of fate energy for exchanging materials. In a sense, Douluo Star can be regarded as a fantasy world, where many materials are challenging to utilize in the crafting of formations. However, the highly compatible Xiangjia Spirit Array is quite accommodating, showing no particular preference for materials. Xia Tianling directly retrieved a considerable quantity of refined high-purity secret silver cubes from his ring to serve as the foundation of the array. While employing high-purity fine gold as a conductor, intricately engraved upon it using a method akin to the interweaving of gold. The gleaming fine gold was drawn into slender golden threads in his hands, embedded atop the secret silver cubes, forming a series of diminutive formations. Upon completing the engravings, he infused them with spiritual energy to activate the array patterns, verifying the circuit for any disconnections. Once successfully activated, this component was deemed complete. Were it not for the system's imparted understanding of formations and crafting experience, Xia Tianling would have spent an indeterminate amount of time on this single step. The so-called foundation of an array, its essence, is not a singular, colossal plate as one might envision, but rather a series of individual anchor points. For instance, the Xiangjia Spirit Array necessitates a total of 108 anchor points for support. After crafting these anchor points, They must be meticulously arranged in specific positions to ensure they can ultimately be interconnected into a cohesive formation. Of course, mere anchor points do not constitute a complete foundation. A core of the array is also required to coordinate the structure, and the practitioner must serve as the focal point to stabilize it, thereby allowing the Xiangjia array to manifest its full potential. Chapter 93. A genius is one who diligently pursues their craft. The creation of the anchor points for the array foundation is relatively straightforward, and under Xia Tianling's formidable spiritual guidance, they were swiftly completed, with only a few being deemed unusable. However, even the waste material would not go to waste, for it could be remelted into a viable substance. Before commencing the crafting of the array core, he first retrieved the previous table, placing a sizable iron block upon the ground for support. Simultaneously, he cast several solidification spells of the earth element onto the ground, striving to ensure the stability of the supporting structure. In contrast to the rudimentary anchor points, the creation of the array core is an exceedingly meticulous task. Should any errors occur at this stage, the formation may fail to function, or worse, it could result in an explosion. Furthermore, since this formation relies on the practitioner as the focal point, any issues that arise would directly jeopardize the user. Without a circuit to facilitate the flow, even the borrowed force of heavenly thunder could obliterate the body. System, I wish to acquire a comprehensive toolkit for array crafting, alongside a cubic meter of white spirit jade and Tian Sui stone. Although the magnitude of the power that can be borrowed is not significantly influenced by the materials of the array itself, the quality of the array core determines the speed at which the thunderous power is guided. To ensure safety, Xia Tianling opted to exchange for two unique treasures from the realm of cultivation. White spirit jade, appearing smooth and white, bears a striking resemblance to ordinary white jade. Yet, it is the preferred and most commonly utilized material among array masters, possessing remarkable adaptability to various attributes. Moreover, white spirit jade inherently exhibits the unique warmth of jade, capable of tempering the ferocious forces of attributes, allowing the user to manipulate the array with greater ease. If one considers the spirit jade as the flesh of the array core, then the extraordinary Tian Sui stone serves as its meridians and blood vessels. This peculiar stone is solid in nature, yet it possesses fluid-like flowing characteristics. This particular characteristic not only prevents the forces within from spiraling out of control, but rather amplifies them, making it one of the most suitable materials for crafting core circuits. Beep. The host's desire has been received, and the power of destiny is being retrieved. Beep. The wish has been successfully granted. You have obtained a comprehensive toolkit for array crafting. 1 cubic meter of white spirit jade and 1 cubic meter of celestial essence stone, which have been dispatched to your storage ring. Please check your inventory. Upon receiving the system's notification, Xia Tianling, with no time to lose, promptly placed the massive cube of white spirit jade onto the prepared crafting table. He then opened the array crafting toolkit provided by the system, first retrieving a crucible-like furnace to ignite and heat it. Next, he extracted a portion of the celestial essence stone and placed it within the furnace for refinement. Following the prescribed procedures, he channeled several incantations, and upon witnessing the transformation of the celestial essence stone within the furnace, Xia Tianling let out a sigh of relief. Now, he merely needed to await the natural reactions, as the auxiliary furnace provided by the system possessed extraordinary capabilities, maintaining a consistent environment within to ensure optimal conditions for use. Next, he produced a tool resembling an oversized compass. Positioning this instrument above the block of white spirit jade, he activated it with a telekinetic command, causing it to emit an invisible wave. A standard circular blank for the array core was flawlessly cut out without a hint of error. In a world where the civilization of cultivation flourished, they had developed their own unique cultivation technology, no longer requiring hands-on involvement in every task. Simpler tasks could be entrusted to these tools. After clearing away the excess debris, Xia Tianling secured the circular piece of white spirit jade onto the workbench and took a deep breath, centering his focus. In the next moment, his gaze transformed, becoming resolute and keen as he attuned his senses to every detail of the white spirit jade. A glimmer of light emerged from his hand, gradually illuminating the tip of his carving knife. With a steady hand, he brought the blade into contact with the jade, producing no screeching sound as anticipated. Instead, it glided through the material as effortlessly as a wallpaper knife slicing through rubber. The delicate shavings and fragments were enveloped in a wave of spiritual energy, gently pushed aside. This wave did not cease, but rather followed the trajectory of the carving knife for a secondary processing. Multitasking was the fundamental skill in inscribing the array core. Thanks to the system's assistance, although this step progressed slowly, it was executed without peril. Xia Tianling's hands were steady, the glowing carving knife extending as if an extension of his fingers, perfectly etching one intricate line after another onto the smooth surface of the white spirit jade. As the carving continued, his technique evolved from initial clumsiness to a burgeoning proficiency, demonstrating remarkable progress. The large white jade core, through meticulous craftsmanship, soon began to reveal the nascent form of the array core, with foundational circuit patterns vividly emerging, quietly awaiting connection and activation. Not far away, Hulayina observed Xia Tianling's remarkable skill in crafting the array components, unable to suppress her admiration. Her junior brother was truly exceptional, consistently delivering unexpected surprises at critical moments. As the completion progressed and the craftsmanship deepened, Xia Tianling grew increasingly focused and earnest. He felt himself entering a special state, entirely disregarding external distractions. His mind was solely occupied with the array. If any other array masters were present, they would surely exclaim in awe. For this was the coveted state of unity sought by array craftsmen, allowing for perfect amalgamation with the array. Once successfully crafted, its power would undoubtedly reach terrifying heights. Unbeknownst to Xia Tianling, at the moment he entered this state of unity, the system issued a textual notification. The collision of inspiration and talent has led you to a state of enlightenment in array crafting, achieving unity. Your understanding of arrays has significantly increased, evolving from ignorance to a nascent comprehension and unlocking a new secondary profession, array master. However, at this moment, Xia Tianling was oblivious to such matters, his entire being immersed in the task at hand, now progressing to the most critical and challenging step, the completion of the circuit. This step requires the meticulous infusion of the refined celestial essence stone liquid into the previously carved grooves, ensuring that there are no interruptions before completing the cycle. Should the flow of the celestial essence stone liquid be disrupted, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. The celestial essence stone, initially refined in the furnace, has long since transformed into a liquid state, quietly resting in a crucible-shaped vessel, awaiting the artisan's command. Chapter 94. Prepare for the thunder, offspring. The fate of success hinges on this pivotal moment. Xia Tianling summoned every ounce of concentration, gently guiding the celestial essence stone liquid from the furnace, forming slender columns that seamlessly nestled into the grooves. Meanwhile, his other hand tirelessly wove strands of